Welcome back to my Manhwa recap channel. If you enjoy my content, please subscribe and hit the bell icon. Don't forget to leave a comment with your feedback. Subscribe now and enjoy the recap.
A phone whose home screen gives you the choice whether to move or not. The hero, whose name is Lin Huang, is a red-eyed brunette wearing a white t-shirt and black pants. He says that despite half a year in the game and several top-tier cards, his name in the system is still a lifelong loser. With a dissatisfied look, he walks along the bright corridor and asks if this is the reward for losers. Then he looks at the phone with a serious look. He says that even though he is a loser, now it's as if even the game is trying to console him. He clicks agree to move. Then he rubs his chin and wonders what moving means. A kind of dial appears on the screen. The game says that Lin Huang has become an official player number 142,857 and will be moved to the card selection page. The hero is very annoyed by this and says that he wants to choose a reward instead of cards. With an evil smile, he pokes forcefully at the phone screen, selecting a card. The dial stops on one of the cards. The hero is perplexed with a serious look. He gets a black card. Lin Huang calls her the blessing of the black card and wonders if this is a new kind of joke. A strong beam of light hits the surprised hero's eyes from the phone screen. Opening one eye slightly, he asks what happened just now. Lin Huang blurs out, falling into a dark red vortex. The game says that the system has chosen a world for the hero to move to, namely a paradise of monsters. The phone falls to the floor, and the game system wishes the hero a good journey. Against the backdrop of the city and mountains, the hero says that he has undoubtedly found himself in another world. Lin Huang stands surrounded by a purple aura. His eye also glows purple, a medium-sized blade in his hand, and in his thoughts a description of his desires to destroy monsters in cruel ways. A system window appears where the name, gender, age before and after the hero's entry into the game, as well as the game world itself, are described. The hero swings his sword sharply. The next shot shows Lin Huang in the kitchen, tearfully cutting a tomato with a knife that has shrunk in proportions. In his thoughts, the hero is annoyed that he has already been in another world for a week, but has not awakened the system and is only doing housework. The hero is upset because he is now humiliating himself, and the game shows a notification that the wheel of life is broken and the world has 91 days left. The hero goes to the room of a certain Ling Xing, saying that the food is ready. In his thoughts, he rejoices at the body of the best graduate of the knightly academy he received from the game. Opening the door, the hero expresses shock and surprise. The girl in disguise, who is his sister, screams and says that he needs to knock before entering. Shouting to get out, she throws a book at Lin Huang's face. The next shot shows a table set with several dishes. Lin Huang holds his cheek with a sad look. Ling Xing eats rice with a dissatisfied look, saying that she is no longer little and her brother needs to be more careful, to which he agrees and asks her to eat. The hero looks at his ring, which lights up blue, and the system window explains that the rings are an identity card in the game world, as well as a personal account and storage. Lin Xing says that her ring also reacts and displays a screen from it, which reports the invasion of monsters from the Eye of the Abyss near Square 7D101. Lin Xing asks his brother with concern if this is the square they are in. He replies with a small smile that enough time has passed since this news and the monsters could have left, and besides, the area is well guarded. Next comes a shot of a portal opening, from which monsters are chasing frightened people through a burning city, and the hero thinks that since the city is small, without outside help it will be destroyed. The hero remains sitting at the table, and the sister says that she is leaving to do her homework. With a serious look, continuing to watch the news, he says that he will clear the table. Ling Xing advises him to rest. He thinks that the knights are clearing out nearby, and the level of the eye is not too high. This means there is nothing to fear. With a thoughtful look, looking at the screen, he decides to go hunting for the remaining monsters tomorrow. The hero's thoughts are interrupted by his sister's scream. He abruptly jumps up from his chair and shouts to her. Lin Huang runs and shouts his sister's name while she calls for his help. The angry hero kicks the door down. With anger and fear, the hero sees how his sister has huddled in a corner in fear and a monster is climbing at her from the window. The next shot shows the monster up close. It is an anthropomorphic creature with long hair, red eyes and spikes all over its body. The hero grabs the backpack. Covering himself with it as a shield, he stands in front of his sister and tells her to stay behind, and in his thoughts he recognizes the monster as a vampire. Throwing a backpack at the vampire's face, Lin Huang grabs his sister and runs away. He says that the vampire is the weakest iron rank monster. The hero locks his frightened sister in the room, saying that he will take the vampire outside, and she better not stick her head out. She only has time to turn to her brother and looks through the crack of the closing door with tears. The hero, with sadness and anger, says that he cannot allow the vampire to harm his sister because he has no one else. The vampire destroys the wall as he runs with a loud roar. Lin Huang shows the middle finger to the angry vampire while standing at the fire exit and offers to catch up. A vampire with a satisfied and angry face lunges forward and hits the floor with great force. The hero runs away, surprised by the power of the enemy. The monster growls, moving on all fours. The sister is in tears, covering her mouth with her hands, worried about her brother. The hero with a menacing look takes out a pistol and addresses the enemy. Lin Huang shoots at the vampire, but the bullets bounce off the red protective field. The enraged vampire roars loudly, surrounded by a red aura. The annoyed hero with a pistol in his hand is surprised that the vampire can transform. A vampire with spider legs chases Lin Huang down the stairs. The hero realizes that the vampire is at least a bronze rank, so he can die in battle with him. Lin Huang falls out of the window as the vampire screams angrily as he looks out from behind him. The hero lands in a crouch and, looking at the enemy, ponders how to kick him out. The hero barely dodges the powerful blow of the vampire and realizes that something is wrong. With an angry and serious look, he realizes that after the transformation the vampire has become weaker. During the vampire's aggressive roar, Lin Huang notices a wound on his opponent's chest. The vampire throws a flurry of blows, but misses, and the hero aims his pistol at him, jumping away. With a smirk, Lin Huang realizes that the vampire has escaped from the knights. Firing several shots from a pistol, he realizes that he just needs to stall for time. With a wheeze, the vampire jumps and pulls his paw forward. The hero barely dodges and still plans to just hold out. The vampire throws the hero up with his spider paw. Lin Huang lies on the ground, aims upward at the jumping opponent and realizes that this is the end. With annoyance on his face, he says that he will not die as a loser. Several orange energy beams shoot into the vampire's protective field, causing him to tense up. One of the best breaks through the shield and hits the vampire's heart. The vampire falls to the ground with a loud sound, and the hero jumps back. The vampire is shaking with a saddened face from his wounds. There is blood coming from his mouth. He returns to his original appearance with an angry look. The hero holds a gun at the ready and thinks that the vampire is now his prey. The vampire lies face down on the ground and wheezes faintly as the hero points a gun at him. Pointing the gun, the hero shouts to the vampire to die. A shot occurs. The hero, with a tired look, stands over the vampire in a pool of blood and says that it's all finally over. Lin Huang is surprised by the sharp sound indicating the successful completion of the test and activation of the system. A system notification pops up, which surprises the hero. It says on the screen that the hero killed a monster one level higher and increased his level, and therefore he can choose the reward himself. The hero is surprised that a flying cat in a raincoat has appeared next to him, informing him of the opportunity to choose cards other than the usual ones. The cat, looking annoyed, says that he is Lin Huang's assistant and should be treated with respect. The cat points the hero to 3 cards flying in the air, saying that in addition to the gold ones, he received a special card. The hero looks at the cards in surprise. They show a map with information about Lin Huang, to which the hero reacts with annoyance. Afterwards, they show a card with information about the vampire, which surprises the hero. Lin Huang asks with a thoughtful look how to evaluate cards in this world, to which the cat with a malicious expression on his face replies that there are ordinary, rare, legendary and divine cards, but the hero has loser ones. The hero taps his palm with his fist and says that he can draw a rarer card himself since the cat drew a monster card. The cat with a mocking look tells the shocked hero that he is a loser. The surprised cat looks somewhere to the side, while Lin Huang realizes with tears that he really is a loser with a terrible reputation. With an annoyed expression on his face, the cat says that someone has come. The hero stands near a dead vampire and looks in surprise towards a woman's leg that appears in the frame. A blonde woman in a blue uniform appears in the frame with a smile on her face. She wonders if Lin Huang Lai killed the vampire. The girl with a serious look says that her name is Lai Lan and she arrived because of a call about a vampire attack in the area. The hero points his finger at the body and says that the vampire really attacked, and the call was from Lin Xing, his sister. The hero looks away, surprised that the legendary hunter of the association turned out to be a girl. Lai Lan pokes the vampire's body with his heel. She asks if Lin Huang killed the vampire. The hero smiles widely with his eyes closed and says that he was just lucky because the vampire was already partially rotten. Lai Lan is surprised by this because the hero is not even an iron rank and has a broken wheel of life. Lai Lan comes very close to the hero and asks how he killed the vampire. This confuses Lin Huang. The hero talks about Xing with shock on his face. To Lai Lan's surprise, the hero quickly runs away, shouting that he needs to check on his sister and then he can continue the conversation. Ling Xing looks at the destroyed building. She cries, thinking that she will have to pay off the loan for another 32 years. The out-of-breath hero calls out to his crying sister. Whimpering, Lin Xing rushes into the arms of a pleased Lin Huang. She says that she was afraid that he could die, and the hero calms her down. Lai Lan comments on the monster's strength in his thoughts. She then speaks out loud to Ling Xing, saying that there is nothing to worry about anymore because her brother has already killed a level 3 bronze rank vampire. Lin Xing says with a satisfied face that her brother was the best in the hunter school. After this, Lin Huang interrupts her and wonders what Lai Lan wants to know. Satisfied, Ling Xing asks Lai Lan who she is and what she is doing here. She introduces herself and says that she came to answer a call for help. The lasers form a diamond shape. It turns out to be a scanner through which Lai Lan explores the area. Ling Xing admires Lai Lan's fame and is glad to have met her. Lin Huang asks if the scanner is gold rank equipment. Lai Lan confirms, adding that with his help he will be able to assess the damage to the building and the heroes will be paid compensation, which surprises Ling Xing. Ling Xing is delighted that fueling such equipment is expensive, which means Lai Lan is rich. The hero enviously thinks that such equipment will be expensive even at iron rank. Lai Lan laughs loudly, saying that she has plenty of crystals, and Ling Xing continues to admire. Lai Lan snaps his fingers, telling him to open his eyes. A 3-year life crystal appears in Ling Xing's hands, which Lai Lan gives her, and Lin Huang understands that his sister is not so simple. Lai Lan, despite the already dead vampire, still wants to discuss with Lin Huang how he managed to win. Lai Lan says that with the hero's condition and level, it would be difficult to win, which means he must have some kind of special weapon that she is ready to purchase. The hero with a modest smile says that for the first time he saw high-ranking equipment in Lai Lan's hands, and also reflects that such equipment would cost a lot. With a smile, she pats the hero on the shoulder. She says that she underestimated him and that if he restored the Wheel of Life, he would become an excellent hunter, to which the hero says that he does not have much time left. As Lai Lan leaves, he mentions that the damage calculation has been completed, repairs will begin tomorrow, and the heroes will be provided with temporary housing, which makes the hero happy. Finally, Lai Lan turns around and wishes the hero not to die in order to meet him again. Lin Xing asks Lin Huang where they should sleep that night. He, with an annoyed face, says that they will come up with something. Lin Xing sits on the sofa, and Lin Huang tells her that it's better to sleep now and tomorrow everything will be fine. With a satisfied smile, Lin Huang strokes the head of the sleeping Lin Xing, noting that she is apparently still a child since she fell asleep so quickly. While Lin Xing is sleeping, Lin Huang thinks that apparently being a responsible brother is not that easy. A cat appears, scaring the hero. He says that little sister is cute, but brother is useless, also adding that only Lin Huang can see him. The hero also gives the cat the name Xiao Hai, which the cat himself does not really like. The irritated hero is satisfied with the fact that no one will be able to see Xiao Hai again. Lin Huang tells Xiao Hai that he recognizes his uselessness and therefore wants to draw another card. Xiao Hai clarifies whether Lin Huang really wants this right now, but that he receives confirmation. 12 cards appear, and the system announces that it will draw one, to which the hero calls himself lucky. In the next frame he chooses the card himself. Lin Hai says come on with irritation. The selected card is burned. The system window congratulates the hero on receiving the mission card, which disappoints the hero. Next comes a close-up of the mission map in hand. A little girl in a bunny costume appears from the map and announces that the mission is to become a novice hunter in a month, but if the goal is not completed, then the hero will lose the blessing forever, which surprises him. Lin Huang asks why he received a mission card if it requires at least an iron rank, to which Xiao Hai replies that the task has already begun and all the information is on the back of the card. The hero, holding the card, cries and says that apparently he will remain a loser for the rest of his life. The hero angrily says that it doesn't matter what the purpose of the corrective card is, because for him, losing will be the finale. With the house and blue sky in the background, Lin Xing says she went to school. Lin Xing runs away with toast in his mouth. Lin Huang shouts after her to be careful, despite the fact that the area is safe from monsters, and also that he will tell her when the workers arrive with information about the house. With a slight smile, Lin Huang says that she is late again. After slamming the door, he sighs and says it's time to get down to business. Xiao Hai appears with his face distorted into a comical grimace, which surprises Lin Huang. The hero takes Xiao Hai in his hands. He clarifies that he was licking himself, to which Lin Huang says that his business is more important. He asks what to do with the task. While licking his lips, Xiao Hai says that to gain admission you need to register, and for this you need an iron rank. He also adds that apparently fate played a trick on the hero. Lin Huang is offended by this and says that there will be dog stew for lunch. A frightened Xiao Hai replies that the hero just needs to find a way to bypass the registration rule. Thinking, the hero says that it is unrealistic to increase the rank so quickly, but you still need to participate. The main character says that he received a level up card, which means he can disguise himself as a tamer. The cat tells him that the idea is really good since tamers are very rare. Lin Huang says that defeating a 3rd level bronze rank vampire is enough to pass the exam. The hero also adds that if someone uses a weapon smeared with blood suppression poison, he will be at a disadvantage. Xiao Hai asks in surprise if the hero plans to use the level up card. Lin Huang replies that he understands how wasteful this is, but completing the quest is more important, and also asks how to summon the monster. Zio Hai replies that for this it is enough to present the monster card, and after it appears, crush it. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, Lin Huang asks if those around him can't see the cards he's summoning. This calms the hero down, because he understands that then he won't be discovered. Next is a close-up of the vampire card in the hero's hand. The hero clenches his hand into a fist and the figure of a young guy is formed from the fragments of the card. In the next shot, the guy stands tall, surrounded by a red aura, covering his face with his palm. He has dark hair and dark clothes with white stripes. Zio Hai asks if the heroes would like to choose one of the summoner skills. Lin Huang notices with a surprised face that the vampire disguises himself well. The hero suggests using the card right now. Zio Hai replies that the card can only be used once. Is Lin Huang sure that he wants to do it right now? To which the hero agrees. Zio Hai, with a bored, dissatisfied face, holds a level up card in his hands and says Advanced Vampire. After this, the card dissolves and turns into a beam that shoots from Zio Hai's finger towards the vampire, while he says that it is a pity to waste this card on some vampire. The hero covers his face with his hand and says that the glow is very bright. There is a notification that the process is completed, and the main character asks in surprise whether it worked. The vampire is shown again in full growth. The red aura around him became stronger and brighter, and his hair turned white. Zio Hai says the vampire is handsome. With a satisfied face, the main character points his finger at the vampire and says that with this hair color he should be called Kanki, but this would violate copyright, so he will be called Bai. The vampire dissolves into pixels. It turns into a card that falls into the main character's hand. A modified vampire card appears, now called Bai. The map shows the changed statistics: combat rank, iron rank 3rd level, skill 1, blood art, skill 2, rebirth, skill 3, blood rage, challenge status, unlocked, score, all still a weakling. The hero turns to Zio Hai with a request to give normal grades. The hero also asks why the vampire's rank has decreased. Zio Hai replies that the vampire was originally a level 3 bronze rank, but because the master is weak, the combat power he can display is equivalent to the 3rd level iron rank. Zio Hai also adds that it is rare to see a situation where a master, from due to inexperience, he lowered the rank of the summoned monster. Lin Huang says that if Zio Hai is so rude, he will never make friends. Zio Hai replies that he doesn't need them. The main character annoyedly shows his middle finger to Zio Hai while someone knocks heavily on the door. The hero, with a surprised look, comes up and grabs the door handle, not having time to finish the sentence. Having opened the door, he finishes the sentence, but 2 menacing men in suits and dark glasses look at him. A man with an aggressive look, combed back dark hair and dark glasses approaches the main character. He asks the hero if his name is Lin Huang. The hero answers in the affirmative, wondering in his mind who it could be: members of the mafia, murderers, or revenge of vampires. The man happily shakes the main character's hand and says that he is pleased to meet you, and also reports that they have received an order from the association to restore the house. The hero, pleasantly shocked, rejoices in his thoughts, as he thought that they had come for him. One of the 3 people in suits, behind whom stands a huge number of workers, says that if the hero has any wishes, then let them know. He also says that the repairs will end in 5 days, but in the meantime a new place of residence has been prepared for them. The man gives the hero a VIP pass. The hero is amazed that this is a very famous upscale hotel. The man says that the rest should be left to them and they will do everything in the best possible way. Against the backdrop of a school and a clear sky, the hero says that the association is giving huge subsidies to victims of monster attacks. Lin Huang walks with a dissatisfied face next to his sister. She says that this hotel is located next to her school, and therefore she always wanted to visit inside. The hero tells Ling Xing that he never thought they could live in such a luxurious place. The hotel staff turns to the heroes and asks them to pass. Lin Xing suggests that they eat first and then go to rest, to which the hero is surprised that they would eat in such a place. Arriving at the banquet hall, an annoyed Lin Xing says that apparently she is no longer hungry. Lin Huang, with a lobster in one hand, a full plate of dumplings in the other, and a bone in his mouth, replies that they will be served free food in their room. Lin Xing says with annoyance that there is nothing special about it and why did he start eating without her. Sitting at the table, she eats the meat quite intensively, saying that it is very tasty, while there is a plate of lobster and a large cake on the table. The hero, with crumbs at his mouth, making a surprised face, wonders why it suddenly became quiet. In the background, dark figures of people sitting at the table look at each other in surprise. The hero comments in his thoughts that they look scared. The figure of a formidable man with a beard, a scar near the eye and a huge sword, completely dressed in black, is shown in full growth. The hero comments in his thoughts that the man looks really scary. Lin Xing points his finger at this person with a confused expression and turns to his brother, about to finish his sentence. But she doesn't have time, because Lin Huang loudly tells her not to point her finger at the man and not to look at him, but to eat in silence. The main character looks sideways at a man who is sitting solemnly at a table with several dishes and wonders why the man is looking at them so intently. With a satisfied look and a full belly, Lin Xing pulls herself up and says that she is full. The heroes, with a menacing expression on their faces, grab her hand and say that since she is full, they need to return to the room, despite her sister's surprise and words that she was also expecting dessert. In his thoughts, the hero says that the aura around him does not give him peace, and since he cannot defeat the enemy, it is better to hide. He looks again at the man, who hits the table with both hands with all his might and gets up, to which the hero thinks, why doesn't this man eat at least a little? Satisfied, Lin Xing goes and comments on what their room will be like in this place, with a fluffy carpet like clouds. The hero looks at the sullen man walking behind them at a slow pace and does not understand. Why is he still following them? Lin Xing comes to room 302 and says that they have arrived, while Lin Huang thinks that even if he loses, he needs to protect his sister in any way. The hero stands in front of the surprised Lin Xing with an angry look and asks the man why he is pursuing them. The man begins his answer with the words because, looking as serious as possible. With the same serious look, he says that his room is opposite theirs. Entering her apartment, Lin Xing admires the size of the room and also says that in addition to this one, there are two more. The hero replies that he should take a breath because he is scared. Jumping onto the sofa with a satisfied look, Lin Xing says that this hotel is too crowded, but even if the man is bad, he still won't be able to do anything to them. Sighing, the main character says that she is right and the fact is that he is too tired, and also recommends that she go to the shower, do her homework and sleep. Lin Xing responds to this with dissatisfaction, since it is not always possible to live in such a luxurious place. A clock whose hands show 10. While Lin Xing is sleeping, the satisfied hero looks at her from the slightly open door and reflects that too much has happened in these 2 days. With a serious look, turning on the hologram of news from his ring, he thinks that on the internet you can find a lot of videos with the participation of their benefactor from the elite hunters. He hopes that he can get at least something useful from watching it. Looking at the video of Lilan, he says that, as expected, she is very skilled and it is not for nothing that she is called a genius among the silver hunters. The hero hears a sound from the next room, which makes him wary. Approaching the window, Lin Huang is surprised that despite it being midnight, the man they recently encountered decided to take a walk. The next shot shows a view from the window of a man walking through a small park, and the hero says that it is really him. The man walks with a serious look while the main character thinks about what he is going to do. The man makes a sharp swing with his sword, which surprises the hero. When the man finishes his swing, the hero realizes that the man is practicing. The hero, with annoyance on his face, understands that the man's skills are very good, and this is exactly what he lacks now. With a determined look, the hero remembers that there are only 18 styles of swordsmanship, so if he continues to observe, he will be able to remember the movements of this person. As the man continues to practice his sword, the hero realizes that the stay at the hotel was worth it. A bird flies up to the window and says that this is a delivery and they need to pick up the package. The system window explains that the bird of 1,000 words is a low-ranking monster capable of speaking human language. They are used in the delivery of various items, since they have storage in subspace. Standing in just a t-shirt and brushing his teeth, Lin Xing turns to his brother, asking if anyone ordered anything. Sitting on his haunches surrounded by several boxes and a package, the annoyed hero answers her in the affirmative, and also urges her to quickly get dressed, otherwise she will be late for school. Meanwhile, the bird asks the hero to sign. Lin Xing, with a curious look, tries to understand what exactly her brother bought online, and he pushes her in the back with an embarrassed look and says that he is preparing for the hunter exam, so she better get ready. View of a slamming door. With his hands on his hips, the hero says that the equipment was worth almost all his savings and hopes that it will be useful. Sitting on one of the boxes and disassembling others, he says that despite only 10 armor-piercing bullets, they could be very useful in the future. The view switches to the box, which the hero characterizes as the most important thing. Next is a shot of him holding in his hand a large black and silver sword with light blue elements, calling it a combat longsword made of black steel, and they also say that this is the only one he can afford. Closing his eyes and holding his sword tightly, the hero says that he remembers the 18th style well, which is worth trying. He makes sweeping movements, simultaneously commenting on 3 techniques, namely a lunge, a turn and strike, a move and a cut. The hero receives a notification on the ring, which surprises him. The system window congratulates him on receiving the first fragment of the Great Devastation skill. The hero turns to Xiao Hai, who has suddenly appeared, and asks what he should do with this fragment of the skill. The cat replies that they need to collect all the fragments in order to transform them into one complete skill. The hero raises the sword and with joy and stars in his eyes says that it is easy because he can get them simply by swinging the sword several times. Zio-Hai says that the hero is daydreaming, against the background of two identically standing figures of the main character. Zio-Hai with a serious look says that success is a maximum of 80% of the accuracy of the original, and he can get a fragment if he repeats the technique perfectly. He also adds that once he reaches 100% accuracy, he will be able to continue receiving skill fragments. The surprised hero asks that he really needs to swing a sword one-on-one like a man with a scar, to which Zio-Hai answers in the affirmative, adding that gaining skills is not as easy as the main character thinks. Lin Huang, in a fighting stance with a determined look, says that he will continue to practice and get all the fragments, to which Zio-Hai yawns, wishes him luck and says that he will go to bed. 9 hours later, window view. The hero lies on the floor of his room and breathes heavily. The system notification says that 20 fragments have been collected. The hero, looking tired, says that it's hard for him to breathe. The door handle twitches. Ling Xing tells her brother that she has returned. The sister who entered the room introduces the main character to the founder of the hotel, who entered with her and also asks why he sleeps on the floor. The hero turns to a man named Mr. Yu and also says that it's okay, let him come and sit down. Mr. Yu says that he is glad that the heroes are staying at their hotel, and also that he has been busy lately and apologizes for not greeting them earlier. The sister asks what his brother has been doing since the morning. The tired hero, sprawled out in a chair, says that it's nothing. Mr. Yu says that Lin Huang is a very hardworking young man and also offers him the soothing tea he prepared for him. The hero thanks Mr. Yu and also praises the hotel for its wonderful view and excellent service. Mr. Yu, a bald man in glasses and a polo shirt, says he is honored to hear that his client is happy, adding that he will not bother them and if they need anything, they can contact him. Lin Xing, looking towards the departing Mr. Yu, says that for the founder of a hotel, he is quite kind. The hero replies that this is probably true, and besides, his tea is very tasty. Lin Xing, leaning her hands on a certain suitcase, says that the gentleman handed it to her with the words that it was a reward from the Hunters Association for killing a monster. The hero puts the suitcase on the table and says that he is curious what reward he will be given for this. In the open suitcase lies a certain black lid with a blue backlight. The hero is surprised that the suitcase can be opened only by a fingerprint and wonders what is inside. The hero, filled with joy, picks up a pistol and says that this is the Dark Eagle 33, a new mechanical weapon made of black steel from the Desert Eagle Company, which is not only a pistol mode, but also a sniper rifle. The heroes assume a fighting pose while the sister looks at him in surprise. He says that these are the best black steel mechanical weapons on the market at the moment and most likely cost more than most bronze rank equipment, to which Lin Xing replies that the association is very generous. Lin Huang laments that activating such a weapon requires a lot of energy, meaning he will not be able to use it until he reaches iron rank, and also mentally adds that he should hurry up and collect all the fragments of the Great Devastation. Lin Xing is surprised by his brother's unexpected desire to take part in the exam and, although he has no doubt that he is strong, he is still worried. The hero strokes his sister's head, who is breaking into an embarrassed smile, and says that she shouldn't worry and he won't leave her, and she replies that she believes him. Against the backdrop of houses, the hero tells his sister that she's had enough of wasting her pants and it's time to do her homework, and she answers in the affirmative, adding that he's grumpy. The hero stands in a decisive pose in the middle of the room and says in his thoughts that after Mr. Yu's tea he rested well and is ready to continue. While he is swinging his sword, thinking that not only has he become calmer, but his concentration has also increased, and perhaps this is due to the fact that his skill is also growing. He receives several system notifications about receiving a fragment of the Greater Devastation skill. The hero realizes in shock that he cannot stop. There is a decanter and a mug in the frame. Lin Xing wishes his brother good morning. She is surprised that her brother did not sleep all night, while he stands in a fighting stance and thinks that the chance of receiving fragments is increasing and he must continue. In a fighting pose, with his eyes closed, he thinks that he should not stop and continue, while his sister, with an annoyed look, says that she is leaving. Against the background of the house in the clear sky, a system window pops up, congratulating you on receiving a fragment of the Great Desolation skill. Against the background of the hero's satisfied face, another system window appears, informing that the hero has received 300 fragments of the Great Devastation skill and is able to convert them into the rare Great Devastation skill, and also asks if he wants to do this. The hero says that the fragments can be converted into a rare skill, so of course he wants to. Lin Huang confirms. A yellow card appears in his hand with his figure holding a sword, to which he is surprised. The hero reads the title of the card The Great Devastation, Part 1 with annoyance. A system window appears with the characteristics of the skill card, name, Great Devastation, first part, value, rare, type of skill, Blade skill, skill rank, gold, status. Available. Note, this skill is classified as a special skill, so it has no level restrictions. The power will change according to the user's strength. Note, this will do. Zio-Hai appears and says that the Great Devastation has two parts that, when combined, produce an epic rank card, which hits the hero. Zio-Hai also adds that the second part was lost and even he does not know its location. The hero turns around with relief and hopes that the man with the scar will not be angry when he learns that the hero copied his skill, even if it looked like he was deliberately demonstrating his technique. She also plans to thank him and find out about the second part. The doorbell rings. A gloomy bald man opens the door for the main character and asks what he needs. To the man's surprise, Lin Huang bows and thanks him for teaching him sword skills for 3 days. The man replies that he did not teach him, although if he was diligent, then he learned himself, and how much he understood is already his problem. Lin Huang says that even in this case, he wants to thank the man, but he slams the door with all his might in the hero's face. The frustrated protagonist doesn't know what to say. He turns around and thinks to himself that he will ask about the second part after the end of the exam. Lin Xing asks his brother in surprise whether the house has been repaired and whether they should return there tomorrow, to which he gives an affirmative answer. Frustrated, Lin Xing falls to her knees and laments that this is all too fast, to which the main character asks if she refuses to leave because of the good food and a comfortable room. Lin Huang pats her sister on the head and tells her not to worry because in the future they will live in a much better place, and she affirmatively replies that she is happy that she can live next to her brother. Looking out the window at a tall building, the brother tells his sister to go to bed early because tomorrow will be a difficult day. The bald man tells Mr. Yu that he doesn't understand what he saw in this guy because he was just lucky to kill a vampire. Mr. Yu calls himself Yu Qin, and the man Gui, simultaneously asking the latter if Yu Qin has ever been wrong about people. Dewey says that Yu Qin's personality is special and he cannot interfere in the affairs of this world, and apparently that's why he ordered Gui to train the hero. Yu Qin says that he knows the limits of his powers, and also asks Gui what he thinks about the hero. He replies that despite his talents, compared to Lai Lan, he cannot be called a genius. With a smile, Yu Qin asks how long it took Gui to learn the first part of the Great Devastation. Dewey replies that although it is simple, he practiced 18 hours every day for 103 days to master the technique. Yu Qin asks that if it took the Blade Genius 103 days to learn the first part of the Great Devastation, then how long did it take for the hero? Gui replies that in his opinion, at least 2-3 years. Yu Qin shows 3 fingers, to which Gui asks that it's really about 3 years. Yu Qin says no, because the hero learned it in just 3 days. Shocked, Gui says that this cannot be, to which Yu Qin tells him that nothing is impossible and it's worth getting ready because it's time for them to leave. Shocked, Gui agrees. Second day, sunny day, view of a residential area with mountains in the background. The shocked Lin Xing asks the equally surprised Lin Huang if she is sleeping, to which he also asks what happened here. Lin Xing wonders if they are in the wrong place, to which Lin Huang tells her to look at the number because this is definitely their house. A blonde man in a suit, standing near the front door, addresses the main character and tells him welcome. He hands the hero the key and asks if they are satisfied with their work, to which the hero replies that the house was only slightly damaged and only needed to be repaired, and they built them a new one. With a satisfied face, the man replies that since they are friends of Mrs. Lai, they had to give it their all. The surprised hero wonders who Mrs. Lai is, to which his sister replies that perhaps he means Lai Lan. The man replies that everything is so and the lady helped them a little with the order for restoration. Moreover, when the authorities saw this order, they demanded that everything be done in the best possible way. The pensive hero asks that she was not just a hunter, to which the man replies that her father is one of the 3 vice leaders of the 7th District branch of the Hunters Association, and her mother is the 7th District representative of the Federation. Moving away, the man waves to the heroes and wishes them a great day and see you soon, while the hero voices his hopes that they will not see each other again, because he does not want the house to be destroyed again. And the sister replies that they decided to please him, thinking that he was Lai Lan's friend. The hero with a satisfied expression on his face says that, one way or another, they turned out to be in the black, to which the sister replies that everything is very beautiful and these people may be stupid, but they definitely have taste. While the joyful Lin Xing runs around the apartment and inspects it, the hero with a serious look thinks that since the renovation is completed, he needs to focus on the main thing. The hero, with the same serious look, introduces a large group of people who are fighting each other and comments that in 3 days the exam for a novice hunter will begin. The hero screams in shock with a scared look. The next shot is of him flying happily on a giant griffin. The system window says that the griffin is a low-ranking monster that specializes in flight, has amazing speed and explosive power, and, despite its enormous strength, the creatures have been tamed and are responsible for transporting people between areas. Code Area 7C87. The hero flies on a griffin towards a group of buildings, saying that he got there in just 2 hours and the speed of griffins really deserves its reputation. The hero, with a confident look against the backdrop of an enclosure with griffins, says that big cities are very different and there are a lot of people here, and also thinks about where he should go first. With a slightly sad expression on his face, he remembers how his sister wished him good luck and also how he handed over all his savings to her for a short time while he was gone. The hero is called out by a young guy with blonde hair, a black shirt, blue jeans, and a backpack in his hand. He asks the hero to wait and also asks if he has come to take the exam, offering to go together. Lin Huang asks the guy who he is. The guy, hugging the hero, introduces himself as Yin Yihan and also says that he did not expect that there would be a daredevil who would decide to take the exam even without reaching the iron rank. The hero, with a perplexed look, says that his name is Lin Huang and thanks for the compliment, but in his thoughts he thinks what's wrong with this guy, he's too talkative. Code 7C87 branch of the Hunters Association. And Khan says that this stronghold is considered medium and usually people leave missions in it, and hunters come to pick them up. Adding that despite the abundance of people, if you follow the crowd, they will definitely be able to find the right place. The hero notices that Yihan knows something about the association, and Khan replies that it goes without saying, because he always dreamed of becoming a hunter, so he studied everything connected with this place. Close up on a smiling girl with gray hair and cat ears in a revealing black outfit. She addresses the heroes, asking if they are here to take the hunter exam, and if so, it will begin soon and they need to follow her. The heroes are shocked. The next shot shows a huge crowd of people, and the heroes are wondering if all these people really came to the exam because there are so many of them. Sitting on the floor in the corner, looking tired, Lin Huang asks what the briefing is for, to which Yihan replies that the professionals are telling him how the exam will be held. A menacing girl with red hair asks everyone to shut up. She is dressed in a kind of school uniform with a short skirt and stockings, and in her hands is a whip. She introduces herself as Yu and says that she will be their examiner, and that from now on the entrance to the hall is closed and latecomers will be disqualified. And Han says that the girl is known as the Demoness Yu, and the hero asks about her nickname. The girl pulls the whip tightly and says that she will tell the rules, and if someone speaks with her, then they can only blame themselves for the consequences. She reveals that the exam will be held 330 kilometers from the Citadel, and the area will be the Golden Flame Desert. The hero sits in fear. The girl continues, saying that the task is to go through the desert in 15 days to get to 7D121, located 1,500 kilometers from the landing site. Showing the route on the map that appears, it adds that it is forbidden to bring any water or food, and food can only be obtained in the desert itself. And Han asks the main character why he writes down the location of monsters rather than water sources, to which the hero replies that he doesn't want to die prematurely, so he marks them in order to avoid them. Yu points to the expanded map, saying that it now shows a safe path, but the participants will have to independently overcome the snowy mountain, which is called the Goddess Ridge. She also adds that they can use any available tools, and if at the end of the exam they do not reach the 7D121 stronghold, they will be disqualified. While the people in the background are surprised that you have to climb the mountain with your bare hands, Yihan and Lin Huang are discussing the spatial relic, and Han says that relics are extremely rare items of gold rank or higher, and the only way to obtain them is by killing a monster of superior rank or higher, emphasizing that the Demoness is tough. Yu addresses the participants lined up in a row. They say that before the transfer, her assistants will check the inventory because it is not allowed to take equipment higher than iron rank, as well as poisons and illegal items. She also adds that everyone has a means of calling for help, but once used, a rescue team will come and the participant will be disqualified. With the hand in which she holds the whip, Oa stops the protagonist, and he thinks that this is for the reasons that he has not reached the iron rank and she wants to cancel his participation. With a grin, she looks at the hero and chuckles, and he asks if she is laughing at him. With a calm look, she tells him to go ahead, to which he agrees. In her thoughts, she commented that in her opinion he would not last long and therefore did not even ask anything. The hero stands against the backdrop of a mountain landscape surrounded by holograms and is amazed. They say it's amazing. Yihan says that the power of spatial relics is beyond imagination, that they are very rare and much more valuable than weapons of the same rank, to which the hero adds that she is not a demoness and should be called Doraemon, to Yihan's misunderstanding. Yu stands surrounded by 4 men in suits and dark glasses, saying that they have checked all the things, and also adds that the rings of the Empire that give access to the network and any type of communication and navigation maps will be disabled, and only inventory will be available. The participants, shocked by this, say that this year's exam is too tough and that they are all screwed, and also adding that where there is a demoness, there is trouble and the percentage of those passing this year will most likely be the smallest in history. With a smile, Yu announces that the exam has begun. The participants run as fast as they can. Some say that it is better to quickly occupy areas with water, while others ask not to push, and still others add that there will still be time to fight, so it is better to stop. Lin Huang and Yihan are running. Yihan says goodbye to the hero, saying that he will go forward to explore the area. Lin Huang replies that he will not rush, thinking that he would like to go faster, but his strength does not allow it. While the hero runs behind the crowd of other participants, Yu comments on his actions. She says that with his speed per day he can cover 40 kilometers, but unfortunately he only has 15 days, which means his limit is only half the distance. She sits on the red chair while a masked man stands next to her, closing his eyes and smiling. He says that the guy is not even an iron rank, but he still decided to take the exam, and it seemed to him that Lin Huang had some special skills, but apparently his abilities are below average. With a smile, Yu is ready to bet that the hero will not last even 3 days, let alone 15. The hero walks against the backdrop of desert dunes while Xiao Hai talks to him. The cat says that at this speed the hero won't cover 500 kilometers in a year. Lin Huang peers into the distance, placing his palm to his forehead, while a surprised Xiao Hai glances at him. The hero says that he is different from the iron rank participants, and if he could run like them, he would do it in half a day. Xiao Hai says that if he subtracts 2 days for climbing the mountain, he needs to walk more than 100 kilometers per day to pass the exam. The hero, reading the notebook, says that he can only rely on himself. Xiao Hai says that the system only has an auxiliary function and he cannot help the hero directly. Slamming the book shut with all his might, the hero turns to Xiao Hai, saying that he just needs information and he can handle it alone. When Xiao Hai asks what the hero is going to do, Lin Huang asks to give him information about the sand ogres of the Shadu tribe. A system window appears informing you that sand ogres are iron rank monsters, over 5 meters tall, with high attack power but low intelligence, living in groups in the Golden Flame Desert, and are rude and cruel monsters. With a disappointed face, Xiao Hai asks Lin Huang if he wants to leave the safe path to find the sand ogres. The hero agrees, saying that he needs to collect the fragments to transform them into a summon card, and adding that since ogres live in groups, this will make it easier for him to hunt, and he also plans to use the ogre as a mount. Shocked, Xiao Hai says that Lin Huang has gone crazy and that he cannot cope with the whole tribe because the ogres will crush him. The hero with a malicious look asks who said that he was alone. Shadu tribe. View of tents and a fire among sand dunes. A 2-headed ogre sits near the tent and snores. A stone flies into one of the heads, which surprises the ogre and he wakes up. The hero waves to the angry district from afar. The ogre with a loud roar takes the club and moves towards the hero. He delivers a powerful blow that causes the ground to crack, and the hero notes that the ogre stinks. During the escape, the hero teases the ogre, saying that if he wants to feast on human flesh, then he should chase him. The ogre swings with a loud roar at the smiling fleeing hero. A close-up of the surprised eyes of one of the ogre's heads. During the jump, a strong wind blows both of the ogre's heads off. View of a foot landing on the sand. It turns out to be Bai, who was summoned by the main character. The hero runs towards the vampire with a satisfied look and shows him his class, while the surprised Xiao Hai flies after him. The hero says that Bai is super strong and he knew that he could rely on him. Xiao Hai says that for a vampire of the 3rd iron rank with the fighting ability of the copper rank, monsters of the 1st iron rank will be too simple, and also asks what the main character meant by Bai when he said that he was not alone. Patting Bai on the shoulder and showing his class with a pleased look, the hero says that since the vampire is so strong, then there is no need to risk his life by luring the monsters one by one and they can just rush in and kill everyone. The hero is surprised by the system notification that he has received prana. A giant glowing blue gear appears above the hero's head. He looks at his hands in surprise and asks why his life wheel is glowing and what is happening. Xiao Hai slams his fist on his palm, saying that he forgot to inform the hero that the summoned monsters can help him with restoring the wheel of life. He explains that when a summoned monster kills another monster and receives its life force, then half will remain for the hero, and since Bai's life wheel is full, then all the prana is transferred to the hero. While the vampire continues to stand emotionless, the joyful hero turns to Xiao Hai, saying that initially his wheel had only 3 sections, but now there are already 28, which means that he will not slowly die and he has hope of breaking through to the iron stage. With an angry and pleased face, he takes out his sword and says that it is time to hunt, while the vampire closes his eyes with a dissatisfied look. 2 ogres stand in the corner and speak in inarticulate phrases. One of the ogres is bound by red energy on his sides. The main character attacks the chained ogre, hits him on the head with a sword and says taste my great desolation, while the vampire blows off the head of another. The 3 ogres watch this scene in shock. The vampire and the hero start a massacre until the latter receives several notifications about fragments of obtaining the Sand Ogre card, which pleases the hero. Xiao Hai appears and tells Lin Huang that in order to break through to Iron Rank, the 152 sections of his life wheel must be filled with prana, and he has already filled the white sections, so he only has the gray ones left, which he can fill using additional life force. Lin Huang says in his thoughts that to activate one gray section, he would need the same amount of prana as required for 10 years of life or about 10 white sections. That is, in the past he would not have thought about this, but now he finally has. Then there was a chance. The hero and his vampire continue to exterminate the ogres. The fleeing hero is shocked by the roars and screams he hears. Looking around in surprise, he wonders if there is really anyone left alive, to which Xiao Hai tells him that the hero is in big trouble. The other test takers sitting around the fire also hear a loud roar, which surprises them. Yihan sits among the participants while the others converse, suggesting that the Sand Ogre from the Shadu tribe shouted, not understanding why he went into berserk mode while being a copper rank. One of the participants says that the only ones who would dare to attack the Shadu tribe are giant saber-toothed wolves, and apparently today there will be a bloodbath. Yihan wishes Lin Huang safety in his thoughts. The hero sneezes because he is remembered. A hand emerges from the ground with enormous force and a loud roar. Lin Huang, Xiao Hai and Bai stand in shock. The hero notices that the monster is at least 10 meters tall, and Xiao Hai tells him that no one asked him to kill so many ordinary ogres and he himself is to blame for causing the wrath of this big guy, ironically wishing the hero good luck. Chief of the Shadu tribe, copper rank. A huge three-headed ogre appears, walking towards the heroes with an aggressive look. The hero and Bai try to fight back. Lin Huang says with anger and annoyance that the monster's skin is too thick. The ogre hits the ground with his mace with all his might. The hero with an aggressive look shoots from a pistol, simultaneously thinking that the ogre has too much health and enormous strength, so if he continues like this, he may die. The hero gets in the enemy's face, thinking that he needs to attack in weak spots, because this is the only way he can win. The ogre with an evil smile hits right next to the hero's face, but misses. Lin Huang orders the vampire to attack the ogre from behind. An ogre with a sad look blocks a pistol shot with his palm. Bai attacks the ogre from behind. He turns around, which forces the vampire to stop attacking and jump away. The ogre, with a shocked look, sharply turns to the main character, who is shouting to the vampire to finish off the enemy. To Bai's surprise, the ogre attacks the hero with a sharp jump. Lin Huang is frightened and realizes that the ogre has decided to attack him. The ogre approaches the hero with a loud roar. Lin Huang, smiling evilly, says that the enemy has been caught. He loads the gun. After firing 3 charged shots, he screams die. Iron-grade explosive rounds. 3 shots hit the ogre directly in the face, turning the frame red. As the dead ogre disintegrates into pixels, Xiao Hai says excellent. 666. Amazing. The hero with an aggressive expression on his face turns to Xiao Hai and says that he suddenly became bolder, and as soon as there was danger, he ran away with his tail between his legs. Xiao Hai replies that since he can't help, he tries not to be a burden. The hero receives a system notification. Received a rare monster card Sand Ogre X1. You killed someone who is higher in rank than you. The reward is a promotion card X1. The hero puts the pistol into his inventory with a satisfied look, and is also surprised that he was given an entire map, because he did not think that a loser like him could be so lucky. Xiao Hai complains that if Bai had dealt the final blow, the hero could have received a lot of prana. A window pops up with the characteristics of the ogre, monster card, value, rare, monster type, giant, skill 1, giant strength, skill 2, giant endurance, skill 3, steel body, status, may be called up, the rating is also crap. The joyful hero holds a card in his hand. He is not surprised that Bai could not kill this ogre because it has the same rarity, and the ogre also has a cool passive skill that increases stats. Lin Huang speaks to Xiao Hai. The hero reports that last time he absorbed the Art of Blood skill, and now he will choose Giant Endurance. Xiao Hai says that this is a good choice, because the hero needs a lot of strength to run away from everyone like the last coward, to which Lin Huang asks how long it has been since Xiao Hai got into the cabin. The hero reflects that after the extermination of the Shadu tribe, he received enough map fragments and now he has 3 monsters to summon. In hand, the system notification informs about the absorption of the skill and the acquisition of the Giant's Endurance skill. With an irritated look, Xiao Hai says that no matter how many monster cards Lin Huang collects, he still won't be able to summon more than 1, especially since it makes sense to talk about this when the hero becomes stronger. The hero hits himself in the chest with his fist and, with a tired look, returns by inside the map, praising him for a job well done. The hero looks at the ogre standing in front of him, surprised by his size and strength, and decides to call him Tyrant, to which he receives criticism from Zio High. System notification: Titan Shadow Iron rank 3 stars. The hero, placing his palm to his forehead, peers into the distance while Zio High turns to him with a malicious look. Zio High says that if the hero's plan is followed, the ogre should help him cross the desert. Lin Huang replies that using this card for driving is a waste and he has another idea. With an angry look, he holds 2 cards in his hands. He tells the tyrant to return, because it was not in vain that they slaughtered the entire Shadu tribe with Bai before. The system reports that the fragments have been combined into the monster card Sand Ogre X1. From the card in the hands of the main character, a full ogre appears with an embarrassed look and a flower on his head. The hero says that an ordinary ogre will also do, because Tyrant and Bai will be his trump cards, and therefore he will not use them for now. Zio High says that as expected from a coward, the hero comes up with some smart plans again. Summon Monster Sand Ogre X1. The ogre carries the main character, who sits on his shoulders with a contented look, simultaneously communicating with Zio High. Zio High says that if the hero has a monster card of the same type, then a rarer card can absorb the worse one and get an improvement in a random skill, to which the hero asks that he can give this monster to be devoured by the tyrant and improve one of the latter's skills, receiving an affirmative answer. Sitting on the back of the ogre, the hero says that there is no need to rush and he still needs to catch up with the others, and therefore he will use the monster for protection and help in the hunt, and after completing the exam he will feed the tyrant. Zio High says with a dissatisfied expression that he didn't think the hero would think this far through. With great speed, leaving behind clouds of smoke, the ogre runs through the desert. Sitting on the ogre's back, the hero says that without him he would not have been able to advance so far. The ogre's foot stumbles over a taut chain. While the frightened ogre falls with a surprised expression on his face, the hero flies off his back, screaming in fear. While the ogre fell backward, the hero landed on his knees, asking what kind of freaks dared to attack him. They answer him that it was rude. Is he really not afraid of death at all? To which the hero responds with shocked bewilderment. A sad ogre whines with a bump on his head. 4 human figures are looking at the heroes, one of which is in the shadows behind. The blonde man in the purple hoodie standing in front of everyone says that Lin Huang is the guy who has not even reached the iron rank, but decided to take the hunter exam. The hero, with a serious look, shakes himself off from his fall while the enraged ogre stands behind him. Lin Huang says that it is this guy again, and he already thought that it might be some kind of monster. The angry blonde calls the main character a freak and asks who he called a monster. The blue-haired man in glasses with a calm, satisfied face asks the name of the main character, and also asks for forgiveness for falling into their trap. And he also introduces himself as Zuo Q Kang, and calls the blonde man Zhu Jai, saying that the hero should not worry and they have no evil intentions. Lin Huang asks them to step aside as he needs to move on. In his thoughts, he reasons that this guy may be their leader and also that he knows how to speak beautifully, but the hero still sees right through everything. Q Kang explains that the difficulty of this exam is not a joke and, despite the strength of the monster, the hero himself is very weak, and on top of that, he invites the hero to unite and help when they reach the mountain. The hero thanks them for the invitation, but he is more comfortable alone since he is not a team player and thinking to himself that the guy has finally decided to show his true colors. Q Kang advises the hero to think things over carefully. Zhu Jai angrily takes out a knife from behind his back. He calls the hero a worm, saying that they gave him a chance because they don't care about the hero, but only about his ogre, so no one would pay attention to the hero himself. He also adds that despite the fact that the hero is a tamer, this does not mean anything and he will not easily get away with insulting the noble family of Zuokyu. The hero with an aggressive smile thinks that the opponents do not intend to retreat. In his thoughts, he believes that such families have gold rank hunters, and therefore the Federation recognizes them as a noble family, so it is not surprising that the guy is so arrogant. Zhu Jai angrily tells the hero not to waste their time, and Q Kang explains that they are not forcing him, but they are annoyed by his attitude and therefore want to teach the hero a lesson. The hero stands opposite a group of opponents, including Zhu Jai, who says that freaks like Lin Huang need to get it into their heads how to behave. With a shout of attack, they jump at high speed on the main character and his ogre. At the moment when their blades were supposed to touch the ogre, he disappears, leaving a little smoke in his place. Zhu Jai lunges at the hero, saying that then the tamer will die first while the hero stands in confusion. Bai appears in front of Lin Huang with a burning blue eye, and the hero says let's see if Zhu Jai is strong enough for this. Zhu Jai asks with a shocked look. The vampire delivers a flurry of blows to the stunned opponent. The 3 men run forward, surprised that the hero had another monster in stock, and also want to help Zhu Jai. The hero cancels Bai's call. The hero summons the ogre tyrant. Two people with a dumbfounded look say that it is impossible to summon 3 monsters. The ogre with a stern look scatters 3 people with 1 blow. The weakened Zujai tries to get up, cursing the hero and trying to understand how he did it. The beaten and annoyed Q Kang says that a person who has not reached the iron rank is able to summon 3 monsters. This is impossible. The hero, with a stern look, asks if they wanted to teach him a lesson. Have they really changed their minds now, while a huge evil game is standing behind him? Q Kang puts up a magical shield, blocking the blow of the enraged ogre and asking the hero to calm down and talk. Q Kang stands behind the protective shield, which is cracked, and thinks that only a copper-ranked monster could damage an iron-ranked defensive weapon so easily. The hero with a malicious smile asks the tyrant to calm down and offers to see what his opponents say. Q Kang admits with an evil smile that they made a mistake and asks them to forgive them. Zujai is furious and says not to be afraid of the hero, because if he kills them, he will be removed from the exam and blacklisted, and therefore he will never be able to take the exam again, especially since killing a member of a noble family is a serious crime in the Federation. Q Kang tells Zujai to shut up with an angry expression, much to the latter's surprise. Q Kang extends his hand to the hero and says that the family recognizes strong people, and he is also ready to make everyone apologize to the hero and compensate for losses, as well as become his friend. In addition, the hero can take any piece of equipment from his inventory. Lin Huang says he doesn't need compensation. The hero points at Zujai, saying that he only needs all the items from the latter's inventory in order to cover the moral damage caused by his arrogance, which shocks Zujai. Shouting that the summoner is useless without his monster, he advises the hero to stop looking down on them and throws a spike at him. The ogre covers the hero with his hand, into which a spike is stuck, and Lin Huang himself chuckles smugly. Shooting from a pistol at the flying thorns, the hero asks that, in Zujai's opinion, he won't be able to fight back. The heroes hit Zujai in the shoulder, which shocks Q Kang. Zujai shakes with a desperate grimace and asks for help. Q Kang turns away with a stern expression. The hero approaches the enemy lying on the ground. They say that he gives him 3 seconds. He points the gun at Zujai and adds that these 3 seconds are needed to say the last words. With an evil smile, looking into the barrel of the gun, Zujai says that the hero will not dare to kill him, because then But he doesn't have time to finish, because the hero interrupts him, continuing the idea that then he will lose the qualifications to become a hunter and asks the enemy that, in his opinion, the hero cares about this. Standing with his foot on Zujai's wounded shoulder, Lin Huang says that he doesn't even have an iron rank, but he is already capable of summoning strong monsters, of which he has 3, so if he doesn't become a hunter, then will any other organization refuse? From him, Zujai screams angrily. With an expression on his face breaking into an evil smile, the hero asks if, in Zujai's opinion, the association will let him go so easily. Because even if he kills not only him, but also the young master, the hero will still have a chance to leave without anyone finding out. Zujai begs him for mercy with a scared look. The hero says goodbye to Zujai and pulls the trigger. Q Kang fearfully shouts at the hero to stop, adding that he can ask for whatever he wants, but only if he spares Zujai, adding that he will do everything possible to please the hero. Zujai kneels down and says that he has 4 pieces of iron equipment that he is willing to give everything up. He also adds that the hero can take all things from the inventory, the main thing is not to kill. Holding the gun, the hero says that he just wants to pull the trigger, but bending his hand, he continues that this time perhaps it is worth treating his master with respect. In his thoughts, thinking that killing Zujai would threaten a lot of problems, but these nobles irritate him too much. And on top of everything else, now this family will not touch him and will be in debt. A dark figure in the shadows walks behind the hero and quietly asks for help. Lin Huang turns around and realizes that someone is coming. It turns out to be Yihan, with a stooped appearance and dark eyes, walking towards the hero. Lin Huang wonders why this shape looks so familiar to him. View of the desert at night. Sitting on logs and frying meat on a fire, Yihan says that he did not expect that the hero seemed like a tamer, and also that if he had not met him, he would have already been buried under this sand, and laughs loudly. It seemed to the hero that Iken went with the leading group, and therefore he did not understand how he could have lost his course. Against the backdrop of roasting meat on a fire, Yihan replies that it's better not to ask. When Yihan talks about the reason for splitting the ogre, he drools and stares at the large piece of meat while the hero looks at the ogre in annoyance. And Khan says that when they set up the tent and prepared to spend the night, they were attacked by ogres, and therefore everyone fled. Cutting the meat with a knife, Yikan thanks the hero and calls him a benefactor. Having cut off a piece of meat, he holds it out towards the hero on the blade, breaking into a wide smile. He advises the hero to try the armored boar that his team caught, to which the hero is surprised, because he did not expect that Yihan could cook. With stars in his eyes, Yihan says that his life's goal is to become a gourmet hunter, asking if the hero has heard of such. Against the backdrop of a huge array of dishes, Yihan explains that traveling around the world in search of the best ingredients to create the most delicious dishes is his life's goal. Yi-Han, the ogre, and Lin Huang are sitting near a fire on which meat is roasting, and Han explains that armored boar meat is succulent, but will taste even better when grilled, adding that saber-toothed wolf meat is also amazing, and also saying that different areas have different monsters, for which there are different cooking methods. The hero sighs with a tired look, thinking to himself that despite the fact that Yi-Han is a good person, and on top of everything else, he is good at cooking, and therefore it would be useful to keep him close. It is difficult to be with him, because he is very noisy. Against the backdrop of the night desert, sparks from the fire soar into the sky. Yi-Han asks Lin Huang if he is serious. He says that he lost his tent, and the hero's tent is with him, so it's cramped, but he's not offended and asks to be let inside, or the hero wants him to sleep on the sand. Lin Huang, sticking his head out of the tent, tells Yi-Han that he won't be able to sleep if someone is nearby. Sad Yi-Han lies down by the fire, saying that he is simply too fat, and therefore the hero is unpleasant to be near him. The hero looks at the ogre and says that he is not tired at all, so it is better to leave him as a guard just in case. A tent, an extinguished fire, and a sleeping Yi-Han against the backdrop of sand. The contented sleeping Yi-Han apparently dreams of food. View of the extinct fire. The main character is dozing contentedly in a tent. He opens his eyes and asks in surprise. From inside the tent, the shadow of an ogre is visible, roaring. Walking out of the tent, he asks what happened while Yi-Han sleeps in the background. The hero asks the angry ogre what is wrong and where the danger is. Frozen in shock, the hero swore and added that everything was very bad. Running up to Yi-Han, he pulls him by the hand and shouts at him to get up quickly. Sleepy Yi-Han asks if it's really morning and time for breakfast. The hero with a stern look continues to beg Yi-Han to get up because he needs to run. Sleepy Yi-Han asks why they should run, because the hero's monster is very strong. Lin Huang turns to the side and invites Yi-Han to take a look for himself. A huge number of black birds, called a flock of yin crows, fly against the sky, and the heroes say that they are finished. Sitting on the back of an ogre, Yi-Han and Lin Huang run away from a flock of birds. And Khan, looking frightened, screams for help and that it is too early for him to die. Lin Huang yells at him, saying that he should stop yelling because he is only attracting birds. The hero realizes with annoyance that yin crows belong to the family of ghosts and do not have a physical body and therefore can pass through objects and therefore have nowhere to hide, so this is definitely the end. Against the background of a dead, dried body, the hero recalls seeing the news that an entire squad of hunters was killed by such crows, adding that there were no injuries on the corpses, but their souls were sucked out and they themselves looked like mummies. And Han says that even gold-rank hunters prefer to avoid the flock of these crows. The hero turns to the tyrant as Yi-Han abruptly falls from the ladder's shoulder. The ogre grabs Yi-Han with a sharp movement, to the ladder's surprise. With the hero on his shoulder and Yi-Han in his hand, the ogre continues to run away from the birds. Sitting on the ogre's shoulder, the hero reflects that sooner or later they will be caught up, so the only chance to survive is to request help by pressing a button, but this will lead to disqualification. With a menacing look, he continues to think that if he does not pass the exam, he will lose his system, which is tantamount to losing everything, and therefore he cannot give up so easily, even if he dies. Looking at the aggressive ghost birds, Lin Huang wonders what he should do and what are the ways to survive this. Code Area 7D121. Beautiful multi-story buildings against the backdrop of the starry sky. A woman's hand holds a glass of wine and says that not even a day has passed since many people gave up. It turns out to be Yu sitting in her nightie. In her opinion, this year's participants are very weak and if any talents do not emerge among them, then everyone will laugh at her. A card appears, making calling sounds, to which the girl complains because she is not allowed to rest even at night. Observing 2 points on the map, she wonders in shock how the hero can move so fast. Summoning the red door, she says that not even a copper rank could move that fast in the desert. Coming out of the red door, she reasons that perhaps the hero was devoured by one of the monsters and the signal comes from there. She looks with a serious expression on her face. A dark silhouette, leaving clouds of dust, runs through the desert. The hero, sitting on the ogre's shoulder, turns to Yu and asks her to quickly get them out of here, which surprises her. Screaming faster, the hero jumps straight at her. With annoyance on his face, the hero understands something about the tyrant, but does not have time to complete the thought. The next frame shows the tyrant's head, which has broken through the door, and the hero completes the thought that he will not be able to get through the door and apologizes to him for forgetting to call him back. Lin Huang happily calls the ogre away, continuing to apologize as a small pebble falls on his head. It turns out that all this time he was standing on all fours above Yu. She annoyedly asks him to get off her. With the same irritated look, sitting on the sofa, she asks him that, according to the hero, before her appearance, a flock of yin crows had been chasing them for half an hour. The hero confirms this, saying that he would not have sent the request if it were not for those crows. Remembering the running ogre, Yu says that such speed for a 3-star monster is abnormal, has it really mutated? The hero agrees, adding in his thoughts that this tyrant is a natural mutated monster, and when he received the card, it was already rare, and since Yu understood everything, there is no point in hiding it. Yu looks at the kneeling hero with a serious look. She says that she will inform the higher-ups about the crows so that by morning they will have finished dealing with them. The hero apologizes for the inconvenience. With a serious look, he thinks that now he can only hope that he will not be disqualified and that he can complete the mission as soon as possible. Yu says that once the crows are dealt with, he will send the two of them back to continue the exam. The hero agrees with satisfaction, remembering to himself that he could lose his system, and the Wheel of Life would return to its original form, which meant death. The Chibai version of the hero makes an excuse that he didn't actually use the button and the communicator was broken from the very beginning, and therefore he had nothing to do with it. Surrounded by stars, Yu tells the hero that he is smart and also advises him to take Ihan with him and find a place to stay for the night, and after the situation with the crows is resolved, they will continue the exam. Close up of the main character's eye, who realized something. The hero stands on bent knees with a contented look. He asks that if he understood everything correctly, then they were not disqualified. With a gloomy look, Yu asks if the hero really wants to be disqualified after all. The hero leaves through the red door with a satisfied face, dragging Ihan by the leg. Lin Huang apologizes and wishes her a good holiday, saying that he won't bother her anymore and will close the door himself. Yu sits on a chair near the TV. The back view of her head gives the impression of irritation. In the next shot, she is genuinely happy. She says that since she found a tamer with a mutated monster, no one will say that she chose weak newcomers. The hero is surprised how such a flock of crows could disappear in just 1 minute. Satisfied, Yu stands next to the masked man. She says that the people they sent are veterans, so they are much stronger than the hero thinks, and also urges the heroes, telling them to think about how to move to the iron rank by passing the exam. Yu leaves through the big red door. She says that if the hero sends a help signal again, he will pay for all her hotel bills. The hero asks if this is another way to punish him instead of taking away his right to qualify. And Khan, with a sly smile, puts his arm around the hero's shoulder. He asks what the two were doing while he was sleeping. Lin Huang tells him to shut up, otherwise Ihan will go further on his own 2 feet, and he apologizes. 2 small dark figures walk against the background of the desert, and Khan asks where they are. The hero replies that last night, while Tyrant was running away from the crows, they moved from south to north for about half an hour, so they are not far from the northern rest area, which is 60 kilometers from their camp. Looking at the white sheet, the hero with a serious look says that they missed the whole night, and therefore they will have to speed up. The scorching sun against the blue sky. The ogre carries 2 heroes on his shoulders, and Khan says that he is very hot, as if he is being baked alive. Lin Huang says that if he remembers correctly, there should be a supply point nearby. The ogre approaches a small house in the middle of the desert. Sitting on the ogre's shoulders, Lin Huang is surprised, and Ihan points his finger forward. And Khan asks if this is the place and offers to go there to rest. The hero says that you need to be careful, because there may be other participants there, and for them they are the same enemies as monsters. Looking behind the door, the heroes see several boxes with bags and bottles, and Khan says that this is indeed a supply point, and the hero agrees, adding that there is no one nearby, and therefore he can rest. Standing near the boxes, Ihan is happy about the presence of his favorite brand of chips and says that he will grab some for the hero. Lin Huang says that they should only take what they need and they should follow the rules. In surprise, he looks to the side and understands something. He sees a pile of backpacks and other trash left behind in the corner, realizing that someone was here before them. The hero looks around with a serious look while Ihan helps himself to a bunch of chips. And Khan says that this point should be the only one in the entire area, so it is not surprising that they are not the first. The hero says with a serious look that this is very strange. Looking at the things left behind, he says that they are not very valuable, but they are quite necessary and they would not just leave them, and therefore there is only one option. With a serious look, the hero says that something forced the others to leave this place, and Khan asks not to frighten him because he saw no signs of battle or threats here. An ogre standing on the street screams loudly. Both heroes turn sharply, looking scared. While Ihan asks what happened, Lin Huang tells him to get out of here. An ogre with heroes on his shoulders runs away from something that is chasing them under the sand. Lin Huang says that as he expected, there was still danger and now it is chasing us. Shocked, Ihan doesn't understand and asks where. The creature under the sand approaches the fleeing ogre at great speed. The tyrant, making a sharp turn, strikes the sand. Close up on the ogre's fist approaching the sand. While the tyrant suffered the blow, a huge worm rose from the sand. The shocked heroes are both surprised and say that they are finished. Close up of a toothed worm's mouth. The heroes shout that this is a hellish worm, which is a demonic monster and even the tyrant cannot cope with it, and also do not understand why such a monster appeared on a safe path. The hero, sitting on the shoulders of an ogre, shoots from a pistol. The bullets fall into the monster's mouth. The ogre stands in front of the wriggling giant worm. Lin Huang says that the worm is too fast and they can't escape. And Khan, in a panic, says that they will be eaten alive and he doesn't want to die. The hero, with a serious look, orders the ogre not to move. And Khan, in a panic, says that if they move, they will be eaten even faster, to which the hero threateningly orders him to shut up and not move. Looking into the huge mouth of the monster, the hero ponders that since it has no eyes and ears, is it possible that the worm tracks its targets using vibrations? And Han wonders how he even knows this if he hasn't even read the Book of Monsters. The shocked worm moves its body from side to side while the heroes stand still. Lin Huang says that he was right and if they don't move, he will lose them, although if things continue like this, they won't be able to pass the exam. Saying I have an idea, Yihan takes something out of his side bag. He throws a piece of meat to distract the worm. The hero, with an expression of shock and fear, says that he asked not to move. The worm points its mouth towards Yihan and he realizes that he has been noticed. Then Khan takes a step. He falls off the ogre's shoulder with a loud cry. With a big splash he falls into the sand. With an expression of pain on his face, he lies in the sand. A huge worm points its mouth at him, and Yihan loudly screams for help. Lin Huang panics and asks the ogre to hurry up. The tyrant kicks the worm with all his might. The hero shouts to Yihan to get up and run away from here. The snarling tyrant stands in front of the open mouth of the worm, and between them, Yihan lies crying. While the ogre is running away, the hero, sitting on his shoulder, teases the worm with an overgrown worm and asks him to catch them. The crying Yihan asks Lin Huang to survive, because otherwise he will not be able to repay him for everything. The ogre runs away from the worm at high speed. The hero orders the ogre to run in the same direction and throw himself to the side. Shouting now, the hero, who was grouped in the air, is thrown by the tyrant. Lin Huang lands in the sand with a big splash as an ogre watches from afar. The hero watches as the worm continues to chase the tyrant. Lin Huang, with a serious look, asks the tyrant to forgive him. While a sand whirlwind swirls under the ogre's feet, the hero adds that he will have to use the ogre as bait. The worm swallows half of the ogre's body. He dissolves into pixels. A card is formed in the hero's hands. The tyrant appears again near the hero. Lin Huang says that he will never give up his monster so easily. The hero tells the ogre to go. With a satisfied look and a giant behind him, the hero says that against the backdrop of the desert and clear sky, the hero calls Yihan, calling him Kalabak. Standing on the tyrant's shoulder and looking into the distance, Lin Huang asks where he could have disappeared to. Rubbing his head with an annoyed look, he says that he needs to move out and maybe he will meet Yihan at the mountain. While the tyrant growls menacingly, the hero jumps with two hands and shoots back at the white-winged monsters. Lin Huang comments that they faced a lot of dangers on their way to the east. While the hero, covered with snow, sits sad, resting his cheek on his hand, the ogre tears the monster in half with one blow. The safe path suggested by the association turned out to be not so safe. Then I realized that this was too strange. The hero swings his sword and Bai stands in a fighting pose while a giant wolf jumps on them. But finally we reach the goddess ridge. The hero in the company of the tyrant looks at a huge mountain. The hero turns to Bai, saying that the tyrant's size is not suitable for mountaineering. Lin Huang turns to Bai, they say that only the two of them will climb. The vampire climbs the rock while a rope is tied to him, which leads to the main character, who is climbing below. Lin Huang says with a tired look that if it weren't for the giant's endurance, he definitely wouldn't have survived this. The hero's foot slips off the ledge. Lin Huang falls down and screams at Bai. The vampire looks back sharply. With a serious look, he grabs the rope tightly. Lin Huang suddenly breaks, looking frightened. Being held back by the vampire, Lin Huang sighs, saying that he thought he was done for. Close up on Lin Huang's embarrassed, angry face. While Bai looks displeased, the hero asks to let him go. The next shot shows the hero sitting on the vampire's back. Lin Huang says there is no need to drag him, he can climb up himself. With an annoyed look, he says that he still has male pride left. Close up on Lin Huang and Bai standing near a tent and a fire. The hero says that it is too late and asks him to stop here. Lin Huang sits on a stone with a dissatisfied look, leaning his cheek on his hand, and looks at the soup boiling in the cauldron, while Bai stands at a distance and looks somewhere. The hero says that they still have some meat left and also asks where he could have gone. Two chopsticks take the meat out of the soup. Lin Huang asks his friend not to die because he still wants to try the latter's cooking. Having put the meat in his mouth, he looks to the side thoughtfully. While Lin Huang was turning around, Bai quickly jumped down from the cliff. The hero first asks why he doesn't eat and then wonders where he went. Close-up of a small furry animal with tiny paws and a sad expression on its face. The next shot shows Bai, with a calm expression on his face and a pile of snow on his head, holding this animal with one hand. Lin Huang exclaims with great joy that this is a snow beast, which is a cute, harmless creature, which is also rare, and therefore their price is equal to copper equipment. Lin Huang addresses the animal, asking whether it came here from afar because of hunger or simply because it smelled meat, while the animal, with an embarrassed look, simply replies Q. Lin Huang picks up the animal and feeds it meat. Lin Huang says that this animal is cute, so it is not surprising that all the girls are delighted with them, and also turns to the vampire, saying that the animal is harmless. The next shot shows the animal lifting the pan and pouring all the soup into its mouth. Lin Huang adds that the animal eats a lot, and then asks that if it is already full, then isn't it time for it to return home, since they have no more food left. The animal begins to chew the main character's pant leg. While a red aura appears around Bai, the hero realizes that the animal wants to take him somewhere. The animal nods affirmatively. Lin Huang and Bai run after the animal and the hero says that they have nothing to do anyway, so let's go take a look. The animal jumps into the ice cave, to which the hero shouts to wait for him there. Lin Huang tells the animal that it could get hurt this way. The animal disappears into the wall. Lin Huang is surprised that the animal has passed. Coming closer, he sticks his hand into the wall and says that it looks like it is made of ice, but in fact it is just an illusion and there is something on the other side. Turning to Bai, the hero invites them to come in and see what's there. Lin Huang walks into the wall. Passing through the wall, the hero says that he is very cold, as if he had plunged into a cold pool. Squints and covers his face with his palm, saying that it is very bright. Opening his eyes, he is startled to see something. A large panoramic view of snow-capped mountains opens up and the hero asks what kind of place this is. Turning back, he addresses Bai. With a dissatisfied look, Lin Huang looks at the animal, who says that the vampire will not pass, because only people with permission can pass here, and monsters have no place here. The hero is surprised that the animal can speak, and he answers in the affirmative. With an expression of awkwardness on his face, Lin Huang adds that the animal's voice does not match its appearance, to which the animal replies, "Then," and a blue aura begins to swirl around it. A giant light blue tornado appears. A huge monster with deer antlers and a bear-like muzzle appears in front of Lin Huang. The monster says that it will allow the hero to see its true form, to which Lin Huang exclaims in shock that it is a Yeti. The hero looks up in shock. He thinks that the Yeti is an ice attribute monster and is stronger than even superior level monsters, so if he wants, he can easily kill the hero. Shocked, Lin Huang can't even finish his sentence. The Yeti tells the hero not to worry, because he is not going to harm him, to which Lin Huang is surprised that the Yeti knows what he is thinking about. The Yeti says that he brought the hero here to ask him for help. Lin Huang is perplexed that the Yeti decided to ask him for help. The hero asks how he should help. The Yetis extend their hand, and the wind lifts the main character. Taking the hero in his hand, the Yeti says to go with him. Walking with the hero in his hands, the Yeti suggests telling one story first. Lin Huang notes with annoyance that in his opinion he still has no choice. The Yeti walks against the backdrop of a flashback with a gray-haired woman holding a small monster in her arms. Yeti says that once upon a time he had an owner when he was still a child. He says that she was the kindest creature in the whole world and all his memories from that time are connected with her. Lin Huang is shocked and surprised that such a huge Yeti was once someone's pet. Yeti adds that the owner was not human, but he realized this only after he began to evolve. He says that she loved people and interacting with them, and often hid her identity to join them. We are shown the hostess running along some corridor. Yeti continues the story, saying that the girl often left the snowy mountain and, despite the fact that he was lonely, he could cope with it as long as she was happy. Next is a shot of the Yeti looking at a couple standing next to each other from behind a rock. He says that she fell in love with a man and was ready to give everything for him, and from that very day he did not see her again. Next is a shot of a girl sitting on her lap, until one day she returned. The little Yeti runs towards the girl. He says he was so happy that he immediately rushed to her until he saw that she would soon be gone. A sitting girl holds a bleeding wound near her heart. A little Yeti hugs a girl in tears. He says that when that mortal found out about her inhuman nature, he gathered a group of hunters to kill her, and during the battle he was wounded and almost died, and therefore, in order to save him, she tore out her own heart. An overhead view of a girl lying on the grass, bleeding, while a small Yeti sits next to her. Yeti says that the man survived, and his owner could only wait for her death. Lin Huang says that the beginning was very good, but the end was sad, and also wonders what happened after. The Yeti says that he listened to her last command, and then plunged the mistress deep into the icy lake. Yeti says that she has been trapped in ice ever since. Lin Huang asks that since the Yeti's owner is dead, what does he need from him? Looking into the distance at the snowy mountains, the Yeti says that, according to the mistress, one day the chosen one will come who can melt the lake, and then she will return to life and the ice on the mountain will melt. The hero wonders if he means by this very chosen one. The monster says no, and before the hero there were 3 more people and they all failed. Lin Huang asks the Yeti if he brings anyone who climbs this mountain at random. Yeti responds that they should choose only people with a good heart, because in several thousand years the hero is only the fourth to enter here. Lin Huang asks what the Yeti wants from him specifically. The Yeti, squatting, lowers his hand with the main character to the lake. He says that the hero just needs to drop a drop of blood and it doesn't matter whether he succeeds or not. In any case, he will be able to leave, and also if the hero fails, then he will simply erase the memory of the hero's presence here. Lin Huang is surprised that everything is so simple. The hero, with a serious look, bites his finger until it bleeds and says that since this is the case, we can try it. The hero stretches his hand forward and a drop of blood falls into the lake. In his thoughts, he hopes that he can help this girl devoted to people. A drop of blood falls on the ice. Lin Huang looks at the drop with a serious face and the Yeti with an excited one. The hero asks what's next, and the Yeti replies that we'll wait and see. 1 hour later, the Yeti and the hero are sitting with their arms wrapped around their knees. The hero says nothing at all. Lin Huang apologizes to the Yeti, saying that apparently he failed. The lake begins to crack, and the satisfied Yeti says that it worked, while the hero is surprised because the lake began to melt. The snow moves away from the lake, revealing green grass. Lin Huang adds that all plants come back to life. Looking at the grass under his feet, the hero is surprised that there are so many nutrients in his blood. Yeti says, "Mistress, my mistress." The body of a girl rises from the lake, surrounded by streams of water. Yeti adds that she is back. Close up on a gray-haired girl in a blue dress and crown. Lin Huang shyly says that she is beautiful. Close up of a girl's eye. Walking along the surface of the water, she turns to the Yeti with the words, "Ice King, long time no see." Having flown up, she touches the Yeti's nose and thanks him for guarding her all this time. Yeti replies that it is his duty and there is no need to thank him. Turning to the main character, she thanks him, calling him the Chosen One, and asks him to address her by the name Zuluo. The hero says that there is nothing to thank him for, and also introduces himself, saying his name. Looking confused, he apologizes and asks her if she is a monster. Yeti angrily says that this is very rude. Zuluo says that she is from the divine race. Against the background of an eye from which a bunch of monsters fly out, the hero asks if this is the same divine race that the monster that opened the 3,000 eyes of the abyss 800 years ago belongs to. With an annoyed look, Zuluo replies that he was a self-proclaimed god, and although he can be considered strong, he is not from the divine race, because he was given only a small part of the divine powers. Looking away, Lin Huang asks if this is true. Zuluo asks with a slight smile that he doesn't believe her, and also adds that the real powers of the gods are beyond his understanding. Zuluo says that he will demonstrate this and points his finger at the hero, and several blue rays fly at him. Lin Huang asks what this feeling is and realizes that his cracked wheel of life is now completely restored. With a tired look, she says that the wheel of life bothered the hero for a long time, so as a reward she healed him. Lin Huang is surprised that this is the power of the gods. Covering her face with her hand, Zuluo says that this is not all and that saving her will give the hero another reward. A huge lightning strikes the hero. System window, divine presence detected, enter etheric perception state. System window, congratulations, your skill card Great Havoc has been promoted to epic rank. Lin Huang asks in complete shock. Looking at the skill card that appeared in front of his face, he rejoices at such a gift. System window, skill card, skill name, Great Devastation, rarity, epic, skill type, blade skill, skill level, impossible to check, status, used. Note, this combat skill is classified as a special skill, there are no level restrictions, and the rank increases with the user, rating will do. Covering his mouth with his hand, Zuluo laughs, saying that the hero is very unusual for a mere mortal. Lin Huang thinks that, as expected from the divine race, she sees right through him, and it is no wonder that Xiao Hai was afraid to stick his head out. The Yeti takes the hero in his hand. Zuluo, sitting on the Yeti's shoulder, tells him to send Lin Huang back and says that he will try to help him in the future. The hero laughs. They say that everything is in order because he already received a lot. Zuluo says that after the hero leaves, they will also leave this place. Lin Huang asks where they are going. Zuluo says that they will go back to their world. The heroes respond with understanding, adding that apparently they will not see each other again. With a worried look, sitting on the Yeti's shoulder, Zuluo asks the hero to be careful on this mountain, because if he decides to stay here, he may meet many monsters. Lin Huang asks how much, adding in his thoughts that this is very strange, because the hunter exam should have been easier, and he has already met so many dangerous monsters. Zuluo says that she felt the aura of a monster that has reached the rank of superiority, which has a skill that makes surrounding monsters hunt it, so the hero should hurry up to leave the mountain as soon as possible. Lin Huang understands what's going on. Zuluo expresses the hope of meeting the hero again, and he wishes her and the Yeti to take care of themselves and says goodbye. With a thoughtful look, he says he hopes so too. You can see snow-covered mountains. Shivering from the cold, the hero says that this barrier is still just as cold, and besides, it's morning. Mai, covered in snow, looks at the hero with an annoyed look. Lin Huang is shocked and asks if he stood there all night and apologizes. Lin Hua says that something happened on the other side, but it doesn't matter and they better continue because he is full of strength and ready to move on. View of a piece of ice rock. As Bai climbs the cliff, the heroes crawl behind him and reason that after his life wheel was restored, he became stronger, so I wonder how strong he will become after moving to Iron Rank. Having climbed onto a flat surface, the hero says that they have finally reached the top, that is, they have time until the end of the exam. Hearing a loud cackle, Lin Huang asks what that sound is. 3 geese appear from around the corner. The hero is surprised that geese live in the snowy mountains. Close up on the face of one of the geese. Exhaling, Lin Huang turns to Bai, saying that although the geese look menacing, they are very tasty, so why don't they catch a few? Lin Huang turns around sharply, realizing that something is wrong with the geese. The geese grow in size, revealing toothy mouths and long tongues. Lin Huang realizes that these are not geese, but monsters. While Lin Huang and Bai run away, the hero discusses why these geese are so big and believes that they should run away. The entrance to the cave is visible. While Bai climbs higher, the hero, tied to the vampire with a rope, shoots the geese. The hero thinks that there are too many geese, so they won't cope and he needs to hide somewhere. Bai sees the entrance to the cave. With a strong move, he pulls the shooting hero there. While Bai drags Lin Huang along the floor with a rope, the hero praises him and suggests that he wait here until his opponents leave. The geese fly away, and Lin Huang does not understand what is happening. The geese are attacked by a black bird, leaving a purple trail behind it. At great speed she attacks several geese. Frightened, Lin Huang says that this is a black crow who is at the peak of advancing to the copper rank. Exhaling, he says with a satisfied look to Bai that this is nice because he was afraid that the geese would not let them go further, but with this monster they are safe. A huge paw steps into a blood stain on the ground, surprising the hero. A bird with red eyes and blood on its face looks at them menacingly. Lin Huang is scared. The bird makes a sharp turn in flight. The monster hits the rock with its paws with all its might, and the hero asks why she is attacking them, because they did nothing. Bai takes a fighting stance, and the hero dissuades him, saying that he is no match for the copper rank. The hero, shooting from a pistol, says that he has almost passed the exam, so the bird should not interfere with him. Shot of a bullet flying into the body of a bird. The bullet bounces off her body. Lin Huang is shocked that the shot did not leave a scratch. A huge bird croaks angrily. Lin Huang and Bai stand with scared expressions on their faces. The hero asks if this time is really the end for him. Holy shit, says the hero as the bird tries to break into the cave. Lin Huang turns to Bai, saying that he has an idea and needs to wait for his signal. While the bird pokes its muzzle into the entrance to the cave, the hero shouts now. Bai wraps red energy around the bird's neck as the hero runs towards it at full speed. Lin Huang takes out a gun and says that even if the bird has a super strong body, it is not invulnerable, and also shouts at it to die. He points the muzzle of the gun at the bird's eye, and it croaks in fear. Red shots appear against the background of the dark silhouette of the bird. A bird's paw falls off a cliff. Looking at the falling bird, the hero says that his last bullets are for her. A system window appears next to the hero. The hero asks why, given that he killed a monster that was several times stronger than him, he still wasn't given a promotion card. System window, congratulations, you received a fragment of the monster card Black Crow X1. The monster you killed was of a higher rank, so you received a doubling card. Xiao Hai appears with a dissatisfied face and says that the advancement card is given out by chance, so that time the hero was just lucky that he got 2 at once. Lin Huang says that if he had more cards, he could easily raise Bai and Tyrant to legendary rank. Xiao Hai says that the strength of summoned monsters also depends on their master, and if the master is too weak, then no matter what rank the monsters have, their strength will be limited. The hero asks Xiao Hai to keep quiet. He also adds that this card is so-so. System window, doubling map, when you use this card for 1 hour, you will receive a double reward for all monsters killed. Xiao Hai says that if Lin Huang finds suitable monsters, he can use this card to quickly get a bunch of fragments, and also adds that the hero's bad luck never ceases to surprise him. Lin Huang annoyedly tells Xiao Hai to leave, as he is not in the mood to talk to him. The hero touches his pocket with his hand. As Xiao Hai disappears with a mischievous smile and Bai stands with an annoyed expression on his face, the hero says that a lot of time has passed and they need to hurry up to get to the top, otherwise they will be late. Bai extends his hand to the hero climbing the rock. Lin Huang says that after completing the exam, he will need to buy more bullets, especially armor-piercing bullets. Against the backdrop of snow-capped mountains, the hero exclaims that they have climbed quite high. Putting his palm to his forehead and looking into the distance, he says that a lot of obstacles took them too much time, but they finally reached the top. A shadowy figure around the corner says that the weaklings should have given up in the first place. It turns out to be a young-looking, gray-haired guy wearing blue clothes of different tones. Lin Huang asks who it is, mentally adding that neither Bai nor he sensed his presence. The guy tells the hero not to be so surprised. He says that he is the same member as Lin Huang, to which the hero replies that he is pleased to meet you. The guy asks the hero if he killed his black raven. The hero is surprised that the raven was his and asks that this guy is also a tamer, why then did he attack the hero? The guy replies that he released the raven to find food, but they were simply unlucky. He also adds that Lin Huang will not forgive so easily. Raising his finger up, he summons a huge red-horned raven, adding that he will remember the hero's deed. Having prepared for a fight, Lin Huang says that if the guy wants to fight, then let him attack, thinking in his mind that if it is a copper-rank blood eagle, then they are at a disadvantage and he needs to come up with something. Standing on the crow's head, the guy says that Lin Huang shouldn't worry because he won't take revenge on him right now. He says that the hero's vampire is good, but is still too weak for him. For these reasons, he will talk to the hero when he comes down from the mountain. Lin Huang angrily shouts after the flying guy, asking if he is Xiao Hai's relative. While Bai stands there with a straight face, the evil hero says that this guy is arrogant and invites him to go back and fight him. Still looking in the direction of the flying enemy, the hero thinks about how he can get down from this mountain, and quickly, the hero takes the chain in his hands and wraps it around his belt. In front of the apathetic Bai, Lin Huang says that his wings are not designed for flight, but they can be used in other ways. Holding onto the vampire's bloody wings with chains, the hero dives while Bai holds him. Lin Huang laughs happily and says that he has always wanted to try something like this and never thought that his dream would come true in another world. With a pleased look, he says that now he understands why people have always strived to learn to fly, because it is so fascinating. Area 7D-121. Swooping against the backdrop of a big city, the hero says that his fun is coming to an end. While Bai lowers the heroes to the ground, Yu meets them. While the hero praises the vampire, Yu is surprised that he came first. She congratulates the hero on passing the exam and says that a little later he will be able to register as a hunter. Lin Huang is surprised that he arrived first. Yu asks with a dissatisfied look that in Lin Huang's opinion she is lying to him, to which he rejects, saying that he met one guy who was quite arrogant and also looked as if everyone owed him and he had bloody eagle. Yu asks if the hero is referring to Bai Yong, adding that he doesn't count. The hero asks isn't this guy a participant? To which Yu replies that the participant is simply very different from everyone else and he does not need to pass the exam, adding that he himself insisted on passing it like everyone else because this way he can immediately become a copper hunter. The hero remembers this guy and asks again to become a copper hunter. System window, the number of remaining credits is 3,500,000. The hero says that the life crystals from Zhu Luo were sold for more than 3 million, so he can finally call himself rich. The hero remembers how Zhu Luo told him that after completing the exam, registering hunters would take some time, and therefore he would have to stay in this place for a couple of days. The hero adds that it is worth spending this time replenishing ammunition and farming monsters. Weapons shop. Sorry guy, but I don't sell bullets for the Dark Eagle. An elderly balding salesman tells Lin Huang that they rarely have Dark Eagle owners, and therefore he doesn't order them, but the hero can try to go to Old Man Jiang, and even if he doesn't have them, then no one here has them. The hero sighs. Lin Huang says that 7D-121 is many times larger than his area, but no one sells rare equipment, so it looks like he will have to find this Jiang. Bags of garbage lying in an alley. Signboard with the name Heaven. The hero says that he spent a lot of time finding this shop. With his arms akimbo and a serious look, he says that the owner of this shop must be quite unusual. Entering a store where several machine guns and a mask hang on the wall, the hero says good evening and says that he has come to buy something. A hunched old man comes out from around the corner and invites the hero to choose what he wants, and then come up to him and he will name the price. The hero thinks that the store has equipment from iron to gold rank, and although the price is high, there are many weapons from limited versions, so this old man is not so simple. Lin Huang says that he needs ordinary armor-piercing bullets for Dark Eagle 17 and hopes that at least they will be found here. The old man asks how much is needed. The hero replies that he needs 3,000 regular and 300 armor-piercing bullets. The old man says that the hero is quite rich and also wonders why he needs so many bullets. Did he really decide to start a massacre? Lin Huang tells the old man not to joke like that. The old man puts the box on the table. While the heroes look contentedly at the box of ammunition, the old man says that the total amount will be 165,000 credits. The hero agrees and also asks if the old man has enough goods in his warehouse. Smirking, the old man says that is enough, so if the hero has enough money, he could even get the relic. Lin Huang thanks the old man and also adds that if he needs something, he will definitely come to him, thinking to himself that he did not expect to meet such a person here. The sharp sound of a siren surprises the hero. Lin Huang asks what that sound is, to which the old man replies that it is an alarm and apparently something happened. With a determined look, the hero thanks the owner and says that he needs to go. The old man silently looks on with a stern look. A large building is visible against the blue sky. Apologizing, Lin Huang tries to push through the crowd. Yu says that the exam for a licensed hunter has not yet been completed, but in a situation like this, their hands are tied. She adds that a monster has appeared in the Golden Desert that can control other monsters, causing many of the participants to be trapped. She says they don't have enough people to go help all the members who have requested help. Yu asks the participants to stay put for now, and as soon as they deal with this problem, the ban on leaving will be lifted. Lin Huang remembers that Zuluo said that she sensed a very strong monster, so in the end, as expected, something similar happened. One of the people in the crowd asks why they shouldn't sit locked up and do nothing. The hero calls the guy selfless in a sarcastic manner. Yu says with a stern expression that these monsters are much stronger than you think, so wherever you go, it will be dangerous, so they are trying to save the participants by leaving them here. Adding that otherwise the members will just become food for the monsters, so if they want to die then she can help them. Yu asks who wants to die first while the entire crowd shakes in fear except the main character. He thinks to himself that they should have guessed how it would all end. Yu asks them not to worry because the association has sent superiors to deal with the monsters, so that when the main monster dies, everyone else will scatter and this crisis will be over. Someone from afar, laughing, says that if only everything were so simple. It turns out to be Bai Yan, which surprises the hero. Bai Yan asks what will happen if the superior one fails, because it will take too much time for the other one to arrive and then this area will suffer huge damage. He says he's not going to sit here and just wait. Yu tells the others to leave and wait at home until this is over, because by tomorrow the situation should be resolved and they will continue with the registration. The hero thinks to himself that despite being annoying, Bai Yan says reasonable things. The hero calls out to Yu, and she turns to the hero with a dissatisfied look and recognizes him. Lin Huang says that he heard that the members were trapped and also asks if Yu remembers the fat man who was with him. Yu replies that he decided to leave the exam around the same time when the hero reached the ridge, and Lin Huang is glad that he worried in vain. Yu tells the hero to return to his place and not even think about going anywhere, to which he agrees. A shot of a huge explosion against a forest background. Lin Huang says that it is a superior hunter against a superior monster. He thinks to himself that all hopes are only for him and hopes that everything will be okay. The next morning, it's raining outside the window, and the hero is sleeping on the windowsill of an open window. Because of the sharp sound, the hero opens his eyes in shock. An erupting volcano can be seen in the distance, and Lin Huang asks what happened and explains that the alarm is sounding again. Opening the door with a confused look, he sees 3 people running away in panic and asking what they should do, and also offering to find one of the leaders and for someone to contact the association, and also asking if they have any spare plan. Lin Huang asks one of them what is happening, to which he is told that everything is very bad and he needs to quickly go to the conference room. The running participant also adds that the excellent hunter has died, which puts the hero in a state of shock. The crowd shouts with each other that even the excellent hunter failed and they had to sacrifice the excellent, but the monster is still alive, so they need to escape while they still have the opportunity and ask Yu to release them. Lin Huang sighs, looking upset. Yu says that the monster was seriously injured, so in order to recover, he sent his creatures towards them, so being hunters, their task is to protect this area. One of the participants says that they have not even been registered yet, and therefore they do not need to go die with other hunters. He also asks to let them out because they don't want to die. Other participants also add that they are not yet hunters, just like other residents of this area, and therefore they still have a chance to escape, so they need to save their strength just for this. Lin Huang says that they are pathetic, which infuriates one of the members. He continues by saying that not long ago in the desert he encountered a flock of yin crows, and then he was chased by a hell worm, and on the ridge he was almost eaten by geese and they were all controlled by a superior monster. While one of the participants is surprised by the yin crows, the hero says that if they leave now, they will not be able to cope with such monsters. Someone from the crowd agrees with the hero, saying that even by air they will not be able to leave here, much less by land. Turning to Yu, Lin Huang says that she has the highest rank here and asks how long she can hold out. Yu replies that all the monsters from the Golden Desert and Goddess Ridge are headed towards them, so she can hold out for a day. Lin Huang with a determined look says that he can hold out for 3 hours and, addressing the crowd, asks how long the rest can. One of the participants, with a frightened look, thinks that if he is lucky but does not even have time to finish, the hero interrupts him, saying that even gold-ranked hunters are not confident that they will be able to escape, and for ordinary participants this is a direct road to death. With a sharp movement, Lin Huang jumps onto the podium. Standing on his haunches, he adds that even if they sacrifice this place and escape, then after the monsters deal with this place, they will then go to other settlements where the relatives and friends of the participants can live. The hero points his finger into the crowd with a determined look, which surprises Yu. People in the crowd are whispering, clenching his fist near his chest. Lin Huang says that life must be valued and running away is not an option, so they need to work together and fight back the monsters to protect this area. Lin Huang raises his fist in the air and shouts to protect our families, to protect this area, while the crowd makes the same gesture and repeats his words. Bai Yan calls the hero an idiot. While the hero and the other members chant the slogan, Bai Yan leaves looking displeased, saying that they are a bunch of suicidal idiots. As Bai Yan heads towards the exit, the hero says his name with an annoyed look. Approaching the hero and hugging him, Yu tells him to follow the hunters from the association and help protect this area, because if they unite, they can win. The crowd heads towards the door and one of them says to remember to take equipment, form teams that match the types and register so that it is easier to keep track of everyone. Lin Huang says he needs to go too. Yu asks the hero to wait. He turns around in surprise. With a serious face, Yu says that her relic can teleport a maximum of 50 people, so it will allow him and all participants under 20 to leave first. With annoyance, the heroes are surprised that she used to say something different. Angrily, Yu shouts that she said all this to calm people down, since soon this place will turn into hell anyway. The hero is surprised by this. Yu explains that her liquid has radius restrictions, and therefore the nearest superior hunters will only be able to come after 48 hours, but the monsters move at a much faster speed, so after 10 they will reach the area. Against the backdrop of a burning city, monsters kill people and a giant shadow figure stretches its paw forward. With annoyance, Yu says that the Hunters Association in this area has very little strength, and therefore they will not be able to protect it. She adds that she will die defending the area, but will try to save everyone she can, but will not allow talented people like Lin Huang to die here. The hero with a decisive look says that he is staying. He says that these words were not only to calm people down, he agrees with her that once the monsters cross the ridge, they will not be able to hold the defense for long, but he still will not just run away, which surprises Yu. With a determined look, he says that they only need to bide their time until superior hunters arrive and then they will be able to defeat the monster. Yu objects, saying that with their powers it is simply impossible. The hero says that despite the fact that they have little chance, they are not zero, and since there is still time, it is worth evacuating the residents to the mountains, because using the mountainous terrain they will just need to wait 2 days until the superiors arrive. Yu says that he knows of a place in the mountain gorge that can accommodate many people, so all they need to do is find something that can block the exit. The hero puts his arm around the embarrassed Yu's shoulders and says that this is just wonderful, and also asks to let him help them. He asks her not to worry and promises that they will manage, to which she asks him not to be so arrogant. Yu silently wonders if the hero has always been so attractive and does not understand what is wrong with her. The satisfied hero follows the garden Yu. She offers to follow the plan and also adds that they should hurry up because evacuating 200,000 people will not be so easy, to which the heroes respond in the affirmative. In Yu's mind, he thinks that maybe thanks to the hero, they can survive this crisis. View of a crowd of people against the backdrop of a mountainous area. While the hero puts 2 palms to his forehead and tries to peer into the distance, people in the background are talking to each other. The girl asks if they will need to protect people and whether it is too dangerous, to which the blonde guy tells her that there is nothing to be afraid of, because professional hunters are fighting ahead of them, so it is much safer here, and the guy with glasses says that he hopes so. Lin Huang says that Jula is right, so you just need to be alert and calmly walk to the right place, since the latter has a detection skill, and he can also create traps. Yu Guang can fight at long distances, and Wang Yelena can provide support. Lin Huang adds that their team is very well balanced, and therefore they can handle it, to which the blonde agrees. The guy with glasses doesn't have time to finish his sentence before the girl interrupts him, saying that she will try. The hero and his 3 companions walk along a desert littered with the bodies of dead monsters. The blonde says that professional hunters are so strong that they don't even give them a chance to show off. The guy with glasses says that the blonde is crazy because he is unhappy that they don't come across monsters, and the girl asks them not to quarrel. Lin Huang angrily tells them to stop fighting, because the eldest said that the excellent monster has accelerated. He also adds that evacuating so many people will definitely attract these creatures. He looks away in shock. Shouting carefully, he pounces on the girl and throws her aside as a huge red beam hits the place where she stood. The guy with glasses and the blonde man are surprised and wondering what it was. Lin Huang and his 3 companions look in surprise at the huge axe stuck in the ground. The hero says this is it. A large foot stomps sharply next to the axe. The hero ends the sentence by saying that these are minotaurs. 2 huge red monsters appear with axes in their hands, gray hair and loincloths. Creating piles of smoke, a huge crowd of minotaurs moves ahead. While the hero says not to panic, the guy with glasses notes that the minotaurs are iron rank. The blonde adds that they also have a totem that increases strength, so they have no chance, and the girl says that there are too many of them. Lin Huang says that the totem needs to be dealt with first. A large minotaur with a totem on his back points his axe forward. The hero tells the bespectacled guy named Yu Guang to cover him by charging forward with his sword, while Yu Guang summons a hand crossbow and agrees. Yu Guang fires a crossbow shot. The arrow hits the minotaur in the eye. Lin Huang finishes off the wounded minotaur with a blow to the stomach. The hero orders Wang Lene to help Jula set traps, and the two agree. A girl charges a magic staff. Wang Lene screams loudly. While she screams loudly with her eyes closed, holding a staff in her hands, lightning from which attacks the minotaurs, Jula is surprised and asks if she always screams like that when she fights with someone. Jula places his hands on the ground, from which several traps jump out. The hero, while running, says that it's time to try the power of great devastation. The hero swings at the large minotaur and cuts its totem in half. Holding a shining sword in his hands, Lin Huang is surprised and thinks to himself that the difference between an epic rare card is like heaven and earth, so now the number of techniques has increased from 18 to 36. A minotaur appears behind the standing Lin Huang, holding a totem fragment in his hands and swinging at the hero. Turning around with a glow in his eyes and a malicious smile, the hero says that the enemy attacked the wrong person. While jumping, the hero stabs the minotaur directly in the chest and says that fighting with a sword is much cooler. System window, congratulations, you have received a fragment of the Minotaur X1 monster card. Yu Guang admires the hero's fighting, saying that his blade skill is amazing, while Wang Lene waves his staff in fear and asks him not to stand like a pillar. The foot of one of the minotaurs falls into a trap. The next shot showed many minotaurs being kicked into a trap. Satisfied, Jula says that thanks to the bleeding effect from his traps, the opponents will soon come to an end, while Yu Guang asks him to leave the minotaur with the totem on Lin Huang, and Wang Lene asks him to be careful. The hero makes a jump and a sharp swing of his sword, cutting both the minotaur and the totem at the same time. System window, congratulations, you have received a fragment of the Minotaur X1 monster card. The monster you killed was of a higher rank, so you received a temporary transformation card. With a surprised face, holding the card, the hero wonders what temporary transformation is. Holding the card, he reads the description on it. After using this card, the owner can turn into any monster with which he has a familiar connection, thereby unlocking all the monster's skills. Duration 24 hours. Note, this is a consumable item. Lin Huang is happy because at first he thought it was a gender change card. A huge torso of the minotaur appears behind the hero's back. The heroes turn around and only manage to curse. At the same moment, splashes of blood fly at him. A huge body falls right next to him. Bai stands on the body of the defeated monster. While Bai looks at the hero with a straight face, he replies that he knows that he needs to be more attentive and thanks the vampire. Lin Huang fights with Bai against a huge number of minotaurs. Jula says that the hero can cope without them. Yu Guang adds that at first he considered the hero just a weakling who had not reached the iron rank, and Wang Lene finishes by saying that now she is somehow embarrassed. The battlefield is littered with the bodies of minotaurs. Returning the sword to its sheath, the hero says that counting this, 20 minotaurs have been defeated, and his companions praise him, saying that he is amazing, his movements were cool and even his familiar looks cool. Returning by inside the map, Lin Huang says that they spent too much time on all this, and the other team should have already reached the meeting point, so they need to speed up. Yu Guang hopes that they could meet some more monsters, to which Jula asks him not to bury himself. The hero's ring begins to ring and he explains that it is Miss Yu Yu. The hero displays her hologram using the ring. Hologram Yu Yu asks where they are. Lin Huang says that they were attacked on the way, but everything is fine and they are on their way and will arrive in about 2 hours, and his companions greet the lady examiner. Annoyed, Yu Yu says that they only have an hour to get there. Lin Huang tried to argue something, but did not have time. To the surprise of the entire squad, Yu Yu tells them that the monsters are heading towards them and therefore they need to escape. Battlefield with a canyon in the background. Yu Yu uses a bladed whip to fight off the dogs. Yu Yu only manages to curse at the moment when a dog attacks her comrade. The guy with the machine gun turns to her, saying that they have too many seriously wounded and they can no longer defend the entrance to the gorge. Yu Yu tells all the wounded to retreat while she tries to hold off the opponents. The guy with the machine gun exclaims that if the entrance is closed, then the people outside will not, but does not have time to finish. Yu Yu interrupts him, saying that all the remaining hunters will stay here and fight with her until the very end. She looks at something in surprise. Standing in front is a huge dog-like creature with a red mane and red eyes, which Yu Yu calls a bloody hyena. Frightened people exclaim that this is demonic bloody hygiene. The guy with purple hair turns to Yu Yu, saying that the hyena needs to be killed as soon as possible, adding that even the eldest cannot cope with an entire demonic hyena and it may die. He grabs her from the belt in order to hold her while the hyenas attack the rest of the people. Yu Yu angrily asks to let her go, saying that if they don't do anything, they will all die, to which the guy replies that she is their leader and he cannot let her die. At the same moment, one of the fighters calls out to them. Hearing some sound, the hyenas turn back. Joyful Yu Yu says this is it. The tyrant breaks through the wall. Jula, Yu Guang and Wang Lna are running behind him, and from above, armed with a sword, Lin Huang jumps onto the bloody hyena while Yu adds that they arrived alive just in time. The hyena grabs the hero's sword with its mouth. The hero asks Yu Guang and Wang Ln to help the wounded retreat and leave the hyenas to him and Jula. Jula and Wang Lna agree and ask the hero to be careful. Jula and the tyrant beat the hyenas. Making a sharp swing with his sword, the hero asks if the enemy is of the 3rd iron rank and adds that this is excellent. The bloody hyena is thrown back so that it leaves marks on the ground. The hero, with a confident expression on his face and burning eyes, says to attack. Let's see who will win. The evil hyena begins to grow a horn from its forehead. She takes a sharp leap forward. The shocked hero wonders how the hyena promoted to rank 2. The hyena, surrounded by red lightning, pins Lin Huang to the ground with its paw. Having pressed him with her paw, she growls loudly and the hero says that it is coming from her mouth. While Zhu Luo is distracted by the hero, a hyena attacks him. Yu Yu attacks the hyena with his chain and shouts beware. Standing back to back, Yu Yu tells Zhu Luo to first deal with the small hyenas and then help the hero, to which the second responds with consent. With a smile, Lin Huang tells them not to worry. The tyrant suddenly grabs the bloody hyena by the neck. While the ogre is being chewed by other hyenas, he holds the bloody hyena by the neck, and the hero, making a sharp thrust with his sword, says that in the end he is a tamer and these mongrels are no match for him. From a strong blow, the hyena is thrown back again. The hero says that despite his insight, he is very sorry for the monster. Lin Huang summons Tyrant back into the map, causing the surprised hyenas to fall off him. Red energy entangles bloody Hygiene. An explosion occurs. Vi and the protagonist deliver 2 powerful blows to Hygiene. System window, congratulations, you have received the Bloody Hygiene X1 monster card fragment. The killed monster was of a higher rank. The reward was a random skill card, rare. Lin Huang says that he is more cunning and stronger than his opponent. Yu admires the hero's blade technique. She adds that she didn't think that the hero's monsters were so strong, and even he himself has the skills of a swordsman. And Lin Hua replies that it is too early to praise him, because he needs to quickly help the wounded while the hyenas are retreating. Zhu Luo is glad that they came on time, otherwise everything would have ended very badly. Yu Yu orders everyone to retreat to the gorge and regroup. Frightened, Lin Huang looks into the distance and says to wait. A crowd of dark figures approaches in the distance, and the hero asks to wake him up if he is sleeping. This group of figures turns out to be giant spiders. In front of the frightened squad, Yu Yu says that this is definitely not a dream. With horror, she adds that this is a new wave of monsters. A crowd of spiders runs towards the cracked wall. Frightened people are screaming to run away from here. Yu Yu tells them to stand still because their mission is not over yet, and therefore, if they do not escape, then death awaits them anyway. The hero adds that at this speed, the spiders will come here in 10 minutes. Zhu Luo says that they will not have time to block the passage with stones, although there are a lot of corpses that can be used to prevent the monsters from passing. And Yu Guang adds that Wang Lna should take care of the victims while he helps the others. Yu Yu says that this is a great idea and orders Jula to gather a team and start acting while she detains the spiders. Lin Huang says that it would be better if she takes care of the entrance while he leads the others to buy time and block the monster's path. Yu Guang adds that he will also go, because he has a long-range weapon which just suits the hero's fighting style. Yu Yu says that she is the eldest here, and therefore cannot place all the responsibility on young inexperienced heroes and that she is the only commander at this base. Lin Huang asks Yu Yu if she will leave 20,000 lives on them for the sake of her honor and hasn't she thought about it. The hero with a squad of assistants runs forward, ordering Yu Guang to follow him if he is not afraid of death, and he agrees. Yu Yu makes a displeased expression on his face. She says to act quickly and close the passage as soon as possible, to which Jula replies in the affirmative. In his thoughts, Yu Yu calls Lin Huang an idiot. She also adds that he should not dare to die. With a strong blow, Lin Huang cuts several spiders. The hero calls Xiao Hai. He appears, saying that he has never seen such a large-scale massacre. The hero says that he killed a bloody hyena, from which a card with a new skill fell out and he wants to use it. Xiao Hai says that this is a random skill card and in the face of death, the hero still has no other choice. Xiao Hai throws the card away with force. The map flies into the hero's head. System window, congratulations master, you have received the snowy tread map. With evil red eyes, the hero speaks perfectly. System window, skill card, skill name, snow tread, value, rare, type of skill, movement, rank, gold, status, used. Accelerating at high speed, the hero says that he finally got a normal card and one with a high rank at that. Moving at great speed and leaving a green trail, the hero cuts down several spiders. Jula asks who the hero is constantly talking to, and the guy with purple hair wonders if he is seeing double and why the hero began to move twice as fast. The spider moves at high speed. Lin Huang dodges at the last moment. The hero asks Xiao Hai to temporarily block the connection between his Wheel of Life and Bai's Wheel of Life. Zio Hai asks why, because the hero's life wheel is about to fill up and he can reach the iron rank, and the hero replies that he knows this, and having reached the iron rank, he will be able to get the first seed of life, which will help strengthen one of his abilities to high level. Zio Hai confirms this, adding that the life seeds are divided into 5 different systems: elemental, enhancement, psychic, special, and mixed, and asks which one the hero wants to choose. The hero says that, of course, there is a blade type reinforcement system, and therefore he has no choice but to postpone his promotion to the first rank because he will need to kill many monsters with the sword skill. Zio Hai says that he understands and agrees with the hero, adding that he is blocking the channel between the hero's wheel of life and Bai's wheel of life. He adds that all they have to do is survive. The next morning, something hits the spider's head with great speed. This turns out to be a hero who finished off the enemy with a sword. Yu Guang says that they finished off everyone and they succeeded, and the guy with purple hair adds that they are safe. Yu says that they are done with the passage, so the hero can take the guys away and come here. Jula says that the hero is the coolest, and if it weren't for the hero and his monster, they would not have been able to survive until the morning. The hero says that he is very tired and needs to rest quickly, adding that the next wave of monsters could arrive very soon. Looking into the distance with a smile on his face, Lin Huang says that if they protect the base, then hope will appear, and also says that Lin Xing should not worry because her brother will protect her. Lin Huang and Yu's rings begin to vibrate, surprising them. Other people's rings also begin to emit a signal. System window: last night, around 8 p.m., the eastern region of the 7th district was invaded by a horde of monsters. The radius of this invasion was extremely large, and it is now confirmed that 3 small regions of 7D123 were completely destroyed. The number of victims reached 670,000 people. Currently, there has been no news from Citadel 7D121, but an excellent hunter has been sent there. We will update the situation as soon as we receive more accurate information. People in the background panic, asking what they should do, saying that the family lives in point 7D123 and asking about the excellent hunter, where is he now? Yu says to himself that this is a big problem. In her thoughts, she adds that the monster here was most likely seriously wounded by an excellent hunter and is now unleashing its rage on all the surrounding territories, and they are now the only survivors in the area. Lin Huang and Yu's thoughts agree that the monster's next target is their base. View of a wall near a rocky fissure, the hole in which is filled with the bodies of jackals. Yu says that the monsters continue to advance and the number of victims is growing, so he is afraid that they will not last long. The hero says that they need to hold out until evening, because by then an excellent hunter should reach them. Yu replies that this is so, but judging by the current state and the monsters still present, it seems to her, but she does not decide to finish. She says that she is not afraid of death, and everyone who becomes a hunter forever forgets the feeling of fear. The hero puts his hand on Yu's shaking hand, and she says that she doesn't want 200,000 people to be buried here. The hero says that she is a gold rank hunter, and why then does she have such a pessimistic attitude? While Yu listens with a loving look, the hero says that she once heard the phrase, "As long as your chest breathes, always be with hope. And even if the hour of our death is approaching, just don't think about anything. The main thing is that you are alive now." Turning away with an embarrassed look, she asks what kind of moral teaching this is and orders everyone to gather and continue to guard the entrance to the gorge. In his thoughts, the hero thinks why he is so embarrassed and adds out loud that he has gone a little too far. With a scared look, the guy with purple hair says that the enemies are attacking again. Lin Huang and Yu ask what it is with a scared look. 3 large dark figures are running in the distance. These turn out to be iron-armored elephants. Yu says that the excellent monster is too cunning, because he wants to use these elephants to destroy their fortification and cross the canyon. The hero asks that if these monsters look difficult to kill, then how can they win? Yu says that armored elephants' skeletal structure is half metal, so their natural defense is better than other monsters, so they won't have time to destroy them before they come here and break through their defenses. Afterwards, she adds that she doesn't care, and even at the cost of their lives, they must protect the passage at all costs. And Lin Huang says to wait and look there. A small dark figure in the distance jumps towards the elephants, and Yu recognizes it. It turns out to be a gray-haired guy in a black and white suit, surrounded by a blue aura. With lightning in his eyes, he swings his sword. It hits the elephant in the eye. People in the background shout that this type of monster has the weakest part of the eye and rejoice. Surprisingly, he asks if this guy is a gold rank hunter. Against the background of the defeated elephants, Yu says that he is not just golden, but a genius, and calls him Yuzhe, adding that he is now in 11th place in the ranking of hunters of the association and 1 step away from excellent rank. The hero asks Yu if she knows him. The body of a lying elephant is shown. The next shot, his eye lights up red. The elephant begins to rise. Yu swings his sword again with lightning in his eyes. He deals a powerful blow to the elephant. Yu shouts to him as an older brother, which surprises Lin Huang. Yu swings his sword again, striking the elephant. Yu Zheng jumps away from the enemy towards Yu Yu. With a dissatisfied look, he grunts while the joyful Yu Yu runs to meet him, again calling him Big Brother. With a stern look, he tells everyone to stay put because this is not the end. In the distance, against the background of the rising sun, a certain crowd of dark figures is running again. It turns out to be spiders again, but of a different species. Yu Yu says that these are black arachnids, and the hero asks if they are the ones that skillfully shoot silk webs. Yu Zheng says that they may not be very strong, but their threads are extremely strong, adding that the superior monster wants them to undermine their defenses with their web. Lin Huang says that there are too many of them, and then it will be difficult to stop them before they get close. Yu Zheng says that if they had heavy firearms, they would be able to deal with all the spiders, but there are no such weapons here, but he does not have time to finish. A hand in a white glove with a fiery light appears and someone speaks without panic. It turns out to be Yu Yu, who summoned a huge black and yellow machine gun. Yu Zheng asks her in surprise if she didn't fail the initial gunner exam, adding that she doesn't have a license to purchase such a weapon, so where did she get it from? Lin Huang is surprised that this is a gold rank weapon and says that it is very cool. While shooting with a machine gun, Yu Yu says that if you have money, you can buy anything on the black market, and now is not the time to discuss it. With a satisfied look, she says that as long as her chest breathes, always be with hope. Pleased Yu Yu saying that as long as your chest breathes, always be with hope. A beam of enormous power is fired from a machine gun. This beam hits the rock above the running spiders, creating a powerful explosion. Yu Zheng says with a gloomy expression that Yu Yu missed after all, and Lin Huang laughs with an annoyed look. With an evil grin, Yu Yu asks why they thought she missed and says to look carefully. The rock begins to crumble. A collapse occurs directly on the running spiders. The landslide takes out the spiders. The next shot shows spiders buried under a pile of stones and dust, and the hero is surprised that all the spiders have been destroyed. Yu Zhen tells Lin Huang to remember his words for the rest of his life, never anger women, to which the hero answers in the affirmative. In fright, the hero looks into the distance. Behind the pleased Yu Yu, a flock of some red birds flies. Yu Yu asks if she did it and whether her brother will teach her again. Yu Zheng and Lin Huang runs in front of Yu Yu and Yu Zheng says that this sucks and Lin Huang adds that he has seen this before while Yu Yu asks them what else is there. It turns out that a flock of yin crows is flying in the distance, and the hero asks if this is really the end of the world. Together with the yin crow, a crowd of various monsters runs towards the heroes. The next shot shows the same monsters, but closer. Yi Guang says it's hopeless, and Jula adds that they are legion, while Wang Gelene asks what they should do. With a frightened look, the hero says that this is the end, and Yu Zheng asks his sister to activate the teleportation relic, which surprises Yu Yu. Turning around with a menacing look, Yu Zheng says that many of the participants in this year's exam have enormous potential and each of them is hope for a bright future for humanity. So it is better to gather them all and teleport, adding that this is an order. Yu Yu says that since he is staying, then she too, to which Yu Zheng says that he will delay the monsters and gain time, so there is no time to argue and they need to act while they still have time. Yu Yu says that out of the whole family, only the two of them are left, especially since his brother is more gifted than her, and therefore if he survives, then the future generation of their family will be stronger. Yu Zheng tells Yu Yu not to talk nonsense, and since he is her brother, he will not let her die. The hero calls Xiao Hai, and he asks if Lin Huang wants to say goodbye to him. The hero says that in the last battle he killed a lot of monsters and asks how many skill cards he has accumulated. Xiao Hai replies that there are 1245 cards and asks the hero if he wants to take a chance and choose one. Lin Huang says that he is a lifelong loser, and even if the chance is 1 in 1,000, he can't hope that he will get the right card that will turn the situation around, to which Xiao Hai asks in surprise what the hero wants then. The hero asks what will happen if you combine all the cards received into one. Xiao Hai, with a thoughtful look, says that theoretically there could be a limitless skill card, but it is unknown which skill will be dropped, adding that it can only be used once and no one has done this before, because the risk is too great. Against the background of his frightened companions, the hero with an angry look says that even if he draws a card with a strong skill, due to his low level, he will not be able to use it. Looking at the flock of yin crows, he adds that since death is breathing down their backs, then they have nothing to lose and are worth a try. Xiao Hai, obeying the hero's command to combine all the cards, summons them. A huge number of cards merge in a spiral into one bright yellow one. Lin Huang with a green dot on his forehead says that he doesn't care what he gets, it needs to be activated immediately. System window, the player combines 1245 skill cards into one and receives a small destruction card. All collected cards are used. A card appears in front of the hero's face, located in a large yellow sphere and surrounded by lightning. This sphere surrounds the hero and he rises into the air as if dissolving. Yu Zheng hugs his sister as she asks what's going on. Monsters notice a huge yellow glow behind the rocks. The shockwave incinerates them. In the next shot, a more powerful shockwave incinerates the yin crow. Jula is surprised that the yin crows are finished. A huge yellow sphere, similar to the sun, with 3 more small round spheres flying above it, destroys all monsters with its energy. A powerful yellow beam hits the sky, creating a shock wave. Yu squints his eyes with effort. The next shot is of her opening her eyes and asking if it's all over. She opens her eyes wide in surprise. Lin Huang, wearing torn clothes, is kneeling and shaking. Jula asks if the monsters just disappeared. Yiguang is surprised that all the monsters have been destroyed, and Wang Lna is happy that they are all alive and safe. The crowd shouts that it was Lin Huang who saved them. Then the crowd starts chanting his name. With a tired look, the hero asks if the skill card was really useful. Yu rushes to hug Lin Huang, calling him an asshole and saying that he is great, which confuses the hero. Yu Zhang asks the hero if he really used divine magic, to which the hero replies that it is difficult to explain. With an irritated look, Yu Zhang says that since the hero gained divine power, he immediately began to look down on his elders, to which Yu awkwardly says that this is not what Lin Huang meant. Yu Zhang looks at his sister with a gloomy look. With a humble expression, he says that she has already matured, which confuses Yu and causes misunderstanding in Lin Huang. Someone laughs, saying that this is very interesting, which causes sharp concern in the hero. Turning and looking far away at the rocks, the hero notices a dark figure among them. While the hero is in shock, Yu recognizes the person's aura. Yu Zhang says that this person has finally appeared. A man in dark clothes and a cloak says that he did not expect that this is where he would be able to meet a divine descendant. The hero asks in surprise if he is this divine descendant, and Yu says to be careful because this is an excellent monster. Jula is surprised, asking if this is the same superior monster, and Guan says that it's definitely him. Because of his terrifying aura, it's impossible to even breathe normally, and Wang Lna asks what they should do because the excellent hunter has not arrived yet. Taking off his hood, the monster says to call any of their hunters because anyway they will all fall by his hand. As Lin Huang, Yu and Yu Zhang get into fighting stances, the monster says that he will give them a chance to escape death. After the monster removes its hood, its face is visible, which looks like an old brown goblin with red eyes. If they give him Lin Huang, he will let everyone else go, asking what they will say, because such a deal will be beneficial to all parties. The monster standing on the rock's cloak blows in the wind as it looks at the people standing in the distance. Against the backdrop of a frightened crowd and a shocked hero, he says that the life of one in exchange for the lives of 200,000. Yu asks whether to sacrifice the life of Lin Huang to save the others, and Yu Zhang adds that Lin Huang is most likely truly a descendant of God, so what if the monster drinks his blood? It will evolve to the divine race. The monster with a malicious smile says that all the hunters who were supposed to come to their aid have already been killed, so he thinks that no one will bother them for at least an hour and a half. He adds that if they want to survive, then they need to give Lin Huang to him, otherwise all 200,000 people will end up in his stomach. This scares Jula, Yiguang, Wang Lang and a few people in the background. Xiao Hai appears and says that this is a good deal, so people are unlikely to refuse, and Lin Huang asks if there is a way to destroy this creature. Xiao Hai says that based on the hero's skill and the fact that his opponent is of superior rank, the possibility that the hero will die is 100% because the difference in strength is too big, so the hero has no chance. Yu says she agrees. While Yu Zhang tries to call out to her, Yu continues, saying that one life in exchange for 200,000. Lin Huang is surprised how she decided so quickly without even thinking. And Xiao Hai with an annoyed look says goodbye to the hero and says that he's bored. Standing opposite the monster, Yu asks to give her 1 minute to say goodbye to the hero, to which the monster responds with a grin and advises not to do anything stupid, because he will be watching them, adding that 1 minute has passed. Yu turns to her brother and asks him to come with her and be a witness, to which Yu Zhang asks what she is going to do. Yu takes Yu Zhang's hand and walks with a determined look. Yu approaches the perplexed hero. Yu Zhang and Lin Huang stand silently opposite each other. Yu takes Lin Huang's hand. To Yu Zhang's shock and Lin Huang's embarrassment, Yu says that even though they have only known each other for a few days, the hero's courage, moral character and all his talents make her sincerely admire him. Yu Zhang and Lin Huang's thoughts agree that this is a declaration of love. With tears in her eyes, Yu says that since they have to say goodbye, she would like the heroes to know her feelings. She thanks the embarrassed Lin Huang for coming into her life. In the next shot, Yu asks to forgive her for this latest prank. She creates a portal behind Yu Zhang and Lin Huang. The next shot is of her pushing the shocked guys into him. Lin Huang and Yu Zhang call out to Yu. With tears of joy, she says that the future of humanity is in their hands. The monster calls her a bastard and concentrates a whirlwind of dark energy in his hand. The monster shoots out this energy. Lin Huang and Yu Zhang look on in fear. The blow hits the portal, causing Yu Zhang and Lin Huang to jump to the side. Dark red lightning strikes from the red haze. Lightning pierces right through Yu's chest. Yu Zhang shouts his sister's name. Falling with blood at his mouth, Yu only manages to say damn. Yu Yu falls unconscious. Yu Zhang lifts his sister by the shoulders and asks her not to die while she tries to reach out to him. Yu Yu apologizes and says that she is indeed very weak. Lin Huang, surrounded by a flaming aura, turns to the monster and calls him a bastard. The monster says that he gave a chance to insignificant, stupid people, and they dared to deceive him. The monster's head begins to grow in size, and a gap appears on its forehead. The monster shouts death wishes towards its opponents. A giant snake emerges from his forehead and the monster says that they are just his food. The snake grows to enormous sizes, becoming even higher than the rocks surrounding the heroes. And Guan, surrounded by Jula and Wang Elen, says that this is a monster and the monster has completely lost its temper. With a sharp movement, the snake directs its tail forward like a spear. The next shot is of him grabbing a surprised Lin Huang by the belt. While the hero, pulled into the air, screams to let him go, Yu Zhang calls out to the hero. Opening its mouth wide, the snake says that it should be an honor for the hero to merge with it into one, while the hero says that he cannot breathe. He thinks to himself that this seems to be the end and adds that, as he knew, there is a high mortality rate among those who end up in other worlds. The snake, screaming die, swallows the hero. The crowd is shocked and frightened. The dying Yu Yu calls out to Lin Huang. The snake says that now the hero will become a part of it. The next shot shows the snake's surprised eye. Snake wonders what's going on and why her body is vibrating as a blue portal swirls behind her. At first, only fingers protrude from the portal. The next shot, a hairy hand is stretching out from him. The snake turns towards the shadow of this hand. A huge hand drives the snake into the ground with all its might. The snake spits out Lin Huang. Lin Huang falls to the ground. The hand appears from the portal up to the elbow. The snake lunges forward, asking who dared to interfere with her, because she was one step away from the divine rank, adding that this someone will not interfere with her. The hand slaps the snake, driving it into the ground. The snake spits blood. A collapse occurs, and the hero runs away, adding that it is time for him to get out, otherwise he will be carried away. The hero is called out, to which he is surprised to recognize the voice. A yeti appears behind him and Zhu Luo, towards whom blue energy is drawn like a whirlwind. Zhu Luo sits on the yeti's shoulder, and the hero is surprised by their appearance and calls out to them. Lin Huang runs towards Zhu Luo and asks if they didn't leave. Yeti says that the owner was worried about the hero, and therefore wanted to see him, to which Zhu Luo says that the Ice King talks a lot. The hero says with sincere joy that if they had not appeared, then everyone here would have died. Turning around, the hero adds that Zhu Luo and the Ice King can be seen, to which Zhu Luo tells Lin Huang not to worry. The next shot shows Jula and Wang Len sleeping. Afterwards, against the backdrop of a sleeping crowd, among which lie Yu Yu and Yu Zhang, Zhu Luo says that she used magic and made them fall asleep. Red energy flies out from the dead snake, covered with stones. Zhu Luo absorbs this energy into her hand, saying that she owes her life to the hero, and therefore could not calmly leave until she paid for it. Handing the hero a lump of black and red energy, she says that it is a black snake and the hero can safely absorb it and place it in his ring of life to nurture it. Close-up of the palm, in which lies a small black snake. Zhu Luo says that there is a faint trace of dragon blood inside the snake, so when the hero reaches an excellent rank, he can make the snake his fighting spirit. With a determined look, the hero thanks her, adding that it can wait and asks Zhu Luo to save his friend. When asked which friend they are talking about, Yu Yu is shown lying unconscious. The hero says that he knows that Zhu Luo has not used her powers for more than 700 years and it may be impolite for him to ask for such a thing. But the girl was seriously injured because she wanted to save the hero. Zhu Luo says that to restore her wheel of life, she will need at least an excellent soul stone. And is the hero willing to give up this dragon-blooded beast to save her? With a stern look, the hero agrees, saying that her life is much more important. Zhu Luo smiles. She throws a snake into Lin Huang's hands and says that she was joking because she has several spare souls that she can use to restore the Wheel of Life. The Snow King's arms surround Yu Yu. The Snow King and Zhu Luo stand next to Yu Yu's body. Zhu Luo leans over Yu Yu, placing his hands glowing with blue energy next to the latter's chest. A bird made of energy appears from Zhu Luo's hand. Yu Yu is surrounded by a bright orange light. Zhu Luo stands next to Yu Yu's body, which lies in a magic circle, and fiery wings appear behind Yu Yu's back. Lin Huang asks if she will be okay, to which Zhu Luo replies in the affirmative, adding that Yu Yu will wake up soon. Lin Huang thanks Zhu Luo and adds that he is now her debtor. Zhu Luo says that most likely they will not see each other again and she has been looking at the moon of this world for too long. Lin Huang asks if they are already leaving, to which Zhu Luo agrees. Zhu Luo stands on tiptoes. Coming closer to the hero's ear, she wants to ask him one last time. Jumping onto his chest, she addresses him. Zhu Luo, with a serious look, asks Lin Huang if he believes in love. Close up on the eyes of Zhu Luo and Lin Huang. Standing opposite each other, Zhu Luo asks Lin Huang if he believes in love. The hero looks embarrassed and wonders why Zhu Luo is asking this. With annoyance, he thinks that perhaps this is connected with her past. Sighing, Lin Huang replies that love is a feeling that happens in everyone's life, regardless of whether he believes in it or not. This surprises Zhu Luo. With a good-natured smile, he continues, saying that there is nothing wrong with this, and, be that as it may, no one dares condemn the decision to give your soul for the life of a loved one. He then adds, not to mention the person who betrayed you, which makes Zhu Luo react with sad surprise. Taking Zhu Luo by the hands, he says that love can make us stronger, but at the same time it takes a lot of energy from us, so we need to be prepared for it. With a smile, he adds that even if your soulmate is an ordinary person and not a god, for you he will still be the brightest ray of light in the world. Zhu Luo turns to the hero with confusion and surprise. She says that after hearing his answer, she seemed to understand everything. Zhu Luo adds that she is sorry that she cannot stay with Lin Huang and thanks him again, saying that she owes him, to which Lin Huang replies that he should be thanking her. The Snow King says that everything is ready, holding a certain person in his hands, and Zhu Luo explains that this person is the one who was supposed to help the heroes, but fell into the monster's trap. Sleeping in the Snow King's hand is a blonde man with a bowl haircut. Zhu Luo says that he will change the memory of all people, and when they wake up, they will think that it was he who killed the monster and his entire army, and all the credit will go to him. Lin Huang says that he understands, because Zhu Luo is afraid that some people, having learned that the hero is a divine descendant, could cause him a lot of trouble. Zhu Luo says that it is time for them to go and ask Lin Huang to take care of herself. A blue portal appears behind the Snow King and Zhu Luo. Lin Huang says goodbye to Zhu Luo. Zhu Luo says goodbye to Lin Huang. The Snow King, with Zhu Luo on his shoulder, walks into the portal while Lin Huang watches. Lin Huang says that they may not see each other again. Yu Yu wakes up with a startled expression. Yu Zhang asks Yu Yu if she is okay, to which she asks Yu Zhang what happened. Yu Zhang replies that it was all thanks to the excellent hunter who arrived on time and killed the monster, so the danger was over and everyone was safe. Despite the fact that several people lost consciousness due to the fierce attack of the monster, but fortunately no one was seriously injured. Yu Yu is surprised and says that everything is fine then, silently wondering why she feels like she died, and then someone appeared and pulled her out of the darkness, thereby bringing her back to life. Against the backdrop of the crowd congratulating the blonde war, and the hero standing with his back to them and looking into the distance, Yu Yu says the name Lin Huang in his thoughts. With surprise, she seems to understand something. Yu Yu thinks that she apparently forgot about something important. Code Area 7D101 Lin Huang's house. A view of a 3-story house against a background of trees and the night sky, with lights burning in the windows. The hero stands at Lin Xing's door and says that he has returned alive after all. Opening the door and looking at his sleeping sister, he thinks that since it's already night, he won't wake her up, especially since she has to go back to school tomorrow. Looking contented, he falls onto the bed. Xiao Hai materializes in the room. Xiao Hai says that he did not expect the hero to be able to return alive and unharmed, to which Lin Huang agrees, adding that he is also still in shock. With a satisfied look, the hero says that he has already officially registered as a hunter and completed the task within the specified period, asking where his well-deserved reward is. Xiao Hai, with a dissatisfied look, hands the hero a card. Grinning, Xiao Hai says that he hoped that he would move on to a new, more reliable owner and invites the hero to take the card. System window, flawless map. Using this card can restore the body once. All the hidden problems of the body can be healed, including blood vessels, wheel of life, and life pillars. Lin Huang says with a happy face that this is a great thing. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, Xiao Hai suggests that the hero use the card when he has to save his own skin. Holding the glowing card in his hand, the hero says that not this time, because he has a more suitable use for this card. Xiao Hai says that a flawless card can completely restore a hero's body, so is he sure that he doesn't want to save it for later. Sitting on the bed, Lin Huang says that thanks to Zhu Luo, his wheel of life has been restored and there are no life-threatening problems, so he would like to improve his chances in future battles. The hero calls on Bai and says that for this it is necessary to restore the vampire's blood vessels, and if the blood suppression poison is removed from his body, his combat power will increase noticeably. With a satisfied and angry look, holding the card in his hands, the hero says that as a tamer, he must first of all make sure that his monsters are strong, because they are the ones who guarantee his safety, and Xiao Hai replies that this is probably the case. It makes sense. The hero clenches his fist, breaking the card. The fragments of energy from the broken card are absorbed by Bai. The energy behind Bai raises the appearance of huge fiery wings. Looking pleased, Xiao Hai suggests using suppression poison on the vampire again, because he has never seen this kind of monster improvement before. Ordering Xiao Hai to call Bai back, the hero goes to bed with a tired look. Lingxin loudly asks his brother if he is back, which scares the cat who was walking near their house. Lingxin hugs his brother, who is drinking tea and buns. The hero says that he arrived last night and didn't want to wake her up, because she has school in the morning. Linson says that she was worried about him and it's good that he is alive, adding that she is very happy. A voice asks if this is the hero's sister, which surprises Linson. It turns out to be Yuzheng, who says from the holographic monitor that Ling Xing is very cute to look at, which scares Ling Xing even more. In embarrassment, Ling Xing runs away, calling her brother an idiot, because he did not warn her that he was video chatting with Yuzheng himself. And the hero drinks tea with an awkward look and says that it looks like his sister was a little worried. Yuzheng asks with a serious face if he really wants to choose the six-armed demon as his opponent. While the hero answers with a serious look, a figure of the enemy is shown on the side, which is a female figure in red clothes with 6 long arms. The hero said that he had already tested several monsters with ball skills and only the 6-armed demon who carries dexterous hands meets his requirements. System window, the name of the seed of life is Deft Hands. Talent effects, the initial level increases finger dexterity by 10%, the attack speed of both hands increases by 10%. The flexibility of both hands increases by 10%. For each level the bonus increases by 10%. At the third level all 3 abilities are increased to 40%. Method of obtaining can be obtained by killing a 6-armed demon. Yuzheng says that this is true and Deft Hands can indeed improve sword skills, but he is one of the most dangerous iron rank monsters, and therefore it is not recommended to choose her as a target for the life seed. System window, monster name, 6-armed demon, type of monster, undead, rank, 3 iron stars, general skills, heart trap, breathtaking, habitat, Vanu forest, burial places of demons. With a serious look, the hero says that at the moment he does not see a more suitable option to achieve the iron rank. If he wants to quickly acquire a new rank, then he has no other choice. Yuzheng tells the hero that he will send a video where a team of licensed hunters encountered 6 demons and advises him to first read this video and only then make a decision, to which the hero answers in the affirmative. Ling Xing calls out to her brother, saying that she has gone to school. With a smiling look, straightening his hair, he stands against the backdrop of the sun's rays, and his brother is surprised. Ling Xing introduces himself to Yuzheng and voices his hope that the next time they meet, they will be able to get to know each other better, and the hero asks who it is in front of him. Frustrated, Lin Xing leaves. Lin Huang says with annoyance that children grow up quickly and adds that Yuzheng is now in 11th place in the ranking of hunters and is probably the ideal for many girls, which makes Yuzheng laugh. With an embarrassed look, Yuzheng says that Yu asked to say hello to the hero. With surprise, the hero asks why she doesn't call him herself. Yuzheng says that he still has things to do, so he will go, and the hero should first watch the video and only then give an answer. With a gloomy look, the hero asks why she could be so busy and doesn't she even have time to call him. The hero opens the video through a holographic screen. With a shocked look, he exclaims, "What the hell is this?" A certain guy with gray hair and a blue jacket is attacked with such force that his stick breaks and a wound remains on his chest. The next shot shows 6 demons, each holding a sword, attacking people. Lin Huang says that the monster has monstrous speed and each of her arms is a fast killing machine, so there is no need to even try to predict her movements. The 6-armed demon stands against the backdrop of defeated people, and Lin Huang says that not even a minute had passed before the team of 6 simply disappeared. The demon turns sideways. In the next shot, he turns directly to the camera with an angry look. Lin Huang sits with a frightened look against the background of the demon's figure and wonders if he can defeat her. Code Area 7C87, City of Baki. The hero walks along a busy street in a big city. In his thoughts, he says that even if fate foreshadowed a harsh outcome for him, he still decided to go to the Vanu forest in search of the 6-armed demon, because he still expects to improve the skills he needs, and for this the choice of a suitable monster is very important. The hero approaches a huge blue tower around which people are crowding. He says that the most convenient means of transport to get to Vanu Forest is by air, and this can only be found in the city of Baki. The hero is hit by a strong wind. With a surprised look, he looks up. A large cruise ship with wings on its sides flies over the city, and the hero says that it is huge. The airliner flies to the top of the tower. A staircase appears along which people climb. In the next frame, the hero climbs these stairs with a satisfied look. View of the door with number 298. Falling onto the bed with a satisfied look, Lin Huang says she goes. The hero lies in a room with a large panoramic window and a painting on the wall. Lin Huang says that the aircraft has 11 floors filled with all-inclusive rooms, so it is not surprising that the tickets are so expensive, and this is the first time he has spent so much money on himself. The hero lies on his side, resting his head on his hand, and turns on the holographic screen of his ring. He says that according to rumors, the people who live on the 11th floor are still bourgeois, but it's okay, soon he will also get rich and experience that floor. The news report from the ring tells that the incident on the mountain range has become one of the most discussed topics, and the excellent hunter who saved the lives of 200,000 people has become something like a god for everyone and is asked to follow further events on their channel. Yu Guang, Jula and Wang Lna are shown, and the news adds that several young teenagers who did not even have the rank of hunter also took part in the battle and, according to information, these teenagers showed true heroism and only thanks to their efforts the residents did not become victims of monsters, to which the hero says that they look great on screens. The news continues to say that among these events there were those that left a bad impression. They further say that we are talking about a hunter named Bai Yang, who is known as one of the youngest talents, who not only did not help his comrades, but also subjected them to ridicule, which surprises the hero. In the background, the recording shows reporters running towards Bai Yang, and the report reports that Bai Yang, being a hunter who ranked 16th in the ranking of the strongest, disappointed everyone with his action. The next shot shows how several microphones are brought to the disgruntled Bai Yang, and the report reports that the network is full of angry comments in his direction. Lin Huang says with an annoyed look that no matter what world you are in, you still can't escape cyber violence. A huge hologram of a crying and screaming Yihan appears from the ring, who is surprised that Lin Huang is still alive, and he, shuddering, says that Yihan scared him to death. The hero speaks to the crying hologram of Yihan with an awkward expression on his face. Lin Huang asks why Yihan did not wait for the hero, although he asked him to stay where he was, and Han replies that he then chased after Lin Huang to help, because the hero did not think that he would leave him alone. Continuing to sob, Yihan says that he later asked instructor Yu Yu and she said that Lin Huang was still alive and gave him a contact number so that he could contact him later, and then wonders why the hero did not try to call him. With annoyance, the hero says that remembering what happened then and all that chaos, he completely forgot about this. And Han says that Lin Huang's words do not console him, because he prayed for him every day and even dug a grave for the hero, went to it every day and lit a candle in memory of him, to which the hero angrily asks to stop. Taking a serious look, Yihan asks if the information he received from Yu Yu that the hero wants to fight the six-armed demon is true. With a pleased look, the hero confirms this and adds that he is now on an aircraft. And Khan asks the hero if he is sure and says that this monster is considered one of the strongest in the iron rank and even the copper hunters do not dare to underestimate her. Lin Huang replies that he knows this and has already watched several fights with her, saying that she is indeed very strong, but he has a plan. Yihan sighs and says that since Lin Huang is so serious, then everything is probably fine. Lin Huang is asked why he speaks so strangely and whether something happened. Yihan says that Yu Yu-sama called him and asked him to contact the hero, and Khan adds that she asked to convince the hero not to look for this creature. Surprised, Lin Huang asks why she doesn't call him herself. While the hero listens with a sad expression on his face, Yihan says that according to Yu Yu, her brother already tried to dissuade the hero, but he didn't listen, so she's unlikely to succeed either, and so she asked him and asks who Yu Yu's brother is. The hero, with an expression of shock and fear, hears some sound. Looking up, he asks what that noise was. While the room turns on its side, the hero turns off the ring, apologizing and offering to talk later, and Yihan is surprised and doesn't even have time to say anything. Coming out of the room, the hero sees a bunch of frightened people. He asks why the aircraft is shaking so much. Is it possible that the ship has come under an enemy attack? People wonder too, asking if others heard a certain noise, wondering what was going on, if they were attacked, and wondering what kind of monster could attack such a huge metal structure. Lin Huang runs down the corridor towards the frightened crowd. The warning system says that a flock of birds is approaching, so for your safety you need to leave the deck and return to your rooms as quickly as possible. With an angry expression on his face, Lin Huang says not like that. The next shot, against the backdrop of a flying airliner, shows a flock of birds. Then they show the birds up close. These are monsters with purple plumage and spikes on their backs. The hero asks why he runs into monsters everywhere. System window, the name of the monster is an explosive bird. The wings of explosive birds reach a length of about 2 meters in span, have sharp claws and a long beak, so they can easily drag away creatures weighing over 300 kilograms. They feed on brains and hunt in flocks. Shot of a crowd of flying explosive birds. While Lin Huang looks at the birds with an aggressive look, a crowd of people chatter in fear. People say that there are too many birds and asks what they should do, adding that bird explosions mainly eat human brains, so if they break through, then it's all over, and one of the people says not to panic, because the aircraft of this company is very durable, so that birds will not be able to get inside. Frowning, the hero thinks that explosive birds are probably the most unpleasant enemy attacking from the air. The bird hits the pink energy shield with its paws. The next shot shows a close-up of the flying airliner, which is completely surrounded by a pink barrier. Someone says that the ship is surrounded by a protective field so that it can withstand any attack from these birds, so you need to remain calm. Lin Huang reflects angrily that despite all this, he still has a bad feeling. Lin Huang stands with a surprised look against the backdrop of people animatedly discussing something. One of the people says that the safety of these ships exceeds 90%, so nothing will happen to them, to which the second adds that these are just explosive birds, and therefore they will not be able to get closer to the defense. Looking scared, Lin Huang sees something in the distance and exclaims. The next shot shows a crowd of birds in front of which one stands out, and Lin Huang recognizes it as the king of the explosive birds. The king dives sharply down. He hits the shield with all his might. From this blow, the ship begins to shake and people lose their balance. Scared and angry, Lin Huang adds that the bird must be gold rank. Worried, Lin Huang turns his attention to the old man kneeling while the people in the background are discussing what to do, panicking and saying that the king of the explosive birds is a golden monster, so he will definitely break through the ship's defense. Lin Huang leans over to the old man and asks if everything is okay with him, to which he replies that it's bad, because if the protective field fails, the explosive birds will easily penetrate inside the ship and all passengers will become lunch for them. With a scared look in his mind, Lin Huang wonders what he should do and adds that even if he releases Bai, with his rank, he will not be able to do anything against these birds. The king of explosive birds hits the protective dome again with great force. Lin Huang looks up in surprise. A figure of a man with fiery wings appears, behind which a bright red portal burns, blinding the birds. People around are wondering if he can really fly and perhaps there is an excellent hunter on the ships. The next shot shows a man with blonde hair, golden wings, a black and purple hoodie and a katana on his back, and the people in the background add that his equipment is flying in gold rank. The old man with a joyful look says that this guy's name is Lai Yangxing, so they are saved, and the hero asks who it is. While Lai Yangxing flies towards the birds at great speed, the old man says that this is one of the strongest gold rank hunters, ranked 5th, so with him they have every chance. Lai Yangxing shouts, "Die you vile brats." Lai Yangxing swings his sword, injuring several birds. The birds fall defeated. Lai Yangxing, surrounded by a yellow protective field, looks after the flying birds, while people in the background say with admiration that it is not for nothing that he is so famous. Since he is so strong, the girl adds that he is so handsome, and the other says that he is strong and handsome. Are there such people in the world? And the old man adds that they are saved, while Lin Huang is surprised that Lai Yangxing only needed one swing of the sword. Lai Yangxing returns the katana to its sheath with a satisfied look, and Lin Huang says in his thoughts that the guy only made one swing, so if this technique is converted into a skill card, then its rating should be at least rare. Looking pleased, Lin Huang adds that if he manages to imitate these movements correctly, he will master a new technique. The old man shouts after the hero that he has not thanked him yet, to which Lin Huan says that it is not worth it because he has urgent matters. Room 298. Xiao Hai asks if the hero wants to learn Lai Yangxing's sword technique the same way he studied Great Devastation, to which the hero replies that the principle is the same, so why not? Xiao Hai also adds that the bald man specifically showed his technique to the hero so that he could master everything correctly. Afterwards he says that then the hero had calming tea, and now he is trying to repeat a technique that he saw only once, wondering what the hero thinks he will succeed in, to which Lin Huang replies that he will not know until he tries. Closing the eyes of the heroes, he remembers how Lai Yangxing moved and says that if he understands the essence of the technique, then there is a very high probability that he will be able to obtain a fragment of the skill. Swinging his sword with a stern look, Lin Huang says that it won't work once, he will try 10. Making the next swing, he adds that if then nothing works, he will try 100 times. On the third swing, he says that he will continue until he succeeds and gives up. Sighing, he says that for a loser, this is the only one. The next shot shows the hero finishing the phrase Path of Survival with an evil smile. Close up on a katana blade, Xiao Hai tells Lin Huang to quit this idea because he has been training with this sword for 5 whole hours, while the hero is actively breathing with a tired look. Against the background of a 6-armed demon, Lin Huang puts his sword forward with his eyes closed. He says that simply repeating the movement will not help him master the essence of the technique, but what if he imagines the battle in front of him? The 6-armed demon lunges forward, and the hero reflects that the 6-armed demon's attacks seem a little difficult, but in fact, any of his movements can instantly kill. The 6-armed demon quickly attacks Lin Huang, who defends himself with a sword and continues to reflect that Great Devastation itself is a good technique, but it lacks speed. With a sharp movement, Lin Huang cuts off both of the demon's hands. The remaining third hand pierces the hero's body right through. Against the background of Lin Huang, who is punched by a 6-armed demon, he continues to think that he cannot match the speed of this monster and, at best, they will simply kill each other. Lin Huang believes that he needs to find a way to immobilize the demon, and to kill him, he can call on Bai for help, and he will only have to finish off the demon with one blow. Lin Huang imagines Bai entangling the demon with his aura and continues to think that if he can hold the 6-armed demon, he will only have 1 second to take advantage of the chance. Putting his sword forward, Lin Huang reflects that there is only one blow and only one opportunity. In surprise, he opens his eyes, shouting out "Ha!" Against the background of the image of Lai Yangxing, the hero moves forward. Xiao Hai asks in surprise as the blade passes very close to his face. The next shot shows the hero in a yellow energy wave that breaks the floor and cuts the sofa in half. System window, congratulations, the master has acquired a fragment of the Thunder Sword X1 card. Lin Huang says with satisfaction that he succeeded. Lin Huang is interested in what kind of Thunder Sword is and asks that if he collects all the fragments, he will be able to obtain the full set of movements of this sword technique. To which Xiao Hai replies that in principle yes, and Lin Huang adds that then he will continue training. Code Area 7C82. View of a liner flying across the sky with the city in the background. A dissatisfied Xiao Hai tells Lin Huang with an exhausted look that he spent a lot of money as compensation for the damage caused, so now he has almost nothing except a piece of iron. Lin Huang asks to stop scolding him, because just a little more and he will be able to return everything. Xiao Hai says that Wanyu Forest is about 3 kilometers away, and Lin Huang wonders if it's worth going there right now since there are no military bases nearby and he doesn't think he can go there alone. Lin Huang says that he needs hunters of at least silver rank to accompany him and go into the forest with him. A view of several houses with a sign reading Adventurer's Paradise. The next shot shows a girl with neck-length red hair and a top hat who smiles welcomingly, and next to there is a sign that says reception. The girl says that she will help the hero find a group of adventurers to go into the forest soon, and then immediately adds that there is one group that is performing tonight and will be in the forest for about a week. Lin Huang with an annoyed look says that if this is tonight, then he has quite a bit of time. To which the girl replies that the hero is lucky because the leader of this group has a gold rank and they are going into the forest to complete their mission. So they can do it to take with you, adding that if the hero wants to wait, then the next group leaves in 12 days. With a wide smile, she adds that Lin Huang can hire a team that will specially escort him there and back, but then the price will be much higher. While the hero with tears in his eyes says that it is not necessary, because compensation for damage to the room on the ship was already worth he has a lot. The girl says that the price for the escort will be 200,000 credits, explaining that the group is only responsible for ensuring that Lin Huang reaches the forest safely and they are not responsible for his further fate, and also asks the hero to sign if he accepts these conditions. Lin Huang signs and says that he understands everything, asking how he can contact this team. The girl says that as soon as the payment arrives, the team captain will contact him, so there is no need to worry. Lin Huang and Xiao Hai are walking in front of a sign that says Adventurer's Paradise. Xiao Hai asks Lin Huang if he is sure of what he is doing, because there is a very high probability that he will die in this forest, to which the hero replies that he is sure. Besides, the team captain has a gold rank, so let's see how everything can take shape, and if he cannot kill that monster, then sooner or later he will end anyway. Lin Huang receives a message on the ring, which surprises him. System window, we will perform today at 9 p.m., gathering at the South Gate. Against the background of a darkened figure, Lin Huang says, short and sweet, we're leaving today, and believes that this gold rank captain must be a strong and reliable man, to which Xiao Hai asks the hero not to rejoice ahead of time. Code Area 7C82 South Gate. A view of a long road that goes out of the city into the distance of green hills, and in the middle of it there are dark figures. Lin Huang shakes his head from side to side and asks why there is no one else but him. Did he come too early? Behind the hero, someone wonders if this is Lin Huang who wants to go into the forest with them. The next shot shows 3 people, a man in a black t-shirt and black gloves with a scar on his face and blonde hair, a man in a black shirt, dark glasses with a beard and red hair, and also between them a girl in a white shirt, several belts and red hair. The girl says that her name is Lang Yuixin and she is the captain of the team, so if the hero wants to get to the forest safe and sound, he must immaculately obey all her orders and ask the hero if he understood her. Lin Huang is embarrassed and surprised that the captain is a girl. With a disappointed expression on his face, Lin Huang says that yes, he is the same Lin Huang, and the girl asks if he carefully read all the terms of the contract when he signed it, adding that they are only responsible for ensuring that he gets where he needs to go safely. The girl says that after they appear in the forest, they will have their own task, and therefore next Lin Huang will be on his own, and at that moment someone puts a hand on her shoulder and tells her to wait. The next shot shows Lai Yangxing, who with a good-natured smile says that they do not go into the forest because they have a rather specific mission and they usually do not take people with them in such conditions, adding that apparently they made a mistake during registration and therefore they apologize for what happened. Lin Huang is surprised in his mind that Lai Yangxing is also here. Lai Yangxing expresses the hope that the hero will refuse to go with them, since they really cannot take outsiders with them now and, of course, will pay him compensation, which upsets the hero. With a serious look, Lin Huang reflects that if he still decides to go with them, he will be able to master new sword techniques, adding that Lai Yangxing does not want to take the hero with him, and therefore he is a little embarrassed. Lai Yangxing adds that he will pay the hero good compensation so that he can hire a special team of adventurers, which greatly encourages Lin Huang. Lai Yangxing also adds that if the hero goes with them, Then he will have to split up later and he may have problems, but this way he can hire a team that will accompany him there and back and even help him defeat the monster he wanted to fight. Lin Huang was about to answer something, but Xiao Hai suddenly appeared and covered his mouth with his hands. In the next shot, Xiao Hai raises his hand, holding a card with the inscription mission card in his hand, and says that he congratulates the hero for activating the mission card. System window, mission objective, follow Lang Yuexin to Wanyu Forest. After reaching Iron Rank, follow Lang Yuexin back to the city. The mission is valid for 15 days. The hero, with an annoyed look, asks if there really is a mission card again and where is the reward, and Xiao Hai replies that if he completes the mission within a certain time, he will receive a promotion card, but if he cannot complete it within the specified time frame, he will be punished and one of his monster cards will be removed. Thinking, Lin Huang comes to the conclusion that he has no choice and he still has to go with them, even if they are unhappy with him. Otherwise he will lose Bai or the tyrant, and then he is definitely done for, and Lai Yangxing says that if the hero chose compensation, then here they will part. Lin Huang turns around with a dissatisfied expression and asks who was talking about compensation, which surprises Lai Yangxing. Afterwards, Lai Yangxing remains silent with an emotionless expression. In the next shot, Lai Yangxing stands surrounded by two stern men and with a slight smile asks Lin Huang if he is still going to go with them, even taking into account the fact that they do not guarantee his return. Lin Huang says that he has already signed the agreement and now does not want to leave everything halfway, and in his thoughts he adds that Lai Yangxing apparently really wants to throw him out of the group for some of his own reasons. Lang Yuexin, standing behind the hero, says that since this is the case, then they hit the road. Turning half sideways, she adds that it's better not to waste time. Lin Huang says with a satisfied expression, "Yes, Captain," while Lai Yangxing and the other two guys stand with gloomy expressions on their faces. The guy with the scar calls out to Deng Yuexin, but he tells him to be quiet with a stern expression. In the next shot, he adds that they still just have to get Lin Huang there, to which the guy with the scar replies, "We'll see." View of the night sky and a lizard dozing on the sand. Something flies near the lizard at high speed, causing it to jump, eyes bulging. The next shot shows a huge blue bird with two people sitting on it. It turns out to be Lin Huang and Lang Yuexin. Lin Huang says that the distance to the forest is about 3 kilometers, but riding a gold rank monster, they can get there in an hour and a half, so he simply has no words, and Deng Yuexin responds with indifferent silence. Behind Lin Huang, the remaining members of the squad are flying on 2 more birds and 1 dragon, and he thinks that all 4 must be from noble families. Otherwise, how did they all get such wealth? The next shot shows Lai Yangxing flying with an angry and dissatisfied face, and Lin Huang, noticing this, believes that the guy is not indifferent to Lang Yuexin. Lang Yuexin asks Lin Huang why they are heading into the forest. Lin Huang says that he is going there because he wants to reach the Iron Rank, and the monster with the life seed he needs is a 6-armed demon. This information greatly surprises Lang Yuexin. She asks why a 6-armed demon, because with the powers of a hero you slip up a little and you will be dead, and Lin Huang says that it's okay and if she can't kill him, then she can choose another monster, but it's better to try first, to which Lang Yuexin says that they are on their way anyway, so they will take Lin Huang there, and then he can only rely on his dacha. Lin Huang sits with a contented expression, and Lai Yangxing flies behind him. Lin Huang says that he is very glad to be in their company and thanks the captain in his thoughts, adding that Lai Yangxing will apparently be watching him for a long time. A view of a dense thicket opens up and Lang Yuexin says that the Wanyu forest is right in front of them. The squad hears a loud roar. Lin Huang and Lang Yuexin notice that the growl is coming from the forest. Another loud roar is heard and someone from the squad adds that it is a gold rank monster screaming. View of the forest and night sky. The squad is standing in the forest and Lin Huang says that based on his instincts, the source of the sound is somewhere nearby. The guy with dark glasses tells Lang Yuexin that they have already completed their mission and brought Lin Huang to the place, so there is no need to accompany him into the forest. And the guy with the scar adds that they have their own task now, so what if Lin Huang survives, then they can pick it up on the way back. Lang Yuexin replies that they don't care on the way, so they will take him to his final destination, especially since the forest is infested with monsters that Lin Huang is unable to defeat alone. The glasses guy wanted to object, but was interrupted by Lai Yangxing, who said that Lin Huang would be safe if he stayed with them for a while longer. He further adds that Lang Yuexin is right and this will not affect their schedule in any way. Lang Yuexin tells them to go, and Lin Huang wonders in his mind how kind-hearted these people are. The next shot shows a battle in the forest between 2 huge monsters. Lin Huang, Lai Yangxing, and Deng Yuexin watch this spectacle. Lin Huang asks if it is a dragon. Lai Yangxing believes that it was the one making all the noise, and Lang Yuexin adds that it is a type of golden armored dragon that has undergone the first mutation and people call it the Crimson Armored Dragon. Lang Yuexin says that among the gold rank monsters he is considered one of the strongest, and Lai Yangxin regrets that there is no tamer among them, because they could tame and seal him. While Lin Huang is surprised, he is told that since he does not have an iron rank, fighting this monster alone would simply become a toothpick for him. The guy wearing dark glasses says that the strength of a 3-star gold rank armored dragon is comparable to the strength of a top 100 gold hunter, so only Miss Lang and Dai Yangxing can kill him, and Lin Huang thinks to himself that then these two guys would also die in battle. Lai Yangxing says that since there is no tamer, then there is no other choice and they can only kill him. Lai Yangxing stands with an evil grin, close-up of a dragon's eye. In the next shot, the dragon notices a group of characters and roars loudly. Lin Huang, gritting his teeth angrily, thinks that the pressure on them is very terrible and he, let alone fight, cannot even move. Lang Yuexin wants to say something, but Lai Yangxin doesn't let her finish and says that he can't let the lady fight, so let him leave it to him. Lin Huang thinks that Lai Yangxing was waiting for this. Lai Yangxing takes out his sword and says to wait a minute as he will quickly get rid of the monster. The dragon makes a sharp jerk. Lai Yangxing also makes a dash. The guy wearing dark glasses, the blonde man, and Lin Huang stand in shock. The blonde says that if the monster scratches or bites even a little, then the victim is finished. The guy with glasses adds that this is still one of the most powerful monsters of the gold rank, and Lin Huang is surprised that Lai Yangxing went into a frontal attack and asks if that's all he'll be fine. Lang Yuexin tells the hero not to worry, and he asks how he can not worry because this monster is one of the gold rank leaders. Lang Yuexin asks what's wrong with this since his opponent is still Lai Yangxing. The monster runs towards Lai Yangxing, who is standing still. Lai Yangxing smiles and says that this is what he was waiting for. The monster almost bites Lai Yangxing, but he disappears, leaving only a purple outline in the same place. In the next shot, Lai Yangxing, surrounded by lightning, appears in the air behind the monster and swings his sword, and Lin Huang says that Lai Yangxing teleported. Lai Yangxing, surrounded by lightning, quickly heads towards the goal with a satisfied expression on his face. Lai Yangxing makes a powerful blow to the monster's neck. While someone in the background wonders if it's really just one hit again, Lin Huang thinks in shock that everything was too fast and he can't see. Lai Yangxing emerges from the smoke with a falling monster in the background. The next shot is a close-up of Lai Yangxing's face, and Lin Huang thinks that the guy is too strong. Lai Yangxing passes by the hero. In the next frame, he turns to Lin Huang, asking if his legs have given way, and if so, then there is no need to be afraid and it is better to stand behind. Lin Huang thinks angrily that even if this guy is strong, it doesn't change the fact that he disgusts Lin Huang. While the rest of the squad leaves, Lin Huang turns towards the defeated monster and regrets to himself that he does not have a dragon attribute. Looking at the body of the defeated monster, he continues to think that then he could collect an entire dragon monster card. System window, a dying mutated monster with dragon blood was discovered. The monster is suitable for integration with the mutated soul of the beast that is in the body of the master. Does the master want to integrate the monster's soul into a new card? This greatly surprises the hero. System window, does the wizard confirm the merge and receive a new dragon card? Lin Huang says with a pleased expression that this is an unexpected surprise. Addressing the squad, he tells them to go and not wait for him because he wants to go to the toilet. Lang Yuexin says with concern that it is very dangerous here, and Lai Yangxin reassures her, saying that nothing will happen to him and they better go. The guy with glasses says that obviously Lin Huang wants to wait until the dragon dies to take his corpse, because for such a poor fellow it is a big jackpot. And the blonde adds that if other monsters come to the smell, he won't get anything. Approaching the dragon's corpse, Lin Huang asks Xiao Hai what he should do. Xiao Hai says that Lin Huang must touch the dragon so that the black snake in his body will form a connection with the dragon. Touching the monster's body, Lin Huang asks if he is doing the right thing. An image of a large dark snake appears behind the hero, and his face is distorted in pain. Lin Huang says that he can feel the snake's soul being released. The dragon's body shatters into red fragments. The next shot shows a close-up of fragments flying somewhere. Shards fly into Lin Huang's head as he screams, and Xiao Hai says that the black python has the blood of a dragon, and therefore is perfect for merging with the crimson armored dragon, so Zhu Luo left the hero a great gift. A card with the image of a small dragon materializes in the air. Holding his head with a tired but satisfied look, Lin Huang says that he received the blue epic card. System window, Immortal Dragon, Rarity, Epic, Monster Type, Dragon, Combat Rank 3 Iron Stars, Skill 1 Black Dragon Flame, Skill 2 Dragon Power, Skill 3 Enhanced Regeneration, Skill 4 Immunity to Elements, Skill 5 Absolute Defense, Call Status, Available. Note, the individual will become an adult undead dragon when it reaches the rank of superiority. Lin Huang happily says that an immortal dragon sounds cool. Lin Huang looks at the map thoughtfully and asks Xiao Hai what the initial stage of a dragon means. Xiao Hai replies that this is his classification according to the amount of dragon blood, and in it, heavenly dragons are low, and those with a higher rank are already considered real dragons, warriors. Xiao Hai also adds that creatures with dragon blood are powerful creatures, and dragon blood is rated at the following levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and supreme, and the rarity of the card can be epic, legendary, mystical, or even divine. Lin Huang is surprised that she is even divine. Holding the dragon card in his hand, Lin Huang says that Zhu Luo told him earlier that strong monsters have great value, and this is true. Xiao Hai with a dissatisfied look asks if Lin Huang needs a card with a new skill or he can go to sleep, to which the hero, full of joy, says that he needs it right now. Holding the levitating card in his hands, Lin Huang says that he wants enhanced regeneration right now, to which Xiao Hai replies that the random selection is completed and congratulates him on acquiring the absolute defense skill. Lin Huang is kneeling with a disappointed look, and Xiao Hai says that the loser is back in business, and did he really think that if he was lucky once, then now the hero will be swimming in gold. System window, skill information, absolute defense passive skill, overwhelming effectiveness against physical attacks, gives 50% resistance to them. With a satisfied look, Lin Huang says that this is also not bad, just suitable for battles at short distances. Walking deep into the forest with Lin Huang, Xiao Hai says that unfortunately the hero can only summon a dragon after achieving Iron rank, otherwise it would increase his chances in the battle with the six-armed demon, to which Lin Huang asks to stop and let him enjoy the moment. Against the backdrop of the sky and crescent moon, Lin Huang tells Lang Yuexin and the rest of the squad that he has returned. Lang Yuexin advises Lin Huang to keep up with the team, and Lin Huang thanks her for her concern, while the three guys follow them with dissatisfied faces, and the blonde says that the hero is like a bath leaf and still won't get rid of it. Lin Huang asks Lang Yuexin if the crimson armored dragon belonged to the dragon family. Lang Yuexin says no, but since he died from one blow from Lai Yangxing, then probably the concentration of dragon blood in him is slightly higher than 8%. And with such a concentration, with proper training, he could mutate again, and then the concentration could increase up to 10%, and perhaps he could even become a heavenly dragon. Lin Huang asks if there has ever been a real dragon in the 7th district, to which Lai Yangxing replies that there may be. Lai Yangxing intervenes in the dialogue, standing between Lin Huang and Lang Yuexin, and offers to tell him more about this himself. He continues by saying that in the past, many superiors died due to attempts to kill the dragon, and this eventually angered the demigod to the point that he destroyed that dragon. Lai Yangxing also says that due to the fact that a demigod was involved in the case, all information about this incident was classified by the government. The hero answers understandingly, adding in his thoughts that for these reasons his immortal dragon card may be very rare. The blonde and the guy with glasses point into the distance, and the blonde adds that they have finally arrived and tells Lin Huang to just walk in that direction for another 3 kilometers and he will reach the habitat of the six-armed demon. And the guy with glasses, chuckling, adds that here he and the hero say goodbye. Lang Yuexin pulls Lin Huang's t-shirt with his fingers. While Lin Huang turns to her in surprise, Lang Yuexin says not to force himself, because if he can't kill the six-armed one, then it's okay, adding that although the seed of life may be an important thing, he can choose other, stronger ones when it gets stronger. Lin Huang replies with a satisfied look that of course, because if he realizes that he can't do it, he will change his mind, adding that although he doesn't know what their mission is, he wishes them good luck, and Lai Yangxing is angry, standing behind. Lang Yuexin replies that they will need her. While the squad leaves, Lai Yangxing angrily looks after Lin Huang, and Lin Huang himself says that for the first time he saw Lang Yuexin smile, adding that she may look cold on the outside, but in her heart she is quite pleasant. Smiling, he says and now. The next shot shows Lin Huang and Bai walking behind him with a serious look, and the hero says that they will go hunt six-armed demons. A view of a forest consisting of bare trees in the middle of an ordinary forest, over which a thunderstorm thunders. The next shot is with a six-armed demon, and Lin Huang in the background says that the source states that six-armed demons are immortal creatures that suck the life out of everything that surrounds them. And now he sees that this is really so. Sitting in a shelter behind a rock with Bai, Lin Huang says that at night the fighting power of these creatures is much stronger, so it is better to wait until dawn and start acting. 2 six-armed demons walk next to each other, and Lin Huang says that the distance between them is too small, so if he wants to survive, it is better to lure them one at a time, and asks Bai to look for a monster walking alone nearby. Lin Huang and Bai run along the path. The hero looks at the holographic screen with a loading bar and says that in order to reach the Iron rank, he at least needs to kill 2 six-armed demons, adding that it will not be easy. Bai puts his hand on Lin Huang's shoulder. The heroes look somewhere in shock. The next shot shows a six-armed demon standing with his back in a purple dress. Lin Huang is surprised by the color of the dress and asks if it could be a mutated species. Lin Huang says that going against the two is very risky, but he doesn't want to miss this chance. The heroes extend their hand forward in the direction of the running Bai and tell him to act according to the plan. Bai attacks the six-armed demon, and Lin Huang says that these demons do not have vocal cords, so they will not be able to warn others, and the main thing is to deal with one first, then there will be no problems with the second. The demon notices the vampire. While Bai fights the demon, Lin Huang says that her life is in the mask. Lin Huang advises Bai to break the demon mask. A flurry of quick blows hits the demon, from which he only manages to defend himself. Lin Huang runs with a sword in his hands and says that as long as Bai holds one, he can come to the other from the rear. The next shot shows the demon in a purple dress from the back again, and Lin Huang says that they will have more chances this way. The demon turns towards the main character, and he only manages to curse. The demon immediately makes a sharp lunge. Lin Huang is surprised with a frightened look and says that this is a magical attack combined with a physical one. The next shot shows a barrage of energy that even tilts the trees. Lin Huang is pushed aside with such force that he barely manages to stay on his feet. The Bai turn towards the hero, but Lin Huang tells the vampire not to think about him and to deal with his demon first. Lin Huang fires a few shots with an aggressive expression. The mutated demon covers itself with its arms and blocks all shots. The next shot of the demon makes a powerful attack with all its hands on the ground while Lin Huang jumps to the side. Lin Huang says that this is very dangerous and he won't last long like this. The next shot shows a hand flying at great speed. After this, they show how this hand pierces through Lin Huang's chest. A hologram appears in the hero's place, and Lin Huang himself, standing behind the demon, runs into the distance and says that the demon is a freak and let him try to get him, chuckling. Skill, walk without a trace. Bai activates the wings behind his back. The next shot shows a six-armed demon entangled. With a shout of "Get it!" a sword is pierced into the demon's mask. Lin Huang, holding the sword in his hand, says that he needs to deal with this first and then get the second one. A mutated demon appears behind Lin Huang. The next shot is a close-up of the hero's and Bai's eyes. System window. Warning, the master was attacked. In 0.3 seconds the fatality rate will be 100%. I will automatically activate the emergency plan, searching for available maps to get out of a crisis situation. Close to Lin Huang's body is the hand of a demon. System window, the master can use the transformation card. Would you like to activate it? The demon's hand had already approached Lin Huang's body and caused a small wound. Lin Huang shouts to use. There is a strong surge of energy that pushes the demon away. Lin Huang screams, and in the background a dark silhouette is shown, which transforms, creating an evil monstrous mouth on the hero's face, and his eyes glow red. Yellow wings appear behind Lin Huang. A view of Lin Huang's face with red eyes and gray hair. In the new modified form, Lin Huang says that this is what power vampires have. In the next shot, his face contorts into a maniacal smile. Sudden movement of blue energy. The next shot shows the demon surrounded by blue energy colliding with Lin Huang surrounded by orange energy. Through laughter, the hero says that he is a bit of a cheater and asks the demon if he expected this. With an energy blow, Lin Huang wounds the demon mask. With insane joy, the hero shouts that it's time to finish. The demon's mouth opens, from which a bright blue light shoots out. The demon hits Lin Huang with this energy. The hero, with an aggressive look and maximum effort, tries to hold back the flow of energy. The next shot is a close-up of his eyes, full of surprise. They show a demon who has a huge number of spikes in place of his hands, and the demon himself is surrounded by dark energy and pixels, and Lin Huang asks what the hell this is. The demon sends a huge amount of blue energy spikes towards Lin Huang. The hero creates a force field that blocks shots, but the barrier cracks slightly. System window, passive ability, absolute protection. Lin Huang says that in transformation mode, he can still use his skills. The demon strikes the ground with all his might. System window, movement skill, tread without a trace. Lin Huang stands in front of the demon and says that this is dangerous. Still with the same manic smile, holding a sword in his hands, Lin Huang says to taste its great devastation. The demon screams furiously. Lin Huang wonders in shock why the demon is making a sound. The demon in the red dress turns his head. He heads towards Lin Huang and the mutated demon. The next shot is a close-up of the demon's eye. Behind the demon is Bai, who entangles him with his energy wings. The demon turns around and makes a sharp blow with his hand. The blow hits Bai in the shoulder. The energy behind Bai is converted into projectiles that fire towards the demon. The shells hit the demon, who stands with a frightened expression on his face. The defeated demon lies on the ground, and Lin Huang shouts that Bai is beautiful. The hero asks the vampire if he is okay. The mutated demon runs away from Bai and Lin Huang. The hero shouts that the demon has decided to flee. Lin Huang orders Bai to catch up with the demon, because by killing him he will receive an iron rank. Bai jumps and transforms his energy wings into huge paws. The mutated demon fights off this energy. Lin Huang, making a sharp jump, taunts the demon that he did not have time to make his legs and saying that he is not finished with him yet. In the next frame, he cuts the enemy in half, shouting a death wish at the latter. A smooth crack appears in the center of the demon's mask, from which a red light shines. Lin Huang has his back turned and a fallen demonic hand is shown behind him. The effect of the transformation dissipates, which surprises the hero. System window, the master is under the influence of prana baptism, forced interruption of transformation. Against the background of a holographic screen with a wheel, Lin Huang notices that the wheel of life begins to rotate. An energy sphere flies out from the defeated demon. The hero, approaching her, asks the question that, apparently, this is the seed of life. System window, seed of life detected, automatic transformation in Lin Huang's hand. To his surprise, a card appears, glowing green. The hero says that he remembers that the initial level of the life seed only gives a 10% bonus, but this gives a 20% and expresses the opinion that this is possible due to the fact that the demon in the purple dress was mutated. Seed of Life card, name, deft hands, value, rare, type, mixed, effect 1 finger dexterity plus 20%, effect 2 attack speed of both hands plus 20%, effect 3 flexibility of both hands plus 20%, level effect, with each upgrade, all 3 effects receive an additional 20%, note, it will do. Lin Huang says that the starting level gives 20%, and if he reaches gold rank, he will get 80%, which means his hands will be almost twice as fast, adding that the effect of dexterous hands is really impressive. System window, Master, Lin Huang, gender, male, combat rank, first level of Iron rank, Seed of Life deft hands, combat skill 1 Scripture of Great Devastation, combat skill 2 Traceless Gate, monster skill 1 Blood Art, monster skill 2 Giant Endurance, skill 3 Great Strength, monster skill 4 Restraining Magic Eye, monster skill 5 Absolute Defense. The available number of summons is 2. The hero says with a satisfied look that he finally has the Seed of Life, and his skills and the skills of the monsters have been divided, and the number of summons has also increased, so now Bei doesn't have to work so hard. With a determined look, Lin Huang says that now if no one objects, the Iron Rank Master wants to take a nice walk in the forest. Xiao Hai, foaming on his head and looking dissatisfied, says that he was going to take a shower and go to bed and asks Lin Huang why he called him. Lin Huang says that this is so that he can see his first improved monster with him. Xiao Hai says in a sarcastic manner that he is very grateful for this honor. Lin Huang summons an immortal dragon. A small black dragon appears with bone elements all over its body. Approach the dragon and stroking it on the head, Lin Huang says that it is very cool and all black, so he will call it Cole. With a satisfied look, Lin Huang says that he should improve the dragon once and its rarity will increase from epic to legendary. Lin Huang, with a satisfied look, shouts at Xiao Hai to activate the promotion card, to which Xiao Hai, with an aggressive look, hits the hero on the head with all his might and, calling Lin Huang an idiot, asks him to use his brain. The hero says that he has one promotion card and asks what the problem is then. Evil Xiao Hai asks in response if Lin Huang missed everything that Xiao Hai told him earlier and adds that to upgrade an ordinary card to a rare one, you need 1 card, and to upgrade from a rare to an epic one already 2. So Xiao Hai says that even if Lin Huang has a sufficient number of cards, he would not advise using them on Ember, and the hero asks the reason. Pushing the dragon away with his hand, the hero listens to Xiao Hai's words that since Lin Huang himself is now still a complete vegetable, the monster cards he studies are limited to epic rarity and lower, and therefore monster cards of higher rarity are not yet available and will only open after achieving excellent rank. Materializing a pistol in his hand, Lin Huang accepts this information and adds that even so it won't be difficult for him to walk a little through the forest. As he fires the shot, he gives Sooty and Bai the command to attack. A vampire and a dragon attack a monster that looks like a large white bird. System window, Purple-Eyed Eagle X1 map fragment, Purple-Eyed Eagle X1 map fragment, Purple-Eyed Eagle X1 map fragment. A blue monster that looks like a wolf falls to the ground. System window, congratulations to the master for accumulating 30 blue wolf card fragments, which can be combined into 1 card. Standing on the corpses of the wolves, surrounded by Ember and Bai, Lin Huang rejoices and says that blue wolves are welcome as mounts, so now he will have one too. Lin Huang also says that in addition to riding services, you can also learn a skill. Monster card, rarity, common, the monster's name is Blue Wolf, type of monster, mutated species, combat rank, first level bronze, skill 1 Giant Endurance, skill 2 Bloody Hunt, call status, available, note, crap. System window, skill extraction activated. Random selection. System window, congratulations on acquiring the skill, Bloody Hunt. System window, Bloody Hunt after activation. The user's sense of smell is heightened, which allows him to distinguish all odors within a radius of 10 kilometers. The skill is especially sensitive to the smell of blood, the range for which increases to 30 kilometers. The hero rejoices that he has finally gained the tracking skill. Against the backdrop of a sunny sky, a forest, and a flying flock of birds, Lin Huang calls out to Bai and Ember to continue their hunt. 7 days later. View of the fire on which 2 pieces of meat are roasting. Lin Huang sits by the fire, leaning on Ember and talking with Xiao Hai. Lin Huang says that it smells delicious and offers meat to Xiao Hai, and the cat says that the hero has disconnected his wheel of life again and asks what he is up to. Eating the meat from the knife while Ember looks on with a hungry look nearby, Lin Huang replies that under normal circumstances, accumulating life force requires practice and life skill, absorbing life crystals and using life skill can convert prana into life force. Lin Huang hands a piece of meat to a satisfied Ember and continues, saying that if the prana conversion rate exceeds 70%, then consider it already the ceiling, but he completely missed this conversion process. Lin Huang says that whenever Bai or Ember kill monsters, they absorb their prana, which is automatically converted into life force and eventually goes into his life wheel. And based on how quickly they manage to kill monsters, the hero can it is easy to reach the 3rd level of Iron Rank. Lin Huang continues, saying that considering that he still needs to return back with Lai Yangxing's group, he has no choice but to seal the channel to the Wheel of Life in order to remain at the 1st level of the Iron Rank so that the guys do not suspect anything. Xiao Hai replies that he didn't expect Lin Huang to think of this. System window, Master, Lin Huang, Gender, Male, Combat Rank, 1st level of Iron Rank, Seed of Life, Deft Hands, Combat Skill 1, Scripture of Great Devastation, Combat Skill 2, Traceless Gate, Monster Skill 1, Bloody Art, Monster Skill 2, Giant Endurance, Skill 3, Great Strength, Monster Skill 4, Restraining Magic Eye, Monster Skill 5, Absolute Defense, Monster Skill 6, Bloody Hunt, Monster Skill 7, Boundless Gaze New, Monster Skill 8, Third Eye New, Monster Skill 9, Improved Breath New, Call Status, Available number of calls 2, note, you can only hang out at the Iron Rank. Lin Huang says that if we add his improvement to all this, then it may be unnecessary to strain himself so much, to which Xiao Hai apologizes, saying that he seems to have overpraised the hero. Lin Huang, licking his lips, tears off a piece of meat and says that they did a great job and asks Xiao Hai to take an inventory of the cards. Xiao Hai says that there are currently 25 working cards in stock, of which 3 promotion cards, 5 temporary transformation cards, 3 mission cards, 3 treasure cards, 2 life force storage cards, 3 equipment cards, 1 unlimited card, 2 flawless cards, 3 healing cards, 3 monster cards, but doesn't have time to finish. In the next shot, Xiao Hai says that the mission map has been updated. System window, warning, due to unforeseen circumstances, the contents of the mission map have been changed. A new mission, to enter the depths of the Wanyu forest and find Lang Yuixin, who is currently considered missing. Return her to the Carefree City. Mission duration 20 days, reward for completing the mission. Equipment card X1, promotion card X1, the penalty for failure is 2 random monster cards will be removed. The hero, full of surprise and anger, asks with a cry whether Lang Yuixin has really disappeared. The hero puts his hands together into a cross and with a dissatisfied expression on his face says that he refuses, especially knowing what his level is now, how can he go there alone? Xiao Hai, with a dissatisfied look, says that he cannot refuse, because if he gives up, then failure will be counted, and therefore punishment, and the hero closes his ears and says that he does not want to hear it. Xiao Hai, with an arrogant expression on his face, asks if Lin Huang understands the risk of losing the epic card. Grabbing Xiao Hai by the head with a clenched fist, an evil smile and fire in his eyes, Lin Huang calls the cat a little brat, lamenting that lately he has even begun to like him. Xiao Hai replies that he cannot refuse the task, but he can ask for help. Pointing to the holographic map, Xiao Hai says that the red dot is the last place Lang Yuixin visited, but after that the connection with her was lost, and also adds that now the hero can start searching. View of the sky and treetops. The hero says that the predator follows its own path, and the prey follows its own, and the forest is full of monsters that he cannot defeat. Lin Huang and Bai, sitting on a blue wolf, gallop along the path. The hero says that with a wolf he can easily escape from unwanted opponents, because he has super speed and in 2-3 hours he will already be at the right point. Surrounded by trees there is a dried out clearing, in the center of which lies a stone. The hero says it's here. The hero jumps off the wolf. Putting his hand to the ground, the hero says that everything here seems to have been burnt, there is not even any grass, and these deep cracks seem very strange. The hero also notices that the stone standing in the middle of the forest is clearly not simple, but there is no trace of Lang Yuixin's command. Closing his eyes, the hero says that all that remains is to use the tracking skill. The inscription Bloody Hunt appears against the background of red animal eyes. The hero sniffs. Standing on all fours, Lin Huang notices that the smell wafting around the area from Lang Yuixin's perfume and understands where to go. Standing in front of the waterfall with Bai, Lin Huang says that Lang Yuixin's scent disappears here. Reflecting, the hero says that the waterfall does not seem so big and wonders if there is a hidden cave behind it or maybe something else. At the same moment, some idea suddenly comes to the hero's head. With an evil grin, the hero says it's time to use the new monster card and breaks the card. The next shot shows a dark silhouette with a green light, and the hero tells the ghost to come out. Pointing ahead, he tells the ghost to see if there is a hidden cave behind the waterfall or under the water. Standing near the water, the hero says that if they went under the water, they could choke and die, then they would hardly be found, and believes that there must definitely be a passage. Half an hour later, the hero sits in the same position near the water. Holding his head with a frightened face, the hero asks with a cry what happened, adding that it is unlikely that the ghost died, because he does not need air underwater, and if a monster killed him, the system would report this, and again asks why he's been gone for so long. The head of the ghost appears from the water, and the hero says finally, with a satisfied look. When the head comes completely out of the water, the hero asks the ghost if there is a passage below. Thinking, the hero concludes that the team should have had special equipment for diving, but he doesn't have it, and based on how long it took the ghost to reconnaissance, the passage must be quite long, and thinks about what to do now. In the next shot, Lin Huang says with a satisfied look that he came up with some idea. The hero swims with the ghost underwater and says that the transformation card is really a useful thing. Chuckling, the ghost swims up to the cave, and the hero notices it. With an aggressive smile, he says that since he has come, he should be allowed to see what is there. Swimming through a narrow underwater cave behind the ghost, the hero says that he does not feel any pressure. He does not need to breathe, and his heart does not beat, so this invulnerable form came in very handy. Having emerged, the exit from the cave is shown above the hero, located high above. The next shot shows how the hero and the ghost go out onto land to the exit of the cave. With a serious look, the hero wonders where Lang Yuexin could have gone. Lin Huang asks who is there, seeing a blond man lying a little further away with a wound on his back. Coming closer, he realizes that this is Lai Yangxing's henchman, and he has a frozen expression of horror on his face. Bending over the body, the hero concludes that he was pierced from behind and must have died while trying to escape. Having looked closely, the hero says that the wound is strange and looks as if the guy went right through. Going further, the hero concludes that since he did not receive information about the failure of the mission, it means Lang Yuexin is still alive, adding that it is dangerous here and you should be extremely careful. The hero leaves the cave to a place where there is a large number of glowing mushrooms. The hero curses with fear on his face. A huge monster appears above him, resembling a jellyfish with a bunch of multicolored eyes, and Lin Huang realizes that looking at the aura, this is an excellent monster. Rubbing his head, he wonders if this is a joke and why he meets superior monsters on every corner. The hero sees blood on a stone to his side. He says that since there is this blood, then Lang Yuexin and the others were here and may have escaped after being injured. The hero says that the cave is simply huge, and you can easily get lost in it, so you first need to find out their exact location so as not to walk in circles. System window, skill, bloody hunt. The monster makes a sharp attack with its tentacle. Angrily, the hero exclaims that he has been exposed. The tentacle heads inside the cave. It passes by the hero leaning against the wall. Lin Huang thinks to himself that it was dangerous, and if it weren't for the ghostly form, then he would only be left with a wet spot. The hero runs out of the cave to the side and believes that he must first get out of here and then activate the skill again. The hero runs and thinks that he won't even be good enough for a toothpick for the superior monster. The hero, following the bloody trail, thinks that someone is wounded. The bloody hunt can pinpoint their location and they must be nearby. The hero sees Lang Yuexin and Lai Yangxin walking, leaning on each other. Having flown closer in ghostly form, he hears Lang Yuexin telling Lai Yangxin that he will pull him out, and he replies that it is too late and the monster's tentacles contain poison, and therefore he has almost no time left. The hero thinks that if he shows up now, problems may arise, and therefore it is better to observe first. Lang Yuexin asks how she can save Lai Yangxin if she doesn't have an antidote, and he replies that there is only one option now. Lai Yangxin says that this is blood replacement, and Lang Yuexin asks again. Lai Yangxin says that he needs to bleed and pour some into his body, because this will help dilute the poison so that he can get to the city. Lang Yuexin says that he will do so, but the censor writes that this is a necessity for the plot and asks not to do so. Lang Yuexin swings his knife. Lang Yuexin's blood, wriggling and glowing, flows into Lai Yangxin's wound, and the girl says that she will save Lai Yangxin, so let her hold on. The hero ponders while Lai Yangxin asks Lang Yuexin for blood replacement if it is so unlikely to get rid of the poison of a superior monster. The next shot he realizes is that Lai Yangxin is apparently planning to sacrifice the girl. Lang Yuexin, with a tired look, says that he can barely stand. Lai Yangxin wearily agrees. The next shot shows a close-up of his evil smile, and Lai Yangxin says that it's almost there. Lai Yangxin takes out a knife. The hero says in shock that Lai Yangxin is a bastard. Lai Yangxin stabs Lang Yuexin in the stomach. Lang Yuexin is surprised in fear, and Lai Yangxin says that she is a stupid girl and if she doesn't give him her blood, then how will he get rid of the poison in his body, and therefore advises him to sacrifice himself. Lang Yuexin falls, and Lai Yangxin stands with a maniacal smile. Holding his wound, Lang Yuexin calls Lai Yangxin a scoundrel and a scoundrel. Lai Yangxin says that it is a pity that such beauty is wasted and, in truth, he even liked Lang Yuexin. The hero materializes and orders Bai to kill Lang Yuexin. A shocked Lai Yangxing is attacked by Bai. While the vampire is fighting with Lai Yangxing, the hero approaches Lang Yuexin, lifts her up and calls her. Lai Yangxing with a furious look calls the hero a little one and asks if Lin Huang wanted to die. Bai attacks Lai Yangxing, but he disappears. Lai Yangxing appears behind Lin Huang with a knife and asks if he really decided to challenge the gold rank master. He's tired of living. Ember appears behind Lai Yangxing. Lai Yangxing asks if Lin Huang really summoned two monsters. The dragon breathes out fire, and Lai Yangxing dodges in a jump. While Lai Yangxing asks that the hero has increased his level, Lin Huang materializes a sniper rifle in his hands and says that due to a serious injury, Lai Yangxing has lost half of his strength. The hero orders Bai and Cole to attack Lai Yangxing, and they execute and deliver attacks from both sides. Taking a shot from a rifle, the hero calls Lai Yangxing a scoundrel and says that by killing him, he will cleanse the world of dirt. The bullet hits Lai Yangxing in the shoulder. Bai entangles Lai Yangxing with energy. Ember charges fire energy in its mouth and jumps on Lai Yangxing. Lai Yangxing shouts that he is a gold master. Lai Yangxing swings his sword a few times and pushes Bai and Ember away. Lai Yangxing says that a pile of trash like Lin Huang can't handle him. The hero looks at his opponent with a serious look. Close up on Lai Yangxing's eyes, full of shock and with broken capillaries, and Lin Huang's eyes, red and vampire-shaped. The next frame shows how Lin Huang pierced Lai Yangxing's body with vampire energy wings and says that he is just a cheater. The dying Lai Yangxing concludes that the hero is a vampire. Lin Huang asks with an evil grin if Lai Yangxing should care about this. The hero tells Lai Yangxing to just go to hell. System window, the master has committed a cross-rank kill of a gold rank person and receives rare skill cards Thunder Sword and Cloud Walk for this. The hero is surprised with a grin that he can get skills for killing people. The hero says that this time he really hit a good jackpot, and Lang Yuan lies on the ground and groans. Turning around with a worried look, Lin Huang says that he almost forgot the main thing. Approaching Lang Yuexin, the hero says that she cannot die and takes out a map. The green energy from the broken card surrounds Lang Yuexin as she sighs. Lang Yuexin suddenly opens his eyes. With an expression of fear, Lang Yuexin asks what happened, and the hero advises her to calm down because everything is already over. Lang Yuexin asks if the hero saved her, and he, holding Lang Yuexin with his hands, sitting surrounded by Bai and Cole, says that she should not worry and he has already killed Lai Yangxin. Lang Yuexin asks if these two monsters are his, to which Lin Huang replies that it is a long story and it is better to get out of here first, while something sharp appears from a crack in the rock. In the next shot, the tentacle breaks through the wall at high speed. Standing in combat poses, Lin Huang laments the appearance of a monster, and Lang Yuexin says that he was apparently attracted by the monster with dragon blood summoned by the hero. The hero orders Bai to drag out Lang Yuexin while he distracts the monster, while the girl asks what about the hero. Having shown his class, the hero advises her not to worry, because he is not so easy to kill and asks her to wait for him upstairs. Lang Yuexin screams the hero's name as Bai drags her away. A sharp attack with tentacles. The hero dodges them, insulting the monster. Lin Huang says that fighting him is not at all as easy as fighting Lai Yangxing and going at the monster head-on will be certain death. System window, ghost skill. The hero turns into a ghost. While dodging the tentacles in the form of a ghost, Lin Huang reflects that he has already focused on the hero's scent, so he needs to stall for a little time so that Bai and Lang Yuexin can get out. Shot on the hero in the form of a ghost. Lin Huang is thrown back by a strong explosion. Against the backdrop of a giant monster, the hero laments that the creature is smart. Lin Huang says that the only thing left to do is take a risk. At the top there is a small hole from which light enters. We need to get to him. In the form of a ghost, the hero, taunting the monster, invites him to catch him and then he will surrender. The monster begins to glow with a pinkish light and breaks everything around. The hero flies to the side. A huge mouth appears from below the monster's body. Lin Huang shouts transformation card. Having reincarnated as a bird, the hero flies away to the side. System window, transformation into a purple-eyed eagle. Tentacles reach out for the flying hero, who soars up. A huge explosion on the surface. The tentacle growls with its mouth open. A dark stone standing on the surface, emitting dark energy, beats with electricity. The tentacles shock it with electricity. The hero, being in the air in the form of a bird, says that he expected this. A shot of the hero's feet, who returned to human form and sank to the ground. Lin Huang says that the monster was sealed under this stone, and therefore he cannot get out. Standing over a rift with a bunch of red eyes glowing inside, Lin Huang says his risk paid off. The hero runs to the waterfall. He says that Lang Yuexin had diving equipment. Bai must have led her through the main exit and wonders where they are. A small stone flies into the hero's head. The hero, with a bump on his head and an angry look, turns to see Bai sitting on a rock and pointing back. The hero asks if Bai will die if he says a word. While walking and holding his head, Lin Huang says that when he fought Bai to the death, he could speak. He asks why, after becoming his monster, he became mute. Going behind the stone, the hero sees a wet Lang Yuexin, who is about to change clothes. Lang Yuexin looks on with a distorted face of embarrassment. An embarrassed Lin Huang says to let him get away with it first, and then corrects himself and asks to let him explain. A loud scream against the background of the sky and treetops. Lang Yuexin says me too, and the sad Lin Huang stands with a trace of a slap on his face. Lang Yuexin says that he had the impudence and if he had saved her, she would have given him, but he doesn't finish and the hero apologizes. Close up on Lin Huang's surprised face. While Lin Huang sits on his knees, Lang Yuexin kneels next to him and thanks the hero for saving him. With an embarrassed look against a pink background with hearts, she says that she will definitely thank him. The hero, with slight embarrassment, smiling, says that it's not worth it, it's enough just to return with him to the city and they will be even. And in his thoughts he asks her to help him complete the mission as quickly as possible because he is very tired. A large blue bird materializes in the sky. Lang Yuexin asks if Lai Yangxing is dead, and Lin Huang says that he suffered greatly from the poison in his body, and he only finished him off with his monsters and his thoughts, adding that he will probably keep silent about the transformation card. Lang Yuexin says with a sad look that everything is fine. She continues that 2 of his henchmen are also dead, and when she returns, she will tell his family that the guy was eaten by a superior monster, so the hero need not worry. A blue bird flies across the sky at great speed. Lin Huang asks Lang Yuexin if everything is really okay because Lai Yangxin tried to kill her, to which the girl replies that their families belong to aristocrats and they have no evidence, so it's better to beware of unnecessary troubles. Lin Huang suggests in her thoughts that she is worried that the matter may escalate and the hero himself may also be drawn into all this, realizing that she knows how to show care. The hero asks Lang Yuexin why they went to the excellent monster, and the girl replies that it is a floating orchid, which is an immortal monster from the abyss. Continuing that 100 years ago, one of the Lang family members sealed it in the Wanyu forest so that one of his descendants was able to kill the monster and advance to superior rank. Lang Yuexin continues, saying that her mission was just to kill him and become stronger, but she did not know that since then the monster had already mutated twice and although his strength remained the same, his abilities became 10 times stronger compared to those what happened 100 years ago. Lang Yuexin says that if not for the hero, she would have died there, asking why he suddenly decided to come to her aid, not just out of the kindness of his heart, to which Lin Huang replies with an awkward laugh that maybe he liked her. Lang Yuexin looks at him with a slight smile. Flying on a bird, Lang Yuexin says that he knows that the hero is hiding something from her, but for his kindness she will not ask any more questions, to which the hero responds with an awkward laugh and thanks her. Carefree City. View of the evening city. A view of the edge of the city, near which a grounded bird sits and Lin Huang and Lang Yuexin walk towards the road near the city. With a tired look, the hero is glad that they have finally returned. Turning to the hero, Lang Yuexin asks him to give her Lai Yangxing's thing. The hero, with a confused look, asks what it's about. With a smile, Lang Yuexin replies that it is about the ring that the hero picked up and adds that after Lai Yangxing's death, the Empire's ring should have been closed, so Lin Huang would not be able to open it. Rubbing his head awkwardly, Lin Huang says that he almost forgot about him, and Lang Yuexin asks him not to worry because the hero's reward is there and as soon as she takes out what is inside, she will send it to him. Lang Yuexin says that they are breaking up here, but she hopes that they will see each other again someday. With a confident look and a smile, the hero replies that he will see each other. System window. Congratulations to the master on completing a special task. As a reward you receive a relic card X1 and an advancement card X1. Against the backdrop of a 3-story private house, Lin Huang says that he is finally home. With a satisfied look, the hero opens the cola and tells Xiao Hai to sort all the available cards before Ling Xing returns from school. System window. Advance card X4, mission card X1, treasure card X3, life energy storage card X2, relic card X4, restriction removal card X1, flawless card X2, healing card X2. Xiao Hai says that the hero now has 19 cards, as well as 5 cards with new monsters. This time the harvest is really good, and Lin Huang comments that there are no transformation cards left at all. Xiao Hai, having materialized 2 system windows in the air, says that the hero's best achievement is the new skill that he received for killing Lai Yangxing. System window, Thunder Sword, skill card, value, rare, type of skill, blade skill, skill rank, gold, status, available, description, the skill requires high speed and strength to use, note, tolerable. System window, Cloud Walk, skill card, value, rare, type of skill, movement skill, skill rank, gold, status, available, description, this skill is suitable for teleportation over short distances, note, nothing like that. Lin Huang looks at the system windows and says that this is quite good. but wonders what kind of storage and restriction removal cards are there. Zio-Hai says that when he activates the storage card, he can get 2 more additional wheels of life, which means 2 more storages of vital energy. The hero, with a satisfied look, asks what Zio-Hai is waiting for and asks to activate them faster. Lin Huang says that now, by killing monsters, he will not have to waste their life energy, and before moving to the next level, he is, in a way, expanding the warehouse. Zio-Hai says that regarding the cards for removing restrictions, after using it, it increases the hero's ability to use some item. With a serious look, Lin Huang asks the last part again and thinks about it. Pointing his finger at Zio-Hai, Lin Huang suggests using it on the cat itself, which surprises Zio-Hai. With an evil smile, he asks if Zio-Hai wants to say that he is not an item and cannot be used, to which the cat answers with fear that he can. Crossing his arms over his chest with a satisfied look, Zio-Hai activates the card and reports that the hero now has access to the card fragment store skill. The store system window appears in front of the hero. With a thoughtful look, the hero asks why all these fragments are not available to him, to which Zio-Hai replies that this is a list of fragments only of the iron and bronze ranks, and the hero cannot view pages with higher ranks of cards. Lin Huang asks that they are all of the same level, but he must give 2 fragments in order to bargain for the one he needs of the same rank and considers this to be theft. Zio-Hai replies that in order to get the desired fragment, you have to pay an acceptable price. What's unusual about that? Sighing, the hero suggests changing the topic, since he does not have the funds to buy anything from the store, and therefore it is better to wait until he advances to a new rank, and Zio-Hai decides to remind the hero of something. Zio-Hai says that although the hero's wheel of life has been restored, at least several months must pass for it to stabilize, otherwise moving to the next rank will cause a leakage of vital force, and it itself will be unstable, which can already lead to fireworks from his intestines, and therefore it would be better to be careful. With a frightened face, the hero asks if everything is so serious and if several months for stabilization is not too long. Zio-Hai replies that practicing life skills can shorten the required time. Besides, the higher the skill level, the faster life energy will accumulate and the more the stabilization period will shorten. With a thoughtful look, Lin Huang says that now is the right time to choose a life skill. Zio-Hai says that choosing a life skill is not an easy task, since it must correspond to the hero's attribute, and not only that, even the cat himself cannot immediately advise him on the one he needs. Yu Zhang appears on the holographic screen with a tired look and asks if for these reasons the hero decided to contact him, and says that after clearing the territory of monsters, which is why he has not been able to sleep properly for several months. Lin Huang apologizes and says that from everyone he knows, Yu Zhang has the most experience in this matter, so he decided to turn to him. Yu Zhang asks him to stop sucking up and says that the hero was able to kill the 6-armed demon and reach the iron rank, which is very difficult, and therefore he would be honored to help him, and Lin Huang thanks him. Yu Zhang explains that when choosing a life skill, one must check one's life force for an attribute, since a life skill of the same attribute as one's life force will give the hero an advantage, adding that many people, including Lin Huang himself, may not have any at all. Attribute and says that the choice of life skill also depends on personal preferences, and of course, the higher the skill class, the better it is. Yu Zhang adds that since the hero's weapon is a sword, he recommends that he choose a military life skill, and the hero asks what kind of skill it is and whether it is high level, because Yu Zhang said that the higher the class, but does not have time to finish. Yu Zhang says that this life skill has 9 levels, and most people cannot go beyond 4 and 5, and few people even reach the 6th, adding that level 6 is key, because if you manage to achieve it, then the strength and speed of the hero will be at the highest level of life skills. In his mind, Lin Huang believes that with Zio-Hai's help, reaching level 6 will not be difficult. With a determined look, he says that he is choosing a military life skill and asks how much it costs, and if the hero can buy it right now. With a surprised look, Yu Zhang asks if the heroes haven't received the package yet, which surprises Lin Huang. Yu Zhang says that last time, rewards were sent to everyone who helped resist the horde of monsters, and Lin Huang was just given a military life skill and the delivery should have come a long time ago, to the hero's even greater surprise. Xin, joyfully opening his arms for a hug, rushes to his brother. She's glad he's back. Hanging on his neck, Xin says that she hasn't heard from him for so long that she was afraid he was dead. Juan calls her stupid and asks why think about bad things. Xin, almost crying, says that she has only Wang among her relatives, and if something happens to him, then she herself does not know what she will do to herself. Juan smiles and tells her not to worry, because as long as she is with him, nothing will happen. He says to himself that she is also his only relative in this world. Juan smiles and says that his sister's vacation starts tomorrow, so he has already booked plane tickets and they will travel together. Xin was delighted with this. She said with enthusiasm that we should quickly pack our suitcase and take the most beautiful dresses with us. Juan, looking tired, asks if a package arrived at home while he was away. Turning around, Xin said that 2 packages had arrived and that she would now bring them to Wang's room. In front of the last one there are 2 boxes, one larger, the other smaller. Juan notes that in addition to the reward from the Hunters Associations, there is one more. There is a note in a small box. Hei says there is no sender's address on the box. Here they both understand everything. Hei believes that this note is the password to open the ring, which is also in a small box. Smiling, Huang believes that these perfumes were sent by Lang Yuixin. He opens the system window and says that this ring has a capacity of 100,000 square meters, and if he were to increase the capacity of his own ring, he would have to spend 100 million credits. Hai, looking a little dissatisfied at the system window, says that although the capacity is large, the things, several thousand full of life crystals and some kind of weapon, are not enough. Suddenly they both notice something and open their mouths in shock. The system window shows Lai Yangxing's battle sword, and Hai called it a really good thing. He explains that Juan cannot use the other 2 artifacts yet, but in the city these things are considered very expensive. Wang is excited that there is a credit vault here and can't wait to see how much Yangxin has accumulated. Hei tells him to calm down and that Juan is acting like he's never seen the money. The system notifies that the host's personal account has been upgraded to a VIP account, and that the cash balance is 38.155 billion. Wang and Hai are shocked by this. Both are shaking. Smiling strainedly, Hai says that this is a military award after all, and did Lang Yuixin really give all the contents to Huang without blinking an eye? The latter, putting the ring on his finger, says that the influence of these aristocrats is much more terrible than he could imagine. He, opening a large box, says that now he has enough credits, and he has 4 promotion cards in stock. He asks if this means he can improve Bai and Sui. Hai says that he can, and explains that a double enhancement is equivalent to a single life transformation, meaning that they will both evolve into a different species, and they will require a large amount of life energy during the evolution. Hai says that an unusual wave of vital energy may attract the attention of a superior or even the surveillance bureau, so he advises against starting improvement in the territory of strongholds and the lands nearby, as well as in wild places, because there may be superior monsters there. Juan picks up an object and asks what it is. Hei explains that it is a bronze tag, which means that Juan has been promoted to the rank of bronze, meaning he is now a true hunter and not a reserve. Taking the bright blue gem in his hands, Huang says that this is the training crystal of the martial life skill that Yu Zhang spoke about. Hei suggested that he activate the crystal using life energy. Suddenly light poured from the crystal. A hologram of an old man appeared in front of Huang, who would later become Huang's mentor. They look at each other silently. Suddenly, with a shout, the mentor stood in a fighting pose. Huang fell to the floor in fright. Hei hid behind him. Watching the old man in surprise, Huang says that even though this is hand-to-hand combat, it seems as if every blow is fatal. Huang notes that the style is reminiscent of military equipment. Hai is indignant about why this technique is needed if it is a training crystal for a life skill. The mentor stood with his back to them. Turning to face them, he said that the name of this close combat fighting technique is a military tactic that is used in conjunction with a military life skill until the owner reaches gold rank. The mentor, closing his eyes, says that studying military tactics is not at all difficult. The main thing is to reach a higher level. It's night outside. Juan repeats the movements behind the hologram. The mentor tells him that he must divide the stream of life into 2, 2 into 3, and 3 into 4, and ultimately his life force will be divided into 12 streams, and then Juan will be able to fully master military tactics. Juan wonders to himself why divide the life force if, in his opinion, this will make it weaker. The mentor tells him to divide the energy from all sides, or to collect it together and hit with all his might. A clot of energy is concentrated in Huang's hands. The mentor says that the formation of different forms of force can develop military tactics to maximum effectiveness. The bundle of energy in Huang's hand shone even brighter. Huang says it's no wonder everyone likes the martial life skill because it allows you to change the shape of your life force at will. Huang concentrated. Dividing the power into 12 streams is not easy, but if he succeeds, he can give his power any form. The system notifies that the owner has reached the first level of military tactics. Hai says that Huang can now turn military tactics into a map, and if he trains, he can receive a fragment, and if he collects a significant number of fragments, he can reach the next level. Picking up the card, Huang asks what the rules are for improvement. Hai says that the skill will be upgraded to the second level when he collects 200 fragments, and to move to the third he will need 400, and thus the amount will always double, and to move from the 8th to the 9th Huang will need 810,000 skill fragments life. Huang is surprised by this amount and says that this is not multiplying by 2. Hei agrees with him that this is a bit much, but he thinks that Huang will definitely be able to reach level 6. Hei explains that with each upgrade, the effects increase by 12%, respectively. At the 5th level it will be 60%, and when the skill reaches the 6th level, the increase will already be 72%, and this is already the level of the highest life skill. Juan clenched his fist resolutely and smiled as he said that if he collected the fragments, he would be able to reach the higher levels much faster than others. Hei, phlegmatically folding his hands on his chest, says that it must be fate that he ended up with a genius, but, in his opinion, in this world there are also tactful people who have simply monstrous abilities. Hei says that Juan was able to reach the 1st level in one evening, but there are those who only took half an hour to do it. Falling exhausted to the floor, Juan told Hei to stop, because he already knows that he is not the main character in this story. Xin greeted her brother with a smile and asked if he slept well. Exhaling, Juan replied that he slept just fine, and he asked what she was doing and what that smell was. Pushing him in the back, Xin happily says that they are on vacation and Juan promised to go on a trip, so she should thank him somehow. Juan has a bad feeling. It didn't deceive. In front of him are stinking seafood dishes. Xin smiles happily, while Wang looks at the food gloomily. He brought the spoon of soup to his mouth. Xin looks at him expectantly. Wang looks at her. He clenches his teeth in anger and forces himself to put the spoon in his mouth. Choking on his food, Wang says it's delicious and he just can't contain his happiness because he's eating the food his sister prepared especially for him. In this case, Xin happily offers a refill and places a large cup of her soup in front of Wang. The sun is shining brightly outside. Xin tells his brother that he ate very slowly. She washes the dishes and tells Huang to pack his suitcase because if they want to catch the next flight to Xiaogong, they need to use the Eagle to get to the aircraft on time. Huang lies lifeless on the table and asks his sister to take her time. The system says that poison has been detected in the host's body and suggests using a healing card. Huang is sick. Through force, he says that they do not have to fly on an Eagle. Xin, who had already gotten ready and went outside, asks how they will get to Xiaogong if they don't fly on the service Eagle. Juan assures her that he knows a way. Clenching his fist and smiling, Juan said that riding another creature they would get there faster than the horde. A dragon appeared. Huang sat Xin down on him, and she asked if her brother was now a tamer. Juan replied that yes, he found out about it when he registered for the reserve hunter exam. They soared upward. Xin says that Huang is very cool, but he didn't even tell her about it. They are flying over the city. Xin happily says that she brought cake with her, so they should celebrate. Tensing, Juan says that this is not such a serious reason. They arrived in Xiaogong City. Walking along a busy street and looking at the city, Xin says that it's not for nothing that everyone comes here during the holidays, because it's so cool here. Juan tells her that he has already booked the hotel so they can do some shopping before heading there. Xin unfolded the list in her hands and said that while they were inside the ship, she made a small list of the most famous eateries in Xiaogong and suggested that they go to all of them. Wang asks if Xin is calling it a small list. They are walking around the fair. Xin tries street food, watches performances with his brother, and buys new things. Xin points his brother somewhere in the direction and tells him to look there. Wang carries several shopping bags and smiles as he tells Xin not to fall. The person on the screen reveals that the Lang family is the most powerful among the 6 royal families of the 7th division, and no one can compare to them. Juan looks at the screen carefully. The host continues to say that the daughter of the Lang family has reached the rank of excellence at the age of 19, and she is a genius that is born once every 100 years. Wang thinks to himself that Lang Yuxin managed to do it after all. The presenter moves on to other news and says that the number of missing young girls in Xiaogong City has recently increased, and the police want to remind residents about safety. Grabbing her brother's arm, Xin asks why he froze there and suggested they go faster. Cicada Pavilion. The woman in the kimono tells Huang and Xin to follow her and says their rooms are ready. Juan carries his sister on his back and says that she was so full that she fell asleep halfway. Juan is in the room. Hei appears in front of him, who asks why he is being called if the main character is on vacation. Huang, dressed in a black kimono, reports that he delivered Lin Xin to her room, and she is already sleeping, and in the remaining time they will continue to improve the life skill. Hei, crossing his arms, says that Juan has finally realized the importance of training hard. Juan asks if Hai will really die if he stops insulting him. Juan is focused on training. Hei says that, unfortunately, only patience and work can help him learn military tactics, and when moving to the next level he will have to train even more. Juan says that he can already easily separate the flows of life. Juan was enveloped in blue threads. Hei says that he can get 1 fragment if he performs 1 full spin cycle. Juan says that at this rate now it will only take him half an hour to complete 1 cycle. Hei admonishingly tells him that even if he trains 15 hours a day, he will still need at least 7 days to reach level 2. Opening her eyes and smiling resolutely, Wang said he has found that as he trains more, the time it takes to complete a cycle can become shorter. He said, wincing, that he had stupid ways as always. The system congratulates Wang for obtaining one fragment of the military tactics map. Yawning, Xin walks down the corridor. She can't sleep, so she wants to see what her brother is doing. She knocked on his door and called him. Juan, surrounded by blue threads and focused on training, thinks that the rotation of vital energy is going well, and with luck, he will be able to reach the second level tonight. Xin calls his brother from behind the door. Having received no answer, she assumes that Juan has already fallen asleep. Xin has slept so much that she doesn't want to anymore, so she decides to take a walk. Walking along the path among the trees, Xin is indignant at why Juan goes to bed so early, because they could take a walk together. Here she suddenly tenses up. Looking around, she doesn't understand where she got the feeling that someone was watching her. Having rolled up a package of snacks, Xin decides that it is better to return to the hotel now and go for a walk with her brother tomorrow. She throws trash into the trash can. Then she notices something. The urn instantly grew larger and opened its mouth. Xin could not move from shock. The urn grabbed the girl with its teeth and swallowed her. Police cars stopped near the hotel. The hotel owner thanks the detective for coming so quickly. He says that this time one of the hotel guests has gone missing. The detective, walking forward along the corridor, tells the owner to show what the cameras recorded. They enter the observation room. The owner rubs his temple and says that his hotel has always been very popular among guests, so they carefully monitor the safety of their stay. The detective said that was enough and said to get to the main point. A man at a computer is looking for a recording. Smiling nervously, the owner says that the cameras were able to film the process of the missing girl leaving her room, but apparently, the criminal was well acquainted with the location of the hotel cameras. He says that after Xin left her room, no other cameras were able to capture her, suggesting that the crime was likely committed in CCTV blind spots. This case is almost identical to the increasing cases of kidnapping. The detective said he had already sent all his agents to search the hotel. He asks who was the first to discover the girl was missing. The owner replied that it was her brother who had come to stay with her at the hotel. The owner says that Juan discovered that she was not in her room and immediately reported it. The detective demanded to know where Juan was. The owner replied that he had recently been here and then disappeared. He himself does not know where Juan disappeared to. Night, high multi-story building. Xin was thrown forcefully to the floor. Raising her head from the ground, Xin sees in front of her a huge worm and a little girl who, smiling, calls Xin's sister and tells her that everything will be fine. Xin asks who she is, what this place is, and what that thing is behind her. The girl says with a smile that her name is Lily, and the worm behind her is her good friend who helps them find family members. Lily declares that from today Xin will be her sister, and together they will all be daddy's daughters. Trembling in horror, Xin asked what nonsense Lily was talking about. She asks where her brother is and says that she should leave from here immediately. Grabbing Xin by the neck, Lily told her that if she tried to escape here, she would become food for her worm, just like everyone who had been here before her. Sitting on top of Xin, Lily said that she liked her, so she should be an obedient sister. Xin mentally calls out to his brother in desperation. Juan stands in front of the door with security. The four-person security guards demandingly ask who Juan is and tell him that this is private property and entry is prohibited to outsiders. Huang, thanks to his blood-hunting skill, knows that Lin Xin is somewhere here. With their pistols out, the guards ordered Huang to step back or they would open fire. There is a cry to send all the guards. Behind the guards, Bai jumped to the ground. He rushed to the attack and killed all the guards. Screams of pain are heard. There are corpses scattered around the room. Bai stands next to Huang, who tells him not to spare anyone, and if anyone else gets in his way, then he must kill them without mercy. Huang's eyes are filled with grim determination. There is a guard behind the next door. They are told that the enemies, Bai and Huang, have broken through. An order is given that everyone needs to be ready to stop Huang at any cost and not let him get closer to the boss. The security put out their weapons. The man says that there is only one Huang, so no one needs to spare bullets to make sure he dies. The elevator went up to the 50th floor. The doors opened. With death wishes, the guards opened fire. Huang, kicking another door with his foot, appeared behind them. His hand and face were shrouded in darkness. He asks if these people have never watched films. There is a fight going on in the room. One guard understands that Juan is a hunter, the other wonders how this is even possible. Juan swings his sword one last time and blood sprays. Standing over the killed guards, he says that everyone who dared to touch his sister will die. Behind Juan, the door swings open and two people stand behind it. Juan turns around. A frightened man stands in the doorway and Lily hides behind him. The man asks for forgiveness and says that the main character was mistaken, because here, according to him, there is only him and his daughter, no one else. Lily says she's afraid. After hugging Lily, the man introduces himself as Wai Shan and says that Huang was mistaken. He asks you to listen to him and not scare his daughter. Juan angrily replied that he would find out whether he was mistaken or not when he examined everything here. Blocking the entrance to the door, Wen Shan declares that this is his personal property, and besides, his child is here. Shan says that if Juan wants to come in, he needs to contact the detectives first. Swinging his sword, Huang told Shan to leave. Shaking the blade in front of his face, Huang says that his sister is definitely here, so Shan either lets her go or he's done for. Lily cried and said that she was very scared. Shan, hugging his daughter, said that Huang had crossed all boundaries by breaking into the house, so now let him not hope that he will pity him. He loudly declares that since Huang is a hunter, he will file a complaint against the Hunters Association. Huang senses Lin Xin's presence here, but cannot figure out where she is. Shan, with an unkind smile, takes something out from under his jacket. Smiling evilly and self-confidently, he asks how some brat with an iron rank dared to stand in his way. Throwing the card, Shan told her to eat Huang whole. The map turned into a huge worm. Shan laughs contentedly. Huang wonders if he is a tamer and notes that Shan's monster card looks different. With a smile, Huang asks if Shan really dared to summon a monster in front of him. Swinging his blade, he said that to finish off Shan, he wouldn't even need the help of his monsters. With a swing of his sword, he cut the worm in half. Shan dodged, but not completely, the sword touched him. Holding his injured shoulder, he trembles. Juan stands over the chopped-up slimy corpse of the worm, shrouded in darkness. Shan pitifully begs for help. Juan calmly said that he had already said that anyone who dared to touch his sister would die. Lily, holding a gun to Zin's head, demands that Huang let her dad go, otherwise she will kill her sister. Xin, tied up, cries helplessly. With a satisfied smile, breathing heavily, Shan says that Lily came up with a good idea. Turning to Xin, he calls her a little devil and tells her that she should have been proud that he chose her as his daughter. How dare she even do that? Huang asks if Xin was hurt. Xin just hums in response, her mouth tied. With a smile, Huang tells her not to be afraid, because her brother is here. Lily demands that Huang let her brother go now, or she will kill Xin now. Suddenly appearing behind the girls, Huang asked who Lily was going to kill. He hits Lily in the back of the head with a short blow. Lily falls unconscious. Shan angrily calls her just a useless piece of trash. Huang cut the ropes that bound Xin. He hugged her with a smile. Shan looks at this, shaking with rage. Huang put the blade to Lily's body. The blade was shrouded in darkness. Huang prepared to strike. The door suddenly swings open and the detective and his men enter. The detective orders him to lower his weapon and says that Juan has already saved his sister, and if he kills the kidnappers, he will have to answer to the law. Juan is angrily silent. The people who came with the detective pick up Wen Shan. The detective, putting his hand to his heart, persuades Huang to hand Shan and Lily over to their station and guarantees the safety of Huang and his family. The latter, hugging Xin and raising his weapon, asks the detective whether all the incidents with the missing girls were the work of these two. The detective responds that he appreciates Huang's help and says that Lily is also a victim, so she shouldn't be killed. The detective says that, in any case, she will also answer to the law along with Shan. He turns around with a crazy smile. Breaking free of his grip, Shan declares that the law only applies to lowlifes like them and tells them that after waiting 3 days, they will see him walking free again. He states that they do not even know how much power is concentrated in his hands. With a mad laugh, Shan says that he remembered Huang, that his sister will be in his hands again, and he will make a broken toy out of her. He states that Huan will see this with his own eyes before he dies. Huan is silent in response. The detective orders the prisoner to be taken away from here, the girl to be placed in custody, and a doctor to be called to have her examined. Huang and Xin leave silently. The detective wants to stop him and tells the guy not to make hasty decisions. He said that Shan has many connections, but did not finish his thought. Huan asked if the detective told him to trust the law. Turning around, Huan said that he believed, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. The detective is silent after him with a gloomy silence. Another man asks why they don't file a case against Huan since he hurt so many people. The detective yells at him not to cause problems for him, because it is clear that Huan is not an ordinary hunter with an iron rank. It got dark outside. Shan is led into a police car. He hit the man and ordered him to take his dirty hands off him. Grinding his teeth in anger, Shan asks how these vile non-entities, in his opinion, dare to touch him. He tells Huan to wait a little, but he couldn't finish. Bai landed behind him. Shan and the men don't know who it is. Bai makes a movement with his hand, golden threads trailing behind his palm. Shan begs for mercy. His face was woven with golden threads. A cry of pain is heard. The men look at what is happening in horror. Instead of Shan, there is a bloody stain smeared on the asphalt. Screams are heard. Some shout what happened. Others shout that the killer has escaped and must be caught. Huan, shrouded in a green glow, looks down on the commotion from the roof below. He has a card with Bai in his hands. Behind him sits Xin on a dragon. She plaintively asks if they can go already. Turning around with a smile, Huan says that it's all over. Huan says no one will threaten her safety again. He is being filmed. This is a man in a hood who stands at the window of an empty building. His ring shows a hologram of the main character. The man reports that Chan is dead. He was killed by some young guy whose photo he sent. The man, raising his hand to his mouth, says that someone should check what kind of person Juan is, and if he doesn't work for anyone, they need to get rid of him. Evening, busy city streets. Wong thought that after such an incident, Xin would take a long time to recover. Juan's face is calm and peaceful. Xin shouts excitedly that she found a great clothing store and suggests they go check it out. She immediately rushed there. Wong didn't expect that when Xin woke up the next day, she would be so energetic. Taking the item in her hands and examining it, Xin asks if she would look like an adult if she wore a shinen. Juan tells her that with such a cute face she will look great in everything. The smile disappeared from his face. He feels someone's evil presence. Bai appeared in the store. Xin turned to her brother in alarm. She doesn't understand why he went into combat mode again. A store employee, peeking out from behind the racks, asked if the customers needed help. Throwing a cloak over Bai, Juan asks with a smile how much it costs. The employee replies that with a discount the coat costs 1,000. Xin said offendedly that she had not bought one for herself yet. They are walking down the street. Xin anxiously asks his brother what's wrong, and he suggests going back. Hugging her shoulder, Juan replied that it was nothing. He told Xin to have fun and he would take care of everything. Bai walks behind them, looks around and is silent. A wary glint appeared in Huang's eyes. In the crowd, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a suspicious stranger. The latter looked after them. The stranger began to follow them. An unkind smile is visible on his face under the hood. He takes out a weapon from under his jacket. Suddenly he turned into a wolf. He bared his teeth and growled. Nobody knows what it is. The blue shadows disappeared. Looking around, Juan realized that feeling of danger had disappeared. He can't believe his instincts failed him. A man is looking down at him from the roof. Smiling, he says that it is quite good that Huang, being an iron hunter, can recognize the aura of a silver rank assassin. The killer says that Huang has great potential. Suddenly he notices something in the distance. The man in the brown coat says that someone attacked the second team as well, and so far they have not been able to discover who is behind it. The killer appears behind him. The man raised his hand to strike, but the killer intercepted it. He mockingly asked if this man was really in charge. In the ring, the man asks who is speaking. The man wants to say something, but a wolf from the killer's shoulder bites him on the neck. The latter, with a smile, offers to meet in the ring and then they will find out who he is. After a short silence, the answer comes from the ring that it is possible because that person himself is curious about who is always bothering him. The killer suggested meeting an hour after dark near the clock tower. The man agrees. The wolf released the man's neck. The latter, with a gnawed throat, grabs it. The wolf opens its huge mouth and rushes at him. The killer turns around and says with a satisfied smile that they will see each other. Night, high tower. Feng stands on the roof and waits for the duel. A guy in dark clothes appeared behind him and said that he knew it was Feng. The latter answered whether he was hot in such clothes on a summer day. The guy landed. He asked, does the Leng family really intend to protect the brat, that is, Huang, to the end? Feng replies that he even came in person. The guy asks what the relationship is between Huang and the Leng family. Feng answers the question with a question, why send a superior like this guy to finish off some boy with an iron rank? Feng believes that the one Huang killed was a very important person. The guy, gritting his teeth, told him to mind his own business and asks how far the Leng family is willing to go. Feng says that it is unknown, but the order he received was to kill everyone who dares to attack Huang. Feng was enveloped in lightning, and 3 wolves appeared in front of him. They rushed at the guy. The latter shouted, has Feng gone crazy? He flew into the air. Raising his weapon, the guy asked if Feng was really going to start a war. He swung his sword and cut one wolf in half. Feng, calling for more, rushed to the attack with the others. He said with a smile that sometimes old people also need to move a little. The guy clenched his teeth in anger. 3 wolves immediately rushed at him, opening their mouths. He swore. He turned into a cloud of darkness and flew away. Feng landed on the surface with the wolves. Fen, looking after the guy, thoughtfully says that he quickly ran away. With a smile, he says that's not bad either and turns on the ring. From there, a hologram of Awakens appears, asking if Uncle Feng is okay. The latter replies with a smile that everything is going fine, that Huan will remain under his supervision for several days, so there should be no problems. Awakens notices Feng's voice with concern and asks what happened. Feng replied that the opponents deployed a superior one, but he scared him away. Exhaling, he asked who Lin Huang was who could cause such a big commotion. Awakens says that the problem is not with Huang, but with the man he killed. She says she looked up information on him and learned that he came from an old 2nd Division bloodline. Feng says that he asked the Excellent One about it, but he didn't say a word about it, as if it was taboo, and therefore the problem is even more obvious. Awakens says that Feng is the main support of their Lang family, and as long as he is around, the enemy will not dare to take any action in the near future. Awakens asks Feng to help her deal with this. Feng replies with a smile that he will keep him in sight so that nothing happens to him. The connection is interrupted. Feng helplessly asks himself who will take care of him. Second Division. The woman, Shan's mother, looking at his skull, says that because he was too willful, everything ended the way it should have. Stroking the skull, she said that Shan liked little girls, so she gave him as many as he wanted, but he still needed to go to that sad place to look for others. Taking the skull in her hands, the woman said that Shan was born with a broken wheel of life and could not use his life power. She says that Shan knows that he cannot use any protective equipment or artifacts, but he still did not take guards with him, and this is what it led to. Looking sadly at the skull, the woman says that Shan is still her son, so she cannot just accept his death. She presses the skull to her forehead and closes her eyes in grief. The skull spoke in a human voice. Shan said that Mom must avenge him. He continues to insist that his mother must take revenge for him, and tells her to kill Lin Huang, capture his spirit and make him a dead slave. The woman replies that she will definitely take revenge on him for the death of Lice, but the Lang family from the 7th Division intervened in this matter, so they need to be careful. She tells her son that he must remain in this spirit-sustaining vessel for the next 3 years, and when his spirit is stable, she will find him a suitable body so that he can continue his life as an undead. Placing the skull on the pillow, the mother said that she had her own plans for revenge. Shan, confused, asked what she was going to do. The woman orders Lily to be brought here. A little girl and a maid appear at the door. Lily rushes to her dad. Shan is glad that she managed to escape. The woman, stroking Lily on the head, tells her that Dad will come back to life in 3 years. She asks if Lily wants revenge on the man who killed him. Of course Lily does. Angrily, she says that she can't wait to tear into pieces the person who prevented her and her dad from having a happy life. The woman says that she then needs Lily to become strong. She says that if Lily can survive for 1 year, she will gain the power with which she can get even with Juan. The woman demands that Lily not disappoint her father. Lily leaves. With a determined and angry expression, she promises herself that she will survive. Zayagong Museum. Yawning, Juan asks his sister why he didn't know she was so interested in history. To himself, he is annoyed that he is very tired, because he spent the whole night training military tactics. Xin, reading the booklet, says that here are objects found near Zayagong, and most of them are finds from ancient cities. Xin excitedly says that there are also several collections that came from the Zayagong ruins, and these are now the centerpieces of the exhibits. She wants to look at them. Patting Xin on the head, Huang said that since his sister wanted it, then he would go too. Squinting joyfully, Xin calls his brother the best. A museum employee says that in the inner hall of the museum there are exhibits excavated from the ruins of Zayagong, and here you can see some very expensive and even mysterious items. The woman says that thanks to these ancient products they can find out how the first generations of people lived before them. Xin's attention was drawn to a gold-plated pot. She wants her brother to look at him too, but Juan noticed something in the distance. Xin looked at him in alarm. Juan walked decisively towards some exhibit. He looks at him in shock. Xin wonders what happened. The store employee standing behind Huang smiles and says that this item is their treasure, and archaeologists studied it for a very long time, but did not understand what it was for, so they simply called it an unknown item. Huang looks at the exhibit in tension. Pointing sharply at it, he loudly asks if they really want to say that this is an archaeological find. The exhibit Huang points to is a broken laptop. The employee smiles and says that it was found in the ruins of Zayagong, and archaeologists suggested that it was used by people of the old era. The only thing that is unclear to everyone is the principle of application and how to enable it. Juan thinks feverishly. He thinks there can be no mistake, the laptop must have been brought to this world by another traveler, which means there are other travelers in this world besides Huang. Xin looks at his brother in disbelief. Yu, in the hologram, thoughtfully says that people began excavating the ruins of Zayagong 300 years ago, when the 7th Division was still in the early stages of construction. She, holding a glass of wine in her hands, thoughtfully says that then archaeologists managed to unearth many unusual objects, and even the jewelry found there differed from excavations in other places. Huang, who is in a dark room, says that his search options are very limited, so he wants to ask Yu for help. She tells him that the name of the city of Zayagong may have something to do with a man named Xia Hao from the ancient era. Juan became all ears. Yu says that Xia Hao is a person who managed to ascend from an ordinary person to the rank of a demigod in just a few years. He was even called evil spirits in the old era, but then Xia Hao suddenly disappeared for some reason, so the existence of this person is more like a myth. Juan was struck by lightning. He says that people below the superior level cannot live more than 720 years, and the longest a superior can live is 1800 years, so Xia Hao is clearly no longer alive. Now Juan is sure that Hao is definitely the same traveler who brought the laptop with him. Shutting her eyes apologetically, Yu said that she tried to find more information about Zia Hao but could not because there are not many records from the old era and what there is strictly limited. Yu said she sent everything she could to Huang and apologized. Juan smiled and thanked him for what he had and said that Yu looked great today. Blushing, Yu said that she was now at a meeting, so they needed to say goodbye. She told Juan to write if he needed anything. She hastily said goodbye and cut off the connection. Exhaling and smiling, Huang said that Yu had a hot temperament. He asked himself, could a simple compliment really confuse her so easily? Frowning decisively, Huang said that only travelers with blessings can reach the rank of demigod in just a few years, and therefore Zia Hao is exactly the traveler he needs. Huang realizes that he will still have to visit the ruins of Xiagong. Xin, munching on cake, asks why Huang is going to Xioxia City. Putting on his backpack, Huang said that he had some questions at the museum yesterday and wanted to see the ancient ruins so Xin could take a walk around Xiagong today. Huang said that he would leave Xin by to look after her. Xin says this guy won't be able to say a single word. Time has passed. Near Xiagong ruins, Xioxia City. Walking down a busy street with a map open, Huang thinks that even when built on top of ruins, Xioxia City makes up almost a third of the entire area of Baki City. Huang thinks the hotel he booked must be here somewhere. Hotel. A voice is heard that is happy to welcome guests. Huang notes that there aren't many guests at the hotel and asks if it's off-season. The owner, a strong man in dark glasses, tells him that it's the summer holidays and people stop in Saigon for a few days before coming here. The owner confidently declares that in 3 or 5 days there will not be a single empty room here. Huang asks the owner if he knows any interesting stories about the Xiagong ruins. The owner replies that the Xiagong ruins have always been a mysterious place, but there are few legends about them. A guy and a girl are walking towards them. The girl, smiling, waved her hand to Huang. The owner said that he had been here for a long time and had heard people tell various stories about the ruins. He said he could share them if Huang was interested, but told him to just take them as stories. Huang agreed. They entered a separate room. The owner says that in ancient times there lived a powerful man named Zia Hao. He built an entire empire and the ruins of Xiagong were his palace. But one day something inexplicable happened. Overnight, the entire empire simply disappeared, just like Zia Hao himself, as if it had never existed at all. Huang tensed. He asked if everyone had really disappeared overnight. A blue dome rises above the ruins. Walking with other people, Huang notes that even if it is not the season, there are still many tourists visiting the ruins. Hai says that the layout pattern of Xiagong was unique in its kind in this time and space, and still remains an unsolved mystery. Huang replies that he feels like it's just a small version of the Forbidden City. He is sure that this Zia Hao is the traveler with the laptop. Suddenly Hai notices something. He flew forward sharply and called for Huang, who also rushed after him. They approached a huge footprint in the rock. Hai says that this floor is made of sea rock, and even an excellent one would not be able to leave such a mark. Feeling the stone floor, Huang wonders how this is even possible. Hai says that an unusual energy wave has been discovered underground, and if you collect this energy, you can gain a new skill. Huang asked if Hai was sure about this. The latter replied that absolutely yes. He felt that this unusual energy belonged to the destroyed blessing, and if you absorbed it, you could strengthen your own blessing. Huang asks if this energy is right where he is standing now. Hai replies that yes, approximately 3,000 meters underground. Huang says they need to go home first and come up with a thorough plan. Evening came. Hotel. Huang asks Zio Hai if there is anything else underground besides the energy he talked about. With his paws folded across his chest, Hai replies that the results of the energy wave research show that there is a doubly mutated silver rank monster out there. Huang thoughtfully says that the only monster he has that can fight the twice mutated monster is Sooty. Hai adds that the type of monster is unknown, so things could end badly. Rubbing his chin, Huang says that he has no temporary transformation cards left, which means that he will not be able to turn into a ghost and temporarily go underground. Hai opens the system menu and says that it is easy, because the ghost transformation card is of bronze rank, and Huang has enough fragments of the same rank to exchange for the card he needs. Huang, sweating, calls Hai a speculator because he offers to exchange 60 fragments for just one card. Exhaling, Huang said that he had no choice and decided to take 5 of them just in case. Leaning against the door, Huang asked to be quiet and said that it seemed that the two in the next room were busy with something. Hai asked whether Huang was going to extract that energy or not. Suddenly the light turned off. Huang pulled away from the door. Hiding behind him, Hai noticed that it suddenly became very quiet. Huang, looking resolutely at the door, says that there is someone behind it. The door emits green. Huang takes the gun, leans his back against the door and asks who is there. The hotel owner, shrouded in a green glow, knocks on the door and says that it is him. With an unkind smile, the owner says that there were power outages at the hotel and apologizes for the inconvenience. Without lowering the gun, Juan says to the door that it's okay, he was just getting ready. Sleep. If this is all, then he asks the owner to return. Leaning his forehead against the door, the owner reminded Huang that he had asked him today about the stories of the Xiaogong ruins, and said that he remembered one, and asked him to open the door. Huan said he was going to bed and suggested we talk tomorrow. The window in Huan's room breaks and a woman appears there. Huan doesn't know who she is. An ominous green glow emanates from the woman. Her face is distorted by an insane smile. Extending her claws, she rushes to attack. Wang and Hai dodge her strike. Hei shouts that this is a parasite and this woman is under control, and if the influence of the parasite is removed from her, then she can be saved. However, it was already too late. Juan fired a pistol at the woman and she fell dead. Turning to Hai, Juan asked if he had said anything. Hei said nothing. The owner broke through the door with his hand and in a scary voice asked if Juan was going to sleep. Juan asks if the owner is also being controlled. Hai replies that it seems so, but if they want to remove the parasite's influence from him, they need to find the source and destroy it. Upon entering the room, the hotel owner said that he had been told that Juan had something that was needed. He was ordered to kill Juan and deliver his corpse. Juan shouted that since the owner was told to kill him, he should not be offended that he would be rude to him, and began to shoot with a pistol. The hotel owner fell dead. Other people burst into the room, who were also under someone else's control. He and Hei escaped through the window. Falling to the ground, Juan sees other zombified people who are reaching out to him with their hands. Gritting his teeth in anger, Juan uses the card. A dragon appears and Juan flies away safely on it. Hai says that he understood everything. This must be the monster that lives under the ruins. Juan asked if this meant that the monster under the ruins was a parasite. Hai told him that the parasite was controlling people to attack Huang because there was something in him that he wanted. After a short silence, Juan asked if it was possible that when Hai sensed unusual energy in the ruins, the source of that unusual energy sensed him too. With its paws folded across its chest, Hei said it could actually sense him. Wang asks if this means that if Hai can capture his energy, then it can capture him too. Hai replies that it cannot take over his energy, but his will can be replaced, and Hai will then become a new blessing, provided it is strong enough. Now everything is clear to Wang. It turns out that the monster, which is underground, along with that unusual energy, felt the fluctuation of the flows and therefore sent people to collect his body. Zombified people are rushing around the streets. Hei says that Juan can either run away or look for the parasite and fight to the death, because there is no point in hanging around here. Opening a hologram from the Empire's ring, Juan says that the target of this parasite is him, and if he escapes, they will look for him everywhere. Huang says that Xiaogong is not far from here and will most likely be attacked, which means Lin Xin may be in danger. A voice is heard from the hologram that the Hunters Association has made contact. The voice asks how they can help. Huang says that there is a crowd of hundreds of people infected with the parasite near the south gate of Xioxia and asks for help to catch them. With a hint of a smile, Hai notes that Juan is contacting the Hunters Association to take control of the situation. Wang says that according to Hai, if you kill the source of the parasites, these people can regain consciousness, so with the help of the Hunters Association, they will have hope of saving them. Hei says that Juan would be better off worrying about his safety. Wang says that with Baizen he will be temporarily safe, but since that parasite with abnormal energy has discovered the existence of another blessing, he will not rest until he receives it. Hei asks if Juan is going to go back to the ruins. Juan answers with a question whether Hai really thinks that if they just run away, these infected will just leave them alone. The people below are fighting with all their might against the infected. Wang said that if he lost Hai, he would still be doomed to death. Gritting his teeth, Juan gave himself a choice, kill or be killed. He will see what awaits them. Ruins of Xiaogong. Wang and Hai climb the sea cliffs. Juan asks if they really will just go into the open, since the energy core that is below can sense Hai. The latter replies that it is just residual energy, and his willpower and abilities are limited. Hai reported that he had masked his energy waves so that it would not be able to detect him at a distance of more than 100 meters. Juan noted that this was smart. Smiling smugly, Hai states that Juan, with his low level of intelligence, is not qualified enough to compliment him. Laughing, Juan asks if Hai wants to die just once. Suddenly Juan notices something. He suddenly grabs Hai's head. Juan tells him to be careful because there are infected people here. He hid from them behind a stone. Waving his arms, Hai shouts for Juan to let him go because they won't be able to see him anyway. The infected speak incoherently. The first says that the ruler feels Huang's aura, the second that his energy will be transferred to the ruler, and the third that the person must be killed. Juan realizes that it turns out that it feels not only Hai, but himself too, but he has an idea. Juan takes out the transformation card. The infected pass by. Wang, flying with Hai in a cloud of darkness underground, says that, fortunately, He managed to exchange several cards for the transformation card and shouts for Hai to show him the direction. Hai does just that. Juan asks how the energy body that is underground can control the parasite. Hai explains that monster was able to evolve thanks to him, but the energy entity is still its master, so Juan must be very careful. Hai says it's straight ahead. In front of these two is a huge ball covered in red spikes. Hai and Huang look out from under the ground. The latter asks if this is really the energy body and that parasite. Hai notes that being only a bronze monster, it has already been able to capture tens of thousands of people and turn them into its slaves, and says that if it reaches the rank of superiority, a disaster will occur. Juan firmly says that if this is the case, they cannot leave him alive, and activates the card. Sooty appears. Crimson fire poured from his mouth. Huang shouts that both are bronze rank level 3 monsters and both have already mutated twice, but he believes that Sooty, as a dragon, should be much stronger. The energetic body is enveloped in fire. Looking at this in fascination, Juan says that dragon flames are really cool. Hai excitedly says that fire monsters are the natural enemies of most plant monsters, and here is a dragon spitting out a bunch of flames. However, the energy body quickly recovered. Juan realizes that something is wrong here. Hai exclaimed that this monster has super fast regeneration. The red spikes went on the attack. They whipped Cole aside. Gritting his teeth, Juan says in desperation that he must help, but Hai stops him. He shouts that even the dragon couldn't kill him, so what can Juan do then? Hai shouts that if that energy entity discovers him, it will simply destroy him, and then it will easily swallow Hai himself. The thorns wrapped around Cole and began to choke him. Hai says that Cole can resist the monster for a long time, and the spores of the parasite are absolutely powerless against the dragon, but a person is no match for him. Cole spat fire. The spikes exploded. Juan says with annoyance that the parasite does not move a step away from the energy business. Hai notes that if they don't finish the battle soon, they could end up extremely badly. Suddenly they were thrown to the surface. Cursing, Hai shouted that the time of transformation had come to an end. Hai screams for Juan to get out of here because the energy body has detected him. It begins to shine brighter. Juan, looking ahead in horror, says that it is using all its spores, and he will either die now or turn into an infected one, and in any case he will not be able to escape. The spikes dug forcefully into the ground where Hai and Huang stood. After that, only a crack remained. Luckily, they still had transformation cards. Hai and Huang are shrouded in darkness. The latter says that he has a bad feeling. Hai replies that it is no accident, because now the target of this energy body is Huang, and it, having lost sight of him again, simply went berserk. The energy body sparkles and shines brighter. Juan cursed and looked up. He screams that the body is releasing its spores again and scattering them everywhere. Pink light poured out from a crack in the ground. He rose higher. The fight in the streets continues. The guy with red hair asks what it is. There is a cry that it is the parasite releasing its spores. The guy grabs his throat and begins to choke. People become infected. They have a grin and a red shine in their eyes. They turn into clots of light and fly upward. They fly towards the ruins of Xiaogun. The parasite consumes them. Hai tensely says that the energy body takes the prana of all those infected and wants to advance to silver rank. Gritting his teeth, Juan says that if this continues, Sooty will not be able to defeat him. He asks Hai if there are other ways to kill him. Ember continues to fight with the energy body. Hai says that the fragment store has a small destruction card that can kill any creature with less than excellent combat ability, but it requires 1,000,000 card fragments. Juan asks if it would be better to retreat then and return when he is stronger. Hai replies that if he doesn't kill the parasite now, he won't get this chance again. He explains that the parasite is growing faster due to its unusual energy, and judging by its speed, it will soon become the most powerful monster in the entire world. Hai says that based on research into its life cycle, it would take no more than 2 months for the monster to reach a superior rank, and it was even possible that a third mutation would occur. Huang says that the residual energy of the mutated species is incredibly strong and asks if Xia Hao's blessing is much stronger than Hai. The latter angrily exclaims that this is nonsense. The fierce battle between the dragon and the energy body continues. Hai says that the functions of all blessings are strictly limited by rules, and the owner is also obliged to follow these rules. However, this residual energy is no longer a blessing, but an independent entity and therefore is not limited by any rules, hence the rapid growth of the parasite. With a sparkle in his eyes, Juan says that he is jealous of this parasite. Hai edifyingly says that unlimited growth and development can only lead to self-destruction, and this is the first point of those very rules. Watching the battle, Juan deduces that if they can suppress the parasite's regeneration, Sooty will be able to defeat it. Hai replies that if Juan was going to cut off the parasite from regeneration, then he should let him completely absorb the energy of the sphere himself. Juan impatiently asks how it works. Hai says that for this it is necessary for the owner to touch this energy sphere with his hand for 3 minutes. Wincing, Juan says that if he approached the sphere, then in 3 minutes it would have time to nail him a bunch of times. Suddenly an idea comes to his mind. Flying forward, Huang asked Hai if this energy sphere could move. Hai replied that no, unless another blessing engulfed her and carried her away with him. Then for Juan everything is as simple as shelling pears. They fly straight to the energy sphere. Juan says he will hide under it and touch it from underground. Hai shouts that it is too close and she will notice him. Gritting his teeth, Juan decisively flies forward and says that he and Hai will hide right under the energy sphere so that the parasite cannot reach them. He touched the sphere from underground and told himself that he had to hold out for only 3 minutes. The sphere sparkles. Hai clenched his teeth and cursed and shouted that the parasite had reached silver rank. Dark purple spikes appeared on top. Hai said that Juan would not live these 3 minutes. The spikes rushed forward. Lightning sparkled around the energy body. Debris is flying into Juan. He says that even in his ghost form, he will be killed if he comes under attack from a second-level silver rank. Ember resists the thorns with all his might. They squeeze his neck. The energy body begins to attack. Juan receives a system notification that Sooty is facing a deadly attack and needs to be recalled. Juan went cold. The energy body attacks. Growths form at the ends of the spines. They begin to spin at breakneck speed. Looking at this picture in horror, Hai shouts that Juan has lost his support and now he is definitely finished. Juan clenched his teeth. Red spikes fly straight at them. Juan continues to keep his hand on the burning energy body. He loudly asks Hai if 3 minutes have passed there, otherwise he will die here now. Brings a system notification that the absorption of foreign energy is complete. Juan happily says that he succeeded. Hai shouts that he only absorbed his energy for a while, and Juan still cannot defeat him. As he ran, Juan said he had a plan. With a determined smile, he smashes the card and orders Bai to be summoned. Bai appears in front of them. Hai shouts that Juan is crazy for wanting to sacrifice his vampire card. Throwing 2 cards, Huang ordered the use of 2 promotion cards with double boost. The spikes rushed towards Bai, but he was protected by an energy cocoon. Looking at this in surprise, Hai says that although the mutation of an ordinary monster can be interrupted, the mutation activated by the card cannot be interrupted even by a demigod. Hai says that Juan is smart after all. Scratching his head, Juan said with a chuckle that Hai was flattering him. Then he turned sharply towards him because he could not believe the words spoken. Did Hai really call him smart? Hai slapped him and called him an idiot. The mutation continues. The cocoon cracked. Bai's hand appeared from there. Huang asks if this is the result of Bai's double promotion. Hey, it seems that something unusual has been born. Bai came out of the cocoon. The system congratulates the master for acquiring the epic monster card, namely the 4-winged Bloody Baron, Servant of God. Bai's wings sparkled. He rushed to attack. Like lightning, it rushes between the thorns and inflicts damage on the parasite. Juan shouts encouragement to him. Hai happily says that after the parasite lost the alien energy, its regeneration disappeared and therefore they have a chance to win. The ember spits fire. Juan shouts that the parasite is finished. Suddenly Hai shouts in alarm that something is wrong. He loudly says that the parasite is absorbing even more prana and wants to reach the 3rd level of silver rank. Juan doesn't understand how this can be. Pinkish smoke is creeping over Seigan. Hai says that those parasitic spores he released continue to infect everyone in their path, and it is possible that they have even reached Zygon. Hai says that at this rate, the parasite will soon take over millions of people, and if it absorbs their vital energies, it will be able to complete the triple promotion, in which case they will definitely lose. Sleeps peacefully in his bed. Drawing his sword, Juan resolutely declared that they would not lose. Hai asked what he was up to. Huang, preparing for the attack, orders Sooty to cover him, and Bai to show the weak point of the parasite. Hai shouts that Juan has gone crazy, that the parasite will kill him if he gets close to him, and then everything will be over. Taking off, Juan said that they would be in the mud anyway if they didn't end this. He shouts that then not only he will die, but also Zen and millions of other people. Juan, under the cover of Sooty, rushed to the attack. Bai flies from above at full speed. He flies past the parasite and stops abruptly. The energy body shines brighter and brighter. Hai shouts that the parasite is mutating. Juan swung his sword. Yelling, he cut the air with his sword. Suddenly one of the spikes pierced his chest. Hai and Bai look at this in horror. There is darkness before Juan's eyes. He asks himself if he is dead. He cannot open his eyes and understand where he is. However, he still opens his eyelids and sees Bai, Cole and Hai in front of him, who is loudly calling him. Hai anxiously asks if Huang has a clear consciousness and asks him to say something. Bai is silent. Eyes wide, Juan asks if he is dead. Hai says that Juan managed to use the healing card at the last moment, and calls him a trickster. Juan begins to lick the ember. The latter says that he would rather die, and that's all. Sitting up abruptly, Juan asked what happened to that parasite. Hai reports that thanks to Wang's deadly attack, he is already finished. The main character is happy with his job. They both look at the sky. Juan picked up the epic card and called it the demonic vine. Now he can summon the parasite he defeated using this card, on which all the data about the monster is written. Hei thoughtfully says that Huang gives strange names. After using 2 healing cards, Huang tells Bai and Sudi that they have worked hard and can now rest well. He asks if they defeated the demonic vine, will everyone infected come to their senses? Hei says with a satisfied smile that after the death of the source body, all spores will also disappear and all those infected will instantly regain consciousness. This is good for Huan. He says that in that case, he will take the chance and do a double promotion for the Tyrant too, which he does. The Tyrant is enveloped in magic. Huang asks Hei how to understand that the demonic vine only has 2 skills when 3 have not even been discovered yet. Hei explains that the demonic vine is a new species, and since this is the first generation of the monster, it only has basic skills and will acquire the rest in the future. A system window pops up in front of Huang with data about his monsters. Hei says that the skill store is already full, and in order to gain new skills, Huang will have to combine cards or remove existing monster skills. Huan, rubbing his chin, realizes that there is a limit to the number. The mutation is complete, the cocoon is cracked. The Titan came out of its shell. The system congratulated the master on acquiring the epic monster card, Armored Giant. Huan looks at his acquisition with a determined smile. They fly out of the Zyagong ruins on a black dragon. Hei orders everyone to get out of here because Huan has used the promotion card twice and one of the superiors could surely have noticed him. Huang says that they are not flying to Zyoxia, but directly to Zyagong because he needs to see his sister. Looking at the Bai card, Huang asks what the Servant of God means, which is written in the Bai card. Hei says that this means that Bai has very rare holy blood in her body, which explains the holy skill. A note appeared in Bai's card that when this monster reaches the superior rank, the holy blood in its body will be activated and its abilities will increase significantly. Huan said it was great that he had 3 epic cards at once. He asks what about the energy that Hei absorbed, will it unlock any new abilities? Hei, standing on the black dragon near Wang, says that the card resurrection function has opened. Huan doesn't quite understand what it is. Hei explains that if a monster card of a higher rarity dies, it can be replaced with another monster card of the same rarity or lower, and if there is no suitable replacement left, the card will automatically disappear. Hei says that an epic monster card has 3 resurrections, the first being done by a common rarity card, the second by a rare card, and the third by an epic card. Huan happily says that sounds great. They fly over the city. Huan jumps to the ground and says that since everything is calm all around, he can go and rest. Flying after him, Hei assumes that Huan has forgotten something important. He asks what happened. Huan told him to be quiet and walk to the window of the building. Hei is indignant, but Huan does not listen to him. He carefully looks out the window and sees Zin, who is sleeping. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Huang says with a smile that Zin sleeps with the curtains open. Hei demands to know what the important matter Huan was talking about is. He smiles and reminds him that he helped Hei get the energy sphere and asks if he will receive anything as a reward. Closing his eyes, Hei sighs that what Huan is asking for both makes sense and doesn't make sense at the same time. However, he still says that he will give Huan a huge gift. Hei says he will reward Huan with 10 random cards, and then it's all down to luck. Cards are flying to Huan. Huan can't believe what's happening. In front of him are many upside-down cards. Huan wonders why there are so many and asks if the card selection shouldn't only be 18. Turning away and folding his arms across his chest in displeasure, Hei tells Huang to wake up because he is still of silver rank and the system gives him more assortment to choose from. Hei asks if this isn't better. Having sank to the ground exhaustedly, Huan asks Hei's opinion in response, when is it easier to draw a good card when there are only 18 to choose from or as many as 100? Gritting his teeth, Huan resolutely tells himself to start for the honor of the loser. He selects cards and clicks on them. In front of him are 10 cards turned upside down. Huan prays to the great spirits of earth and sky, the merciful gods, if only there would be no mission map there. The system reports that Huang received an advancement card, an epiphany card, a minor destruction card, 3 temporary transformation cards, 2 healing cards, and 2 double reward cards. Huan looks at the cards he comes across. Huan says that he has already seen the minor destruction card in action, and the healing card is also an extremely necessary thing when it comes to health. He wished he only got 1 promotion card, otherwise he would have refined the purple eagle. But he sees the card of insight that he holds in his hands for the first time. The epiphany map depicts the human body and the constellations on it. Hei instructively says that the insight card is consumable and can only be used once, and if during the cultivation process Huang encounters a problem, then he can use the insight, and the effect depends on the powers and talent of the user. Huan says with a satisfied smile that this is a great thing, and this time all 10 cards are very powerful and useful. His luck has returned to him again. Turning away, Hei displeasedly tells Huan not to hope that if he was lucky once, he will be lucky twice. Juan shouts angrily, can't Hei be happy for him at least a little? They start to fight. Hei doesn't understand why Juan is grinning when he didn't even pull an epic card. Juan shouts for Hei to give him 10 more cards if he has the courage. Hei shouts back that the main character is daydreaming. It was early morning. Xin sits on the bed and watches something in the hologram. Juan entered the room. Minimizing the hologram, Xin asked when her brother returned. Huang, holding a bag in his hands, says that Xin has had enough of lying around and she needs to eat quickly. Juan brought breakfast in a bag. Placing it on the table, he said that he had returned last night and did not want to disturb his sister. Xin got up from the bed and said that Bai suddenly disappeared, so she thought Huang was in trouble. She says she tried to contact him, but nothing worked. Xin was worried about her brother. Chewing a roll, Xin says that this morning the news said that a superior monster had appeared in the ruins of Xiaogan and was quickly dealt with. Xin asked if this was Huang's doing. The latter began to deny. He asked, is this possible? Huan insists that he is only at iron rank and the superior monster will kill him in a second if he gets close to him. Xin says that Bai's disappearance happened at that moment, and she believes that it cannot be just a coincidence. Patting her on the head, Huan told her not to be distracted and to continue eating. Getting up from the table, Huang told Xin to be ready after eating, because there were still many interesting places in Xiaogang that they needed to visit. Xin said she didn't want to go there and suggested staying at home. Huan looked at her worriedly and asked if she really didn't want to go out, even though she still had 5 days of vacation left. Huang worriedly asked what was going on, whether Xin was sick. She shook her head and said that in September she would already be a senior, and if she wanted, she could have fun next year. She firmly said that she now needs to devote more time to study and military practice in order to get high scores next year. Huang hugged his sister and joyfully said that Xin had finally grown up and gained intelligence. As he left the room, Huan said that he would then pack all his things and buy a ticket so that they could return home on an aircraft. Xin agrees. She opened the hologram. A voice comes from there saying that they are having a special interview and their guest is Aoyang Bingley, who is 18 years old and is a gold rank hunter of the 7th Division and ranked 14th in the master ranking, and she is also the best shooter among the female hunters. Bingley speaks from the screen that if you don't want to become someone's burden, then you need to try harder and be stronger. Xin promises herself that she will not be an eternal burden to her brother. She is sure that the day will come when they will fight shoulder to shoulder. Evening came. Xin shouts for her brother to clean everything up himself, and she goes to her room. Standing in the middle of the living room, Huang thinks that he mistakenly believed that Xin had matured. Pulling out a card, Huan said that he had some free time now and decided that it would be better to activate this mission card. He hopes that there will be no more bad luck and breaks the card. The system congratulates the GM for activating the mission card and informs him that the mission is to reach the 6th level of military tactics within 30 days, and the reward for completing the mission is a healing card. For failure to complete a mission within a given time limit, the master will lose 1 valid card as punishment. Juan sank helplessly to the floor and cursed his bad luck. He grabbed his head and yelled that it was impossible to reach the 6th level of military tactics in 1 month. He shouts that he is only at level 3 now, which means that for level 6 he will need to collect 12,000 fragments, but this is impossible. Xin looked into the room and asked if her brother was okay. Hanging his head, Huan said that he would give her money and for the next month she would order her own food and he would lock himself away and study. Huan realizes that if he fails the mission, he will lose one of the valid cards, and if he loses the minor destruction card, it will be a huge loss, so he will reach level 6 for this card. Sitting down on the floor in front of the hologram, the mentor Wang said that as long as there was time, he would practice military tactics to collect all the fragments of the 4th level. He's short of 800. Huan says that even at this rate, 1 month still won't be enough. Hei agreed with this. He frightened Huan with his unexpected appearance. The latter, having recovered from his fright, asks what Hei is offering then, if he has a better way. With a smug smile, Hei replies that yes, namely a method for accelerating the accumulation of fragments. Hei asks if Huan is capable of doing this. With a determined smile, Huan replies that if it helps him with his mission, then he is ready to do anything. Hei, without hesitation, hit Wang on the back of the head and he flew down, not understanding what was happening. The portal begins to suck him in. Huan asks Hei what this thing is. He awkwardly jumps out on the other side of the portal. Suddenly he tenses. The mentor stands in front of him, but at full height. Huan asks, isn't the mentor a projection? With a dangerous glint in his eyes, the mentor expressed hope that his student was ready to study. He swings his fist sharply, and Huan dodges the blow, not understanding what the matter is. The mentor aims at his stomach. He hits Huan hard and he flies back. He holds his stomach while kneeling. Huang asks himself, is this really Xiao Hai's accelerated way of sending Huang here to give his best? Huan wonders if he would become a vegetable in the real world if he died here. The mentor raised his leg to strike. The blow was so strong that the stone floor broke from it, but Juan managed to jump away. The mentor calls Juan a mangy puppy and orders him to get up and fight. Juan swiftly slaps him on the cheek. A wound remains on her, drops of blood splash. System congratulates Juan for obtaining one war tactics piece. Juan is shocked. He now understands that to get the fragment, he only needs to hit his mentor once. He unleashes a hail of blows on Juan. By blocking them, the main character realizes that this way it is really possible to collect the fragments faster and says that Hai came up with a great idea. The mentor attacks with his foot. Juan raised his fist to strike. In his thoughts, he comes to the conclusion that he can train here indefinitely until he dies. Both opponents hit each other. System congratulates Juan for obtaining one war tactics piece. Juan deals blow after blow to his mentor. He is determined. Both opponents raise their fists and rushed at each other. There is a battle going on. Juan receives many notifications congratulating him for obtaining one piece of military tactics. Juan's eye is swollen, his face is beaten. He receives a notification that he has reached the 5th level of military tactics. Juan, beaten, takes a fighting stance and calls on his mentor to continue the battle. With heavy breathing he returns to consciousness. He's exhausted. With his eyes closed, Juan says that he has only one level left and he can do anything. However, Hai confidently says that Juan will not have time to complete this mission. Cold sweat appeared on the latter's face. Hai told him that 24 days had already passed, and in order to move from the 5th level of military tactics to the 6th, Juan needed 10,000 fragments, that is, he had to collect another 4,000, and he had little time left. Juan asks himself with horror, will the mission really fail? He thought hard. There is still a little time left, but he definitely won't be able to collect 10,000 fragments. Will the mission really fail? Hai tells Juan that he can lose the card of minor destruction or the card of insight. It all depends on how lucky he is. Juan interrupts him. Gritting his teeth, he said that he was still a loser, and therefore did not want his fate to be decided by luck. He orders the use of the insight card. The system asks if the master is sure that he wants to use the insight card. Hai reminds that at the current level, Juan will be dangerous to use this card. However, Juan confirms the use of the card anyway and is enveloped in darkness. Hai shouts that forcibly accelerating cultivation is tantamount to destroying and then rebuilding the body and soul. Juan spat out blood. Darkness pierced his body and he howled in pain. Hai, holding his forehead, says that Juan is too weak and unable to control the insight card, so the possibility that he might die in the cultivation process is too great. Gritting his teeth, Juan resolutely said that he would survive. He only had one level left. His face twisted with anger and pain. He sits cross-legged on the floor, darkness surrounding him. Frowning, Hai looks at this and says that Juan will not be able to subdue him. The rotational cycle of military tactics is getting faster and faster. If this continues, it will take 4 hours for Juan to reach the 6th level. He's dripping with sweat and his teeth are clenched. The system congratulates Juan for reaching the 6th level of military tactics. Energy begins to explode in his body and they scream in pain. Hai orders him to stop now. Many shadows of his mentor appear behind Juan. Clutching his head, the main character does not understand why he cannot stop. He shouts that his training does not stop. Blood is flowing from his mouth. He finds himself in another world. In front of him and behind him, there are many clones of his mentor standing in a row. One of them invites the student to start the lesson. Immediately, 2 clones rush to attack Juan from behind. He doesn't understand what's happening. Juan's hand lies limp on the floor. Hai says that, as he thought, the main character will not be able to control the situation. He says that the Epiphany card has one serious disadvantage. No matter how strong a person is physically, if he is mentally broken, he will never wake up again. Juan is beaten and breathing heavily. He returns to another world and gets hit in the cheek. The mentor's clones rush to attack him. Juan shouts that he won't give up. After hitting one, Juan shouts that he cannot give up. He, distorted with rage, shouts that he has lived too little. This cry is heard by Xin, who is doing her homework. She calls out to her brother in alarm. The sun is setting. A blue stone hovers above the floor. Then it cracks. Juan suddenly opens his eyes. He is lying on the bed. Standing next to him is Xin, who is glad that Juan has finally woken up. Wiping away her tears, Xin says Juan scared her. She said the doctor came to examine him but said everything was fine and didn't know why Juan was unconscious. Sitting up in bed and rubbing his head, Juan asked how long he had slept. Xin replied that it was a whole week. She asked if Juan was hungry and said she would bring him something to eat. She goes out the door and asks him to wait for her. Juan wonders if he really slept for a whole week and if he really failed the mission. The system reports that Juan has reached the 8th level of military tactics and completed the mission, and as a reward he receives one healing card. Juan can't believe that he really reached level 8. In front of Juan is a life skill card with all the data. Slurping a cup of soup, Juan says that thanks to the 8th level of military tactics, his performance has increased by 96%. He asks if he has completely mastered that life skill and exclaims that the insight card is simply a miracle. With his hands on his hips, Hai said that Wang's potential simply amazes him because the latter was able to withstand his strength and reach the 8th level. Laughing, Juan said loudly that he, after all, told Hai that he was a genius. Hai, angry, replied that sooner or later the end would come for Wang. In a calmer tone, Hai said that Wang's training was over and his vitality had already stabilized, so he could already think about achieving the bronze rank. Wiping his mouth, Juan clarifies whether he needs to choose a new monster with a suitable life seed for this. Looking at his ring, he says that in the book about the seeds of life there are many more bronze monsters than iron ones. Hai tells him that he selected 11 monsters for him based on the Wang attribute and life skill. Clutching his head, the main character asked himself with annoyance how he could choose now. Hai replied that, as before, he was not able to influence Wang's final decision, but he reminded that the latter was a genius. Opening the system windows and grabbing Hai, Wang said that Yu Zhang helped him last time and maybe he should ask him again. Hai, wheezing furiously, told Juan to let him go. He asked how Juan would explain his quick transition to bronze. Hai says no one should know about the system's existence. After thinking, Juan agreed with this. He asked if not him, then who else could help him. The ring vibrated. Wang answered the call and a hologram of Yuixin appeared. They greeted each other. Wang called Yuixin a special one who had recently reached the rank of excellence. Looking away, Yuixin said that they had not spoken for a long time and that she just wanted to know how Wang was doing. The latter replied that he had some questions and Yuixin could help him. Hidden behind the table, Hai says that Yuixin has a superior rank and she knows that Wang has an iron rank, but never asks many questions, so Hai thinks this is ideal. With a smile, Yuixin said that she would be very happy if she could help. Juan says that the fact is that he is now choosing a monster to receive the bronze seed of life, but his search range is too huge, so he cannot choose the most worthy one. Yuixin suggested that she herself would see who Wang could choose. Inwardly, Yuixin wonders how Wang reached bronze rank so quickly. She tells him that most of those he has chosen are in the speed and defense category, and such skills may lose all their effect after reaching the superior rank. Juan asks if his deft hands will also become useless. Yuixin told him that they could come in handy after reaching the superiority rank. Deft hands would turn into the secret skill demonic hands, and this is quite a useful skill. Juan clarifies, it turns out that he needs to take into account what will happen to his body when he reaches the rank of superiority and, based on this, choose a life seed for himself. There is a mug of coffee on the table. Bringing it to her mouth, Yuixin said that she seemed to have found a bronze monster for Wang. She said that if he kills him, the secret skill he acquired could be useful to him, especially when he trains to achieve the supremacy rank, so Yuixin thinks that this monster will be perfect for Wang. The latter asks for more details. Yuixin drinks coffee and says that the monster is called an ugly puppet and is not very powerful, but it is very difficult to kill because the monster can replace its body with an artificial one. Yuixin says that by killing him, Wang will receive a life seed called Substitute, which is a psychic type. Juan exclaims in surprise. Yuixin adds that the amount of use of the seed is limited to 3 times a day, and it can save from fatal attacks, but is less effective than seeds with restoration effects, so most people avoid it. Yuixin says that upon reaching a superior rank, the seed can be upgraded to the secret skill Scapegoat, and it will help Huang avoid death and can be used as many as 9 times a day. For Juan, everything is clear. Yuixin said that she would send him detailed information so that Wang could look at it and think about it himself. Wang thanks Yuixin with a smile. He thanks her again for being with him and calls her Yuzin. Yuixin blushed and cut off the connection. Scratching his head, Wang asked Hai's opinion. Was Yuixin really so angry because he called her that? Hai said Juan was just an idiot. Leaning back in his chair, Juan said that the ugly puppet was indeed fit to become his seed of life. Hai tells him that the ugly puppet is an immortal species, the 3rd level of bronze, living in groups, which lives in the Misty Canyon, the Forgotten Lands, and the 1st level of the immortal Black Abyss. Hai says that only superiors can step into the territory of the immortal Black Abyss, and the Forgotten Lands are a forbidden area in the territory of the 7th Division. Many who entered there did not return, even excellent ones. Smiling maliciously, Hai said that Juan, being such a worm, could find his death anywhere. Twisting his finger at his temple, Juan said that they were going to a foggy canyon and asked if it was really impossible to say so right away. The ring vibrates again. Juan picks up the phone. His Khan appears in the hologram and enthusiastically invites him to go to the Misty Canyon. Wang and Hai are shocked. The next morning came. Xin sits in a chair and anxiously asks if his brother is really getting ready for a long journey again after lying unconscious for a week. Throwing his backpack over his shoulder, Wang said that Xin's school was starting soon, so there was no point in him staying at home. He says that he will go out for a couple of days with friends. With a wave of his hand, Wang told Xin to be obedient and behave normally. He says that he left her some pocket money and he will be back soon. Turning away offended, Xin said that it was Huang himself who was disobedient. She grumbles that Huan only recently recovered and he can no longer sit at home, and opens the hologram. Suddenly, out of surprise, she spits out the drink. Her cry is heard, "Is it really a million?" Citadel 7S29. Khan, stretching contentedly, says that they have finally arrived. He said that he almost took root on the aircraft while they were there for 11 days. Juan says without even a hint of a smile that this city is the closest point to the Misty Canyon. There are men on the streets, and nothing good smells from them. Juan said they should be very careful here. Smiling, Khan says that Juan is his friend forever because he agreed to help him and go so far. Khan says that if in future Juan wants to find him, then he just needs to whistle and that's it. Smiling, Juan says that they are already friends to death, so there is no need to thank him. Khan in Huang's ear quietly says that the seed from the ugly puppet may not look powerful, but when he himself reaches the rank of superiority, the seed will turn into his secret skill and will save his life more than once. Khan quietly asks that Huang not tell anyone about this because his father got him this information for a lot of money. Huang concludes out loud that this is why Han chose the Misty Canyon as the place where he wants to advance to the bronze rank. In his mind, he understands that Han has the same goal as him and they can do everything together, but Huang should not show his true strength. With his hand on Huang's shoulder, Han says that on the way to the Misty Canyon there is a third-level wild area, and it is dangerous for two to go there, so he will hire a team of adventurers. Huang said that he would then look for a safe hotel for them and they would set out tomorrow morning. Khan says that Huang has nothing to worry about because he will only be a helper and will be protected. Huang thanks his friend. Now Huang is walking down the street alone. He notes to himself that all the collected types from the nearby wild lands have gathered in the Foggy City, and there is also a hunters association here. He also understands that there are a lot of people here who don't know where they're coming from or where they're going, and he needs to be extremely careful with them. The ring vibrated. Looking at him dissatisfied, Huang asked himself, is it really the fat man calling, although he only recently left? Han's voice comes from the ring, saying that he has found a team that is moving out right now and is in a hurry, and together they are waiting for Huang at the eastern gate. Frowning, Huang became wary. This is strange for him, because adventurers lead groups into the Misty Canyon every day. Why are they in such a hurry? In addition, Huang understands that evening is coming, and if he leaves now, he may have to spend the night in the canyon. He decides to look first, then decide. Eastern gate of the Foggy City. With a blue face, Han tells Huang that they are here. The adventurers in black robes are indignant. Why is it so slow? Why do they have to wait so long? Huang asks the fat man what's going on. He replies that if they go with them, they will take them to the Misty Canyon. Huang notes to himself that all three are silver rank adventurers. Looking at them angrily, he asks himself if they are really looking for trouble. After jumping on the rhinoceros, one adventurer says that they have already wasted a lot of time on Huang, so stop chatting and it's time to hit the road. Khan hesitantly offers to go. Huang is silent. He is sure that this gang has bad intentions and wonders if they really threaten Khan. However, he decides that all they can do now is follow them to see what they are up to. All five race across the wasteland. One adventurer turned around and told his boss that Huang was still only iron rank, but he already had a blue wolf as his supreme animal. The boss thoughtfully replied that it seemed that this time they were very lucky with their catch. He ordered to move on, because he had to make it to the Foggy Canyon before it got dark. Misty Canyon. Huang slowed down. He and Khan got off the blue wolf and said that this was the Foggy Canyon. As he expected, there is a strange smell coming from here. The adventurers also dismounted. The boss stood in front of them and said that they had successfully brought Han and Huang here, so they needed to pay. With an evil glint in his eyes, he said that they owed 30 life crystals. Tilting his head, the boss said that they were glad to do business with them. Huang demanded to know what kind of jokes these were. Khan trembled and lowered his gaze. Huang turned to him in alarm. Grabbing his throat, Khan croaked for Huang to be careful. Looking at the gang leader, Khan said that this guy knows how to manipulate people. Khan said in horror that the boss was a master of words. He stuck out his tongue with the image of a pentagram and a disgusting smile. The boss demands 30 life crystals from Huang, no less. Huang looks at him tensely. He heard that wordsmiths are a very rare profession, and with the help of their tongues they are able to curse or control people, and some even kill. However, Huang notices to himself that the guys in front of him are only silver rank and use an ordinary rhinoceros as a mount, so it is obvious to him that they do not pose much of a threat. With a smile, Huang asked if this was a robbery. Khan shushed him. The guy from the gang replied with a grin that Huang had guessed right, and if he didn't want to die, then let him take out his money. The other guy says that they can finish them both off right here because taking money from the dead is much easier and the corpses can be thrown into the canyon. Huang offers them a third option. It consists in the fact that this gang is now going to hell, and Huang imagines that none of this happened and spares their lives. Huang says all this with a good-natured smile on his face. Grabbing his head, Khan shouts that Juan has gone crazy. Laughing, one of the guys told the boss that it looked like the main character had gone crazy with fear. Another said that if they didn't know his surname was Lin, they would think he was from a noble family. The boss chuckled disgustingly. Then, with a terrible expression on his face, he said that this brat, that is, Juan, will answer for his insolence. With his tongue he sentences him to paralysis. The boss smiles disgustingly. Juan, unharmed, looks at him with childish wonder. There is silence. The guys from the gang don't understand how this is possible, why the boss's magic didn't work on Juan. They are confident that if he is only an iron rank, they can handle him with their bare hands. They take out weapons. With a distorted face, the boss orders Juan to be killed. With a confident smile, the protagonist replies that it is now his turn to attack and calls for Bai. He quickly attacks the two guys. Blood sprayed from their mouths. Both cannot believe what happened. They are scattered into pixels. The boss says that this simply cannot happen. He doesn't understand where Juan was able to get such a monster if he is only an iron rank. With a smile, Juan replies that the boss is simply too stupid, otherwise he would have immediately guessed everything as soon as he saw that his charms were not working. The boss runs away with pitiful screams. Juan wants to stop him, but it's too late. Khan falls to his knees in front of him. Juan asks what he is doing. Trembling, Khan says that, firstly, he wants to show his respect, and secondly, his legs are giving way from fear. Khan asks Juan to tell the truth and answer the question, is he really of iron rank? Juan replies that it cannot be otherwise. The three of them walk along the canyon. Han leans on Huang's shoulder and asks if the four-winged vampire isn't a gold rank monster, and if Huang can control it. Huang says that Bai is not golden, but simply mutated. Getting close to Huang's face, Khan says that he has doubts about his friend's abilities. Huang, looking away, says not to let the fat man make him laugh. He points out that it is already dark, so they need to find a place to wait out the night. They come to a cave. Huang says that they don't have to go deep, they can spend the night here and hit the road tomorrow morning. Khan is snoring in his sleeping bag. Looking at him with a smile, Huang says that he doubts that escaped wordsmith will dare to approach them again, so Bai does not need to stand guard at night. Bai turns back into a card. Huang says that in order to avoid unforeseen circumstances, additional security will not hurt. It was early morning. There was a scream. Opening his eyes, Huang asked Khan why he was yelling. He replies that they were surrounded by a monster, that they would die and that would be the end for them. The monster that surrounded them is a demonic vine. Juan reassures Khan that he will not die and there is nothing to be afraid of, since this monster is a conscript whom Juan called for protection. Almost crying, Han wonders how many monsters Juan has. They set off. Khan said that he is very jealous of tamers, because they don't have to get their hands dirty in battles, monsters fight for them, and they also have cool mounts. Juan answered him that everyone has their own talents, and when Khan becomes a gourmet hunter, sooner or later the crystals of life will flow to him like a river, then he will be richer than everyone else. Out of breath, Khan said that this was true because with his character, he prefers a stable life. Juan stopped him with his hand and warily said that something was wrong here. They stand in front of a deserted battlefield. Juan says that the lair of the ugly puppets must be here somewhere, but it seems that they have all been killed and they are too late. Khan asks in confusion how it happened that there are no ugly puppets left at all. Juan, turning pale, suggested going to the next point and looking there. They are walking along the path. Consulting the map, Khan said that behind that stone was their second closest lair. Juan suggested coming closer. Looking forward, Han asks what the hell is going on here. Juan angrily says that he expected this. Clutching his head, Khan asked in despair who all these people were and why they were doing this. He yelled, will he really have to change the seed of life if everything continues like this? Juan suddenly understands everything. He asks if Khan told the three adventurers what kind of monster he came here for. Han remembered that he had mentioned this when he went to hire the team. In this case, Juan guesses who stood in their way. Admiring his blade, the gang boss said that it was not in vain that he spent his whole life to get this gold rank weapon, which is truly powerful. The boss says that there are only 4 ugly puppet lairs in the entire canyon, and now there is only one left. When he deals with the last one, these two brats, Han and Juan, will get nothing. With a terrible glint in his eyes, the boss said that he had spent most of his life in the foggy city and had never experienced such humiliation. He promises himself that as soon as he returns to the city, he will buy the necessary potion and deal with them. The boss says that with this potion, the vampire Juan will become nothing but a pile of ash. A dark silhouette appears behind him, saying that he has caught him. The boss doesn't know who it is it really another partner of those two brats? He thinks to himself with fear that after the stranger put his hand on his shoulder, he cannot move a single limb, his body does not obey, and he cannot even use a spell. The woman orders the silhouette to take the Master of Words away from here. She chuckled and said that she would find another use for it. The Master of Words was horrified. Are these the members of the Purple Crow? The woman turns around, revealing an ominous symbol on her cloak. Juan raises his head in alarm. Turning around, he asked if Han had heard too. Khan replied, "Does Juan really think he has time for this?" He said that it was good that they listened to Huang and skipped the third layer. Now Han finally saw the puppets. They follow each other with burning eyes. Khan says that although these creatures may not have enough strength, their number is frightening. Khan is afraid of what will happen if they surround him. Summoning Bai, Huang tells his friend to attack and he will cover. Swinging the cable and rushing forward, Han told Huang to check out what he could do. Khan threw a rope at the puppet. The monster begins to fight back. Khan said with a determined smile that the monster was evil. He tightened the rope and cut off the puppet's head. However, she disappeared. Turning around in confusion, Khan asks why this happened. The puppet appears behind him. She goes on the attack. Cursing, Han shouted that this monster had regeneration and asked Huang to save him. The puppet is tied up. This is Bai's doing. Huang says that the puppet is in a trap so he can attack. Holding the sword in his hands, Khan decisively says that he will rid the monster of its head. Sounds are heard in the canyon. Khan is exhausted. He had already struck 5 times and asked hopefully if the monster was finished. Bai removed his ribbons from the dead monster. The energy passed from him to Khan and he asked hopefully if it really worked. Juan approached his friend and asked how it felt, if there were any problems with the seed. Khan happily replied that there was no problem, and he had reached the bronze rank, and now he only needed to practice his life skill to complete the picture and that was all. As Han began to kiss, he thanked Huang and said that he loved him. Pushing him away with his hand, Juan says that this is not at all necessary. Since everything worked out for his friend, he can return back to the city and Juan will stay here for a while. Han smiles and says that if Juan has business, he can stay with him. Waving his hand, Juan says that this is not necessary because his rank is still too low, so he does not know how long it will take him to advance. Juan notices that Han needs to train more instead of following him around. Khan says that in that case he will go. He told Juan to call him anytime if there was any problem. The departing Khan asked Juan to tell him when he returns. Juan reassured his friend and waved his hand after him. Clenching his fist, he told himself that it was his turn to reach silver rank. Inside a foggy canyon, 3 people walked towards the lake. The man in black who grabbed the word master asked the woman, Zhuang, if she was sure she was here. Zhuang nodded confidently, because she herself installed everything here and therefore cannot make mistakes. She sat down and said that she had been creating this hellish water for 12 years, and now everything should be ready. Zhuang touched the water with her fingers, and from the point of her touch the water began to turn red. Soon all the water turned red. Zhuang ordered the man in black to throw the former gang boss there to test him in action. Trembling with fear, the Master of Words prays not to be killed and assures that he will still be useful to them. For example, he can help them find guinea pigs. He wanted to say that he knew that there were 2 more brats roaming in this canyon, but he was already flying down. The man in black threw him straight into the water. The puppet fell into pieces. Sighing, Juan said that even though these monsters do not pose a threat at all, killing them is still a pain. Bai, as always, is silent. The corpses of puppets are scattered around them. Looking at his palm, Huang said that now that he had reached the rank of bronze, his wheel of life became bronze, and 3 more circles of white sections appeared, while the other wheels of life that were obtained from the cards also began to change. The system reports that a new seed of life has been discovered and specifies whether the master wishes to turn it into a card. She then gives him information about the seed of life card. Its rarity is normal, psychic type. The effect is that it replaces the owner's body with a fake, saving from a fatal attack. It can only be used 3 times a day. Juan says everything is as he expected. He says that this card may be trash now, but once he reaches the rank of superiority, this thing will become his main trump card. Smiling, Juan adds that except for the demonic dose, all other epic cards will automatically increase their rank. Turning to Bai, Huang said that he had already reached the 1st level of silver. Juan says that now he can't see the fat man for a while, otherwise he might reveal his true power. Suddenly he notices something in the distance. This is reddish smoke. Juan cannot understand what this aura is and what this strange monster is. Clutching his head, being in the middle of the scarlet, the boss screams heart-rendingly. His face begins to take on a greenish tint. Teeth turn into fangs. Hands turn into insect limbs. The boss, having become a monster, looks at his new body in surprise. Zhuang says she is impressed by the effect that turned a man into a blade-wielding mutant. Juan, seeing all this, asks in shock if the man really turned into a monster. What kind of magic is this? Juan wonders what kind of family this lady belongs to and what kind of red water is inside. Meanwhile, Zhuang puts out his finger and darkness bursts out. Looking at this, Juan realizes that she is clearly not the kind of opponent he would like to get involved with now. He decides to leave quickly. A man in black appears behind him and says that Juan saw everything. Juan realized with horror that after this man put his hand on his shoulder, he could not move. Grabbing Juan by the neck, the man in black orders Juan to die. Juan tries to say something and free himself, but he can't. He doesn't understand why he can't use his cards. A woman appears behind her and with a smile tells Zhu Qiang, the man in black, not to kill Huang. Qiang released Huang. The woman greeted him. As if nothing had happened, she asked if Huang had a twice mutated monster. Juan asks how she knows this, and the woman replies that she was just guessing. Juan thinks to himself that these two have an incredible aura, and even just being close to them makes it hard to breathe. He is sure that they are both of excellent rank. The woman introduces herself as Hong Zhuang and says that he is an official member of Purple Crow. Squeezing the sore spot, Juan said that he was just passing by and didn't want to offend anyone, so he just wanted them to have mercy. Juan wonders to himself, is this woman really from the Purple Crow, an organization that is as popular as the Hunters Association? Juan knows that the only difference between them is that while the Hunters Association operates in the light, the Purple Crows are the kings of the dark world. Approaching Huang, Zhuang said that Huang, being a bronze hunter, possesses a twice mutated monster, and therefore she thinks that he is an outstanding fellow. Recoiling, Huan thanks her for the compliment and wants to go if they have nothing to do with him. Qiang appeared behind him, and Huan began to sweat. Qiang asks if Zhuang is thinking about this and reminds her that Purple Crow Reserve members do not accept anyone below gold rank. Zhuang confidently said that Huang was able to subdue a twice mutated monster while only being a bronze ranked hunter, and if we don't recruit young talents already, then in the future Huang may join another organization and perhaps he will become Purple Crow's biggest threat. She gives Huan a choice, either he joins them or they kill him. Huan breaks out in a cold sweat. Dark iron walls. The door slammed shut. Huan, dressed in prison clothes, indignantly asks why they are in prison if he was told that they want to take him into the reserve group of the organization. The man, shaven-headed and muscular, told him that this was a training camp for the Purple Crow organization and he was the manager here. The man says that Huan will only become part of the reserve team if he can survive the next 3 months of testing. Approaching the door, the manager said that although Huang was recommended by Madame Hong Zhuang, he could not guarantee all the conveniences for Huang, but he would try to save his life, so don't let Huang cause him trouble. The man began to leave. Huan asks him not to leave and shouts that he still has questions. He asks what happened to his ring, why there is no connection. A voice is heard from his room that tells Huan to stop screaming, because by arriving here, he has already signed his own death warrant. Turning around, Huan noticed a guy sitting on the bed. He asked who he was. The guy smiled wryly and introduced himself as Xiao Mo, and he is Huang's roommate. Sitting down next to him, Huan said his name and asked if they were going to be killed. Hesitating, Mo corrects himself that he meant that after Huan is delivered, his ring and other means of communication stop working, and so the connection with the outside world is lost. With a tired look, Mo said that in 3 months only a corpse would come out of here. Huan says that only truly strong people are brought here and has no one tried to escape. Mo replied that many of the people here came of their own free will, but even if they wanted to escape, the traps that surround the entire perimeter could kill in a second. Mo says that besides, the manager and overseers are all of excellent rank, and he asks if Huan really thinks he can escape. Leaning back on the bed, Huan said with a smile that if there is no other choice, then he will have to accept it. Mo looked at him in surprise. Huan thanked him for explaining to him how everything worked here, pulled himself up and said that he hoped they would get along well in these 3 months. Huan fell asleep immediately. Mo doesn't understand how anyone can be so carefree. He tells the sleeping Huan that he fell asleep on his bed. Morning has come. Training camp of the Purple Raven organization. A long procession leaves the building. Looking up at the tower, Huan asks Mo if this is really the training tower he was talking about. Mo replied that yes, and explained that from the first level of iron to the 3rd level of gold, Huan can choose the most suitable floor for himself and fight the monsters. Mo suggested we go quickly because they were starting to hand out breakfast. Huan asked if there was any point in these battles. Mo said that this way you can learn new fighting techniques, improve your abilities, and also collect points. Huan clarifies why to collect glasses. Mo points forward to the gallows with 3 corpses. He explained that the training camp has a ranking based on the accumulated points of who is there, and every week they publicly kill the 3 people who are at the bottom of the ranking. Huan shuddered in horror. Opening the hologram from the ring, Huan said that there was also information about a bunch of things on the local network. Mo, holding his shoulder, said that by accumulating points, you can also buy things, food, equipment, combat skills, life skills, and much more. Mo says that's why those higher up in the rankings are so much stronger. A broad-shouldered guy appears behind him. Having kicked him in the back, the guy sarcastically clarified whether this is really Xiao Mo, who is last in the ranking. Mo fell to the ground. Huan hesitantly asks Mo if he heard everything correctly. Mo winced in pain. The guy, hovering over Mo, says that he won't live even a week, so why does he need breakfast? He says that he warned him those who are doomed to die should not touch the food, which is already in short supply. The guy pulled his hand towards Mo's face. In fear, he covered his face with his hands from the blow and apologized. Grabbing the guy's hand, Juan said that this guy should ask for forgiveness. The latter asked threateningly whether Juan, the new guy, was really tired of living. Continuing to hold his hand, Juan demanded that the guy apologize to Xiao Mo. Juan squeezed his hand with force and the guy screamed in pain. A voice ordered Juan to let him go. The prisoners stepped aside to let a short guy with a sharp face and gray hair pass in front of them. There were shouts to move aside because it was Gong Sunnying who had arrived. The guy turned around in fear and called Sunnying his boss. Juan clarifies whether this is the same Gong Sunnying who is second in the ranking. Sunnying, folding his arms and standing in front of Huang, asks if he really wants to go against the rules. Juan replies that the rule "the strong eat the weak" was created for animals, and he is a man. Sunnying smiled unkindly. He was interested. The manager came. Brandishing a whip, he ordered the prisoners to all step forward, otherwise they would receive punishment. Sunnying replied that they were already on their way. The guy who was harassing Mo said that they would get even with Juan. Standing up, Mo guiltily said that this all happened because of him, and Huang should not have messed with Gun Sunnying. Juan, looking angrily at his departing opponents, replied that even without Mo, sooner or later he would still have to face him. Juan said to keep Mo by his side and he would teach him how to survive. 6th floor of the training tower. Juan entered there. It's time to get down to business. Juan flexed his fists. Several monsters rushed at him at once. Juan knows that the rules of the training tower are quite simple. You just need to kill the monsters and collect the points. Juan suggests that these creatures are teleported here rather than created. He calls Bai and orders him to begin the attack. Juan understands that by killing these monsters, they will be able to gain life force, and if they die here, they will die in reality. Bai rushes to attack and slams his wings into the monster. Juan cuts the monster with his sword. He thinks that although Bai has enough strength to cope with monsters of even the 10th level, there is little point in this, since he himself only needs to accumulate a sufficient amount of vital energy, and therefore the most suitable opponents for him are monsters of the 3rd level of bronze rank. Juan charges at the other monster and chops it in half with his sword. Huang realizes that, compared to others, his life wheel is connected to Bai, so his life energy can accumulate continuously. He does this for 8 hours a day. Juan exhaled. He has been studying for the 3rd day in a row. Around him lie the corpses of killed monsters. Juan leaves the training tower. Dusting himself off, he says that all 3 wheels of life have almost reached the full 6th circle, which is just fine. Opening the hologram on the ring, Huang said that he and Bai managed to kill almost 4,000 level 3 bronze monsters, which is why they were able to collect more than 160,000 points. Juan says he's currently in the top 300, which is pretty good because he came in a month behind everyone else. Juan didn't notice how he was surrounded by other prisoners. Someone called his name loudly. Pointing his finger at him, the guy who pestered Mo said that he wanted to fight Huang. The latter looks at him blankly. He wonders to himself, does this guy really want to start a fight for points? Juan notes that this guy found him quickly and that this guy is used to taking points from the weak. Juan turned away with indifference and said that he was not interested in the battle. The guy shouted after him, was Juan really scared, and if so, then he declared a fight to the death. The system notifies that Lai Zihao has initiated a fight to the death that will begin in 10 seconds. Huang asks if Zihao really wants to force him to fight him. The guy with long gray hair says that it's cruel, a straight fight to the death. Some say that Juan accumulated points too quickly, and it is obvious that he attracted attention. Someone is sure that the outcome of the fight is a foregone conclusion, because Zihao is much higher in the ranking. Drawing his weapon and advancing, Zihao said that if Huang had agreed to his challenge, he would have only taken half of his points. And now that Huang has forced him to start a fight to the death, Zihao says that he has no choice but to kill Huang and take all his points. Huang said that this is how it is. Zihao rushed to the attack and shouted that now Huang, this brat, will learn what a fight to the death is. The prisoners look at this in horror. It is said that Zihao's speed is too high. Someone says that Zihao is one of Gong Sunnying's henchmen, and it is obvious that he is very strong. Some people feel sorry for the newcomer because he didn't have time to adapt before he was already finished. Zihao shouts a death wish to Huang and swings his sword. However, Huang swung his blade swiftly, and Zihao fell face down on the ground. There was no trace of his complacency left. Huang coldly told him that he had lost. Zihao arched in pain and cursed. The prisoners discussed what happened. When Huang had time to attack, how did he win in an instant? Is Huang really that strong? Lying on the ground, Zihao mutters that this is simply impossible. Gong Sunnying tells Huang that he must kill Zihao, and this fight will not end until he finishes him off. These are the rules. Huang asks if Sunnying really wants him to kill Zihao, even though the latter is his henchman. Approaching and looking from under his brows, Sunnying said that the rules are the rules, and Huang must kill Zihao and end the fight. Huang objects that people make rules and can break them themselves. Turning around, Huang said that he had a lot to do and didn't have time to play with Sunnying. The latter frowned. Zihao's neck was wrapped in chains and he screamed in despair. His last breath was heard. Huang shuddered. He turned around. Sunnying stated that he helped Huang kill Zihao and for that he should not be thanked. However, Sunnying says that he hates people most of all who do not respect the rules. Looking angrily at Huang, Sunnying says that next time he will personally kill him. Mo, trembling, says that Sunnying is now at the 3rd level of silver rank and is about to reach gold, and if Huang provokes him, he will be in great danger. Huang is lying on the bed. Standing up, he asked Mo why he wanted to get into Purple Raven. Huang says that Mo now has an iron rank and he could join the Hunters Association and become one of the members of the reserve team. Wrapping his arms around his knees, Mo says that if he had a choice, he would join the association. He pulled back his uniform, showed the mark on his collarbone and said that he was the fruit of sin, and the world government did not tolerate people like him. Now everything is clear to Huang. He knows that children who were born from the union of women and humanoid monster races were called sinners, and although the government has stopped killing such children, they are still looked upon as monsters, so it is not surprising that Mo had no choice but to join in Purple Raven. Mo apologizes for not talking about it sooner. Tears appear in his eyes. Patting him on the head, Huang said that the sinners were victims from the very beginning just like their descendants, and Mo was not to blame for anything. The latter, turning around, said that the ratings would soon be calculated and the manager would come to announce his death sentence. Mo thanks Huang for taking care of him for so long. He says that he borrowed a lot of life crystals from Huang, which, apparently, he will never return. Huang paused. He then told Mo to challenge him. Mo doesn't understand anything. Huang tells Mo to challenge him and he will admit defeat so he can get some of his points. Mo said in fear that deliberately losing was a violation of the rules and that Sunnying and the others would come for Huang. The main character replied that if Sunnying needs problems, then let him come because Huang loves to solve other people's problems. He told Mo to stop talking in vain and asked if he really wanted to die in this shitty place. Gritting his teeth, Mo said that he did not want to die but wanted to survive and become stronger. With tears in his eyes, he shouts that he is challenging Huang. The latter, with a calm smile, says that he admits defeat. Morning has come. Prisoners reveal holograms on their rings. There are 3 minutes left before the end of the calculations. The question is raised about the changes in the rating. Everyone pays attention to the place in the ranking of Xiao Mo, who is 3rd from the bottom. Nobody understands how this is even possible. A guy with black hair pulled back into a ponytail, drenched in cold sweat, says that Mo scored 5,000 points from somewhere, and now this guy, is 3rd from the bottom. He shouts that this is impossible. Another says it is terrible that his death came so suddenly. The guy with blue hair wonders how Mo was able to score 5,000 points. Sunnying passes by. Touching his forehead, the guy with black hair says that he spent so much money to buy glasses, and he doesn't understand how this could happen. Sunnying hit him hard on the back of the head. The guy fell nose first into the ground. Sunnying called him rude names and wished him dead. Some time passed. Huang told Mo to go to the training tower after lunch to study, use the crystals that he gave him so that the glasses would not go missing. Mo thanks Huang warmly. Someone calls his name loudly. Sunnying emerges from the ranks and asks if it was true that Huang deliberately admitted defeat when Mo challenged him in order to trick him into giving him his glasses. Clearing his ear, Huang said that he couldn't hear Sunnying, so let him speak louder if he has something to say. Approaching Huang, Sunnying reminded him that he had warned Huang not to break the rules again. Sunnying says that the main character is only bronze rank and asks if he is really tired of living. Huang boldly told him that Sunnying had already barely risen to 2nd place in the rankings. If he held out for another 2 months, he would become an official member of the Purple Crow. Huang asked if Sunnying was afraid that his efforts would be in vain if he contacted him. The prisoners look at this scene. Someone says that this new guy is completely insolent. The question is, how dare he talk to Sunnying like that? Has he really lost his rank? Some wonder where this courage came from if Huang is only a bronze rank. Sunnying asks if Huang is tired of living and challenges him. Huang, with an unkind smile, replies that if he wants it so much, then let him prepare for pain. Suddenly the manager appeared and asked what kind of mess they had created here. Did they believe in themselves or something? Sunnying, with a thumbs up, stated that Huang was tricky and broke the rules and he just wanted to punish him. The manager asked Huang if he really didn't hear him well on the first day. The manager says that even though Hong Zhuang chose him, there will be no special treatment for Huang, and everyone here must follow the rules. Huang replied that he had not forgotten about it and said that he really lost that battle, and because of this he should not be accused of cheating and breaking the rules. The prisoners say with condemnation that Huang has connections, which is why he behaves so arrogantly. There is a cry, is he Miss Hong Zhuang's human, her dog? So it's no wonder why Huang isn't afraid of everyone. Sunnying is silent. The manager said that there was no need to fight due to misunderstandings and ordered them to disperse. Sunnying obeyed the order. Looking angrily at Juan, he says to himself that it doesn't matter who is behind him, as long as they are in training camp, he has countless ways to finish him off. Sunnying turned around and was about to leave. Juan asked him to stop. Sunnying turned around. Juan addressed him by name and said that he was challenging him to a mortal battle. A blue glow appeared behind him. The manager told Juan that he was dooming himself to death. Shouts are heard from the crowd of prisoners that Juan has gone crazy. Does he, being bronze, dare to throw to someone in second place in the ranking? Someone says that if Huang wants to fight to the death, then even Lady Hong Zhuang will not be able to save him now. With an ominous smile, Sunnying said that Huang opened the gate to himself, so let him not blame him for his death. Chains appear behind him, shrouded in scarlet light. The system notifies that the battle to the death will begin in a few seconds. Huang calls for Bai and says that he would like to tell Sunnying his own words. The mortal battle begins. Huang told Bai to finish off Sunnying. The latter rushed to the attack. Bai protected himself from the chains with a dome. Sunnying said that this is impossible because this is a gold rank weapon. Bai took advantage of his hesitation and attacked sharply. Sunnying said in horror that Bai was so fast that he couldn't even be seen. He staggered. Then he fell to the ground. With a chuckle, Huang said that he thought Sunnying was really strong. Surprised screams are heard. Is Huang a tamer? Has his monster mutated twice? Nobody can believe it. The manager ordered everyone to disperse and mind their own business. Now he understands why Ms. Hong Zhuang personally recommended taking Huang into the organization. The manager told Huang to go back to his cell. He had enough of the disturbances. Leaning over Sunnying's corpse, Huang said that he would return as soon as he finished everything here. With horror and shock, the manager looks at his manipulations and thinks that even after death, Huang does not want to leave Sunnying alone. The system congratulates the master for receiving the Mountain Blade skill card and the Superhuman Strength talent card. Holding the card in his hands, Huang asks Hai what's wrong with the talent card. He thought that talent could only be obtained by killing a monster with a life seed. Hai explains that talents can be inherited by a person under rare circumstances and for various reasons, which leads to their premature acquisition. Huang asks if this card will allow him to get one free talent. Hai replies that it could be said that way. Huang activates both cards. A window with data pops up in front of his eyes. Huang happily says that not only has he received additional talent and a new rank, but his number of summons has also increased. Hai tells Huang not to delude himself because he is still inexperienced. Mo happily asks if Huang could kill Sunnying in a second. He wonders how strong Huang is. Scratching his head, Huang said that it was all nothing. He says to himself that it's not about Sunnying. Bai is just too strong, and with his help Huang can defeat everyone in the camp combined. Mo happily says that after killing Sunnying, the number of Huang points has exceeded 2 million, and now they can be exchanged for equipment at the exchange office. Huang came to the exchange office. A man is sitting at the table. Huang says that bronze rank equipment is worth 10,000 points, silver rank equipment is 100,000, gold rank equipment is 1 million. The relic is worth 100 million, and it can only be exchanged once. Huang exclaims that this is not an exchange, but a real robbery. Huang comes to the table and says that he would like to exchange points for bronze equipment. The man tells him that there is Copper Sparrow 23, a product from Eagle Company, and it costs 80,000 points. Huang tensely asks why he should pay 80,000 points for bronze equipment if it costs 10,000. The man tells him that a regular pistol costs 10,000 points, but the one they offer him is modified. It is at least 3 times more powerful than the original version, so it is valued at 80,000. He says that they also have Silver Phoenix 165 rank silver, also modified, and they cost 980,000. Crying, Huang said that he needed both and asked for 2. The man agreed and said that he was charged 2.12 million. Walking down the corridor, Huang says that his newly accumulated points are all gone, but that's okay because such modified weapons cannot be found in the city and cannot be bought for money. A loud voice is heard that Huang has arrived. The main character turns around in surprise at the voice. Frightened, Mo stands surrounded by 3 guys. The first one, with bangs over one eye, says they've been waiting for him forever and he's finally come. The blonde asks if he really is the same Lin Huang. The shaven head, squatting, says that from the outside you can't tell that Huang is strong. The latter tensed. He realized that they had come to avenge Sunnying's death. There is silence. Suddenly, all 3 of them burst into smiles. The blonde is glad that Huang is back. The skinhead asked if Huang really went to get food and said that next time he didn't have to go himself, just let him say it and everything would be done. The black-haired man tells Huang to quickly go and rest, and if he needs anything, they will be at his service. Mo said with a smile that the 2 had been waiting for him for a long time. The blonde man says with a smile that his name is Wang Feng and that he is number 1 in the ranking. The black-haired one said that he was 3rd. Juan said he was very glad to meet you. He thought to himself that these two had joined him after he killed Sunnying. Juan doesn't know if their intentions are good or bad. The black-haired one says in a friendly manner that there is nothing to worry about, they just came to say hello, because in the future they will all become members of the Purple Crow. The black-haired man hands Juan something and asks him to accept it as a sign of their sincere gratitude. Juan says they are very polite. Black Hair says that he heard that Juan loves blade skills. Handing him a card, the black-haired man said that his father had previously given him this good technique, but unfortunately, it did not suit him, so he gives it to Juan because in the future they will all be brothers in arms and therefore must take care of each other. Juan takes the card and says that it is difficult to refuse their request, so he accepts their gift, and if they need anything in the future, he should just tell them. He says to himself that he is afraid that it is not just him. Madame Hong Zhuang also played a role, and it is possible that people found out who recommended him and began to resort to him immediately. Wei Feng says Huang did a good job today, so let him go and rest early. The black-haired man waves his hand and says to call Juan if you need anything. Mo, looking in awe at the table full of food, says that Juan is now a celebrity, everyone gives him different goodies and wants to become friends. Huang says that the storage ring that Wan Feng gave him may not have such a large capacity, but it contains exactly 3,000 life crystals, which is equal to 30 billion credits. This is just a huge amount. Hai says that this is generosity and believes that Wan Feng is from a noble family and may have high status. Hai says that the really worthwhile thing here is the Wild Flame Sword, a skill created by a sword master 300 years ago, and over the course of 7 years, the master combined various combinations of sword skills. Juan, showing the gifted card, asked what Hai thought about it. He replied that it was a very rare skill and said that by collecting enough fragments, Juan would be able to raise it to epic rarity without using promotion cards. Huang says with a determined smile that if he collects all the fragments, then, including Great Devastation, he will already have 2 epic class sword skills. Hai reminds him that his main priority right now is to get out of here and he doesn't have time to practice his sword skill. Squatting down, Juan said that he had to get out of this training camp before the 3 months passed because he didn't want to join the Purple Crows at all. Mo asked what was wrong with him. He sadly says that Juan will definitely not be able to get out of here alive. Suddenly perking up, Juan asked Mo how the training camp disposed of corpses. Mo doesn't understand why Juan is asking this. However, he still says that the corpses are simply thrown off the cliff and the remains that crashed against the rocks go to the monsters. Mo says that there is a deepest abyss outside the training camp, and inside are the most terrifying types of monsters. Juan asks if people from noble families do the same. Mo replies that the manager is playing for their corpses and is waiting for their relatives to come to make sure of their cause of death. Juan scratched his chin and thought. Because of his connection with Zhuang, he believes that his body will not be thrown away upon death, but will wait for her to come and check. But the problem is that the Purple Crows will be able to figure him out after he escapes. Juan wonders how he can disappear without a trace. He decides to continue studying in the training tower until he finds a solution. Maybe he will get lucky and manage to get some card that will solve his problem. Training tower. An announcement is made that the connection between the wheels of life is disconnected. Juan stands right in front of the huge monsters. Summoning Bai, Huang said that they would fight silver rank monsters and see what reward they would give him for it. Bai spread his wings. The room was filled with burgundy fire. Bai attacked. Shackles grabbed the monsters' necks. Bai sharply pulled his wings back, and the monsters fell to the floor. Huang shouted that even if they were silver rank monsters, with Bai's help he would definitely not lose to them. A horned monster rushes at Huan. Having fought it off with a sword, Huan said that the monster's breath stank. Huan threw the monster back with a cutting blow. The monster slid backwards on 2 legs. Then he quickly rushed to the attack. The monster loomed over Huan and raised his hand to strike. Huan intercepted her. The goblin rushes at him from behind. Huan notes to himself that silver monsters are indeed much stronger. Huan charges at the goblin. He falls dead. Looking at the carnage, Huan says that they are finally finished. The system notifies that the master has killed a monster of a higher rank than him and is rewarded with a mission card. Juan says he has 10 cross-rank kills and 20 card rewards in his pocket, and thanks to the double loot card, he has another 600 silver rank monster card fragments. Bai turns back into a card. Hai appears. Juan asks him to look at the 20 cards he received. Hai begins to list that it is a skill combination card 1 piece, a seal card 1 piece, a deception card 1 piece, a promotion card 2 pieces, a vital energy storage card 2 pieces, a double loot card 2 pieces, a temporary transformation card, a mission card 3 pieces, and a map 4 pieces of equipment. Showing 2 cards, Hai said that Juan had obtained 2 new cards. He said that the skill combination card allows the user to combine skills of the same type with the ability to move to a higher level. With a smile, Juan replied that this was a great thing. His monster skills were already full, and this way he could combine several of them and free up some space. Showing the seal card, Hai says that this card allows the user to seal a monster of their owner's level and turn it into a monster card. For Juan, this is cool. Hai adds that there are some limitations. He says that the monster Huang is about to seal must be within the user's line of sight, and monsters with a rarity above the user's limit cannot be sealed. Juan clarifies whether this means that he can seal any monster of epic rarity without restrictions regarding its combat power. Hai replies that this is true, because there are no restrictions on the level of combat power, there is only a limit of rarity. As long as the rarity is within the master's possession, even a demigod can be sealed, but the sealed monster's combat power is then converted according to the master's combat power. Juan asks with a smile if Hai really thinks he will sit still. He calls Juan an idiot and says that the card can only be used once. Hai hands Juan some card and says that this is the card he most needs at the moment. Juan takes it in his hands. Hai explains that this card allows Huang to become a director and make her own film, thereby hiding the truth. Hai says that no matter how good a film turns out, its authenticity is entirely up to Huang. The latter understands that if he manages to make a good film, he can completely disappear from here. Leaving the training tower, Juan says that now he will have to think about writing a good script. Hai tells Juan to activate 2 life energy storage cards, thus getting 2 wheels of life. Hai asks why Juan doesn't continue killing monsters. Sweetly pulling himself up, Juan said that by killing monsters in the training center, he not only increases his strength but also gains points in the rating. He should not rush and arouse suspicion. A system notification pops up that a mission chain has been activated due to special circumstances. Mission 1 is that Juan must become top 1 in the Purple Raven camp and hold out in this position for 3 days. The mission period is 7 days. The second mission is that Juan, at the end of the first mission, must leave the training camp without being noticed. The duration of this mission is 3 days. The reward for the mission is 2 advancement cards. Penalty for failure, 1 random skill card and 1 monster card will be removed. The warning states that the mission chain will fail if both missions are not completed. Juan rolled his eyes. Having sank to the ground exhausted, Juan asked if Hai was doing this on purpose, why missions came at the most inopportune moments. Hai says with a grin that it works on its own and he has nothing to do with it. Training camp observation posts the manager and 2 men stand in front of the screens. Suddenly the manager notices something. Huang appeared on the screen, entering the floor with gold rank monsters. With a chuckle, the manager asked if this guy had started working more seriously. The man sitting at the computer says that this guy, Juan, has been studying in the training tower for more than 10 hours a day for the 3rd day, and no one can overtake him in the ranking. The manager thoughtfully says that Huang was chosen by Madame Hong Zhuang herself, and for him to be first in the ranking should be natural. The manager orders to keep an eye on Juan and report if they notice changes in his behavior. Juan attacks the monster. He yells for Hai to activate the combination skill card. On the fly, Hai asks which skill Huang wants to combine: blade, movement, vision, or camouflage. Juan chooses a disguise. Hai announces that the skill combination card has been activated. He begins combining skills, improve breathing and disguise, and begins to create a new map. Hai announces that the combination was successful and a new skill card has been obtained, Advanced Camouflage. Using this skill, the user can change their facial features, body, and even aura. Even a superior one can be fooled at a certain distance. However, the user cannot disguise themselves as anything other than human form. Juan swings his sword. The fire burns, the monster falls to the floor. He wants to attack Juan from below, but he puts his foot on him. Raising his sword, Juan says that the art of disguise is just what he needed. He kills the monster. With the sword on his shoulder, Juan says he has an idea. Hai asked, "What, really? How to escape from here?" Juan asks if he can use the advancement card to upgrade the Life Seed skill to the Secret Scapegoat skill. Hai replies that no, because the first improvement will increase the possible number of daily uses of the substitute Life Seed from 3 times to 9. And with the second improvement, the substitute will become the Cheat Death Life Seed, which will allow the master to cheat death once again. Huang tells Hai to use 3 promotion cards and improve the substitute Life Seed. Hai, widening his eyes, asked what Juan was up to. With a smile, Juan said that he had come up with a brilliant strategy to escape. In front of him is a modified gold rank Gold Eagle 11, which costs 7.2 million points. Mo and Juan leave the exchange office. Mo asked if Juan really spent all his points on him. The latter replied that these glasses were only valuable here, and that they were of no use outside the training camp, so he exchanged them. Touching Mo on the shoulder, Juan asked if the life crystals he gave him would be enough for him. Mo confidently answered yes. Juan told him to study hard because he not only had to survive, but also try even harder, because there were many interesting things waiting for him in the future. Stopping smiling, Juan seriously asked if Mo understood that becoming a member of the Purple Crow was not the only option. In his mind, he told Mo that he was a good guy who should not suffer from what was passed on to him from his parents, because the outside world is so huge. Mo replied that he understood Juan. It seems to him that he is saying goodbye to him. Waving his hand, Juan told Mo to return to his cell for now while he would be in the training tower, and they would see each other later. Mo looks after him with uncertainty. Juan quietly says that they have said goodbye, and if they are lucky, they will meet again. The system notifies that the deception card has been activated and the master needs to complete the fake incident. The man at the observation post shouts to the manager that they are in trouble. The manager looks at the screen. The man, in a panic, asks what Juan is doing and says that he is on the floor with second-level gold rank monsters, which is too much even for him, and he is doomed to die. The screen shows Juan standing in front of a huge monster with a sword in his hands. Gritting his teeth, the manager says that he will go to him right away. He hopes that he will still be able to save him, because if Huang dies, then Mrs. Hong Zhuang will not just let it go. Meanwhile, the monster threw Juan up with its horn. The wolf rushed at him. The moment was right for Juan. The wolf grabbed him by the throat and pinned him to the ground. The huge other monster raised its paw over Juan. The door opened and the manager ran into the room. The beams located around the room activated. He pierced all the monsters, and they fell down dead with a growl and hiss. Standing among the corpses of monsters, the manager calls himself an idiot because he was late anyway. He stands over Juan's dead body. Opening the hologram, the manager said that Ms. Hong Zhuang needed to be contacted to attend the training camp because the guy she had chosen had died. The manager does not notice the shadow behind him. It's Juan who used transformation. With a decisive smile, he says that the effect was simply excellent because he managed not only to create a fake corpse, but now they won't even be able to feel his aura. The system notified that the fraud card has been activated and the validity period of the card is 1 month. Some time passed. There is a cry that the manager is just worthless trash. The manager is thrown to the floor, his mouth bleeding. Zhuang shouts that if the manager couldn't even cope with such a trivial task, then what good was he? The manager begs the lady to have mercy because this happened too suddenly and even he did not expect it. Zhuang asked, "Is the manager sure that the corpse really belongs to Juan?" Trembling, the manager says that before her arrival he checked everything carefully. Both the corpse and all the equipment belong to him, there can be no mistake. The manager says that Juan is indeed dead. Zhuang called the manager a useless piece of trash and ordered him to burn Huang without leaving any trace. She said that she would deal with him later. Juan, while in transformation, thinks that the deception card really works at the highest level because they could not see through his fake ring and equipment. Walking through the walls, Juan thinks that in 1 month he can easily change his name and appearance, and now it's time to run away. Now he just needs to leave the training camp to complete the mission and receive his reward. Sliding down the corridor, Juan noticed 2 guys. This is a crying Xiao Mo, whom the black-haired man is trying to console. Juan feels sorry for Mo, but he feels like others will look out for him. He hopes Mo's hard days will end soon. Juan says to himself that there are good people in the Purple Crow too. Street, mountains. Juan steps on the ground. He removes the transformation, looks back at the abandoned training camp and rejoices in his freedom. The system congratulates him on completing the mission and informs him that the master has received 2 promotion cards. Juan rides a wolf through the mountains. He believes that at the moment he is at the westernmost point of the 7th Division. From here it is very far from the city of Baki or Wulin. Opening the hologram on his ring, Huang said that the closest place where people live is the city of Dasi, where, unfortunately, there is no aircraft, so in any case he needs to get to Baki, but it takes 10 months to get there, which is too much for a long time. Hai, looking into the hologram, says that moreover, Huang cannot use his identity now, otherwise the Purple Raven may discover that he is alive. Juan agrees with this and says that the first thing he needs to do now is to fake his ID, otherwise he won't even be able to book a hotel room. He says that he will go to Dasi first, because this city is under the control of the Purple Crows, so there must be someone there who can make a fake ID for him. However, Juan understands that he cannot openly enter the city like this. A smile appears on his face. He says that he now has the ability of advanced camouflage and decides to completely change his image. Juan turns into a beautiful red-haired student. Laughing and looking at his chest, Juan said that he was simply a genius. Hay hit him in the back of the head and angrily told him to stop being a fool. Citadel 7C 357, Dasi City. Juan has a bump on his head. He asks if Hai doesn't like his disguise because he thinks he looks cool. Juan, with combed hair and different clothes, looking older than his age, walks down the street. Hay sits on his shoulder and tells Juan, if he wants to survive, not to attract attention to himself and calls him names. A fight ensues. Juan shouts that when he becomes a demigod, Hai will be the first to kill him. The latter angrily reminds that he and Juan are one and asks if he really wants to put on a performance with suicide. A white-haired guy is watching them. He calls out to Juan. With a smile, the guy asks if Juan wants a fake identity. The main character confirms this. Looking around, the guy said that it was inconvenient to talk here. His house was very close and asked to follow him. Alley. The door of one house closed. The guy apologized for the mess and told Juan to sit wherever he wanted. Standing among the trash and uncollected food, Juan wonders where he can sit if there is not even room to stand here. Preparing some kind of device the size of a person, the guy says that the service costs 100 life crystals, and he only accepts them, no fragments of life crystals, no credits, he does not bargain. The guy pulled the fabric off the capsule. He says that if Juan wants a fake identity to get a hotel room, it will cost less, but for a monster hunter identity the price is right. Upon entering the capsule, Wong said that 100 life crystals is 10,000 life crystal fragments, and if you do the math, it's about 1 million credits, which is too expensive. While doing something on the screen, the guy grins and says that he has even made fake IDs for the elite members of the Purple Crow, so it's worth the price. The guy tells Juan to choose a name for himself, and with the help of this machine he will generate other data for him. Wong decisively says that his new name is Izu. Immediately he asks what's funny. Choking with laughter, the guy replies that it's a great name. He reports that everything is ready, and Juan can see for himself. He checks the work and says with satisfaction that this is an ideal new personality. Juan reports that 100 life crystals have been transferred to the guy's light, you can check. The guy says with a smile that he likes to deal with smart people, and if Juan needs help, then he can safely come to him. Juan was about to say something, but suddenly he noticed something. He looks at some object and cannot believe his eyes. There is a soccer ball near the wall. Juan is confused. The guy tells him that this thing is called a soccer ball, it is used in a street game. Smiling, he said that he made it with his own hands so as not to forget where he came from and where he now has no way. Juan turns sharply to him. He wonders how this guy knows about football, where he is from, whether he is also a traveler. Juan wants to ask the guy something, but stops himself. The guy anxiously asks what is it, does Juan need anything else? He thinks that at the moment it's not the best time to make new acquaintances. Besides, he doesn't know whether this guy is his friend or enemy, so it's better to wait. He hesitantly asks the guy his name and says that this is just in case his services are needed again. The guy introduced himself as Yangling and said that if in the future Huang can defeat a monster of superior rank, he will make him such an identity that everyone in the nobility will respect him, so let Huang remember him. Juan agreed. Level 2 Wild Zone on the outskirts of Daxi City. Dead trees. Juan cuts down the monsters one by one, and the system informs him that he is receiving fragments of the Wild Flame Sword. Bai attacks the two monsters with his wings. Juan asks him to continue. Sitting on a tree branch above a mountain of dead monsters, Huang said that he had already collected over 400 Wild Flame Sword fragments. He asked Hai why he still couldn't combine them into one skill card. He replied that the only reason was that there weren't enough fragments. While having a snack, Juan says that even if he did not manage to collect a full skill, he has already become thoroughly familiar with it. Its power is in no way inferior to the Thunder Sword. Hai asks how long Juan plans to sit here and how soon they will be back. Juan says that if he flies on an aircraft, it will take him a whole year, and it will be much faster to use the spatial portal, although it will cost more. Juan says that he has already chosen his destination, and in days after the gate opens, he will be able to leave this place. He smiled and calculated that he would have to stay in Daxi City for 12 days, in Citadel 7A28 for 21 days, and another 1-2 days in Citadel 7A12. This way he will finally get to Bucky. Hay listens to him with a bored look. Suddenly they both shudder. Bai flew up. Juan doesn't understand what's happening. Are they really being attacked by monsters? Hay is annoyed. Lightning flashes in the sky and the Eye of the Abyss opens. The city was surrounded by a blue dome. A loud voice announces an enemy attack and orders to activate defenses and sound the alarm, and for the city residents to prepare. Monsters emerge from the Eye of the Abyss. They are trying to break into the city and break the dome. Residents of the city look at the sky in horror. The woman says they won't be able to escape. There are screams that they will all die. 3 people sit nearby and calmly look at the panic of people. A girl with pink hair eats something and says that the Eye of the Abyss has opened too close to the city. A blue-haired guy in a suit turns to the man sitting next to him, says that the Purple Raven Guard has gone on the attack and offers to join. The girl asks why they should mind their own business if this is the territory of the Purple Raven. The guy says in alarm that if they don't do something about this wave, millions of people will die because they won't be able to escape. The girl objects to him because if they interfere, their identities will be revealed and they will fail their mission. She asks the guy, Liang Song, not to forget why they are here. The man, the boss, interrupted their argument and said that the safety of people is a priority and everything else is a secondary concern. He tells the girl, Ju Kaiyan, that she will have to rewrite the Hunter's Code 100 times upon their return. Kyan asks the boss for mercy. Sun teases her that if she continues to talk nonsense, she will rewrite the code 200 times. The man suddenly opened his eyes and said that the monsters were already here. A huge clawed paw appeared from the eye of the abyss. Someone shouted that a superior monster had appeared. The eye of the abyss continues to sparkle. Sun reasons that judging by the size, this monster must be a giant, but looking at the claws, one can come to the conclusion that it is either a demon or a celestial dragon. Kyan says that if it is a dragon, then it is capable of destroying all of them except the boss. A huge dragon landed on the ground. People with weapons lined up in front of the other monsters. The monsters rushed to attack with a growl. Suddenly, several sword swings simultaneously pierced them. The guy with long white hair swung his sword, and with a bright flash of light, everyone was scattered into pieces. The guy shouts to the guard that the superior monster has already shown up. The guard, a man in a business suit, shouts that he is not blind and sees everything himself. The monster bares its teeth. Gritting his teeth, the guy says that he hopes that this is not an immortal species, because if so, they will not get by without problems. A huge superb monster, a dragon, steps on the ground. Fear says that this is an immortal species and asks the master if they still have a chance. The white-haired gentleman shouts for them to stop talking and protect the city, and he will take on the monster. He clenched his teeth and thought that even if death overtook him, he must take the chance to save as many people as possible. Juan sits in a tree and watches the monsters attack from afar. He asks Hai if the Purple Raven Guard can defeat the superior monster. Hai tells him that the guardian of an entire city must also be of excellent level, and if it were an ordinary monster, then there would be no problem, but the monster belongs to an immortal species, which greatly complicates the situation. Peering into the distance, Hai says he thinks there's something wrong here. The guard rushed to attack. The dragon screams for these pathetic people to die and flies towards them. With his paw, he seemingly slams the guy in place as Kyan and their boss watch. Sun states that although this monster is huge, it moves insanely fast. Kyan exclaims, "Has the guard really died?" The boss tells her to take her time and watch carefully. The guard, soaring into the sky, shouts to the monster that he is here. Lightning flashes above him. The monster looked up sharply. The guard shouts the lightning sword spell. Several lightning bolts hit the dragon at once, and it writhes in pain. Everyone looks at this in shock. Kyan asks hopefully if this guy killed the monster. The boss says they are trapped. The guard himself begins to understand that something is wrong. The dragon dissolves into thin air. People look at this with tension. A ball of lightning flies towards the guard. He turns around at the last moment and does not have time to dodge. Ball lightning hits him. Several explosions are heard at once. City advocates ask what's going on. The dome protects the city from attacks. Watching this from afar, Juan asks who will attack the city. Hai tells him that this is an excellent monster, and the dragon was not his real body. People fell into his illusion. Juan doesn't understand what kind of illusion this is. People run away from the attack in panic, while Song, Kyan and their boss continue to stand still. The boss says that it was an illusion and believes that the monster that attacked them is incredibly powerful to be able to create an illusion on such a large scale. Sun says that the attacks are very powerful and believes that there are more than one superior monster hidden there. Kyan asks if they will fight or not. Sun angrily asks if Kyan sees monsters and how she even plans to fight. Kyan counters that once the protective field collapses, the monsters will attack the villagers. Sun, gritting his teeth, says that he did not mean to sit back, but simply wait for the right moment. The boss interrupted their argument and said that the guy was still alive. The guard recovers from shock. Another defender of the city calls him. The guard curses the monster. Swinging his sword, he shouts that he will destroy him. The guy yells for the monster to stop hiding and come out and die. With his attack, several golden blades slam into the ground, shaking the ground. The blades pierce through monsters flying to the ground. Juan, hiding behind a tree, eyes wide open, shouts that the guard is seriously angry. Hai says that the guard fused the power of his energy with the sword technique and respectfully says that this guy is clearly no slouch. The guard noticed a dragon flying towards him from behind. He screamed wildly and raised his sword to strike. However, something stopped him. There was an explosion of its own accord inside the monster's body. He fell dead. People shouted that it was a three-headed ghost. Now they understand that it was he who created this illusion. Someone loudly asks who killed him, who was able to kill the superior monster in a second. The guard was speechless. The monster's voice is heard, praising them for their work. 3 monsters come out, and one of them, who is wearing a mask, says that now it is their time to kill all people. Kyan says with a smile that the guard was very strong and was able to kill the monster with one blow. Closing his eyes, the boss said that he was just lucky. Kyan stopped short. The guard, stretching his hands, said that he did not expect that there would be 3 more excellent ones in this small area that he was responsible for. Approaching the boss, Song and Kyan, the guard asked if they were from the Hunters Association. The boss tells him that if he wants to discuss it, it would be better to talk after they destroy these monsters and the rest of the trifle. The humanoid monster says that people are treacherous because there are 4 sacred flame-level warriors hidden in such a small C-class stronghold. Advancing towards them, he says that it doesn't matter because these people will die anyway. He giggles disgustingly. Behind him are a huge golem and a winged creature. Kyan contemptuously asks the monster if he has really forgotten how to count and says that there are only 3 monsters when there are 4 people. Taking the mask in his hands, the monster says that Kyan has a quarrelsome character, but her face is quite cute. They rush to attack. Sun takes the gun and indignantly asks if he can stop talking nonsense already. The guard says that we need to finish this quickly. Taking the golden blade in his hands, the boss orders Kyan to go forward. The monster grins. Do people really think that they will fight 4 against 3? His mask became Kyan's face. The old man turned around. The monster grinned. Isn't it 3 against 4 now? He entered Kyan's body and slashed with force with his sword. The boss dodged. Sun looks at her partner in horror. The guard shouts that the monster, this clown, has disappeared, and apparently he has the ability to take over the body. Kyan swings her sword wildly, and the monster in her body says that this girl is good at close combat. The old man blocks all her attacks. He tells Kyan to fight the monster, throw it out of her body and not let it control her. The monster grins and says that it is useless because as long as he has the mask, Kyan will not be able to do anything to him. Watching the battle from afar, Wang tells Hai that the situation is getting tense. The guard hits the golem with his sword, but it doesn't care. Juan says that the lava giant can't take physical hits, and the naval raven guard has no chance of breaking his defenses. Sun fires back at the flying monsters with both hands. Juan calls him Marco Polo and says that he is also in trouble because he cannot cope with the speed of these 4-winged demons, and because of this, he can only defend himself and waste his strength. Hay asks who Marco Polo is. Juan, being in transformation, says that if anyone can turn the tide of the battle, it is only that old man, and now all hope is on him. Turning around, the guard shouts for the old man to come up with a way to deal with Kyan, because if they continue to waste time, they will all die. The monster, with a nasty giggle, continues to wield Kyan's body and shower the old man with a hail of blows. The old man understands that if he does not attack, then Liang Song and the guard may actually die, and then their defeat is guaranteed. He asked the girl for forgiveness. His spear sparkled with lightning. He hit the girl with force in the chest. Juan is amazed at his strength and asks Hai if this old man is from the Hunters Association. Hay thoughtfully says that the old man was able to knock down the excellent one with 1 blow, and it must be he who just killed the 3-eyed ghost. The old man bent over the wounded Kyan. She, wincing in pain, asked her boss for forgiveness. He replied that it was not her fault, now she needs to rest, and soon everything will be over. A clown hovers above them, possessing Kyan, and mockingly says that the old man truly treated the girl cruelly. His mask is falling apart. The clown asks if he feels sorry for Kyan. Turning around, the old man says that he hasn't felt angry for a long time, but this monster drove him crazy. Giggled, the clown ironically said that he was shaking all over and asked, holding a mask in his hands, what he should become now. The old man wants to give the monster advice to die quickly. He rushes to attack. The clown puts his hands out and sarcastically says that he is very scared. The old man hits him with his sword, but he has already disappeared. The voice of a clown is heard from behind the old man, asking him to guess who he has become now. Bullets flew into the old man's back, and he, cursing, fought them off with 1 swing of his sword. The monster in Song's body mockingly asks if the old man will really be as cruel to him as he was to Kyan. He shoots with both hands. The old man shields himself from bullets with his sword. The guardian, a purple raven, protects himself with an energy field and prepares to attack. Quick as lightning, he cuts several monsters at once. Explosion. The guard, standing in the dust and smoke, says that his defensive relic is broken. He then furiously shouts at the monsters that he won't let them wreak havoc. The guard, Zaiyu, shouts that he is ready to give his life for this and rushes into the attack again. In an instant, he makes a series of sword strikes that resemble a net, and the monster's limbs fall off one by one. Juan respectfully says that the guard is truly a hero. Hai states that the guard's attack still could not completely finish off the superior monster. The old man looks at Zaiyu, who is no longer there, in confusion. A clown appears behind him and chuckles as he says that they will continue their game. He said that he was in a good mood, so he might give the old man a chance to fight him face to face. The old man shouted and raged that he would tear him into pieces since he himself suggested it. The monster chuckles insidiously. The old man's spear rushes towards his throat. Suddenly, the old man notices that the flow of energy has weakened and realizes that something is wrong. At the last moment, he grabs the tip with his bare hand and pulls it away from the monster's throat. The mask begins to drain from the monster, and La Song's face is revealed. The latter fell to the ground exhausted. The old man leaned over him and called out in alarm. With a click, the clown, standing at a distance, said that just a little more, and the old man would have killed his charge. He said he was sorry that the ending of the game was so depressing. A fierce gleam appeared in the old man's eyes, and flames swirled around him. He took the weapon in his hands and said that they would continue the game, but first the monster must tell him the rules. The latter says that if the old man defeats these two excellent monsters, the lava giant and the winged one, then he will give him the opportunity to fight him personally. But if the old man loses, then the monster will not only kill his comrades, but will also make sure that no one in this citadel I didn't see tomorrow. The clown asks if the old man wants to play. People look at this with horror. One guy wonders if the old man will succeed. The second one says that if the old man does not accept the challenge, they will still die here. The third, gritting his teeth, almost cries that the guard has already sacrificed himself and they have no hope left. Watching this transformation from underground, Juan asked Hai if he thought the old man would be able to win. Yawning, Hai replied that it was difficult for even the strongest superior hunter to face 3 superior monsters at the same time, so Juan had better prepare to flee. Taking a fighting stance, the old man declared that he accepted the challenge. A winged monster swoops down on him from behind. The old man turns sharply and unleashes a hail of blows on him. The lava giant clenches his fist. The old man contemptuously asks if this is all they can do. He intercepts the spear and defends himself with it from the giant's hand. The spear is enveloped in fire. The fire spreads to the monster's hand. A fire dragon appears and begins to devour the golem. Juan looks at this in shock and exclaims that the old man is cool. For Hay, what is happening is unthinkable. He asks himself if this is really the peak of the hunter's combat power. The winged one swoops in from behind again. The old man was just waiting for him. He turned around and hit him with his spear. A fireball appeared in his hands. The old man said the game is over. He launched a fireball into the sky, and it exploded and scattered into fiery fragments, which fell to the ground and shook it. Smoke. The fire went out. The old man stands in front of 2 killed monsters. Turning around, he told the clown that it was now his turn to keep his promise. He, clapping, said that this was what he expected from a warrior of the level of the sacred flame. The clown said that he was not mistaken about the old man, and it would be much more interesting with him. The eye of the abyss opens again in the sky. The clown, hovering above the ground, tells the old man not to worry because he is not going to take over his body because it will be too simple and boring. The old man asks if the clown is afraid that all this fun will lead to his death. The clown giggled disgustingly and said that he first had to see what this old man was worth. The old man, whose name is Zhu Nian, thought for a moment. Suddenly, the eye of the abyss sparkled with a bright brilliance, and a whirlwind suddenly formed in the clouds. A blue sky appeared in the center of the vortex, and golden sunlight poured out from there, illuminating Zhu Nian's body. Nian flew into the air. The clown doesn't know what it is. Juan, watching the battle from a tree, is perplexed how a superior can be so strong that he can influence the weather with one aura. Hai agrees and says that Nian's fighting abilities are about to reach the level of immortality, and not every monster can cope with such power. However, Hai notices that the clown is still too calm. Nian casts a spell, 3,000 particles of torment, and dissolves into thin air. Hai and Huang can't believe their eyes. Particles of torment begin to fall from the sky, leaving a trail. However, the clown evades them all. With excitement, he says that everything is becoming more and more interesting. Song and Kyan, wounded and exhausted, lie on the rocks. Sun angrily asks if the clown really escaped 3,000 particles of torment. Kyan doesn't understand how he did it. The last particle flew by. Holding his spear in front of him, Nian appeared right in front of the clown. He said angrily that the clown had been deceiving them all along. Nian said that in fact the clown was a leader-level monster who was pretending to be a commander. The clown with a grin said that he never said that he had the level of a commander, it was the people themselves who decided so, and he could not do anything about it. Juan doesn't know what a leader-level monster is. Hai explains to him that a commander-level monster is essentially a superior level or sacred flame level, and the strength of a chief level is equal to a human immortality level. Hai actually says that they are in trouble. Nian understands that in the Hunters Association, only the supreme rulers of the immortal level have the strength to resist the leader-level monster, and he himself does not have the strength. Concern appears on his face. The clown with an evil glint in his eyes asks if Nian really wanted to run away. He said that Nian is funny, so he won't kill him, but he can't guarantee the same to the people here. Nian put a spear in front of him and shouted that as long as he was alive, the monster would not lay a finger on people. Rushing into the attack, Nian shouted that if the clown wants to destroy the city, then first he needs to step over his corpse. The spear sparkled with lightning. Raising his finger and giggling, the clown edifyingly said that the difference between the superior holy flame and the immortal cannot be compensated by the overexpenditure of the life flame. And even if Nyan collected all of his life flame, he still would not be able to win. Nyan shouts that as long as he is alive, he will not give up. He blindly rushes into the attack. Juan calls him in confusion, but it's too late. People look at this with horror. Song and Kyan look up, biting their lips. With a grin, the clown says that people are stupid after all. He holds Nyan by the neck and says the game is over. Nyan closed his eyes lifelessly. People don't understand whether the monster really killed Nyan with one blow. Someone in despair says that the monster is too strong and they have no chance. Nobody knows what to do. Song and Kyan burst into tears. Monsters begin to appear from the eye of the abyss. The clown laughed disgustingly, sent his monsters to attack and said that after a tense fight it is customary to enjoy a meal. Nyan's corpse fell limply to the ground. Hai says that a leader-level monster can gather a destructive horde of at least 10 commander monsters and tens of millions of ordinary creatures in a short time, and destroying a B-class stronghold is not a problem for him, so it's better to leave here as soon as possible. Suddenly Hai noticed a change in Lin's expression and asked what he was up to. Juan told him to use the seal card on this clown. Hai reminds him that the seal card can only be used once, and once used, it can no longer be undone. He asks if Juan is sure of his decision, and he answers that he is. Juan says that this leader-level monster is damn strong, and there is no way he can defeat it, and the seal card won't go to waste. Juan then adds that he can't let so many people die in vain. Hay aimed the seal card at the clown. He turned around sharply, not a trace of his grin remained. The system reports that the target being sealed, a monster that has undergone 2 mutations, meets the sealing requirements. The process has begun. The clown screamed in pain and began to split into pixels. Kyan looked up worriedly and asked what was happening. Sun asked if there was another excellent one here. A card flies into Juan's hands. The system reports that the sealing is complete and congratulates the master for acquiring the epic monster card Phantom Clown. Juan smiles contentedly and decisively. The eye of the abyss closed. Kyan and Song picked up their boss from the ground. Kyan, looking at the sky, asks if that monster is really dead. Sun says that the eye of the abyss has been destroyed and the smaller monsters are also disappearing. Nyan whispers that this is unthinkable and asks himself who could do this. The city's defenders are determined. They want to get rid of the small monsters as quickly as possible and wish them death. Rushing into the attack, they shout that the danger is over and they will save the city of Daki. Meanwhile, Juan sits under his tree and looks at the new map. He happily says that the ghostly clown has 6 skills. Hai explains that the monster turned silver because, after being sealed, its combat power was limited to the Huang level and it could only exceed it by 1 rank. Juan states that he still has an empty slot and asks Hai to extract one of the skills for him. Hai chuckled contemptuously and told Juan not to hope for anything because he was still a loser. The skill is learned. The system notifies that the master has acquired the mask control skill. Juan raises his fist in victory. With a dissatisfied face, Hai asks if the loser's curse is no more. The description of the skill is displayed. It states that mask control copies any faces in sight. While wearing the mask, the user gains full control over the owner of the face. However, there are a few notes to the skill. First, the rank of the controlled target cannot exceed the user's rank by 1 or more ranks. Secondly, at least 3 minutes must pass before using another mask. Third, the copied face can be saved, but the effect will only take effect while the mask is on. Fourth, the control effect will only work if the mask was copied from a real face. Fifth, once a copy is created, the mask's effects will be useless if the target receives severe facial distortion or plastic surgery. Exhaling, Wang said that, as he thought, the more powerful the skill, the more limitations it has. He gets to his feet and says that now there are still Purple Crow people and hunters from the association in the city who can handle the monsters themselves, so there is no need for him to go there. Juan decides to go to the suburbs to kill time until the portal opens. Hai says approvingly that Wang is growing up quickly, but still reminds him that he still needs to practice his life seed. Turning to the city, Wang asked Hai to tell him about all the monster commanders and leaders, about the sacred flame and immortality. Hai begins to explain to him that the superior that Juan knows is just a general term used to denote 3 levels below a demigod, indicating that a person has exceeded the capabilities of an ordinary mortal. Hai calls these 3 levels the level of sacred flame, immortality, and emperor, and the corresponding levels of superior monsters are the level of commander, leader, and king. Hai says that the level of sacred flame is reached when the life force in the body meets a certain level. Then, when you kill a commander-level monster, you can get a flame, with which you can ignite the power of life and turn it into the flame of life. Due to these changes, their life expectancy increases 5 times compared to an ordinary person, up to 18 years. Juan wondered if this lifespan was even longer than that of a turtle. Hai seriously tells him that igniting the flame of life is a very dangerous process, because if the body cannot withstand it, then all the life force of a person will burn out, and he will either lose all his fighting abilities or die. Hai says the mortality rate of the flame-making process is extremely high, with only 10% succeeding. After reaching the level of the sacred flame, the flame of life has 5 sub-levels or decolors, first white, then red, blue, violet, and gold. Hai says that old man, Ju Nyan, was a 5th gold level excellent, which is why Huang felt that Nyan was stronger than all the excellent ones he had met before. Thinking, Huang said that the ghostly clown was a leader level monster, which corresponds to the strength of a person at the immortality level, and asked Hai to tell him more about it. The latter explains the following: in order to advance to the leader level, you need to kill the leader monster and extract its soul, then it will be used as fuel, which, when compressed, will create a lamp of life. Hai says that a maximum of 9 lamps can be made, each representing 360 years of life, and all 9 lamps extending life to 3,000 years, which is why the level was called immortality. In addition to this, there is also the Emperor level. To achieve it, you need to kill the Monster King and take his life basis to build the Palace of Life, and after mastering these 3 levels of excellence, you can move on and become a demigod. Hai said that this is enough theory for now, because Huan to such levels is still like a certain place in an uncomfortable position. With a wince, Huan asked Hai whether he would really die if he stopped teasing him. Clenching his fist resolutely, Huang said that an old man at the sacred flame level could easily kill millions of monsters, and therefore it was difficult to imagine what a person at the level of immortality or emperor could do. Raising his fist, Huang shouted with enthusiasm that he would master the levels of sacred flame, immortality, and emperor one after another and become a demigod. Hai replied that he first needed to return home alive. Several days passed. Spatial portal. A long procession of people emerges from it. Coming out, Huan, with his belongings on his shoulder, said contentedly that he had finally left the Purple Ravens area. He arrived at the Citadel 7A26, which is also known as the Underground City. For Huan, it is immediately clear that this is a class, because such a large area is simply chic. Walking along the street, Huan says that in busy cities there is always a feeling of comfort. Suddenly he hears a loud, indignant voice calling out to some scoundrel and demanding that he come back. Huan turns towards the voice. A running boy immediately runs into his stomach and knocks him down from his feet. Wincing in pain, Huan asked the boy if he had called him. The boy looked at him with anger and began to sweat. The merchant yelled that he would kill him. Huan grabbed the boy's head and hid it behind himself. He put out his hand in a conciliatory manner and offered everything with a smile. Peacefully discuss. Standing right in front of him, the merchant angrily asked if Huan really likes to poke his nose everywhere and ordered him to go away. However, Huan was not afraid and boldly replied that poking his nose everywhere is his hobby. The merchant lies unconscious in garbage bags. Shaking off his hands, Huan asked himself why the merchant, such a weakling, decided to fight. Patting the boy on the head, Huan said that hurting children is very ugly, but stealing things is even worse. He asked the boy what his name was. The boy replied that his name was 327. Huan did not understand the answer and repeated that he was asking the boy for his name. The boy replied that his name was 327. Huan asked the boy where his family was, where he lived, and said that he would take him home. 327 is silent in response and shakes his head. Huan says that it's already starting to get dark and he can't leave the boy on the street. He invites 327 to go to his room and look for his relatives tomorrow. Hotel. Huan practices with a sword in the yard. The system reports that the master has obtained the Wild Flame Sword skill fragment countless times. Then a system notification comes that the master has accumulated 1,000 fragments of the Wild Flame Sword skill, and the system asks if he wants to combine the fragments into a rare skill card. Huan waited a long time for this and without a doubt ordered the system to start merging. He receives a new rare skill card, Wild Flame Sword. It says the status is available, but the skill level is not. Hai says that if the skill level is not available, it means it is beyond gold rank and can be used after. The owner will reach the rank of superiority. Huan, holding the new card in his hand, says that he remembers Hai's explanation that you can upgrade the skill to epic rarity without using the promotion rank. Huan asks if he will now receive fragments for use. Skill. When he collected the card, Hai raised his finger instructively and said that Huang will not receive fragments by simply using the skill. He needs to create his own moves based on the movements of the Wild Flame Sword, and if the created moves are suitable, then Huang will receive new fragments. Huan, looking at his assistant with childish eyes, asks what the evaluation criteria are. Hai simply replies that it depends on whether the movements are in accordance with the Tao of the sword. Huan did not expect such mystery. 327 walks along the corridor and hears a voice from behind the wall. It is Hai who explains to Huang that Tao is the state of perfect fusion of man and sword technique after a person has mastered it perfectly. Hai sarcastically adds that with Huang's abilities, it will take a lot of time to realize this. 327 cautiously peers into the room. Huang waves his sword with tears in his eyes. He tells Hai to shut up and reminds him that he actually already mastered the epic Great Void Sword skill, so Sword Dao is just some small thing. Turning around, Huang noticed 327. His eyes widened. 327, taking a fighting stance, exactly repeated all the movements of Huang with his hands. The main character cannot believe it, because 327 has only seen these movements once. Huang calls the boy to him, and he hesitantly approaches. Huang assures him that he won't do anything bad and cuts down the bamboo with one swing of his sword. Cutting him in half, Huang says that training with a sword alone is boring, so he wants to train with the boy together. He hands him the cut bamboo. 327 squeezes it in his hands. He then performs sword techniques on him so skillfully that Hai and Huang's jaws drop in shock. Having widened his eyes, Huang is still perplexed whether the boy really only had to see once to learn this. Hai says that Huang has found some kind of sword genius. He peered at 327 seconds movements and declared that the boy was not copying him. Huang says emphatically that 327's movements are in accordance with the Tao of the sword. They start training together. Huang looks at 327 and tries to follow him. Hai shames him for being taught by a boy. The system notifies that the master has received a fragment of the Wild Flame Sword skill. Huang was pleased to find that it worked. He hugged 327 tightly and said that he was his brother and offered to train again. 327 replied that he was hungry. Hay says that Huang seems to have found his treasure, but don't think that the loser's curse will disappear now. Cafe. 327 bites into the meat. A mountain of plates stands in front of him. Huang sits at the table with him and demands the waiter to bring 10 more steaks. They are training again. Huang tells himself that he must make it before the next opening of the spatial portal, which occurs in 20 days. A notification arrives that the master has received a fragment of wild flame. Cafe again. The girl pushes Huang out the door from behind and politely asks him not to come here again, because they have never seen such hungry people. Huang responds by saying that if they don't want to see them, they'll just find another place. He tells 327 to go to the next establishment. The boy is chewing ham. Training again. 327 corrects Huang's posture by hitting him on the leg. Notifications that the master has received a fragment of the Wild Flame Sword skill come one after another. One day Huang shouted joyfully that he had succeeded. The system announces the use of 3,000 fragments of the Wild Flame Sword skill and the improvement of the Wild Flame Sword skill. The system congratulates the master for acquiring the epic skill, Wild Flame Sword. It's great for Huang that he was able to get a second epic skill in 20 days. Suddenly someone touches his t-shirt and calls him brother. Huang turns around. Looking up at him with sadness, 327 belatedly asks if he is really no longer needed. These words make Huang break into a cold sweat. He screamed when he said that he didn't need 327 anymore. Scratching his head, Huang said he simply entered the boy's details online so his family could find him. 327 looks upset at his feet. There was a long line to enter the spatial portal. Huang smiles and says that until the full 327 arrive, he will take care of it. The boy is almost crying. Patting him on the head, Hai says that now his name is not 327, but Lin Xuan. The boy looks at him blankly. Huang repeats that the boy's name is now Lin Xuan and says that he has a sister named Lin Xin. Now she will be Lin Xuan's elder sister, and Huang will be his elder brother. The boy agrees. Past some time, Huang's house. Xin shouts that his brother has finally returned. Throwing open the door, she shouts indignantly that she almost went crazy because there was no news from Huang for a long time. Suddenly her eyes widen in surprise. A frightened Lin Xuan hides behind Huang. Xin asks in shock if this is Huang's son. He replies that she should not talk nonsense, but rather let her in as soon as possible, and she will explain everything to her. There are salads and chopped fruits and vegetables on the table. All three are sitting at the table. Now everything is clear to Xin. She feels sorry for the boy and resolutely says that they cannot leave him. After taking a sip, Huang said that he had already uploaded all his data to the internet, and if his relatives were not found, he and Xin would take care of him themselves. Xuan, meanwhile, savors the meat. There is a stack of empty plates on the table. Xin says with involuntary surprise that Xuan has a good appetite. Huang indifferently replies that this is one of his most noticeable qualities. He told them not to stay up late and go to bed. Huang says that he has already cleaned the living room and Xuan will sleep here. He promises that tomorrow he will go and buy more furniture. Huang lay down on the bed. Finally he can rest. Now, having reached home, he can reactivate his Empire ring, because during the time that it was disabled, many were looking for him. The ring vibrated so sharply and strongly that Huang dropped it. I received notifications of 30 missed calls. Juan noticed that his fat friend was calling him a lot. He became alarmed, wondering if something had happened, and called a friend. A hologram appeared. Khan, almost crying, exclaims that Juan has finally shown up. The latter replies that he had problems and asks what happened. After hesitating, Han said that he had heard that a sword slave appeared in the Misty Canyon and many people died there, so he wanted to make sure that his friend was okay. Juan became wary. He had never seen anyone like a sword slave. He demanded that Khan tell him everything straight. Sobbing, Khan shouted that his father was gone. Juan asks how this happened. Khan told him that his father was very tired, because he had the body of an ordinary person, not to mention his job, which took too long to get to, and his prana consumption was tens of times more than theirs, but when they found out about this, it was already too late. Juan asked where Khan was now and suggested meeting. The fat man told him that everything was fine. He reminded that the exams for the official hunter begin in F and Juan needs to prepare. Khan regrets that he will not be able to join him and wishes his friend to pass the first time. The video connection was cut off. Juan thoughtfully says that no matter whether an ordinary person or someone with superpowers, everyone equally tries their best to achieve what they want. Smiling decisively, Juan decided that now it was time for him to try. He firmly told himself that he could not lose. Sitting on the floor, he used a stone that transported him to a parallel world. He stands in a circle of mentor clones and confidently declares that he has reached the 8th level of military tactics, so mastering the fatal technique should not be too difficult. He suggests starting training. The clones rush to attack him, but Juan repels all their blows. He may have learned a lot on this trip, but he also met some really strong people. Even if there is a high wall in front of him, he is confident that he will certainly overcome it thanks to his perseverance and patience. The mentor's fist hit him on the cheek. A notification arrived that Juan had received a fragment of the fatal technique. Nyan appeared before Wang's eyes in all her power. Juan is confident that one day the day will come when he will fight shoulder to shoulder with the most powerful hunters. Many notifications arrived that the master has received a fragment of the fatal technique. After some time, the system reported that 600 fragments of the fatal technique skill had been detected and asked if the master wanted to combine them into a fatal technique skill card. Juan, breathing heavily, says to let the system unite. The system complies with the order and congratulates its master for receiving the rare fatal technique skill card. Leaning back on the bed, Juan said that he was finally able to get a rare melee skill card, which was great because it was another plus to his chances of becoming an official hunter. Suddenly a loud scream is heard. Juan rose abruptly from the bed. Xin called out loudly to her brother. He rushed into the kitchen and the first thing he did was ask if Xin was hurt. The sister sank to the floor and confusedly pointed her finger in front of her at Xuan, who was eating raw meat with his hands. Juan, dumbfounded, asked him what he was doing. The boy looked at them in confusion and fear. Xin tells Xuan not to eat raw meat, otherwise he will get a stomachache. Rushing towards him, Wang told Xuan to tell them if he was hungry, he should not eat raw meat. He thinks to himself that this child is too strange, because he has neither a name nor relatives, but he masterfully wields a sword and now he already eats raw foods. Approaching him, Wang smiled friendly and told Xuan to be obedient and give him this meat. The boy only remains silent in response. Wang thinks to himself that if Xuan becomes aggressive, then he will have no other options but to finish him off, and he cannot leave the boy alone with Lin Xin. Dropping the meat, Xuan began to cry and rushed to his sister with hugs. He hugged her and asked for forgiveness. Xin, looking at Wang, says that she was just very scared and that Wang's reaction scared the boy a lot. Scratching his head, Wang awkwardly apologized. He thought to himself that he must have sounded a false alarm. Xin wipes the boy's lips. Juan believes that he can still leave them alone and go to the exam, although he is not particularly sure about this. Xin is confident that Huang need not worry about them. She said that she would definitely take care of Xuan and would not leave him hungry. Turning around, the boy timidly said that he would look after his sister. Juan remembered these last two remarks before the exam. He sighed and realized that even so he couldn't help but worry about them. Citadel 7B34, Baeksuan City, Hunters Association. Now Juan is more worried about himself. Many people gathered in the square. The wooden gates began to open. Juan realized that everything had begun. A strong dark-skinned man with black eyes and bandaged hands stands in front of the exam participants. He said loudly that his name was Su Jingjin and he was the chief examiner of the preliminary stage. Jingjin then announces that the preliminary evaluation is officially over. The exam participants were dumbfounded by this. Jingjin took out the list and began to announce the participants who were disqualified. This is Wang Xiaopeng, Suhi, Yihao Xiang. The guy with the eye patch standing to Huang's left interrupted Jingjin and indignantly stated that there must be a reasonable explanation for the disqualification. Jingjin frowned. He then loudly announced that those who tried to buy information about the competition on the internet, those who once defected from a group battle, those who were reported to have posted unwanted comments on the internet, and those who arrived at the venue after 8. The examiner announced that everyone else should follow him. He said loudly that those disqualified had their rings marked on the Empire's rings, and if they tried to pass, they would be caught. Many exam participants left. Juan says, stunned, that this examiner has quite strict selection methods. The remaining exam participants go through the gate. An old man with long hair greets them and introduces himself as Zhuo Lin. He congratulates those who passed the qualifying stage. Smiling good-naturedly, Lin says that he did not expect that there would be so many participants. Old Zhu disappointed him. Lin says he will probably have to reduce the number of participants in the exam by more than 50%. Clearing his throat, he suggested returning to the exam and said that the second round, which involved the participants having to find something, would be easy. There is a tense silence among the youth. Wang gets the feeling that something is wrong with these examiners. Showing a small black crystal, Lin said that he had hidden 5,000 such crystals in different places in the exam area, which included the entire area of Baeksuan City. Lin sets the conditions: if within 48 hours the exam participants manage to find exactly the same crystal, bring it and give it to him, they will successfully complete this round. Juan notes to himself that this black crystal does not look like a mineral and it does not have any crystalline texture, it is more like an amber resin or plastic. Lin, smiling insidiously, tells them the key clue: grass. Exam participants are looking for crystals in the front garden. While sipping his drink, Juan says that he doesn't think this is an easy task at all. He relaxed in his chair in the cafe. He reminds him that he only has 48 hours. He asks if Juan really wants to use it up like this. The latter tells him to calm down and assures him that there is not a single herb left in the city that he has not checked. A thorny vine extended from his finger. Juan said with a satisfied smile that he had used the demonic vine in advance, and now he has an assistant who is looking for the crystal for it. He, looking displeasedly at the plant, said that Juan, however, knows how to use the privileges of a monster tamer. Juan said that he has already checked everything related to grass, even artificial grass. He even checked a company specializing in the development of cleaning products, but this did not bring any results. He counters that the examiner's hint must have some meaning. He asks what Juan is waiting for. He replied that he was waiting for it to get dark and the black market to open. Standing in front of the bar, Juan says that the tests to become a hunter should not only test your personal qualities, but also how you will find a way if you are faced with a problem. He states that if you want to become a hunter, you need to think like a hunter. He sarcastically asks if Juan has decided to try himself as a bloodhound since he can't go ahead. He believes that He would have succeeded better because he looks like a dog. They enter the bar. The room is empty. The bartender, an unshaven and sunken-eyed man, greets guests. Juan orders a glass of black letter and places the black crystal on the table. The bartender says the information is worth over 1 billion credits. For Juan, this is not a problem. He says the keyword and shows the gold card. Handing Juan an envelope, the bartender informs him that everything he needs is stored here. He believes that his information is definitely worth the money. An exchange takes place. The bartender says he was glad to work with Juan and invites him to come back. However, Juan wasn't done yet. He asked the bartender if anyone else had come here and asked for information about the weed. The bartender replied that someone came here about an hour ago and he had a similar request. This person, according to the bartender, looked extremely unfriendly. Juan understood everything and thanked the bartender. He turned around and left. The bartender looked after him in confusion. Juan held a clown mask in his hands. Baeksuan City, Jisen Castle. Looking at him from a tree branch, Huang says that the herb is an advanced chemical called ZC, and very few people know about it, but it is produced right here in Baeksuan City. Now everything is clear to He. He said that he was not familiar with this drug and asked what it was for. Huang says that this drug is only consumed by people with complete control over their life force. An ordinary person will die immediately if they take even a gram. But even those who boast complete control over the force of life must be careful about addiction, as the drug can cause serious damage to the brain and other organs. Suddenly He understands what it is, and he understands correctly. Juan says that CC is a real drug and a very dangerous one. According to him, according to information from the black market, the creator of ZC was a pharmacist lecturer from the Hunter College. After leaving college, he built his own castle called Jisen, which is currently under the control of the 3 excellent ones. With a sour expression, Juan added that there were also 3 gold hunters and more than 30 silver-ranked people in this castle. He asks if this is too much of a task for someone of bronze rank. Juan thought about it and came to the conclusion that with the help of this task, the examiners are testing their ability to collect information, but in order to get a sample, they will need to go inside the castle of Jisen. Some believe that examiners are testing their ability to work in a team. Juan froze. He didn't know this voice. Turning around sharply, he asked in panic who it was there. A girl in sportswear stood under a tree. She said that she followed Juan from the black market itself and jumped onto his branch. The girl introduced herself as Ziyu and said that she was also participating in the exam. Juan asked if the black market guy was talking about her. He thought to himself that the girl didn't look dangerous. Standing up, Ziyu said that this castle is guarded not only by strong hunters, there are traps and various obstacles all around. She says that if they detect any alien presence, they will immediately sound an alarm, and even if someone not of gold rank comes, it will still be impossible to get what they want. Therefore, Ziyu offers to team up with her. She holds out her hand to Juan and says that he will distract them while she gets inside. Ziyu proposes to divide the spoils like this. She gets 70% and he gets 30%. Huang is in no hurry to agree and says that Ziyu can count. He believes that Ziyu plans to get a large amount of grass from the castle. The girl confirmed this and exclaimed whether Juan had any idea how much this herb was worth on the black market. She enthusiastically says that these greedy people are ready to sell all their property for grass, and those who need the exam result will be ready to give at least 100 life crystals for a piece of this grass. Juan looks at her indifferently and a little angry. Jumping down from the branch, he told Ziyu to act on her own. The girl indignantly asked what this meant. Juan stated that this herb is dangerous to health and he does not want to sell it for money, and if he had the opportunity, he would destroy it all. Then he confidently said that he did not need an assistant and he could easily complete the task alone. His wings appeared and he soared upward. Ziyu shouted after him that he had no idea what he was doing. She is outraged that Juan didn't even listen to her. With an evil smile, she says that he will pay for this. City. One guy who took the exam says that he searched the whole city for the grass, but still couldn't find the black crystal. Another guy yelled for everyone to stop looking because someone had messaged everyone. He opens the hologram on the ring. Indignant screams are heard. The report states that a member named Lin Huang successfully infiltrated Jaisen Castle and stole all the ZC drug from there, and now he states that if anyone wants to purchase it, they must pay 1,000 life crystals apiece. There are cries that this is nonsense and Huang must be caught. Someone suggests going faster and taking all the crystals from Huang. Full moon, night, Jaisen Castle. Huang looks out at him from the bushes. He notes that there are no other traps nearby besides the mechanical bugs. He says that if he uses the transformation card, he can sneak in as a ghost, but he doesn't know how to avoid being caught on camera. Suddenly, someone from above called him by name and called him a rude name. Huang tensed. A white-haired guy jumped from the eagle from above. He landed on the ground in front of Huang. With a scary expression on his face, the guy said that he had finally found Huang. The latter, not suspecting anything wrong, says that he remembers this guy, the Crimson Eagle, the guy from the Snowy Mountain. Huang tries to remember his name. The guy angrily shouts that his name is Bai Yan. He states that Huang first damaged his reputation, and now he has decided to steal all the ZC. Green pixels appeared around his hand. A spear formed in his hands. Yan declared that today he would beat Huang so badly that he would beg for mercy, and then people would know who the true hero is. He slowly began to advance. Smiling, Huang asked if Yan really thought that they had forgotten about him. Huang said that Yan was the one who first ran away cowardly when he saw the horde of monsters. He mockingly asked how such a coward as Yan could pass the first stage of selection. Was his talent really just a family connection? Yan clenched his teeth in anger and asked how Huang dared to say that. He shouted that even if he gets blacklisted by the association, today he must finish off Huang. Yan lunged with his spear. Huang dodged. A sword appeared in his hand from pixels. He asked if Yan really wanted to have a hand-to-hand fight with him and suggested starting. Yan angrily shouts that no one will dare to humiliate him anymore when he finishes off Huang and shows everyone his dead body. Huang parried his blow with his sword and asked why he cares about whoever humiliates Yan there. He said that what is more important is that Yan ran away then, and he stayed. Huang asked if Yan really thought that if he killed him, everyone would immediately recognize him as a brave man. Huang says that Yan is afraid to challenge those who are stronger than him, which is why he participates in these exams all the time. He placed the blade of his sword on the hilt of his spear. Yan tries to free himself, but Huang does not allow him to do this without making any effort. He says that Yan only knows how to compete with little ones, and as soon as danger comes, he runs first. He asks who Yan is, if not a coward. Yan was furious at these words. He fought Huang off with a spear and shouted at him to shut up. Swinging his spear, Yan shouted for Huang to prepare for death, but stopped mid-sentence. Huang showers him with a hail of blows. With a smile, he said that Yan would not defeat him. A drop of sweat appeared on the latter's face and he tensed. Huang knocked him back with a powerful blow. The spear turned out to be broken. Looking at him in confusion, Yan says that this is impossible. Huang sternly tells him that while Yan was wasting his time on useless things, he was training hard, and that is why there is now such a difference in strength between them. Approaching Yan, Huang said that there were already few hunters, and besides, he did not want to be at enmity with him. He asked if Yan was sure he wanted to continue fighting. The latter responded angrily so that Juan would leave his pity. Closing his eyes, Yan said that he had a feeling that if he summoned his monster, he would lose even faster. Juan smiles and tells him not to waste his time on meaningless fights. He said that Yan was already very talented. Perhaps the day would come when they would fight again, and then he would be the winner. Juan began to tell that he once met a very powerful grandfather who could kill any monster with 2 blows. He says with admiration that he was a real master. Therefore, they still have to study for a long time to become the same. Juan punches the air as he talks. Yan does not understand what these incomprehensible movements are. He summoned the eagle and declared that their work was not over yet, but since he had lost, he would quit the exam. Yan told Huang to be careful, because the news that he stole all the drugs from the castle from Jason Castle has already leaked, and many members are now rushing here to take the drug from Huang by force. Juan turned sharply to him. He rushed to Yan, who had already mounted the eagle, and asked him to wait. Juan understands that if everyone arrives here, they will cause a big commotion, and then no one will be able to get even 1 crystal. With his hands folded pleadingly, Juan, with a sweet smile, asked Yan to help him with something. Some time passed. Already near the castle of Jason, shouts from other exam participants can be heard that Juan cannot be allowed to escape. Someone shouts that Juan couldn't have cleaned out the entire castle alone. There must still be a place left where the ZC is kept. However, they still have to deal with him since they have already arrived. There is a long procession going to Jason Castle. Suddenly Yan jumps from the tree, blocking their path. He states that there is nothing left in that castle, and Lin Wang has already escaped. Yan said that he would help them catch up with him. A voice is heard that standing in front of them is Bai Yan, the most gifted hunter. Meanwhile, Yan loudly says so that the exam participants do not stand like a pillar, that they need to grab Huang and take away all the ZC drugs, because if he manages to escape, the participants will have to pay a lot of money for them. One guy agrees with Yan and says that as soon as Huang is within the association, he will be protected. The other guy offers to give chase quickly and says that Bai Yan has enmity with Huang, so he is sure that Yan would not cheat. Yan shouts for everyone to follow him. War cries are heard. The exam participants leave. Looking back at them, Huang thought that with Bai Yan's help he could buy some time, but still he didn't need to stay here for long. He is in transformation. Huang slid like a black shadow along the ground. The drones ignored this. As he thought, non-living organisms would not be able to detect the trap. Huang slid up the castle wall, through a window, and into the building. Now he has to destroy everything here. People in protective uniforms and respiratory masks work here. There is a drug on the conveyors. Just as Juan thought, they are still producing these harmful drugs. Black crystals fall into the box. Juan walks through the wall and sees workers taking these boxes somewhere. He believes that they are taking them to a warehouse where everything is stored. There is a camera hanging in the corner of the corridor. Juan thinks that first he needs to make them blind, and then he can attack. A lot of people are sitting in an office in front of screens. It is obvious to Huang that everyone watching the cameras is gold rank. Only he thinks that they don't have much intelligence. He appeared at the door of their office. Meanwhile, a long-haired man sitting at a computer is watching a funny video. He starts laughing loudly. Having cut his throat, Juan said that there was no point in leaving him alive. The other 3 in the office turned around sharply. They didn't have time to figure out what was happening. Bai appeared behind them. Screams of pain were heard. Pleas for help. Then dead silence struck. Huang and Bai walked out the door. The main character, clutching a sword in his hand, told the vampire that they were starting a hunt. There was a clatter of workers. They realized that someone had broken into the castle. All together they flew into the room with machine guns. One man shouted that all the intruders must be killed. He doesn't understand why the people from the control point didn't warn them. Juan cut all the workers with a sword. He fought off the bullets with his blade. The man continued to shoot from the machine gun. Bai closed himself in a cocoon. Juan rushed towards the man and knocked the machine gun out of his hands. With an evil smile, Juan asked if the man really thought that he only had one monster. Sooty appeared behind the man. The man froze. Ember snapped its mouth right next to his throat. Juan rushed away. He was going to the warehouse. He kicks the door down. A man with a long beard appears before him with zombified people. With a chuckle, the man says that although Juan managed to get here fairly quickly, this is where it all ends for him. The main character asks if the man really has the abilities of a puppeteer. He confirms this and says that Huang's monsters will not help him now. He asks how Juan is going to kill all the puppets on his own. The puppeteer shouted that even if he failed to kill him, the authorities would still find out about it and send superiors after his head. Waving his hand and sending the puppets to attack, the man shouted that Juan was finished. The latter, having activated the card, with a decisive smile asked if the man really wanted to play puppeteer with him. A ghostly clown appeared on their cards. Juan ordered him to show how to control someone else's mind. All arrogance disappeared from the puppeteer. He is shocked that Juan has another monster. The ghostly clown snapped his fingers. The puppeteer asks what he is up to. An ominous glint appeared in the ghostly clown's eyes. The puppets turned around and began to advance on the puppeteer. He just can't believe it. He screams in despair. Bai burst into the room. Juan asks if they've dealt with everyone yet. He then orders Sooty to burn everything here to the ground. The building burst into flames. Juan stands in front of the front doors. Other exam participants rush there. There are shouts about what happened here. Someone loudly asked where Bai Yan had gone, who was running ahead of them and disappeared. Someone loudly asks what happened to ZC. Running forward, Ziyu demanded that Juan give them the crystals. Turning to them, Juan reminded them that he was only a bronze rank. He asked with a smile if they really believed that he had caused this chaos here. Juan says that when he came here, everything was already destroyed, and he was only able to get one crystal from there. He advises the exam participants to hurry up too, otherwise there will soon be no trace of the crystals left. The exam participants rushed into the castle. Ziyu indignantly called him a bastard. With a slight smile, Juan told her that he knew what she had done. The next day, all the examinees gathered at the Baekchuan City Hunters Association. The examiners stand in front of them. Zhuo Lin says with a smile that this test was primarily aimed at identifying the participants' ability to gather information as well as their ability to work as a team. And although unforeseen circumstances arose during the test and many of them failed in it, luck favors prepared. Zhuo Din solemnly announces that the 5,000 participants who were able to obtain crystals advanced to the next stage. Everyone is very happy. One guy says with a smile that even though he lost his hair, it was worth it. Jinjin loudly told them not to rejoice ahead of time, because the next stage would be even more difficult. He announced that an aircraft would arrive in the evening that would take them to the site of the third stage, so let them go and prepare. As they leave, the exam participants wonder what awaits them at the third stage. Someone said that the second stage seemed impossible, so it's scary to imagine what will happen in the third. However, they need to go and prepare well before the next test. Wang peers warily into Jingjin's face. In his opinion, this old man may seem strict, but he communicates very friendly. Meanwhile, Jinjin tells Zhuolin that he did not expect him to greet them so warmly. Jinjin believed that Zhuolin would not let anyone through to the next stage. He replied that it was a mistake. Zhuolin said that his ordeal ended when Huang and Ziyu left the black market. Getting ZC was not the main task at all, the main thing was to find the necessary information. Jinjin asks, if not for the incident, would Zhuolin only let these two through? The latter thoughtfully says that he would like to know who set fire to Jisun Castle. He says that this incident occurred during the test and believes that it may have been one of the exam participants who did it. Laughing, Jinjin asked if Zhuolin believed his words. He says that at the scene of the incident lay the corpse of a man of gold rank, which means that the one who killed him must be at least at the third level of the same rank, and there is not a single silver among the exam participants. Zhuolin agrees with this. He says that even if one of the participants is a tamer, the strongest familiar he can summon is a silver level 3 monster, which poses no threat to the gold hunter. Zhuolin believes that it was a doubly mutated monster. Juan chokes on his saliva, who remembers him there. Patting his colleague on the head, Jinjin asks what kind of sick fantasies he has. How is it possible that these youngsters have a twice mutated monster? Jinjin laughed loudly. Zhuolin said wearily that maybe he really was making up a lot. An aircraft flew over the city. Exam participants began to gather under him. Juan is shocked that they actually used the aircraft. For him it is a waste. A man in a captain's uniform stepped down the stairs. He introduced himself as the captain of the ship, Mr. Fu, and invited everyone on board. Bowing, Zhuolin asked Mr. Fu to take the trouble to deliver their students. Mr. Fu replied that this was nothing, he had just bought a new ship and wanted to check its quality. The exam participants walk up the ladder in a long line. Wang, looking at the dialogue, thinks that these two masters are very respectful of Mr. Fu, so he is confident that captain is an excellent rank. Mr. Fu ordered everyone to take their seats and announced that they were heading out. Some time passed. The aircraft floats across the sky. Enjoying the scenery, Juan says that the newest aircraft model is simply the ultimate in comfort. Suddenly he notices Mr. Fu standing aside with a fishing rod in his hands. Juan doesn't understand why he's fishing. Mr. Fu exclaims that he is lucky today. He pulled out either an octopus or a puffer fish from the fishing rod. Juan exclaimed in disgust what this even was. It got dark. Soup is being cooked on the burner. Wang and Mr. Fu are sitting on chairs. Mr. Fu good-naturedly says that while all the other students locked themselves in their rooms to train, Juan, due to his laziness, receives a reward. Juan, while eating the soup, says that Mr. Fu is super cool for being able to catch such a huge fish. He says it smells delicious and thanks Mr. Fu for the treat. He asks if the sword technique Mr. Fu used when slicing the fish is an epic level technique. Grinning, the old man said that it was a simple technique, but if Juan could see it, then he was also a skilled swordsman. Laughing, Juan said that he was nothing compared to him. He put a piece of meat into his mouth and was stunned. Juan can't believe it's meat because it's so delicious that he feels like his body is filled with new life. Laughing, Fu said that important people from the association fought among themselves to try a piece of his dish, and Huang was very lucky. The latter, wiping his mouth, asked if Fu was the legendary gourmet hunter. The captain asks if Juan really knows about the gourmet hunters. He replies that he has a friend, and this friend's dream is to become the best gourmet hunter in the world. Fu asked him to tell him more. Juan laughed and began to talk. Morning has come. Mr. Fu loudly announced that they had arrived and ordered everyone to leave the ship. The exam participants disembarked from the ship. Juan promised himself that if possible, he would definitely introduce the fat man to Captain Fu and wave goodbye. Fu loudly wished him luck. The participants came to rocky terrain. A shaven-headed, muscular man orders everyone to be quiet. He says loudly that the fourth's name is Jian Sen and he is the chief examiner for the third round. He says that this test is quite easy, and it consists in the fact that each of the participants must go through doors, behind which there are long corridors connecting 3 cells with monsters. Each cell contains 1 monster of the 3rd level of silver, and the one who passes everyone will complete the test. With an ominous smile, Sen pointed to the door and said that the exam participants were only allowed to take 3 equipment not exceeding the bronze rank, and if they were injured, the rescue team would help them if they had time. The doors are numbered and lined up. Sen says that if they don't complete the test in an hour, they will be eliminated, so they need to act quickly. The test has begun. Less than a minute later, an announcement is made that contestant number 1, who entered door number 13, is disqualified, and contestant number 2 can enter. Exam participants discuss this. Silver rank monsters are very dangerous. Someone is thinking about quitting the exam. Wang thinks that the participants dropped out of the competition too quickly, so now there is no doubt that there are 3rd level silver rank monsters inside. There are long queues outside the doors. Announcements are heard that at doors number 18, number 97, number 43, number 55, participants number 1 are disqualified and participants number 2 can enter. Suddenly, everyone hears an announcement that at door number 66, participant number 1 has died and participant number 2 can enter. Juan froze. There are indignant cries about where the examiner is looking, why there is no guarantee of safety for the participants. Someone crying asks to leave the exam because he doesn't want to die. An announcement is heard that at door number 37, participant number 1 Ziyu has passed all 3 corridors and successfully passed the 3rd round of the exam. Juan put on a smile and said that was quite impressive. An announcement is made that at door number 66, participant number 2 died, participant number 3 can enter. Someone shouts in a panic that he doesn't want to enter and leaves the tournament. There is a rumor that there is some trouble at door number 66. Sen loudly announces that door number 66 is closed. Everyone who was supposed to come here can choose another door. Raising his hand, Juan stated that he wanted to go through door number 66. The other test takers turned to look at him. They don't understand what's wrong with him. One guy exclaimed that Juan has no fear of death. The red-haired girl said that Juan was ready to give up his life for this test. Sen asked if Juan was sure of his decision. He replied that he was still 23rd in line, and since no one else was going to come through that door, he wouldn't have to wait that long. He thinks to himself that he is not going to give in to Ziyu. Opening the door for Wang, Sen said with a smile that those who have talent and use it are confident people, but those who do not have talent and behave arrogantly are simply idiots. Sen is going to see who Juan is. The main character stepped into the doorway. He's confident. Something appears before his eyes, covered with huge wings. Juan wonders if this is the monster that killed the 2. The monster opened its wings. A woman with bird legs and claws instead of arms and legs appeared before Juan. She asked if stupid people had sent another one to his death. Juan asks in shock if the monster can really speak human language. Suddenly he remembered that he had seen her in the book. Juan shouts that it is a phoenix feather. The system records that the phoenix feather is a rare mutated species that has exceptional offensive abilities. Its beak and claws are sharper than any weapon. The defensive abilities of the feathers are stronger than that of a strong shield, and this monster can make fast movements at the speed of light. The note states that this monster can imitate sound. After spending 3 months with people, it can completely master their language, understanding the true meaning of each word. Phoenix Feather coquettishly asks if Juan really came here to lose with his sister. Juan approached her and said that she had lived among people for a long time since she could speak human language. The monster doesn't understand what Juan is getting at. He says that since she is now killing people, did her previous owner treat her poorly, which is why she has hatred for all people. The Phoenix Feather flared up. She angrily exclaimed that this was nonsense. She shouted that all people are vile and worthy of death, and her master was the best person in the world. The monster threw its wing feathers at Juan, but he managed to defend himself with a sword. Meanwhile, Phoenix Feather continues to say that her master fed her fresh human meat every day, protected her, took care of her, and waited for the moment when she mutated. But such good people as her previous master die at the hands of evil and insidious creatures, like Juan. The main character opened his mouth. He exclaimed, was the previous owner of the Phoenix Feather a tamer of black blood? He knows that among the tamers there is an evil sect called the Black Blood Tamers. They keep many slaves and cast spells on them to feed them to the monster for guaranteed mutation. So the world government and association destroyed these cultists. Juan fought off the monster's claws that were reaching for him. His sword sparkled with lightning. He said with a determined smile that Phoenix Feather's former master was worthy of death. The monster screamed in rage that she would kill Juan and chop him into small pieces. Darkness began to gather around her wings. She called out to her master and told him to see what she had become after the mutation. Juan looks at her with contempt and indifference. The Phoenix Feather says that the blood of vile people is its offering to the owner. She sharply spreads her wings and releases many sharp feathers. Juan tells her to go to hell to her master since she so wants to meet him. Many feathers, like needles, fly towards Juan. The Phoenix Feather screams that by the will of her master she sentences him to death. Activating the card, Huang told Phoenix Feather to see what a true tamer should be like before she died. The feathers that flew towards Huang encountered a force field. Phoenix Feather did not expect that the main character would turn out to be a tamer. Huang ordered the summoned tyrant to finish her off. He grabbed her by the neck. Phoenix Feather began to sweat. She cannot understand how Juan managed to get himself a twice mutated monster. The tyrant opened his mouth with sharp fangs. Then he bit into her neck. Phoenix Feather called out to her owner in desperation. Blood sprayed. Huang said that the power that the Phoenix Feather received from the dirty blood would not save her. Meanwhile, an announcement is made outside. That in door number 66 the first monster is dead and the cage needs to be replaced as soon as possible. Someone exclaims, "Did the monster that killed 2 die so easily?" Not even 10 minutes had passed. The crowd is wondering who Juan is anyway. Sen looks at the door approvingly and says that Huang definitely has potential, since he was able to deal with the mutated monster of the 3rd level of the silver rank. Meanwhile, Juan walks down the corridor. Hai flies next to him. The latter warns that if this continues, people may find that the protagonist's rank and combat strength do not match. Juan asks what he could do and says that Phoenix Feather is a doubly mutated silver rank monster, and without the help of the tyrant, he would not be able to defeat her. Hei urges Huang not to forget that if people find out what Huang's true power is, they may discover the system, and then Huang may lose his assistant for violating the rules. Wearily rubbing his temples, Huang said that he already understood. Hai said that defeating a mutated silver-ranked monster would cause great suspicion. He asked if Huang thought the people in the association were idiots. He wearily waves him away. Huang then freaks out and asks if Hai has to scold him in front of his opponent. In front of these two is a huge monkey, the second monster. 2 pistols appear in Juan's hands. He smiles and tells the monster to check out his true strength. The monster roars and rushes to attack. Juan takes advantage of his trailless gait and dodges a blow that shook the floor. He, shooting with both hands, said that the one-armed giant ape has enormous strength, just like the tyrant, but he also has his weaknesses. For example, if you attack him in the head, he will stop attacking. It is Juan who makes the monster shield itself from the bullets. Hei replies that this way Juan won't be able to kill him anyway. Juan asks who said he would kill him. He again uses a traceless gate and disappears from the enemy's field of view. Calmly walking into the next corridor, Juan says that according to the rules, he only needs to go through the corridors with monsters to cope with the test, so why should he bother killing them? Stunned, Hei said that he simply had no words. Juan is being watched from a video camera. Sen, the 3rd examiner, sits in front of the monitor and carefully peers at the screen. He was thinking deeply about something. Meanwhile, Juan reached the 3rd monster, which gives off a purple glow. He said that the Hunters Association had done a great job of doing a good job in this exam. In front of them stands a huge monster in armor with a huge spear and shield. With a wince, Juan says that the lizard with silver scales is one of the very rare types of monsters. Hai adds that the lizard may not have much speed or combat skills, but her defensive abilities are simply powerful. Even gold rank hunters sometimes cannot penetrate her. Juan exclaims with a determined smile, why is he afraid? Because he only has to do his trick again, and he won. Suddenly he realizes that everything will not be so simple. The lizard begins to curl up into a ball. She blocked the entrance with her body. Hei and Huang did not at all expect such a turn of events. Hei suggested that the lizard knew how Juan got through the 2nd cage. Having boiled, Juan began to kick the monster with his feet. He asked if this was really his entire defense. Was it really impossible to come up with something else? An ominous glint appeared in his eyes. Taking the sword in his hands, Juan said that no matter how cunning the lizard was, you still couldn't fool an experienced hunter. Having thrust the sword into the scales, he said that even a strong stone has its weaknesses. The scales split. The lizard turned around, leaving damage on its backside. Satisfied with himself, Juan said that when the lizard is in its defensive form, there is a tiny gap between its tail and body, which is difficult to see with the naked eye, but with the help of a limitless gaze it is not difficult to find it. Looking sideways at him, Hei says that Juan, however, is satisfied that he plunged the knife into her butt. The lizard, left behind, hits the floor with its fist in impotent anger. An announcement comes from outside that contestant number 23, Lin Huang, has passed through door number 66 and passed the third stage of the exam. A surprised cry is heard. Is it really possible that someone was able to get past door number 66? Exam participants talk to each other. Someone says that this is incredible power since not even 2 minutes have passed since the death of the first monster and Juan has already walked the entire corridor. No one understands how he managed it, because he passed the door in which 2 people died in less than a quarter of an hour. Looking thoughtfully into the distance, Sen says that Huang is not only strong, but also knows about all the features of monsters. He considers him quite capable and wants to recommend him to management. The secretary understands the order and says that she is already sending the recording. Headquarters of the Hunters Association in the 7th Division. Meeting room. Round table. A recording of Huang's fight is played on the big screen. A thin, red-haired man, Chairman Zhu, says that the meeting participants have just seen a hunter who was recommended to them from Devil's Island and asks everyone to make a decision about him. The red-haired middle-aged woman says that Huang definitely has potential since he possesses a double-mutated monster at the bronze rank. The association values such people, so it approves of him. Another participant in the meeting, a man with a covered face and a beard, declares that he does not agree with this and says that the summoned Huan is a giant monster, maybe twice mutated, but his intelligence develops very slowly, and it is also difficult to achieve his further advancement. Chairman Zhu sighs and says that he is thinking the same thing. That giant-type monsters are not very good for taming, and Lin Huang has not shown any other distinctive features. The fourth participant in the meeting says that if Huan had the twice-mutated monster with the ability to subjugate the mind, which was reported to them from the city of Daki, then he would undoubtedly vote for being accepted into the association, but a giant monster is already another matter. The woman agreed wearily. The man with his face covered by the hood says that the young man Lin Huang fights very calmly, and his movements are also good. From the way he shoots, you can tell that he is a beginner who, however, knows the weaknesses of monsters well. However, such talents, according to the man, every hunter should have. In a word, Huan is an ordinary gifted one who could not show himself well. Zhu says that since everyone has already come to a common decision, then he, Zhu Tianyu, as the main representative, refuses to recommend Lin Huang to the list for intensive training as a talented hunter. Huan sneezed loudly. Standing among the people, he wonders if someone is remembering him again. He secretly hopes that beauty, Zhe is doing it. The woman who sent the video of Huang's battles to the meeting smiles and congratulates him on completing the third stage and gives him the Empire Ring. Huan takes him, thanks him and asks when and where the fourth stage of the exam will begin. The woman replied that it would take place here, but due to the fact that the third stage takes more than 50 hours, the exact start time of the fourth stage is still unknown. Huan concludes that he has at least 2 days. He asks what the name of this island is and if there is somewhere to live here. The woman says that this is a 4th-level wild area, a little devil island, where there are no service points or housing, so during these 2 days, all participants must worry about themselves. Huan asks in shock if this is the Devil's Island. He knows that this is a 4th-level wild area. There are demons, undead and spirit monsters scattered everywhere. There are no hotels or transportation routes, so this place is considered one of the most inaccessible. Huan and Hei are walking through the forest. The main character says that at first he was a little nervous, but then it dawned on him that it was just luck that thanks to the exam he managed to get here without any problems. Hei asks if this means that the monster Huan chose to promote to silver rank is on this island. Huan replies that he does and says that he chose him back when he received the bronze rank. This monster is the Silver Blade Demon and can only be found on Devil Island. Now Hei understands that Huan wants to gain the Circle of Feelings ability. Huan walks through the tall grass and says that everything is so, because with the help of the Circle of Senses he will be able to clearly see what is happening next to him. Since the ability creates a certain area of up 100B perception around the user, and any movement that is inside it will be immediately noticed. Nodding, Hei said that when Huang became superior, the Circle of Feelings would evolve into the secret skill Total Dominance, and the main character would be able to take control of an entire territory, allowing any attack to reach any part of the enemy. Hei says that this is indeed a very powerful offensive secret skill. Huan became wary and said that they had guests. Snatching 2 pistols, he ordered not to hide and come out. The path is empty. A silhouette is visible behind the tree. It turns out to be Zhe. She comes out from behind a tree, waves her hand and laughs and says that Huan is very vigilant. Pushing the barrel of the gun upward, Huang irritably asked why Zhe was following him. He notes to himself that she is the first one who was able to pass all 3 cages with monsters, so he thinks that she is stronger than all the bronze ones in the final exam. Ziyu approaches him, smiles sweetly and says that she is just very bored and would like to accompany him for these 2 days to take a walk together. With a blush on her cheeks, she says that among everyone taking part in the exam, she likes Juan the most. She shyly looks away in love. Juan flew away on an eagle and already said from above that he was not interested in flat-chested girls. Ziyu was indignant at who it was that Juan called flat-chested and yelled at him to come back immediately. She angrily hit the tree trunk. The tree fell down. Ziyu stands in a cloud of dust, shaking with anger, and she calls Huang a bastard. Meanwhile, Juan, flying in the air, says that he does not like such arrogant people because they cannot be killed and therefore he has to constantly hide from them. Hai, flying nearby, notices that Huang's statements are becoming more and more dangerous. Night has fallen. The further Huang goes deeper, the more demons of the silver blade he encounters. 4 monsters are already visible in the clearing. Juan is sitting on a tree. Hai says that it is already pitch dark everywhere and asks when Juan is going to attack. He urges you not to rush and says that he has his own goal, and he doesn't want to kill just anyone from this crowd. Here Hai understands everything. With a tense face, he asks if Juan is really going to do what he thought about. The main character sees his goal. He found a mutated one-eyed silver blade demon. This is what Juan was looking for. He pulled out his pistols and jumped from the tree. Hai tried to stop him, but it was too late. Immediately all the monsters turned sharply towards the sound. Juan realized that he had made a mistake. Waving his paws in anger, Hai asked if Huang had forgotten about the circle of feelings and reminded him that the mutated silver sword demons had telepathy. Hai asked if Juan really wanted to fight alone against 100. Scratching the back of his head, Juan said he got too excited and forgot. The mutated demon ordered the others to attack with a wave of his hand. Starting to run, Juan shouted that if he had known earlier, he would have used a clown to keep the others at a distance from him. Hai yelled that it was too late. After activating the card, Juan said that in this case his only option was brute force. The tyrant appears. Juan ordered him to clear his way and deal with the biggest one. He fights off other demons. Meanwhile, the tyrant beats the one-eyed demon. He pulls out a huge sword sparkling with lightning and hits the tyrant in the face. The tyrant has a wound on his eye. He goes berserk and grabs the demon by the throat. With force he slams him into the ground. Pinning the demon to the ground with his body, the tyrant raises his fist and unleashes a hail of blows on the demon. The armor is flying to pieces. Juan turned around and cursed. The tyrant takes the weakened demon by the throat and lifts him above the ground. He can also finish off the one-eyed demon, because Juan did not give him precise instructions, and then the main character will lose the necessary seed of life. Roaring, the tyrant swung. Horrified, Juan said that the tyrant was still not very smart and the one-eyed demon was definitely finished. He exclaims in horror that his seed of life is missing. Hai phlegmatically says that this does not surprise him at all. Suddenly Juan's eyes widened. Confused, he called out to the tyrant, who did not deal the fatal blow and simply held the beaten demon by the throat. The tyrant brought the demon to Juan. The main character asked if the tyrant really wants to say that the demon's main weakness is his eye. The tyrant hummed his approval. Juan asks if the tyrant really knew that it was he, Juan, who had to kill the demon in order to get the seed of life. Clenching his fist, he praised the tyrant. Hai, in shock, says that the intelligence of giants is very limited, and the mutation does not really help in this case, and even being excellent, they still rely only on their instincts. Hai doesn't understand when this tyrant managed to wise up. The monster smiled and showed a thumbs up. Juan assumes it's because he is his master. Hai said it was probably because the system simply felt sorry for Juan. He, having prepared his sword, ordered the tyrant to hold the demon tightly. He stuck the blade into the knight's eye. The system notifies that the prana is full and the transition to the silver rank begins. Juan was surrounded by bright blue. The system reported that the transition was successful, a new seed of life was discovered and its transformation into a map began. Then a system window with data is displayed. The life seed card is called Sense Circle. Its value is rare, the type is psychic. The effect of the talent is that it allows the user to create an area of perception, and the user can clearly see what is happening in an area with a radius of 300 meters. Juan is happy. The system congratulates him for receiving the rare monster card, One-Eyed Sword Demon. Juan takes it in his hands. The card says that the type of monster is undead, the combat rank is the 3rd level of silver, the first skill is Advanced Killing Sword, the second is Dark Sword, and the third is the Circle of Feelings. Juan says that these 3 skills are basically useless to him, and he's not sure what will happen to them once they reach epic rarity. Hai, looking over his shoulder, says that Juan has just 2 more promotion cards, so he can try. Having hidden the map, the main character turned to the bushes and said that there was no hurry, because they still had problems that needed to be solved. Hai also looked at the bushes and asked if the Circle of Feelings had really started working. Someone silently and quickly, like lightning, jumped from tree to tree. "This is Ziyu." She jumped to the ground. Smiling, she thought that at such a distance Juan would definitely not detect her. His voice takes her by surprise. Juan asks if she really has nothing better to do. Standing directly behind her, he asked if he had been unclear and told her to stop bothering him. There is hatred and anger in Ziyu's eyes. She turns around sharply, raises her hands in a conciliatory manner and, smiling sweetly, asks Juan to understand her correctly. She said that she just heard a roar and went to see what was happening. Was it really the summoned monster Huang? Inwardly, she is annoyed at how Juan was able to find her if she was 200 meters behind him. Ziyu asks in a friendly manner if Huang really just fought to move up to silver rank so quickly. Turning sharply, the main character said that this did not concern her. Ziyu flatteringly tells him that he is very strong, and besides, there are very few hunter-tamers now. She asks why Juan wants to join the association if there are other options. He sharply puts the sword to her throat. Huang demands that Ziyu say which organization she is from. She pretends as if she doesn't understand anything. Huang says that Ziyu came here not because of the hunter exam, but to recruit people for herself. Since she's trying so hard, he demands that she at least tell him the name of her organization. Throwing her head away from the blade, Ziyu said that she did not understand what Huang was talking about and stated that she came here to become a hunter of the association. Huang puts the sword away. As he leaves, he says that he doesn't have time to play with her, and his answer remains the same. Turning around, he looked at her with a threatening look and said that he did not care about the rules, and if she approached him again, he would kill her with his own hands. He sat on an eagle and flew up. Ziyu looks after him and trembles with anger. She's furious that Juan was actually going to kill her. She becomes more and more interesting. Turning around, she walked towards the forest and said that, unfortunately, they really didn't have time for games, and it was time to get down to real business. An explosion is heard in the distance in the forest. Clouds of dust. With a sword on his shoulder, standing side by side with the giant, Huang says with a satisfied smile that killing silver rank monsters is very satisfying. Crossing his paws, He says that Juan has been hunting for 2 whole days. The 4 wheels of life are already completely filled, and Juan must return to camp because the 4th stage is about to begin. Juan told him that there was nothing to be afraid of, because in his main wheel of life there were only 200 sections filled, and this was done in case he stumbled upon a gold rank monster and his prana baptism would suddenly start. Hai says that Huang can now summon 4 monsters at once, and other than Demonic Vine, the rest of his epic cards have reached the 3rd level of gold, so passing the 4th trial should not be difficult. Leaving the battle, Juan says that the Demonic Vine is still at the 3rd level of silver. He believes this is due to her mutation. Juan believes that he should level her up as soon as he has time. Hai reminds him that he also has a one-eyed demon, and he must not be forgotten. Juan said that He acts just like his mother. Morning, the examinees gathered on the shore. It was announced that 5,541 people took part in the 3rd test, and 489 passed, and this completed the 3rd stage. The 4th stage will begin soon, so everyone is asked to remain quiet. Juan, with his mouth slightly open, thinks that out of 5,000, not even 500 people passed, so it's immediately obvious how high the association's demands are. Suddenly he and the others notice something in the sky. A dragon soars above them, driving the air with its huge wings. Someone shouts that it is a 4-winged condor. They wonder who it is. Could it be the next examiner? The rider jumped down onto a small stage. This woman introduced herself as Mulan and said that she would be the examiner for the 4th stage. The crowd is wondering if this is the same Mulan who ranks 4th in the ranking of gold hunters in the entire 7th division, if this is really the one who is called one of the most gifted tamers. For some, it's cool that they got the chance to meet her like this. Some believe that the 4th test will be difficult. Meanwhile, Huang thinks with a smile that the 4-winged condor is not in the category of dragons, and if his purple eagle reaches the gold rank, then he will be no less powerful. Mulan loudly ordered everyone to be silent in order to announce the rules of the 4th test. She said that they were in Devil Island, and there were undead, demons and spirit monsters around the 4th level area, and in the center of the island, there were many gold rank monsters. The participants needed to avoid them. Lan says that the rules are simple. The test is that in 15 days you need to kill 5 silver rank monsters, then bring the carcasses to the examiner, after which the round will be passed. Shouts of indignation are heard from the crowd. Do they really need to kill the silver monsters, even without being tamers? Someone shouts that he is quitting the exam since they have to kill as many as 5 monsters. Juan raised his hand and addressed the examiner. He asked if it was allowed to steal the corpses of monsters that others had killed. Lan, tensed, replied that it was possible, but it was prohibited to kill other participants, and if anyone did this, they would be blacklisted. She loudly announced that the 4th test was beginning, and in 15 days, the candidates who brought her 5 bodies of monsters from Devil's Island would pass the exam. Some time passed. 4 guys are walking along a forest path. One of them asks if the others know the guy who asked about stealing corpses. The other one said no, but the question really scared me. Resolutely walking forward, the guy in the leather jacket says that they need to protect themselves not only from other monsters, but from other participants too. The guy in the green sweater, who walked behind everyone, pressed his head into his shoulders and said that they would work as a team, it would be safer. Suddenly Juan, who was leaning against a tree right in front of them, waved his hand to them and announced that he was already there waiting for them. The guys screamed in fear. The air crackled with their anger. They clenched their fists. The guy in the leather jacket angrily said that they had no corpses, they had never killed anyone. Juan raised his hands and said that he did not want to rob them, but on the contrary, he said that he had killed many silver monsters in these 2 days and wanted to offer it at a reasonable price. The guy in green, looking around, asked if all the monsters really came from this island. The black-haired man said that according to the examiner, corpses can be obtained by any means, and purchasing also counts. The third guy thoughtfully says that buying monster carcasses is much better than hunting them. The guy in the leather jacket asked if Juan really had that many carcasses. After demonstrating one of them, Huang said that they could see for themselves and said that he had monsters here from the 1st to the 3rd level of silver rank. He stands over several carcasses and announces that he wants 3 life crystals for the 1st level, 6 crystals for the 2nd and 9 for the 3rd. In his opinion, these are very competitive prices. The guys understand that all the carcasses are really from this island. The black-haired guy says that the price is 10 times higher than on the market and equal to the cost of golden monster carcasses. Juan, with a sly wink, tells them that there are mutated species of monsters on the island, and even if they work as a team, they still will not survive. He offered to buy them 5 first-level monsters for only 15 crystals. Juan continues to seduce them and says that for 15 crystals they are already guaranteed to pass the 4th test. Isn't that cool? The guys look at each other tensely. Still, they all, as one, decided to buy. The guy in the leather jacket said that if they made it past the 4th round, they would only have 1 left, and they should save their strength for him, and besides, if they became hunters, they could easily get all the money back. After the deal, Juan thanks them for the purchase and asks them to hide somewhere far away because other customers are coming here. Night has fallen. There is a tent pitched in the middle of the forest. The guy in the leather jacket holds a ham in his hands and says that he will rest here for a few days, after which he will take the carcass to the examiner and be done with this round. With a happy smile, he said that it was all thanks to that guy, Juan, and although he had to spend money, it was worth it. Suddenly someone cut off the top of the tent. Turning around sharply, the guy saw a member of their former team and asked what he was doing. The intruder bared his teeth, showed off the tattoo on his neck and said that he could no longer stand them. The guy recognized this tattoo and turned blue with horror. He gradually began to regain consciousness. He stood up, scratched his head and asked what happened and where he was. Others are glad that he has finally woken up. Someone swore and said that the guy had deceived them all. They are sitting in a birdcage. Someone asked if the tattoo on his neck was visible and said that it was one of the heretics, and they were captured by him. The guy in the leather jacket cursed at him and said that since the heretic managed to hide his power and identity, he was definitely gold rank. He walked up to the bars of the cage and tried to free himself. The guy with blonde hair said it's useless, this cage is like a prison relic, and even the Empire's rings don't work here. The guy in green started whining and said that heretics kill people mercilessly, so now they are definitely finished. The guy with blonde hair encouragingly told him not to cry, that examiner Mulan would definitely save them, because she was ranked 4th in the ranking of gold hunters. The guy in the leather jacket answered him, did he really forget that the 4th stage lasts 15 days, and by the time they discover the loss there, they will either be taken from the island or thrown into the sea. Meanwhile, the heretic walks through the forest, the birdcage tucked into his belt. Some huge monster shook the ground in the distance behind the trees. He stopped furiously, not knowing where his victim had gone. Suddenly he noticed something, but it was too late. Juan finished him off with one swing of his sword, flying at full speed on his wolf. He said that the demand for monsters is growing, so he needs to stock up on goods, and he needs to look in the center of the island where the best ones are. A bear in armor jumped out behind him. Juan turned around and cut him with his sword. The bear's carcass was torn in half, and the heretic appeared behind it. With an unkind smile, he flies to attack directly at Juan and says that he is finished. Taking the gun in his hands, Juan asked if he was sure of his words. The heretic realized that something had gone wrong. Juan started shooting, his wolf turned back into a card. Both landed on the ground. The heretic angrily asked if Juan was really able to break through his stealth technique. He, throwing the sword over his shoulder, said that he had noticed it a long time ago, but he was not returning the money. Here he understands everything. Pointing a sword at him, Juan asks if they were really looking for him at the behest of the heretics. The heretic replied that Juan had performed the best in this exam, so it was obvious that he was not stupid. Juan is tense. Continuing to hold the sword, he said that the heretic does not even try to hide the tattoo, and only a fool would not guess about it. The heretic said that with this attack he simply wanted to test Juan and did not wish him any death. He invited the main character to join them, because such a capable hunter would be useful to the heretics. With a friendly smile, Juan replied that he was not interested in organizations that took people against their will. The heretic picked up the scythe and asked if Juan really thought he had the right to choose. There was a whiff of darkness from him. His body was enveloped in a purple haze. Looking away, Juan said disdainfully that he had just killed 3 gold-ranked people and asked if the heretic wanted to continue his list. The heretic, rushing to the attack, yelled that he would still see how Juan spoke when he was dealt with. Suddenly he realized that something had not gone as planned. His scythe was grabbed by the summoned tyrant. His fist glowed red. The tyrant hit him with force and he flew forward. Juan told the tyrant to forget what he was told about ruthlessness because they needed the heretic alive. The heretic is on the verge of losing consciousness. He is trembling. Juan states that he is still breathing. Standing over him, the main character asks if this heretic is not the only one of the heretics who infiltrated the exam. Smiling wryly, the heretic croaked for Juan to kill him, that he would not say anything. With a friendly smile, Juan said that he would help him with this. The clown appears behind him holding a mask in his hand. He turns into a heretic and bends over a real heretic. The latter trembles and asks if this is the very superior monster that attacked Daxi. Juan, gritting his teeth in anger, asked what actions the organization of heretics was taking towards the exam participants and what their goal was. The heretic, under hypnosis, says that among the 180 places in the 7th Division, they have already captured 63, and in each exam camp they have their own people who help the heretics infiltrate. They have hidden their tattoos and other marks that might give away their identity, and their goal is to take the best members with them and force them to join the organization. Juan asks how many heretics have come here and what their power is. The heretic, looking at one point with a lifeless gaze, says that there are a total of 11 people, 1 excellent level of the sacred flame and 10 people of the 3rd level of gold. Crouching, Juan asked where the participants they had captured were. Showing the cage, the heretic said that it was a dark pseudo-dungeon, a disposable relic that imitates a 5-star relic, a dark dungeon. The heretic says that it can capture creatures that have fallen unconscious, but once the creatures are removed, it will collapse. There is a spiral pattern on the cage for the life force. You need to direct your life force there and repeat the pattern 3 times to open the cage. Juan picks up the cage and asks how the heretics will leave the exam site when they complete their mission. The heretic told him that the leader would use a one-time portal and would meet them, and that way they could do something. The heretic stopped mid-sentence. Juan shouted at him to tell him everything when they left this place and where their base was. The clown says that the heretic has died. Juan is annoyed. The heretic's corpse is thrown onto a rocky surface. The guards and Mulan are standing over him. Turning to Huang, she says that she warned that killing is prohibited. The main character, showing the cage, says that the man he killed is one of the spies of the heretics organization. He says that the excellent level of the sacred flame and 10 people of the 3rd level of gold infiltrated the exam. Huang said that they are not the only ones, because heretics have infiltrated another 63 examination points in the 7th Division. He showed the cage. Lan looked at it in horror. Taking it in her hands, she looked at it carefully and said that this dark pseudo-dungeon really belonged to heretics. The security is perplexed how this could happen, because they carefully checked everyone who participated in the exam. The heretics organization is second only to the Purple Raven in its power. Someone shouts that you can't just take Huang's word for it. Mulan says that they will now find out whether Huang should be trusted or not. The prisoners fly out of the cage. They are trying to understand what happened. It seems they got out. The guy with blonde hair says that it was the examiner who saved them. Mulan asked if those who caught them were heretics. The former captives eagerly begin to say that this is so, that the heretics posed as ordinary participants and attacked them when they did not suspect anything. They are confident that the heretic is at gold rank. One guy shouts that Mulan is a heroine, and if it weren't for her, the captives would have died long ago. Mulan tiredly rubbed her temples and ordered the prisoners to be taken to rest and make a report. The guards begin to take the prisoners away. Mulan clarifies whether the main character's name is Lin Huang. He replies that yes and says that he could not find out the place where the heretics gathered and the time they left the exam, but he thinks that they must hurry, otherwise they may capture the other participants. Lan orders to urgently report this to his superiors so that they send an excellent one to them within 2 hours. She says that if the leader of the heretics discovers that any of the members are dead, he or she may leave before the rest, so if they want to save everyone, they need to hurry. She stood over the murdered heretic. She took off his ring and said that she could track the whereabouts of the other members using this ring and advised Juan to take refuge in a safe place. Juan says that Lan alone can't kill everyone, and he can help. Turning sharply to him, Lan asked if Juan could really fight the gold ones. With a smile, the protagonist said that he was the one who killed the heretic, and those below the excellent ones would not give him any trouble. Lan paused. She then made the decision that Juan would act with them. She said that the main thing was that Juan should be careful, and if he discovered someone superior, he should not try to be a hero. Juan flies on his eagle high above the earth. In front of him is a hologram. He had just found one heretic right below him. He jumped down with a victorious cry that the heretic had been caught. The girl in the raincoat turned around in confusion. She smiled out of the corner of her mouth. Throwing off her cloak, she asked if Juan had decided to present himself. Approaching her, Juan admitted that he does not hit women. The heretic praised him and said that she would take care of him and rushed to the attack. Juan called the tyrant. The heretic did not expect that Juan would turn out to be a tamer. The tyrant struck, but the girl dodged. Instantly finding herself behind him, she struck him with a cross-shaped blow. She concluded that it was a mutated monster. The tyrant struck again, and again she dodged. Watching the fight, Juan says that the gold rank speaks for itself because the heretic was able to dodge the blow, but in battle it is difficult to oppose something to the monstrous force. The tyrant swung and hit the girl. She flew far into the forest, breaking trees with her body. After some time, Juan found her. There was a pool of blood under the tree, and combat knives lay nearby. Juan raised them and ordered the tyrant to break her empire ring. The system congratulates its master for receiving a rare skill card, a stream of 100 blades. Flying away on the eagle, Juan said that he had dealt with one and was now going to look for other targets. His partner replied that she also killed several, but she did not find the leader. She said that the excellent one, who was sent to help them, would soon arrive, and Juan could return to the camp where it was safe. The main character replied that he was just flying there. Suddenly, someone behind him asked if even the examiner could not find the leader of the heretics. Juan shuddered. He turned around. Xiaoyu winked at him slyly and held him by the shoulder. She asked if Juan really hated her so much if he wasn't even happy to see her. Juan indignantly asked how long Xiaoyu would continue to pursue him. The girl replied that when Juan agreed to join their organization, she would stop bothering them. Juan asks her again and understands everything. His eyes widen in horror. Xiaoyu says with an unkind smile that the excellent one who is the leader of the heretics organization is her. Juan froze. The eagle swooped down sharply and crashed into a tree. Juan landed on the ground. His eyebrows are tightly knitted. Hovering above the ground, Xiaoyu asks why Juan is not lying down. She gives off an ominous aura. Picking up the sword, Juan says that the purple-eyed eagle will not be able to outrun her, and there is nowhere to hide from her in the forest, so trying to escape is a waste of energy. Xiaoyu asks if that's why Juan decided to give up and go with her. He replied that no, and if he could not escape, he would have to fight her. Smiling arrogantly, Xiaoyu said that she was an excellent level of the sacred flame, and had almost reached the 3rd level, and even if Huang summoned a 3rd level gold monster, he would still not be able to defeat her. Forcing a smile, Juan says that even if this is true, he still can't give up without trying. In his mind, he thinks that Xiaoyu is right, because the superiors at the 3rd level of the sacred flame can instantly kill the superiors at the 1st, and even if he summons the tyrant, he will simply send him to his death. Suddenly her hand fell on his shoulder. Juan shuddered. Xiaoyu amiably says that she made the right choice and Huang is a really interesting guy. Suddenly there is a cry for Xiaoyu to let Huang go. Something like lightning crashes between them from above, and both jump in different directions. Juan says his partner came on time. Lan says she received his message for help and asked if he was safe. Juan, rising to his feet, replied that he was fine. He said that Xiaoyu is a 3rd level sacred flame superior, so there is no point in summoning monsters. Xiaoyu picks up a huge scythe. She says that Mulan is the daughter of the royal family, and she has had the Sea Abyss sword for a long time. Xiaoyu says that the Mu family has placed a lot of burdens on Lan. Taking his weapon in his hands, Lan asks if Yu is really one of the leaders of the heretics organization. Yu licked her lips and said that their operation would not be in vain if she managed to capture Lan, the person who ranks 4th in the ranking of gold hunters. Lan shouted that Yu would not go anywhere today and sent out a sound wave with a swing of her sword. Yu said that there are too many in the Hunters Association who don't even know about their potential and swung her scythe. 2 shock waves, blood red and gold, collided. Lan threw her sword. Yu cut it down and said that it was not surprising that Lan dared to challenge her, because the Mu family taught her the way of the immortal. Lan replied that Yu surprised her too, because as far as she knew, the tests of death are a combat skill that heretics teach only to the holy ones. Yu screamed that her opponent would have been dead long ago if it weren't for her revolutionary armor, which is a 4-star defensive relic. Lan replied that Yu should stop talking nonsense, and once the excellent one arrives here, she will no longer be able to escape. Their weapons collided. Juan tells himself that with his silver rank it is dangerous for him to even approach them. Xiaoyu said with a smile that it means Lan was just stalling for time. There's nothing wrong with her. Swinging her scythe, she declared that if worst came to worst, she would grab Juan. Lan defended herself with her sword. The tip of the scythe passed through the air. Lan understood everything and shouted that this was a spatial technique. Juan swore. The tip of the scythe emerged from the air near his throat. Juan called the tyrant. He knocked the braid away with a wave of his hand. He roared in pain. Lan turned to Juan to see if everything was okay. Holding the sword in front of him, Juan confidently declared that everything was in order, it couldn't be taken out so easily. Xiaoyu flew off the ground. She said it was just incredible protection and regenerative power. Looking down coldly, Xiaoyu said that Huang had a double mutated monster. She then declared that it was time to get a little more serious. Lan frowned. Raising her scythe up, Xiaoyu shouted for everyone to know her true power. A pink glow swirls around. The earth shook. Xiaoyu suddenly disappeared. Juan asked what else they were. Tensing, Lan replied that it was a royal relic, a scythe that devoured the gods. Looking up, she said that it seemed that this was the end. Sweat is dripping from her face. Juan asked loudly what the god-devouring scythe was. Xiaoyu told him that it was a top-level relic, and among all the heretics, only 3 saints and 1 chief judge had enough power to use it. Pink lightning gathers. With a smile, Xiaoyu swings it and says that one of the special features of the scythe is that it can cut anything. The energy of the scythe is heating up. Lan, trembling, shields Huang and shouts that he will not let Xiaoyu touch him. Lan rushes forward. She thrusts her sword forward and creates a force field. An explosion occurs that can be seen for kilometers. Lan flies back. Huan holds her and asks if she is safe. She replies that everything is fine. Clouds of dust. Xiaoyu, who is emitting a blood-red light, states that she only removed that nasty revolutionary armor from Lan because a living gold rank hunter is worth more than a dead one. A dangerous red glint appears in her eyes. Holding out her sword, wincing in pain, Lan said that she would rather die than surrender. Juan tries to figure out what to do. He thinks that Xiaoyu's scythe is not only capable of cutting everything it touches, but also has an invisible attack, and even if Huang summons Bai or someone else, he will send them to certain death and thus will definitely not solve the problem. Swinging her scythe, Yu said that now Lan could safely say goodbye to his Sword of the Abyss. Suddenly a spear flies from the sky. It interrupts Yu's attack and knocks her scythe away. Juan and Lan are happy to recognize this spear. Yu cursed. Zhu Nian comes out of the cloud of dust and takes his spear. He says that he will be honored to meet Xiaoyu, one of the saints that the heretics sent to take the members of the association with them. After landing on the ground, Yu asked if it was Zhu Nian. He responded by asking if Yu really knew his name. She asked with a dissatisfied face how she could forget the name of the candidate nominated for the post of executive officer of the 7th Division. Nian with a smile asked her not to let her torture and let those 2 go. Xiaoyu agreed with her tongue coquettishly sticking out her tongue. She is annoyed to herself. After all, when Nian is here, she won't be able to take anyone away, and since they got involved in all this, a war between the 2 organizations can no longer be avoided. Yu opened the portal. As she left, she turned to our heroes and looked at them with anger. Then she left silently. The portal has disappeared. Juan sighed with displeasure that Yu was also snapping back. Lan exclaimed joyfully that it was very good that Nian had arrived on time. Patting her on the head, Nian said that the main thing was that Lan was okay, and she was able to survive the fight against the most excellent of the heretics and against its highest relic. Looking thoughtfully into the distance, Nian said that they would first return to the camp to free the other exam participants, because they needed to study this matter thoroughly and the exam would be suspended for now. Night has fallen. There are many tents pitched on the shore, some of them have lights on. Huang and Hai are sitting in their tent. Hei says that the main character was very lucky if he was able to survive after meeting with the excellent one. Stretching his hand, Juan says that now they must wait for the association's answer on what to do next, but for now they can relax. He asked Hei to list all the cards in stock. Expanding the list, Hai begins to list that Huang now has 14 monster cards, 21 skill cards, 20 bonus cards for killing monsters, and another 40 consumable cards. Juan stopped him and said that some cards were new to him and asked Hei to tell him about their properties. Taking out one card, Hai said that Huang received a one-time rank card for killing monsters cross-rank. The system reports that a one-time skill card can seal a skill that was used before the master and release the sealed skill when activated. The highest skill a master can seal is a Sacred Flame rank skill. Also, the card is one-time use. When the skill is activated, it disappears. After showing off 2 ability cards, Hai said that they were in limited supply. The temporary summon card summons 1 random monster. The summoning time is 2 hours. Note 1 is that the battle rank of the summoned monster will be 1 rank higher than the maximum battle rank of the monster in the user's attachment. Each card can be used 3 times. There is an increased chance of summoning a monster similar to those the user owns. Further, the system reports that the teleportation card sends the user to the location of his choice. There is a wait of 10 seconds after activating the card. It cannot be used while moving, and you can only move to places where the user has already been. The teleport card is a consumable card and disappears after 3 uses. Next, the system displays information about the test card. When activated, the card transports the user to a dimension for testing, where a random monster will be waiting for him. For killing a monster, the user will receive a card of this monster. The monster in the dimension will be of the same battle rank as the user. The type of monster and its rarity are selected randomly. The user will have to fight using only his own strength. Monster cards and consumable cards are not available in this dimension. The card will disappear as soon as the user kills the monster. The maximum number of attempts is 3. If all 3 are failed, the challenge card will disappear. If the user dies in the test dimension, then he will die in reality. If the user encounters an invincible monster, the system strongly recommends giving up. Hai, showing the test card to Wang, says that he needs to be careful with it, because if he dies in battle, it will be final death. Wang happily says that this time he got some great cards, and now he is lucky. Clenching his fist, Juan closed his eyes happily and said that these cards could greatly help him turn the tide of the battle if necessary. Suddenly someone outside called out to him. Looking out of the tent, Juan asked who it was. The examiner stood in front of the tent, hesitating. Looking into his eyes, Lan said that she wanted to talk about something. Juan left the tent and followed her. He asked if the examiner really wanted to talk to him. Lan folded her hands and said that the exam was already over, so she didn't have to be called an examiner. She reminds them that they are the same age, so Juan can call her by her first name. Looking at him, Lan said that she heard that Huang was able to reach the silver rank from scratch in 6 months. She asked what kind of life skill he was teaching. Juan replied that he had military tactics. Lan exclaimed that the early levels of military tactics could not be compared even with a high life skill and asked what level Huang was at now. He replied that he was on the 6th, silently apologizing to her because in fact he was on the 8th. Lan stopped and said that reaching the 6th level of military tactics is not easy. Some may be stuck at the 5th level for 10 years, and could Huang really achieve this in half a year? Smiling, Lan said that she wanted to recommend him for intensive training. Juan asked if this was something like an exclusive pass. Lan replied that she did not and said that intensive training is a special privilege for geniuses that is given by the Hunter Association. And not only are they given access to a huge amount of resources, they also have access to information at the level of Sacred Flame Hunters. However, Lan heard that Huang had already been recommended once, but he failed to pass the final selection. An awkward atmosphere ensued. Juan replied that there was nothing wrong with that, because since he had decided to become a member of the Hunters Association, he would definitely be able to achieve what he wanted. He just needed a little patience. Lan said that at the last selection, the case will be reviewed by 12 executive officers. If at least one of them refuses, the candidacy will be rejected, but she believes that this time Huang will definitely pass. He only smiles in response and is silently surprised that he was already recommended once and wonders what the reason for the refusal was. Tapping him on the shoulder, Lan said that his time would come very soon, wished him luck and said that she believed in him. Juan thanks her for this, but it is unclear to him whether he will be able to become an official member of the association since the exam has been suspended. Lan, putting her finger to her lips, said that Juan should rest first, and tomorrow she would announce the good news. Morning has come. There was a loud order for everyone to gather. Juan wonders what Lan was talking about yesterday. The rest of the crowd wonders what happened. Some believe that management has come to a unanimous decision on how to proceed with the exam. Someone is worried that the exam was suspended. Did they all try so hard in vain? Lan stands on a wooden stage surrounded by guards. She loudly says that due to the fact that they managed to detect in time the movement of heretics who entered the exam at 63 examination points, only 10,000 people were captured. This is approximately 30% of the total number of all participants in the exam, but the losses will definitely be compensated. Lan announced that because of this, the management decided to suspend the exam, and the participants no longer had to undergo further tests because they had already been officially accepted as hunters. Shouts of joy are heard from the crowd. Juan just smiles calmly. Lan looks at him from the stage. Now they are colleagues with him. Juan hopes for her support. An aircraft appeared in the sky. Everyone raised their heads. They already guess who is the owner of this ship. Looking overboard, Captain Fu waved his hand and shouted that he had come to pick up Lin Huang. He is shocked. The other exam participants are outraged by this. Some of them are starting to think that Juan is from some rich family. Night has fallen. A huge aircraft floats across the sky. The sight of Captain Fu's fish makes Huang's mouth water. He asked if Fu had come for him on purpose because this was not done only to treat him with fish. Fu is fishing and asks the main character if he is at the 7th or 8th level of military tactics. Taking a bite of the fish, Juan replied that he was on the 8th. He didn't expect that Captain Fu would be able to know this at a glance. Could this also be within the ability of a superior? Fu asked what the battle rank level was. Wang replied that he was currently at the 3rd level of silver rank. Captain Fu told him to stabilize his life force properly and not to be lazy, because increasing levels is good, but having a stable base is also equally important. Fu said that he heard that Mulan recommended Huang for intensive training for the 2nd time, but the protagonist should know that these stewards are still stubborn. The captain said that if they refused Huang the 1st time and at the same time accepted the 2nd, it would have a bad effect on their reputation. Huang scratched his head and said that he understood everything, but even if he was not selected for intensive training, it would still not affect his development because status is given by others, but strength can be pumped up by yourself. For Huang, the main thing is what he is capable of. Smiling, Fu said that Huang is a difficult young man. He invited him to become a student. Huang jumped in surprise. The captain told the guy to think carefully, but he had already blurted out that he agreed. Fu became wary to see if Huang really agreed so quickly. The main character asked if he really had another choice. Captain Fu then solemnly announces that from today on, Lin Huang is Fu Qingshan's disciple. Group of leaders of the 7th Division Hunters Association. Meeting room. Chairman Zhu opens the envelope and takes out a letter. It is from Fu Qingshan, and it says that the management had a chance, but they missed it, and now it's too late to regret it because he has already taken the guy for himself. Zhu crumpled the letter, trembled with frustration, and said that they had overlooked it after all. The sky is clear. The aircraft floats leisurely over the river. Hai said that although Fu Qingshan is not a member of the Hunters Association, he has a special reputation, so Wang was very lucky to take him as his disciple. Wang replied that the mentor simply shows the way, and in development he must try himself, so he needs to train more. He suddenly remembered that he had 3 more equipment cards in stock and asked Hai to reveal them all. He, taking the card, said that Wang always has a black streak with cards. Suddenly his eyes widened. This time Huang dropped something new, namely an elixir. The system reports that this is an elixir of madness, and the monster that took this elixir falls into a state of madness. Its strength, defense, and speed increase by 10 times. The effect lasts 1 hour. After using the elixir, the summoned monster will completely lose its mind and attack everything that comes into its field of vision, including its owner, and when the effect ends, the summoned monster will be exhausted for 100 hours and fall into a deep sleep. Hay said that this elixir has both pros and cons, so he advises the main character to be careful with it. He says that he has a few more skill combination cards and asks if he wants to activate it. Juan responds positively. The system notifies you when using a skill combination card, extracting the monster skills Restraining Magic Eye, Boundless Gaze, and Third Eye. The process of creating a new skill card is in progress. The system congratulates the master on acquiring a new skill, Kaleidoscope. The card shows a huge red eye. Juan, looking at her with satisfaction, says that in addition to the 3 original skills, another additional skill has appeared, Illusion, and besides, he can also develop it. This is great for Juan. Looking carefully at the map, Hai said that out of 10 monster skills, there was now room for 2 more and asked if Huang wanted to add anything else. A system window popped up saying that Kaleidoscope combines multiple visual skills and increases their power. Currently it combines Restraint Magic Eye, Limitless Sight, Third Eye, and Illusion. Captain Fu came out of the cabin and called Huang loudly. Approaching him, he patted him on the shoulder and said that they would soon arrive in Baeksuan City, and he would leave the main character there for now, but they would be in touch. Fu said that Huang was now an official hunter and could therefore fight in the hunter arena. He gives the main character a task. Within 2 months and without the help of familiars, he must enter the top 10 of the silver rank in the hunter arena. Fu told Huang to remember to record videos of his battles and send them to him. He hesitantly reminded that he is a tamer. How will he fight without monsters? Fu replied that Huang should not always rely on his monsters, even if he is a tamer. He said that the most important thing is his true talent. Huang understood him. Captain Fu told him to never forget that the key to victory is personal strength, and although he can summon a monster to help, in battle, Huang must rely first on himself. Busy city street. Huang walks along the sidewalk. Hey, flying nearby, said that Mentor Huang is a difficult person. Hai believes that Fu wants to see his students' battle records because he wants to find the right approach. Huang said that many gold hunters are ranked based on their arena fighting statistics, and the task Mr. Fu gave him is really difficult. Clenching his fist resolutely, Huang declared that no matter how difficult the task was, he would do his best. Suddenly, a man in a clown costume appears on the TV screens and loudly calls for attention from civilians and members of the Hunters Association. Gritting his teeth, Huang angrily asked what kind of scarecrow this was. Meanwhile, the person on screen said that on behalf of the organization, he would like to apologize for all the trouble they brought to the Hunters Association. He promises that in a month their organization will release the 12,800 people they managed to catch during the exam, and they are also ready to repair all the damage they caused to their reputation. The person stated that their organization never wanted a war with the Hunters Association or the world government, and he hopes that the public will understand them, and if anyone is interested then they can call the number given in the bottom right corner of the screen to join their exam. Opening his mouth, Juan asked what else it was. Hay said that compared to the Purple Crows, the Heretics organization seemed even more insane. Juan replies that it is worth recognizing that the Heretics are acting very cleverly. Hay doesn't understand what he's getting at. Wong explained that the Heretics praised the Hunter Associations for doing all the hard work, and then simply stole the participants who passed the exam. Thoughtful, Wong said that with the help of a public apology, they even promoted their organization in a video that was broadcast in all 12 divisions. He asked if Hay thought that the Heretics had simply bought the people. He agreed and added that in a month these 10,000 people would no longer be needed by the association, and with one action the Heretics solved all the problems. Suddenly Wong's ring vibrated. Notification has arrived that he has received the official rank of Hunter and can now participate in battles in the Hunter arena, and new features are currently being downloaded. Happy about this, Juan said that now they need to find a place to try this arena, and while his aircraft arrives, he will practice a little. Hotel room. The ring informs that the identification process has been completed, and now the user needs to select a nickname. Juan calls himself the Master of the Sword. However, the nickname is already taken. Juan chooses the nickname Heavenly Sword, and this nickname is also already taken. With completely lost confidence, he calls himself a paring knife. The ring reports that this nickname is already taken. Trembling with anger, Juan called himself a fruit-cutting knife, and this nickname is already taken. Juan blurted out the nickname Sword Demon. The ring informs you that the nickname Sword Demon is available, and all that remains is to click confirm to use this nickname. Wearily throwing his head back, Juan did just that. The game welcomes the player to the Sword Demon and informs that the game will be controlled by the user's consciousness, and now it is necessary to scan his real body in order to create his game model. It is reported that bleeding, pain, and death will be 100% simulated. The movement begins. Juan is thrown out of the real world. He landed on the surface. The system voice welcomes him to the Hunter arena. Juan, looking around, said that although this world is different from the real one, the situation looks quite natural. He can't wait to experience this place in real battle. The system announced that the Sword Demon player had successfully activated the challenge, and according to his level, the 3rd level of Silver, he was sent to the Percentone 188 arena ring on the 6th floor. Juan, going there, feels like he is in a real game. He'll put on a mask just in case because he doesn't want to reveal his identity. Another player appears in front of him, the Lord of the Golden Cannon, a half-beast. He said that today was a lucky day for him since he met a newcomer in the first battle. Juan notices that his points have gone down and says that the Lord of the Golden Cannon does not seem particularly strong. He, angry, rushed to the attack. Juan wonders why the player took the nickname Lord of the Golden Cannon. Is he really using a pistol? If so, it's worth fighting him in close combat. The half-beast screamed that Juan had fallen into his trap because the golden cannon was the gun in his pants. The half-beast shouted that he was skilled in close combat. He punched, but Juan dodged. The half-beast did not expect this. Roaring, the Lord of the Golden Cannon slammed his hand horizontally. Juan was waiting for this. He dodged his blow and prepared for his own. With force, he slammed his fist into his opponent's stomach, and he flew back. The half-beast swore and trembled. A hole appeared in his stomach. It began to split into pixels. The system congratulates the Sword Demon player for winning, and since he managed to kill his opponent with one blow, he receives 2 points. Looking at his clenched fist, Juan began to wonder if the combination of military tactics and fatal techniques was really so powerful, if he was really that strong. Looking at his data, Juan said that if he makes a streak of 10 victories, then in 10 fights he will receive not 20 points, but 40, so he must try to kill everyone with one blow. The system asks if Juan wants to continue fighting, and he says yes. A new opponent appears in front of him. Juan, as soon as he saw her, realized that everything was bad. He immediately noticed that this girl had a high winning percentage, noticed the whip in her hands, and assumed that she was attacking from a distance. Juan just needs to get closer to her and that's it. He rushed at her. Blowing a kiss, the girl under the nickname Mistress told Juan to give in and in return she would give him something good. Suddenly Juan began to shake. He realized that this was a seizure of the body and numbness, and the mistress was trying to get into his consciousness. He was surrounded by clones of the mistress. One of them, touching his shoulders, said that if he said that he was giving up, he would definitely receive her love. The other clones echo that Juan should surrender. However, Juan only remained silent in response. With a sigh of disdain, the real mistress waved her whip and declared that the game was over. The whip touched Juan's body twice and it crumbled into dust. The lady did not expect it to be an illusion. Suddenly appearing behind her, Juan said that her game would not work. He hit her hard in the back. The lady cannot believe her defeat. She fell dead to the floor. Juan said that the kaleidoscope works great against this kind of attack, but he didn't know that he could use his other abilities here. The system congratulates him on his victory, gives him 2 points and asks if he wants to continue fighting. Juan responds positively. Several days passed. Juan talks with Captain Fu around the Empire's ring. He tells him that a winning streak of 30 fights and 280 accumulated points is an impressive result, but Juan still needs to work on his style. Fu said that he had looked at all the battle records, and Huang's advantage is that his body is much more powerful than any other rank 3 level silver hunter, maybe even stronger than some gold hunters, but he also has disadvantages. Huang said that the only thing he couldn't match with gold level 3 hunters was speed. He said that movement speed can be compensated by movement skill, and for attack speed, he has dexterous hands and blade skills, and reaction speed can be improved through battle experience. Fu said that it was good that Huang was fully aware of his advantages and disadvantages. According to him, among the silver-ranked 3rd-level hunters, Huang now has the most powerful strength, but he still lacks combat experience compared to other hunters. Huang agreed. Fu said that he did not dodge quickly enough and made a lot of unnecessary movements, easily exposed his vulnerabilities, did not react in a timely manner, and lost many excellent opportunities to attack. Looking through many recordings, Fu says that Huang is much weaker when it comes to the rhythm of the battle. There were even several moments when he simply lost the flow of the battle. Writing down all his words, Juan replied that he understood everything and would be more attentive in the future. He said with a smile that starting tomorrow he would only fight 10 times, while trying his best to correct his shortcomings. Fu told him that he definitely had talent and needed him to try a little more and wished him luck. The connection has been lost. Closing the notebook, Juan said that it was not for nothing that the master had an excellent rank, because all he had to do was give him a few pieces of advice, and the main character completely rethought his battle tactics. Hay noted that if Juan had tried the same way in his previous life, he could have studied at a prestigious school. Wrinkling his face with anger, Juan said that Hay talks too much. He asked why scold him. Suddenly a notification arrived on the ring. Juan received an official secret letter from the association's leadership. Hay and Huang were struck by thunder. The letter states that due to his outstanding performance, Juan passed the exam, was listed as a gold hunter and received a gold hunter 499 number S94,241,218. Juan can't believe they promoted him to gold rank, but he's very happy about it. Hay says that they did this as compensation for intensive training, because in any case they had to somehow get out. Juan said that this was not bad, and now he at least had the opportunity to watch the battles of the gold hunters. Hay called the main character a nerd. Some time passed. Xin, in her pajamas, came out to meet her brother. She is very glad that he has returned. Spinning around him, she excitedly asks if anything has happened, if it hurts anywhere, why he has lost so much weight, if he hasn't eaten well. Huang asked Xin to let him put down his backpack first. Xuan came out into the street and timidly called his brother. Looking at him affectionately, Huang said that Xuan had grown up and asked him if he listened to his sister. Hugging her brother, Xin said that Xuan was very obedient, well behaved except for the fact that he continued to eat only meat and even picked up Xin from school every day. Rubbing Xuan's hair, Huang praised him for this and said that he, as a man, should protect his sister. It got dark. Xin told her brother to quickly bathe and change clothes, and then indignantly asked where her gifts were. Juan laughingly asked her to let him put his backpack first. While tidying up the toys, Xin said that she had news for her brother. Huang eats ramen. Xuan bites into the meat with appetite. Xin says that Xuan became very curious when she was playing Gun Master and she allowed him to play with her profile. Xin said that in one evening, Xuan was able to rise to first place in the rankings. Is there really a shooter in their family? Juan tensed. Looking closely at Xuan, he thought that he was strong not only in wielding a sword, but also in wielding small arms. Juan wonders if his little brother is some kind of six-sided warrior. He asked him to give him his hand. Xuan offers him his palm. Juan said that if he felt uncomfortable, let him speak. He takes his hand and a green glow begins to appear around it. Juan states that his life force is circulating through his body, but other than faint energy, nothing else strange is happening. Patting his brother on the head, Juan told him to continue eating. He thought to himself that this was an ordinary body, there was no reaction from the power of life. Is Xuan really a normal person, but with incredible fighting talents? Looking at the sleeping Xuan, Huang confidently says to himself that he is an absolutely ordinary child. Covering him with a blanket, Juan thinks that now his main task is to cope with the teacher's task, and he will solve the problem with his younger brother later. Some time passed. Juan finds himself in the arena. The system asks if the sword demon wants to find an opponent to fight. He answers that yes and, putting on the mask, thinks with anticipation that now he will experience everything that he has learned over the past 10 days. A crack appeared in space. A guy came out, shrouded in blue. With a smug smile, he declared that Juan was very unlucky to have met him. Juan activates the kaleidoscope. The guy didn't understand what happened. He immediately got hit in the face. Teeth flew out. The system congratulates the sword demon player on his victory and gives him 2 points for killing his opponent with 1 blow. Juan wants to continue fighting. He defeats everyone time after time with 1 blow. Finally, the system congratulates Sword Demon on his 49th consecutive victory. Juan wants to continue fighting. Suddenly the arena begins to collapse. Juan doesn't understand what's happening. The system reports that in the 50th consecutive battle, Juan will meet with the Guardian, and she asks him to be prepared for this. The countdown to the next battle begins. Juan looks around. He doesn't understand where so many spectators came from here. Looking at the stands, Juan thoughtfully said that nothing was heard from a huge number of people and suggested that the system helps the players focus on the battle. Suddenly he hears a man's voice asking him if he really feels threatened by the mere sight of his opponent. A red-haired guy in a white robe appeared from the pixels in front of Juan. His nickname is White Master. He has a 98% win rate in 1273 battles, and his battle rank is level 3 silver. He said with satisfaction that finally another worthy opponent stood before her. Juan went cold. He is shocked that he has so many fights and such a high winning percentage. Apparently, the most formidable ones are called Guardians here. In the crowd, one man with a long tail asks another where this masked guy, that is, Juan, came from and why he challenged the White Master. Another masked man explained to him that it was not Juan who issued the challenge, but the system chose him as the Guardian's opponent for the 50th fight, so he was moved here. Smiling tightly, the man with a long tail said that this was too cruel because the White Master was ranked 18th in the ranking of Silver Hunters. The man in the yellow mask said with a smile that, apparently, the Sword Demon's winning streak would end here. The White Master, taking the sword out of its sheath, said that he had watched videos of Huang's past battles and that he had a good fighting style. Juan thanked him for the compliment and suggested that the White Master also fought well with a sword. He's tense. In the audience, someone says that the White Master is one of the most skilled warriors to wield a sword and Huang is finished. Others say that although Huang is called the Demon of the Sword, in fact the main character has not yet used his weapon. Someone said that the nickname is just for fun and everyone calls themselves whatever they want. The White Master rushed to the attack. He said that he considered Juan an experienced opponent, but in appearance he was an ordinary person who only knew how to talk in vain. Juan replied that the White Master should not rush to despair. The eyes in the mask glowed red. Frowning tensely, the White Master used the white feather sword technique. The tip whistled right in front of Juan's throat, and he barely dodged. He was surprised at the speed of the White Master. He appeared right in front of him and began stabbing. Juan understood his tactics to drive the enemy into a corner and quickly strike with his sword, thereby controlling the course of the battle. He thought that if he had fought him 10 days ago, he would definitely have lost, but now everything has changed. Juan used Cloud Gate. The White Master did not expect this. Appearing behind him, Huang said that the speed of attacks is the White Master's trump card against other opponents, but for him it is an opportunity. With one blow of his sword, Juan cut his opponent in half. He, clenching his teeth in annoyance, said that after all, Juan was a swordsman. The system loudly congratulates Sword Demon for defeating Guardian White Master on the 6th floor of the arena and winning 50 consecutive battles, and gives him 2 points for winning with 1 blow. The audience is shocked by this. Some believe that in past battles Juan was simply pretending. The man with an unkind smile says that Juan has changed his battle tactics and is fighting differently than he did 10 days ago. He says this guy is becoming very dangerous. Juan returned to the real world and sank onto the bed with a sigh of relief. He began to think, if the White Master could speed up or lengthen the sword, then he would be the loser now. Suddenly he noticed something. This is sleeping Xuan. Juan can't believe what he sees. Is this really the power of life? Thoughts flashed through his head one after another. After all, Xuan was an ordinary person, he was just checking today. Suddenly he stopped and remembered that when he checked on his younger brother, he had little energy. A guess came into his head. Huang took Xuan's hand and listened to his feelings. Everything turned out as he thought. Xuan had absorbed some of his life force and was now cultivating it. Moreover, his strength was now at the 3rd level of silver rank, and Xuan had copied his life force and opened his life wheel. Huang thought that since Xuan could copy his life force, it meant that he could copy the power of others too. If Xuan really has such an ability and has no limitations, then from an ordinary person he can immediately become a superior or a demigod. Juan is shocked by this. Now he understands that Xuan is indeed a complicated guy, and he needs to find out more about his origins. Juan then thinks that he needs to move out of here first and quickly. Morning has come. A bird flies out the window of the house and shouts that Juan has received a package. He thanked the bird for his help. He asked why there were 2 boxes. He bent over them, opened one of them and pulled out a ring. He contacted Yongling and said that he had received a package from him. Juan asked if it couldn't have been packed into something better. Lin replied that his things did not need packaging, they were already priceless. Juan said that his younger brother also needs an empire ring with a new identity so that there are no misfires. Lin replied that Huang had already seen how his methods worked and confidently stated that there would be no problems. Regarding the purchase of housing, Lin clarified that it will cost 20,000 life crystals for a Class B citadel, and if Huang does not have enough, then he can pay in installments and will not charge interest. Juan asked him to stop and said that he had something to do and would call back later. The connection has been lost. Juan swore. He opened the second large parcel and found some kind of trash can with a lid. Having pulled it out, Juan asked who thought of sending him this. Suddenly he noticed a symbol on the urn, a raven, towards which his hand was reaching. Juan recognized the symbol. He cried out in horror that the purple raven had found him. It got dark. 2 men wearing dark clothing and masks with raven beaks arrived at Wang's house. One of them said that Lin Huang had secretly escaped from the training camp, and according to the rules, he must be finished off. Another recalled that he has a younger sister. The first confidently stated that their family of criminals had no place in their composition. Both rushed forward. Flying up the walls, they entered Juan's room through the window. The door opened slightly. One of the ravens found Juan sleeping. He squeezed the knife. Swinging his hand, he shouted that this would be done because Juan dared to go against them. He thrust the knife into the blanket with force. Underneath it was empty. Raven didn't understand what happened. He looked up and saw Bai. His eyes widened in horror. He did not expect to see a vampire monster here. Having spread his wings, Bai swooped down and, grabbing Raven by the neck, pressed him to the floor. Wriggling out of his grip, Raven shouted that Juan was just a silver rank tamer and loudly asked if he really thought he could defeat them. Suddenly he noticed that something was wrong. He was tied with red threads. Trembling, he realized that he could not move. He wonders if Bai is a twice mutated monster. The second raven began to approach the bound one. The first one shouted for him to quickly find Juan and kill him. The second unconsciously put the knife to his throat. The first one asked what he was doing and shouted at him to put down the knife. Trembling, he exclaimed that this was impossible and asked who was doing all this. Juan smiled. Coming out of the shadows with the clown, he said that he should greet these 2 purple crow guys since they came here from afar. The bound one, weakly pointing at the clown, asked if this was not the monster that was seen in the city of Daxi. Now he understood what was happening. Approaching his face, Juan said that not only did they not want to let him go, but they had also come to kill his sister. He calls them scoundrels. Raven tries to justify himself. Taking the mask in his hand, Juan said it was time for the show. One of the ravens reports that Lin Huang is no longer there, and mission code number 93 is completed. The manager of the training camp, while on a video call, told them to go back and remember to cover their tracks. Exhaling, he said that he was sorry. Morning has come. Xin, standing in the courtyard and holding Xuan's hand, waves his hand and calls his brother. Approaching them, Juan, with a huge backpack on his back, awkwardly said that they had been waiting for him. Xin said he forced them to leave at night while he stayed home and stated that it was very cold outside. Xin said that she forgot some things and suggested that they go back for them. Patting her on the shoulder, Juan told her to forget about them because now the house is a complete mess and if she needs something, he will buy everything she needs. Xuan asked his brother if they were really moving. Looking into the distance, Juan confidently stated that yes, and now they will heal even better. Winter City Citadel 7C88. Xin, looking around the city, says admiringly that it is immediately clear that this is a B-class city and asks if the Winter City is really so luxurious. Xuan, pointing somewhere to the side, said that they sell chicken wings there. Juan has an earpiece with a microphone in his ears. Yang Ling's voice comes from there, asking why Juan is so sad. Lin says that he already gave him a discount on the right to purchase property in Citadel B, and without it, the protagonist would have taken several years to buy a house there. Lin told Huang to try not to die there before he became excellent. Sighing, Juan thanked Lin. He then asked if Lin could increase the security level of his confidential information because he needed to hide everything that concerned him and his family. Juan doesn't want others to find him. Lin replied that to do this, Juan must have the status of an official, but he could hide some details in his profile. Lin begins to do something in his work hologram. Suddenly he noticed something. Lin indignantly asked if Huang was playing a prank on him and said that his confidentiality had already been raised to the official level, and people who had not reached that rank would not be able to access his data. Juan didn't know about this. Lin excitedly asked if the main character really had connections with the top and expressed the hope that he would not forget about him when the time comes. Xin called her brother and pointed her finger somewhere. All three approached the house. Xin asked if this was their new home. Juan said with satisfaction that he was quite good. Xuan exclaimed in admiration. They stand in front of a large two-story house with a tiled roof. Juan said that this is where their new life will begin. Several days passed. Everything outside was covered with snow. Xin and Xuan, dressed in warm overalls, said goodbye to Huang and went to school. Standing on the threshold with a mug in his hands, Huang said that they should show themselves well there and that Xin should look after Xuan. Both left. With no one home, it's time for Juan to do his own thing. He only has a month left to complete Master Fu's task, and he must get it over with quickly. Juan appeared in the arena. The system congratulates him on his return and informs him that it will match him with an opponent. From the stands it is heard that the sword demon has returned. Someone shouts that after his 50th victory he was absent for a long time, as if he had disappeared. The audience shouts that they are lucky to be able to see him fight the Guardian again. The man in the black mask asks if this is the sword demon that everyone has been talking about lately. He said that he felt that this sword demon was simply overrated and asked the yellow masked man sitting next to him for his opinion. He replied that Juan just needs to be watched. Meanwhile, Juan, standing in the arena, thinks that in 2 months he must accumulate 2,000 points, which means he needs at least 80 victories in a row. He wonders who will be the keeper for the 60th fight. An opponent appeared in front of him, Feng Wu, who had a 93% victory rate in 4208 battles. Behind his back is a huge sword. Juan takes his and wonders if his opponent is another swordsman. The man in the yellow mask says with a smile that Feng Wu is a sword expert who ranks 11th in the ranking. His interlocutor believes that Juan's winning streak will be interrupted today. Feng Wu said that he was glad to meet Huang, and he greeted Feng as a senior master. Frowning, Feng said that he should not be called senior master. With a childish smile, he proposed to become friends. Juan was taken aback. Feng said that he had met the White Master before, and his speed with the sword was simply mesmerizing, and Huang was able to defeat him with one blow, which was very cool. Feng says that's why he suggests they become friends, because they can learn a lot from each other. Scratching his head, Juan said that he didn't need friends and apologized. He thought to himself that he already had a hard time hiding his identity and didn't want everyone to know who he was. Rushing to attack, Feng said that there was nothing terrible here, and it was enough for him that they could fight. Juan did not expect the Guardian to attack first. Feng moved so fast that he leaves a trail behind him. He swung his huge sword at the main character. Juan was horrified by such speed and asked if this was a superior technique. He exhaled and calmed down. With one blow of his sword, he repelled Feng's attack. Gritting his teeth, the Guardian thought that even though Juan did not use any technique, but simply waved his sword and deflected his blow, it would still not help him. Standing in front of him, Feng said that Huang was right, and his sword art is called Thunder Touch, which is one of the excellent level techniques, but unfortunately, he himself is not good enough to fully master it. Huang said that Feng is trying to hide his shortcomings with speed, but apparently does not understand that this will not make his shortcomings go away. He told Feng to attack him with all his might because he wanted to see it. Feng agreed and rushed to attack. Juan, without moving from his place, repelled all his blows. A man in a black mask watches the fight and asks if this is the Guardian. To him, it's more like a teacher, Juan, instructing his student. The man in the yellow mask smiled and said that Juan was very strong and noticed that the main character had not yet taken a single step. The black masked man added that Huang had never used his sword technique yet. Huang and Feng crossed swords. The first one says that the Feng blade skill is very powerful, but it lacks practice, and there are two solutions to this. The first is to spend some time training, the second is to start training another weaker skill. Feng understood him. With a sad smile, he said that he was no longer young, and if he started learning another skill, it would take a lot of time, and the whole problem was in himself. Juan said that in the end, they are all their own worst enemies. Feng uses the Thunder Touch technique. His body and sword sparkle with lightning. Juan was happy to help him. He rushed forward and horizontally dealt a crushing blow to his opponent. Feng said abruptly and thoughtfully as a light breeze passed through the thunder. He asked, stunned, if this was true sword art. With words of defeat, he disappeared into thin air. Juan thanked him for letting him win. The system congratulates that the sword demon defeated Guardian Feng Wu on the 6th floor of the arena, winning 60 battles in a row. The stands are roaring. The man in the black mask is silent. The man in the yellow mask asks if he still thinks he made a mistake about Juan. The system asked if Juan wanted to continue fighting. He said that after the 60th battle, all opponents must be very strong, and he must win 80 battles in a row and not show any mercy to his opponents. A girl appeared from space. Looking in love at the main character, she asked if this was the very demon of the sword. Juan confirmed this not very confidently. The girl approached him and said that when the system announced his 60th victory, she bitterly regretted that she could not see the battle. The girl said that there are not many people who manage to win 60 fights in a row, and she managed to miss the live broadcast. She has been following him for 2 weeks now and has watched all of his fights and said that Sword Demon is simply magnificent. The stands became quiet from such a number. The man in the yellow mask asked if the girl had forgotten where she was. Looking away in embarrassment, the girl asked Juan to give her an autograph and add her as a friend, and in return she would give in and allow him to move on. Scratching his head, Juan said that there was no problem and he would add her as a friend. Fang looked at him in shock. Some time passed. The system loudly congratulates Sword Demon for winning the 69th consecutive battle. The system reports that the location of the battle has changed, and it will take place on the 6th floor, on site number 1. The man in the yellow mask said with satisfaction that it only took Juan 10 minutes to win 9 fights. The man in the black mask replied that everything would be different now, and they would see how far he could get. Looking around, Juan noticed that there were even more people. His opponent, the Demoness, appeared in front of him out of pixels. She stated that even though there is a lot of talk about the Sword Demon, she still believes that there is nothing special about it. Juan noticed that she was angry, involuntarily apologized, and asked how he had offended her. Drawing 2 pistols, the Demoness screamed that she had a vacation, but because of Huang she was now here, so let him prepare to die. She started shooting with both hands. Juan dodged all the bullets. She said to herself that the Demoness is strong. The audience began to doubt the Sword Demon. If he has super speed, why does he only dodge bullets? Someone said that his opponent was the Demoness, and one day the battle between her and Ebonella, who was in second place, ended in a draw. Tensely, the man in the yellow mask said that the Demoness was ranked 5th in the ranking, so it was no surprise that her skills were so impressive, and then he asked his interlocutor for his opinion on the Sword Demon's performance. He replied that the Sword Demon has normal speed and there is nothing special in its movement skill, and it manages to dodge all the bullets only because it perfectly predicts the enemy's attacks. The man in the yellow mask said that the modified Silver Phoenix 16 shoots bullets at a speed of Mach 4, and Juan easily dodges them. The man in the black mask said that so far the Demoness has only used part of her shooting skills, and she has many more powerful techniques and weapons in reserve. In addition, the Sword Demon has not even shortened the distance and is only receiving attacks all the time. The man in the yellow mask said that, judging by his intonation, Juan still did not like his interlocutor. He replied that if Juan was not going to attack, but decided to evade attacks until she exhausted all the power of life, then he would undoubtedly lose. The man in this mask said that he has been watching the Sword Demon since the 20th battle, and he has never ceased to amaze, so he is confident that Huang will win in the end. The bullet wounded the main character near the eye. The man in the yellow mask offers to bet, and his interlocutor agrees, declaring that Juan will definitely lose. The main character rushed to the attack. With an insidious smile, the Demoness said that he had fallen into a trap and put out a pistol. She fired. The bullet, flying near Huang's face, exploded. Explosion. Taking 2 huge cannons, the Demoness screamed that she would grind him into powder. Laughing madly, she began firing at where the explosion occurred. The man in the yellow mask cursed and asked if the Demoness was really that crazy. Watching the battle closely, the black masked man said that the smoke blocked the view and the Sword Demon was unable to dodge all the bullets. He believes that the Sword Demon is already dead. The Demoness, standing in a cloud of smoke, said with a smile that it was an easy victory. Then she became wary as to why the system did not declare her the winner. Silence. Coming out of the smoke, Juan says that he did not expect this from his opponent, and a little more and he would have died. No one expected Juan to survive. He comes out of the smoke with red wings behind his back and says that since the Demoness forced him to use her protection, then it is very strong. Smiling unkindly, the Demoness crossed 2 pistols and said predatorily that it was in vain that Juan had shown them his ace up his sleeve so early, because she had not even started yet. She uses the marksman's technique, Skynets. Lots of bullets are flying at Juan. The man in the yellow mask says that this is the true power of the Demoness. Watching the battle tensely, the black masked man said that this technique had no blind spots, and if the Sword Demon did not stop it, he would be defeated. A hail of bullets fly at Juan and pass through him. The Demoness realized that it was an illusion. Juan appeared behind her, put a blade to her throat and asked who told her that he had no aces left up his sleeve. Gritting her teeth in anger, the Demoness said that she was giving up. The system loudly congratulates Sword Demon for winning 70 battles in a row. The audience roars. In 16 years, there has not been anyone who has achieved such a series of victories. Disappearing, the Demoness looked angrily at Huang and said that she remembered him, and they would see each other next time. Waving goodbye, Juan said that he was ready to fight her at any time. Laughing, the man in the yellow mask declared that the man in the black mask had lost. He sighed displeasedly and suggested making another bet. He then said that if Juan kept this up, his next opponent might be the Keeper, which is number 1 in the rankings, so he was still betting on him to lose. Both interlocutors are angry with each other. The man in the yellow mask states that this time they will supply 2 3-star relics. They shook hands. The system asks if Juan wants to continue the battle, and he says yes. To complete the master's task, he needs at least 80 consecutive victories, and if he cannot do this, then it will be extremely difficult for him to complete the task in the remaining 20 days. A boy with glasses appeared in front of him. The man in the yellow mask exclaimed in annoyance why Juan's opponent was the last fortress. With a chuckle, the yellow-masked man said that he remembered how Yumoli, who was ranked first in the ranking, said that none of the silver hunters could crush his defense and only a gold rank attacking relic could do it. He is sure that the sword demon will definitely not succeed. The audience is disappointed. Everyone believes that sword demon's winning streak will end here. Juan scratched his head. He recognized the last fortress and admitted that he had previously studied everyone who is in the top 10 rankings, and the last fortress is the only one against which the main character has no ideas. Trembling, the boy clasped his hands pleadingly and asked Juan not to come near him. It closed with a sparkling ball. Juan honestly doesn't understand why his opponent is such a coward when he has the strongest defense of all silver rank hunters. Juan approached the ball and realized that even with his limitless gaze he could not find a single loophole. Suddenly he realized that this defense was not an ability at all, but a hereditary gift. The man in the black mask says that although the fighting power of the last fortress is limited, and he cannot yet fully unleash his strength, but as long as he has the hereditary gift, few can defeat him. He says that only superiors or people with the same heredity can resist the last fortress. Smiling pitifully, the man in the black mask said that the sword demon was simply unlucky that he was chosen as an opponent with a hereditary gift. Moreover, this gift is an impenetrable defense. He offered to bet on another relic. Sighing displeasedly, the man in the yellow mask told him to enjoy the show and not talk to him. Juan pulled out the Gold Eagle 11 pistol he had purchased from the training camp exchange office. Spectators did not expect to see a modified Gold Eagle 11 in Juan's hands. They wonder if the sword demon also has a marksman's license. Juan fired 50 shots at one point, and the audience decided that he was an average shooter. Meanwhile, Huang thinks that the attack power of the modified Gold Eagle 11 is at least 3 times that of the normal one, but even such a strong attack cannot penetrate the outer layer of the last fortress's defense. The depth of damage from such an attack is only 1 centimeter, which is restored in a couple of seconds. The cracks that appeared on the ball after the shots quickly disappear. Juan picks up 2 machine guns. He starts shooting with both hands at one point. Then he stopped. The smoke slowly cleared. This time the ball took 5 seconds to recover. Juan grabbed the rocket launcher. The spectators opened their mouths in surprise. The man in the black mask said that Juan was just shooting at everyone and asked if he really had no hope left. The man in yellow replied that the last fortress always plays out time until the last minute in order to eventually achieve a draw, and this method of fighting really infuriates him. With fear, he said that if this fight ends in a draw, then the sword demon's winning streak will be interrupted, and everything will have to start all over again. Juan guessed that the last fortress simply wanted to gain time and achieve a draw and declared that this would not happen. He grabbed the sword, rushed to the attack and shouted that he would not give up. He used technique 23. The blade of the sword pierced the ball, cracks appeared. Wang then flew back because the protective layer of this ball not only has a heavy physical structure, but also a powerful repulsive force. Juan realized this and noticed that the deeper, the greater the resistance. He prepared to attack and used technique 33. The sword sparkled with lightning. With force, he stabbed and plunged the blade into the ball. The shockwave pushed the main character back. He swore. He thought that there was no way to penetrate this ball completely. A deep crack remained in the defense of the last fortress, which began to heal. The 2 debaters watched the battle tensely. Juan, holding the sword tightly with both hands, said loudly that he would never give up. He flew into the air and fire appeared around him. He rushed to the attack and used the wild flame sword technique, purification. The man in the yellow mask recognized with horror the strongest form of the skill wild flame sword. His neighbor shouted that Juan was crazy because this attack would completely empty his wheel of life. This technique makes the earth shake. The spectators recoiled from the stones flying at them. The black masked man says that since the sword demon used this technique, he has completely mastered the sword technique. The man in the yellow mask asks hopefully if Juan really succeeded. However, this is not true. The tension is rising. Juan plunged his sword into the ball. The crack is getting deeper and deeper. Juan clenched his teeth and screamed for this defense to break. He forcefully pushed the entire blade of his sword under the ball. It cracked in all directions. Lightning sparkled. Juan thinks hopefully that everything worked out for him. The ball lit up brighter. A beam of light erupted from within. The air sparkled with tension. 2 of the debaters even stood up to get a better look at what was happening in the arena, to which they received indignant screams from other spectators. The ball exploded and Juan flew upward, holding the stub of a sword in his hands. He hit the force field that protects the spectators. The air was knocked out of his lungs. The man in the yellow mask angrily asked if Juan had really not been able to break through the defense, although only one handle remained of his golden weapon. His neighbor, gritting his teeth, says that relics are prohibited on the first 9 floors, and if the sword demon could not win with the golden weapon, then there is nothing left for him, no matter how strong he is. In his opinion, the sword demon had already done everything he could. Juan holds his chest and breathes heavily. His opponent innocently says that even his sword is broken, so he should stop fighting and just give up. Juan replied that it was too early to admit defeat. The man in the yellow mask asks if Juan really has another ace up her sleeve. His neighbor wonders how else the sword demon wants to break through his opponent's defense if his golden weapon is shattered into pieces. Juan asked who told them that he had no weapons left. Red and purple plumes appeared behind him. The man in the yellow mask exclaimed, "Is it really a vampire?" The man in the black mask replied that no, reminded that monsters cannot appear in the arena, and came to the conclusion that the sword demon is a tamer. Wong's eyes glowed red. The man in the black mask guessed that this was the monster's ability, a bloody spirit. The defenses of the last fortress continue to sparkle. Wong said that even the most powerful armor has its weaknesses, and now he realized that. Wings appeared behind his back. He rushed forward using his wild flame sword technique Purification. The man in the black mask cried out that the purification should have already emptied the wheel of the protagonist's life and could not believe his eyes. With a battle cry, Juan hit the ball with his wings. Many cracks appeared on its surface. Juan only used 1 life wheel last time, and this time he'll use all 3 and see if the last rock can handle it. He managed to break through the defense. The boy's eyes widened in horror. Juan pierced him right through. The last rock can't believe what happened. The ground shook from such a powerful attack. The system loudly congratulates the sword demon player for defeating the guardian of the last fortress on the 6th floor of the arena and winning 80 battles in a row. The spectators are amazed. Staring wide-eyed at the arena, the man in the black mask said that he now knows how much power silver rank 3 level hunters can have. With some horror, his neighbor said that the sword demon defeated the guardians of the 60th, 70th, and 80th battles in 1 day. He exclaimed that Juan was able to perform a miracle that had not happened for a century. Night, snow, the main character's house. Slumping exhaustedly into a chair, Juan said that he was very tired, did not feel his body, and his 4 wheels were empty. Suddenly his ring vibrated and he opened his eyes. Master Fu appeared on the hologram and said that he had seen the recordings of Huang's fights, and the fact that he was able to defeat 3 guardians in 1 day was impressive. Smiling shyly, Juan thanked his master and said that he, however, had not yet completed his task, and he still had 1 more guardian to win. He turned to his mentor with a question and said that when he fought the last fortress, he used purification twice, used the sword technique to the limit, and felt such a power that he had never felt before, as if he had entered another dimension, but never understood. What a feeling it was. Master Fu said that if he is not mistaken, then the main character has already reached the microcosm level. Juan didn't understand what they were talking about. Mr. Fu explained that the first level of the concept of the blade is called microcosm, and when a person gets to this level, he gains complete control over the blade, completely masters all micro movements, and can see all the subtleties with the naked eye. The smile disappeared from Fu's face. He said that the unique feeling Juan was talking about was very similar to the second level of the concept, which is called paradox. He explained that the paradox is the harmony between the master of the sword and the blade, and when a person reaches this level, the sword is no longer a tool for him, but a partner or friend. Fu said that the feeling that arose during those 2 attacks that Huang mentioned could mean that he had reached the microcosm level, and under the influence of the outside world, as well as with increased concentration, was able to temporarily enter the paradox level. Juan asked how he could fully master them. Fu replied that he could stay away from the arena for a couple of days and thoroughly master this knowledge, and then they would see if he could achieve results. Master Fu says that Huang's next opponent will be Yumoli, the one who is in first place in the ranking. Juan furrowed his eyebrows. During the day, he began training with a sword in the yard. He watches his movements carefully, and a golden glow appears around him. Juan said with satisfaction that he had mastered the paradox stage. Looking out of the house, Xin said that her brother had been studying without rest for 2 days and suggested that he take a break. She carries a plate of sweets in her hands and offers them to Juan. He, with a dissatisfied face, asks to wait for his sister until he finishes. Xin, looking at him with disappointment, said that she only wanted to share the news with him. From her words, everyone says that a genius appeared in their 7th division, that he was able to achieve 80 victories in a row in the arena. Xin asked herself what Huang was always doing. While eating a chicken leg, Xuan asks for more meat. Juan enters the game. The audience greets him joyfully. Juan cuts his opponent in half. The system congratulates him on his victory and gives him 2 points for killing his opponent with 1 blow. Juan wants to continue fighting. A girl wearing traditional Japanese robes and holding an umbrella appears from the pixels. She says that the sword demon doesn't look like anything special. Juan, nervously scratching the back of his head, replied that she was not the first person to tell him that. He understands to himself that in front of him is Ebonella, who ranks second in the ranking and whom Juan considers the most difficult opponent. Ebonella invites Juan to take off his mask and says that it is indecent for a man to greet a lady in such a way. Juan makes the excuse that the girl will be afraid of his ugliness. Ebonella shouted that, unfortunately, Juan was not very eloquent and began shooting from her umbrella. The main character dodges all the bullets and states that Ebonella is still inferior to the demoness with her shooting technique. She snorted and said that that was not all. Juan swung his sword. He hit. Ebonella deflected his sword with her umbrella and counterattacked. Juan avoided and said thoughtfully that the more talents a person has, the more weaknesses there are. Ebonella, covered in sparks, screamed for Juan to stop talking, and now it would be the end of him. She swung the knife, but missed. Suddenly appearing behind her, Juan declared that his sword was much faster than her knife. He swung his sword to attack. Ebonella opened her umbrella in defense. Juan cut him in half along with the body of his opponent. She looks at the cut in horror and cannot understand how this happened. The man in the black mask said that Huang's sword scared him more and more. Smiling, the man in the yellow mask offered to add something else to their bet. The system congratulates Sword Demon on his victory and gives him 2 points. Juan wants to continue fighting. Now he will face his long-awaited opponent, Umoli. A harmless-looking guy with cat ears appears out of space in front of him. With 36-18 battles, he has a 99% win rate. Molly, pulling gloves on his hands, said that he was glad to meet the Sword Demon and said that after his fight with the last fortress, many began to compare them. Molly confidently states that even if Juan defeated the last fortress, it is not a fact that the main character will be able to defeat him. Holding his sword in front of him, Juan said that everything would be decided here and now. His sword sparkled with lightning. Wang rushed to attack using the Thunder Sting skill. Molly smiled decisively, and his hands lit up with fire. He grabbed the blade of Huang's sword with his bare hand. The main character was amazed at such power. With a calm smile, Molly said that the protagonist's sword technique was quite good. He then shouted that this was not enough and Juan was still too weak. He hit the main character with a fist with scarlet fire, and he flew back. The yellow masked man said thoughtfully that he had seen many battles involving Molly, and in most of them he had used the violet flame and had never fought like this. His neighbor agreed and said that he always thought that Molly wasn't very good at close-range combat. It seemed like the past opponents weren't worthy of him fighting them at his full strength. Molly blocked Juan's blow with his hand. The fire on his hand grew brighter. Molly forcefully knocked away the protagonist's sword and shouted that the warm-up was over and it was time to start the real fight. 2 scarlet translucent snake-like creatures appeared behind him. Molly yelled that he would use all his strength. Vampire wings appeared behind Juan. 2 creatures rushed at Juan, their mouths open predatorily. With his sharp wings, the main character cut them up and down. Then he approached the enemy. Smiling, Molly said that this was not bad. 2 more snakes appeared from his hands. Juan managed to react and slashed with his sword. Then flames flew at him. They appeared from behind Molly. He shouted that Juan was weak and spewed fire from his mouth. Suddenly a demonic vine entwined his hand. Juan asked his opponent's opinion about his vine and tied both of Molly's hands with it. He advised the main character to take a closer look and stated that the difference in their strength was enormous. He put his hands together and tore the demonic vine apart. Juan didn't expect this. Molly summoned the Flame King, who immediately appeared behind him. The black masked man exclaimed that this was Molly's strongest trump card. His neighbor notices the aura of the summoned monster and realizes that it is not a form of energy at all. Juan also understands this and guesses that the Flame King is the seed of life. Molly yelled that Juan, being a tamer, was able to see this and confidently stated that with such a standard of living, the main character would never win. The Fiery King raised his fist. Molly shouted that this was an excellent seed of life. Juan blocked the Flame King's blow with his sword and slid backwards on his feet. It's really hard for him to resist. He feels its flame with his whole body. He remembered his conversation with Mr. Fu. According to the captain, when a person advances to a new rank, the monster's consciousness is erased without any side effects. However, when a person does not increase the level of the life seed, it results in absorption. Juan decided that he needed to prevent the takeover in order to save Molly. He, laughing, told Juan to give up already because he had already lost when he saw the Fiery King. The monster glows brighter and brighter, the seed of life begins to sparkle. Juan swore and made his main goal to survive. The Flame King attacks with a wall of fire. The black masked man shouts that it is not easy for even the superior to repel such attacks, and the Sword Demon is finished, so his neighbor must give up all his artifacts that he staked. The latter shouted that there was no need to rush, but to watch. Juan appears at the king's side. Molly said with a malicious smile that he knew Juan would use the illusion and was prepared for it. The Flame King attacked the second Wong. With a smile, Molly declared that he had won. The voice of the main character is heard that this is not so. A sword flies into Molly's shoulder. He looks blankly at the clouds of smoke. Coming out of there, Juan asked how Molly could know which of the illusions is the real person. Molly swore. Blood began to flow from the wound. His veins bulged. The Flame King roared. The two men realized that the seed of life was being absorbed and were horrified. The man in yellow said that Molly spent too much energy, which led to absorption, and if his consciousness weakens, then the monster will take over his entire body, and then, even after leaving the arena, Molly will become a vegetable. Molly grabbed his head and screamed heart-rendingly. Juan picked up the sword. The man in the yellow mask asked in a panic if the sword demon really wanted to take advantage of the moment and destroy Molly's consciousness. Juan rushed to the attack. He used the wild flame purification skill. Everything lit up crimson. The yellow-masked man shouted for the sword demon to stop. Juan cut the Flame King in half. Cracks appeared throughout the monster's body, and it shattered into pixels. Only two opponents remained in the arena. With a faint smile, the exhausted Molly thanked Juan. Someone in the audience shouted that Wong had destroyed the superior life seed's consciousness and saved Molly. The stands roared in support of the sword demon. The system congratulates Wong for defeating Guardian Molly on the 6th floor of the arena and achieving 90 consecutive victories. The wings of the main character glow brightly scarlet.